Chapter 93. Acquiring the Snack Street. The panel is fully charged. Su Qiang silently expressed her gratitude to the system and felt quite pleased with herself. Believing it to be nearly time, she dialed Manager, who to come over. Manager, who arrived promptly, respectfully inquiring, "Miss Su, how may I assist you? Please bring more drinks so everyone can enjoy themselves, and charge all expenses to my account." Sun Hai's eyes widened in astonishment. "Sister Qiang, have you also acquired the Nightshade Bar?" Su Qiang nodded and rose. Sun Hai followed suit, instantly smiling. "Sister Qiang is truly remarkable. May I escort you?" Su Qiang shook her head. "No need. Enjoy yourselves." She cast a glance at the hip-hop nose ring, "But don't go too wild." Sun Hai immediately assured her, "Rest assured, Sister Qiang. I am well aware." Su Qiang nodded. Yeah, let us depart." The bodyguards cleared the way while the manager accompanied them. At the entrance of the bar, Su Qiang looked at Yang Nanjia. "I'm heading to the Snack Street. Would you like to join?" Yang Nanjia's mind was occupied with a single thought. This young lady wouldn't be planning to acquire something there again, would she? He shook his head. "I won't go. I can simply take a taxi home." Thus, Su Qiang instructed Manager Hu to arrange a car to take Yang Nanjia back while she drove to the Snack Street herself. To this end, she deliberately abstained from alcohol. The central Snack Street, situated in the heart of the city, is bustling with activity. The sides of the street are lined with eateries, and in the evening, numerous food stalls emerge, drawing throngs of people, both day and night. To avoid drawing attention, Su Qiang had previously brought Deng Yitong here to buy lottery tickets. She parked her car beside an office building adjacent to the Snack Street, and, as she entered the lobby, she spotted a familiar face. It was the bald man she had encountered at the buffet, who had valiantly defended her against the unruly child's mother. The bald man seemed taken aback upon seeing Su Qiang. "Ah, it's you." Su Qiang smiled. "It's nice to see you again. Are you the person in charge of the Snack Street?" She had suspected a familiarity in his voice during their previous phone call, but she hadn't anticipated that the individual in charge would be this bald, tattooed gentleman. He was now dressed in a suit and no longer wore his ostentatious gold chain. The bald man quickly recognized her and respectfully said, "You are Miss Su from the Rose Group, correct?" Su Qiang smiled and nodded. The bald man gestured, "Please, Miss Su, our office is on the second floor. Others call me Bald Old 7, so you may simply call me Old 7. Following him up to the second floor, Su Qiang felt a slight twitch in her eye. This place was rather cramped, and the key was that if he told her he was involved in the underworld, she would believe him. She noticed that each employee was burly, clad in white shirts, with tattoos faintly visible. They all greeted, "Brother 7, good day, Miss Su." Upon entering the office, Su Qiang found a mountain of documents and certificates on the desk. As she signed, she discovered that they were all real estate certificates. They had acquired all the properties along the main road of the Snack Street, including those in adjacent alleys, encompassing this vast area. Bald Old 7 smiled and said, "Miss Su, when do you plan to send someone over? I am not well versed in such high-level matters. I usually just manage the order here." It was then that Su Qiang understood why they all had extensive tattoos. They were responsible for managing vendors and maintaining order, occasionally employing underworld tactics. The Snack Street comprised old buildings with inadequate sewage systems, and the city had long wished to rectify this issue, but faced numerous challenges. The street food economy thrived, and each old building served as a storefront, with no one willing to halt operations. Developers had shown interest in constructing a large shopping mall and office buildings here, but negotiations had consistently faltered due to insufficient offers. Furthermore, the city intended to preserve this Snack Street, as it was renowned throughout Jiangnan and had become a landmark of Ning City. Miss Su, if I may interject, the Snack Street has a long history, and with skyscrapers rising all around, it is increasingly rare to find a street with such character. If revitalized, it could potentially be more profitable than those commercial plazas. Su Qiang nodded appreciatively, expressing her gratitude for the advice. "Thank you for your suggestion. Tomorrow, General Bing from the group will be visiting." She currently lacked for nothing financially and saw no need to dismantle the completed commercial plaza. Establishing a few snack streets, preserving the landmarks of Ningqing, and cultivating a distinctive economy seemed far more prestigious than merely constructing a plaza. The primary concern was to ensure the satisfaction of those above. It was quite late, so Su Qiang offered a few parting words before returning home. As the new week commenced, she resumed her routine of studying in the morning and indulging in video games in the afternoon. For the past couple of days, her account had merely relied on the guild leader to level up her character without upgrading her equipment, which nearly led to her defeat by Tianchen on the first day. However, once she enhanced her gear, she received a private message from Tianchen. Tianchen, are you interested in titles? No one has managed to complete the couple dungeon in this district yet. Shall we team up? Achieving a first-time clear of the couple dungeon would grant them the title of the first couple of the Jianghu and leave behind a statue in the romantic sanctuary. After pondering for a moment, Su Qiang agreed. She promptly added him as a friend, and they entered the dungeon together. The system announced their marriage, leaving everyone in the district utterly astonished. The public chat channel was inundated with messages, and an unceasing stream of private messages from friends flooded in, which Su Qiang chose to ignore. She declined Tianxin's voice chat request and perused the forum for strategies, successfully completing the dungeon 2 hours later. With the title secured, Su Qiang unhesitatingly returned to the spot where she had just married and applied for a divorce. In the team channel, Wei Wei, please confirm the divorce. Tianchen, are you male? Wei Wei, what's wrong with you? Did the divorce have anything to do with whether she was male or female? Tianxin's arrogance was intolerable. If they didn't divorce, how could she continue to compete with him? Uncertain if Tianchen was genuinely angered, he promptly agreed to the divorce. Let's meet in the wild. After sending that message, he exited the team. Su Qiang then deleted him from her friends list and chased him into the wilderness, ready to engage in battle once more. Days passed, and Friday arrived, prompting her mother to visit. Su Qiang had hoped to accompany her mother for a beauty treatment, but her mother had already made arrangements with Mrs. Fong, urging her to study diligently and not to slack off over the weekend. Upon returning from her beauty treatment, Lu Qingwan brought her insider information. The He group had indeed been involved in embezzling and leaking gold coins, but managed to rectify the situation promptly and paid the fines, thus avoiding any legal repercussions. The He family had not only liquidated some properties, but also it was rumored that Mrs. He recently sold the 210 million necklace she had just purchased at a discounted price, along with various other jewels. These items were secretly sold in the harbor city, yet the news still managed to circulate. The collaboration between the He group and foreign entities had fallen through, and they were now in the process of cutting back on operations, bundling several businesses for sale. Su Qiang diligently stayed at home studying, resorting to games when boredom struck, rarely venturing outside. After more than 20 days of this routine, she finally accumulated enough system points through daily sign-ins to max out her panel attributes. Excitedly, she pondered within system, what can these points be used for now? Chapter 94. The lottery wheel is activated. Tianchen admits defeat. Host, Su Qiang. Age, 18. Height, 168 centimeters, according to the golden ratio. Appearance, 100. Any aesthetic will find you beautiful. Aura, 100. Outshines supermodels, comparable to a queen. Physical condition, 100. Seldom falls ill, possesses immense strength. Skills, proficient in luxury goods. Driving, makeup, languages, martial arts, gaming, and business. Current task, gain admission to a top-tier university. Items, double cashback card for live streaming, power card 3, lucky card. Truth card 3, mild misfortune card 3, moderate misfortune card 2, severe misfortune card 3, beauty card 2. Unused system points, 0. Today's sign-in reward, 10 million yuan and 3 system points, upgraded by system evaluation. Su Qiang stood before the mirror. Perhaps due to the daily ritual of gazing at her reflection, she noticed subtle changes in her appearance each day and found herself quite satisfied with her current visage. Anyone could recognize her. After all, she had looked like this in beauty filters before. Now, even without the aid of such filters, her beauty appeared more refined and exquisite. Her physique was perfectly proportioned, effortlessly capable of showcasing any gown. Congratulations, host. You have achieved full marks in appearance, aura, and physical condition. The lottery wheel is now activated. A lottery wheel appeared beside the system panel, adorned with various rewards, 50 system points, 100 system points, 1,000 system points, cash prizes of 1 billion, 10 billion, and 100 billion, beauty cards, shock cards, cashback cards, luxury cars, legendary jewelry, villas in various locations, shares in companies, landmark buildings, and even international corporations. Su Qiang's eyes sparkled with excitement, but upon realizing that it required 100 system points to draw once, her enthusiasm waned. With only 3 system points earned daily, it would take over a month to save enough for a single draw. If she were to win shares or a company, that would be acceptable. However, if she drew an item card, it would be no better than relying on daily sign-ins. Was it truly fair that each attempt required 100 system points? It's not excessive. Host, spending more on yourself will upgrade your daily sign-in rewards, thus shortening the intervals between draws. Su Qiang sighed. blaming herself for not spending more diligently. The cost to upgrade now soared into the billions. Her last purchase of high-end jewelry had consumed 600 million and still fell short. Her mornings were dedicated to studying, while afternoons were spent gaming. When fatigue set in, she would retreat to her study to peruse classic literature and biographies, a routine she had maintained for days. After completing her daily gaming tasks, she ventured into the wilderness, where she was unsurprised to encounter Tianqun. Unlike before, however, Tianqun did not rush toward her, but instead fled early, leaving behind a message that read, "Check your private messages." Su Qiang raised an eyebrow and clicked on the flashing icon. "Tianqun, I'm done. I concede. Let us call a truce." Tianqun felt a pang of frustration. Despite having comparable wealth, he felt inferior. Their skills were evenly matched, yet he could not withstand Su Qiang's superior luck. She always seemed to acquire the best gear first at every level stage. Spending the same amount to enhance equipment, her attributes consistently surpassed his. When they battled for wilderness bosses, she would inevitably land the final blow, while he frequently lost his kills to her. How could he compete against such odds? He had reasonable grounds to suspect she was receiving insider assistance. Surely, the data must be manipulated. No one could possess such extraordinary luck. Su Qiang pondered that with less than a month until the college entrance examination, it was time to reduce her gaming hours. However, with the chaotic antics of Tianqun over the past month, she was reluctant to agree to a ceasefire easily. Thus, she replied, "All right. You send a server-wide announcement admitting your inferiority, or I'll keep pursuing you in battle." A man could never admit to falling short. After a lengthy pause, a server-wide announcement finally echoed. Tianqun, crying, "I concede. I cannot compete with the Great Wei Wei. I am inferior to her. From now on, in this region, she reigns supreme. I will heed her commands." The world channel erupted with excitement, buzzing with discussions, some with ulterior motives. Su Qiang frowned, finding his admission peculiar. The guild leader's voice emerged from the speakers. "Wei Wei, Tianqun has applied to join our guild. Shall we admit him?" Many support his inclusion. There's a guild PK event during the summer, and having a strong player would be advantageous. Others wish for a quieter environment to farm treasures. Some are concerned about your expenses. The two prominent players have drained too much in their prolonged battles. Su Qiang readily agreed. The game confirmed Tianqun's entry into the guild, and soon an unfamiliar voice resonated through the Y voice chat. "Hello everyone, I am Tianqun." His voice was bright and youthful. "Wow, Tianqun's voice sounds so young. I always thought he was much older." "Welcome, Tianqun. Your voice is so pleasant. You could easily do voice acting." Everyone was warm and welcoming, despite their long-standing rivalry. The initial purpose of their confrontations had merely been to gauge each other's prowess and wealth. Both sides had maintained a sense of decorum. With no personal attacks, only light-hearted jibes and minimal profanity exchanged. Su Qiang frowned, remarking coolly, "Voices can be altered with voice changers. Surely this high-tech individual possesses one?" Tianqun, unabashed, replied, "I do have one, but it sounds unnatural and fake." Su Qiang countered, "I haven't used one." The guild leader affirmed, "I can attest that Wei Wei's voice has not changed significantly from before." Tianqun inquired, "Have you all known each other for long?" At this point, friends began sharing their knowledge of one another, and Su Qiang did not intervene, having revealed no personal information in this setting. Tianqun continued, "The upcoming Couple S tournament is approaching. Wei Wei, would you like to team up with me?" The crowd erupted in cheers. "Yes, with both of your exceptional skills. You're sure to secure a top position. I want to join too. Exclusive furniture awaits. I'll create 2 accounts just to earn some furniture to sell." "Miss, you must agree. That couple in our region is so nauseating. We'd love for you to take them down. Count me in." They flaunt their relationship on the public channel as if no one knows they're together. Tianqun added, "That couple is from your former guild. I heard they've met in person. The male is ranked 3rd in our region, though he pales in comparison to Su Qiang and myself. The female is a streamer who has shared her photos on the forum." Without hesitation, Tianqun divulged some gossip, expressing his annoyance with the couple. Finally, he asked, "Wei Wei, would you like to join me in the Couple S tournament? The first prize includes exclusive outfits and mounts." Chapter 95, School Before the College Entrance Examination. Su Qiang contemplated for a moment before agreeing. This game, aside from battles, offered a leisurely gameplay experience. Since she intended to embrace this relaxed approach, securing various furniture items was essential. Moreover, she desired the exclusive outfits and mounts as well. Thus, in Su Qiang's team, a new member named Tianqun joined. Occasionally, when there were surplus high-quality equipment, they would sell it to him. As the couple competition approached its climax, they needed to battle alongside everyone in the region, ensuring that both their gear was up to par. Within a few days, the announcement for the couple competition was released. On the final day, Su Qiang leisurely married Tianqun to register. In the first match, they encountered the most renowned couple in their region. Instantly, the announcement echoed. Little fairy, how unfortunate. Crying, we encountered the formidable Tian Shun in the very first match. Please go easy on me, Tian Shun. Crying, pity, aggrieved. It was truly trivial matters that warranted such public announcements. Su Qiang resolved to unleash her full strength. As the match commenced, within a mere 10 seconds, the opposing duo was defeated. Another announcement followed. Little fairy, darling, it hurts. Tian Shun is too ruthless. Guardian of Little Fairy, we were once on the same team. Tian Shun, could you not spare us a little face? Just as Su Qiang contemplated a retort, another announcement appeared. Tian Shun, clearly, we added each other as friends. Yet she opts to announce rather than message me privately. I assumed she was sarcastically provoking me, shrugging. Su Qiang couldn't help but burst into laughter, sending Tian Shun a thumbs-up emoji in private chat. After a week of competition, they successfully secured the first place in their region. Next, they would face the champions from other regions. Over 2 or 3 weeks, Su Qiang and Tian Shun displayed remarkable synergy, ultimately claiming the title of the top team in the entire server. With their fashionable outfits and mounts in hand, the marriage seemed unnecessary. Just as she clicked to initiate a divorce, her mother arrived. Chang, the college entrance examination is just days away. Hurry to school. Your high school is organizing a mock exam. You must attend. Su Qiang internally resisted. After a year in college, she had no desire to attend classes with high school students, especially since she was quite confident about her upcoming examination. However, her mother's resolve was unyielding, as she swiftly packed her belongings and whisked her away, leaving no time to shut down her computer. They would stay at the nearby Shuxiang mansion, with the housekeeper Zhao Wen accompanying them to attend to her needs. After having dinner with her mother, Zhao Wu drove her back. With the entrance exams for junior high approaching, her homeroom teacher became increasingly occupied. Su Qiang briefly communicated on WeChat that she would be unavailable for gaming in the coming days, as she no longer needed to engage in battles with Tian Shun and did not require assistance with leveling up. The next day, donned in her school uniform, she walked to school. After wasting some time asking for directions, she arrived at the classroom to find everyone already engaged in their morning reading. As she entered, an air of silence enveloped the room, followed by hushed whispers. Wow, who is she? A celebrity? Is there really someone this beautiful in real life? Am I hallucinating while reading? How is she wearing our school's uniform? She is far prettier than the school belle. Is she a transfer student or a repeat student? I think her name is Su Qiang. The boys and most girls either expressed awe or ignored her, making the few envious glares particularly conspicuous. For instance, the English representative, Tang Xin, standing at the podium, glimmered with jealousy while feigning sweetness. You are Su Qiang, right? The homeroom teacher specifically informed me that you would be coming this morning. Now, would you kindly lead us in our reading? Tang Xin's implication was ambiguous. Had the homeroom teacher merely mentioned her arrival, or had she instructed her to lead the reading? Instantly, a few female classmates chimed in. Su Qiang, you're so beautiful and look quite international. Your English must be excellent, right? Our class is an experimental one. Those who get in can't be underachievers. You must not hide your talents. We're tired of Xin leading the reading. Today, you take over, please. Of course, there were dissenters. Let us pass today. The new student just arrived and might be shy. It's best if the goddess refrains from reading, allowing her to leave a perfect impression. Let us keep reading. We must cherish our time. With only a few days left, it was better to keep things light. Amidst the contention, Su Qiang approached the podium. Hello. May I borrow the English book? Upon hearing her crisp, melodious voice reminiscent of jade falling onto a pearl plate, everyone momentarily froze. Tang Xin's voice faltered. Why you came to school without a textbook? Su Qiang politely smiled. The homeroom teacher mentioned that aside from exams, we should review independently, so I only brought exercises. Is that a problem? Tang Xin regained her composure. No problem. We will read this section today. Please lead us. Su Qiang noted that she flipped the book from the vocabulary page to a more challenging lesson. Nonetheless, these were trivial matters to her now. Let us read lesson 9. She declared, directly using English and even mimicking a broadcast tone. Wow, I thought I was listening to a tape. There's no way a tape could sound this good. Her voice is cool and deep, like a captivating mature woman. It's so beautiful. I've fallen in love with listening. I think I understand what Su Qiang is saying. Why can't I understand the tape? Su Qiang's English is so standard. It's much better than what the English representative says. Why didn't she come earlier to lead us? Exactly. Otherwise, my English could have improved by 3 to 5 points. Su Qiang paid no mind to the murmurs below, focusing solely on reading the text. Gradually, only the sound of her reading filled the classroom. After finishing a passage, applause erupted at the door. Su Qiang's oral skills are exceptional. It feels even better than the teacher. The corners of Su Qiang's lips curled in delight. Thank you for the compliment, teacherly. Actually, I was cheating. Tang Xin marked a significant amount of phonetic transcription in the book, allowing me to read so smoothly. The homeroom teacher, Li, twitched slightly, realizing Su Qiang was somewhat vengeful. You managed to read so well only because of phonetic markings? Then why does Tang Xin read worse than you? The classmates below caught on to Su Qiang's implication and stifled their laughter. Some, who typically disliked Tang Xin's demeanor, shot her mocking glances. Hearing that other classrooms were silent, Su Qiang inquired, Teacher Li, has the morning reading concluded? Teacher Li snapped back to reality. Yes, thank you, Su Qiang. You can sit down and review independently. We will soon commence the mock exam. Su Qiang's seat was at the back, by the window, where she sat alone, enjoying a beautiful view. Chapter 96. Encountering a classmate being bullied. As Su Qiang worked on her problems, she overheard a few girls conversing in the front. What is there to be proud of? Just a flashy piece of work. Exactly. I refuse to believe she could be that beautiful without cosmetic surgery. She asked, so calculating. Didn't you notice how she altered her blouse to make her waist appear smaller and shorten her pleated skirt? Our skirts go past our knees. Yet hers barely touches the knee. Really? Is she that scheming? The last person who altered their uniform was the school bell, right? I just want to ask why they can modify their uniforms while we can't. Hey, she managed to join our class midterm. Why do you think that is? Su Qiang felt utterly wronged. She had not altered her uniform at all. Her waist appeared smaller due to her ample bosom, and the skirt seemed short because of her curvy hips. After her fitness regimen, she naturally looked better in a school uniform than someone with a slender, boyish figure. Certainly. She did not offer any rebuttal. After all, they were merely a few girls from her high school, and there was no need to stir trouble. During the break, Su Qiang deliberately waited until the girls returned from the restroom before she went in herself. With such a pitiful appearance, whom did she intend to entice? The campus heartthrob was not someone a girl from the slums could aspire to. With such ample proportions, she resembled nothing less than a dairy cow. So, the heartthrob belongs to our school as Flower, the esteemed young lady. I advise you to be mindful of your boundaries in the future. If we catch you getting too close to the senior again, it won't be as simple as today's lesson. Consider this a warning. Next time, be prepared for a beating. Having lingered a bit too long, Su Qiang soon overheard such remarks, accompanied by other commotions. Upon exiting, it seemed the girls had departed, leaving behind only a suppressed, low sobbing. After washing her hands, she gently knocked on the only locked door, inquiring softly, Are you all right? Can I assist you? The weeping grew louder. Could you lend me an oversized jacket? Su Qiang replied, All right, just wait a moment. I will return shortly. She dashed back to the classroom, where many students were studying even during the break, given the impending college entrance exams. Excuse me, may I ask if anyone has a larger school jacket for sale? I do. Several male classmates began rummaging through their backpacks, producing their school jackets. Su Qiang quickly scanned the options and selected one that appeared relatively clean and new, belonging to a chubby boy. As she approached him, he proudly handed over the jacket, exclaiming, This is the largest size in our class. I've only worn it once, and I just washed it yesterday. With a smile, Su Qiang said, Thank you. I'll return with the money later. She then took the jacket and hurried off. The chubby boy called after her, No need for payment. Consider it a gift. Some male classmates pounded their chests in frustration. Damn, I've never even worn my school jacket. I should have spoken up sooner. Well, she wanted a larger size. And yours is a small. Who would have thought I would be outdone by a chubby boy in terms of physique? The chubby boy was indeed impressive. Throughout 3 years of high school, no girl ever acknowledged him. Yet now, on the verge of graduation, he had caught the attention of a stunning beauty. His cheeks flushed slightly. He chuckled, I didn't expect this either. Unkind remarks from some female classmates intermingled with the chatter. Look at you, you pig. You just lost a school jacket. Foolish. Have you looked in the mirror? She is so beautiful and has a high opinion of herself. Do you really think she would ever look your way? Stop daydreaming. Su Qiang rushed back to the restroom and knocked on the door. Hello, I've brought the jacket. Thank you. The door creaked open slightly, revealing a hand with pale, though somewhat rough skin. After receiving the jacket, the door was quickly shut again. Su Qiang's keen eyes caught a glimpse, and her expression immediately darkened. The actions of those girls were not merely verbal insults. Their behavior was appalling. The girl inside wore a white shirt, now soaked in a large patch, her clothing disheveled, and her undergarments discarded in the trash bin. Her hair was a tangled mess, almost entirely wet and dripping. Before long, the door opened again. The girl was now wrapped tightly in the oversized school jacket, bending at a 90-degree angle. Thank you, senior. I will wash the jacket thoroughly and return it to you. No need to return it. What is your name? Shall we talk somewhere else? My name is Yu Qianxian. Let us go to the stairwell. The stairway leading to the rooftop was sealed off, and although many students usually gathered here to whisper, it was empty at this time due to classes in session. Once they reached the stairwell, Yu Qianqian fixed her gaze on her faded canvas shoes. Her head bowed as she said, "Thank you once again, senior. I hope you aren't too upset. Dong Yuehui comes from a wealthy and powerful family, and our homeroom teacher won't take any action against her." Dong Yuehui, the campus flower? Yes. Su Chong placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder. Lifting her chin to speak, "Do not be afraid. I will stand by you." Given the circumstances, she felt compelled to intervene. Yu Qianqian raised her head. Her gaze still timid, though her eyes were now red-rimmed. Su Chong encouraged her, "Speak freely. I will help you find a solution. And I assure you that nothing will happen to you afterward." With Su Chong's confident and powerful presence, Yu Qianqian seemed to find a sense of reassurance. Slowly beginning to share her story, Dong Yuehui from Class 3 of the second year is indeed the school beauty, hailing from a wealthy and influential family. Always surrounded by a group of sycophants, it would not be an exaggeration to say she runs rampant within the school. She frequently mocks and ridicules girls she deems unsightly, often accompanied by her entourage. In severe cases, she resorts to pranks in the restroom, even resorting to slapping. The girls she targets share a common trait. They are either beautiful or closely associated with the heartthrob she fancies. Previously, another girl had been cornered in the restroom. Reporting it to the homeroom teacher of Class 3 yielded no results, as the teacher merely offered empty words of advice. The parents of the harmed girl came to the school, but once again, it ended with mere admonition, and the campus flower received a reprimand, resulting in a few days of suspension. After all, they were minors. Aside from education, the most they could impose was a temporary suspension, since no one was severely injured. Even if one filed a report, it seemed that was the extent of the consequences. Reprimands? Suspensions? The campus flower was utterly unperturbed. She was merely coasting through high school, intending to study abroad after the entrance exams. Moreover, the injured girl's family was in business and had reportedly faced suppression from the Dong family, ultimately forced to relocate to another city, leading to the girl's transfer. Chapter 97. Let the campus flower learn a lesson, arranged. As Yu Qianqian continued, tears streamed down her cheeks. "We all know Dong Yuehui has a crush on the heartthrob. I share a class with him in year 2, class 1, and I usually keep my distance. Today he handed me a love letter in front of the entire class. Although I rejected him immediately, I was still cornered in the restroom." Su Chong found the heartthrob's actions perplexing. Everyone knew the infatuated campus flower had feelings for him, yet he still chose to present her with a love letter in front of the class. She did not doubt the heartthrob's feelings for Yu Qianqian. Yu Qianqian had a round face, baby fat, and large, round eyes, making her quite adorable. Her figure was also appealing, exuding a softness that Su Chong found endearing. Determined to assist her, Su Chong recognized that Yu Qianqian's wet hair and clothing could lead to illness, even in the warm weather. Thus, she promptly called the principal to request leave for both herself and Yu Qianqian. She then called Zhao Wu to meet her at the school gate. Ding. Random task triggered. Help Yu Qianqian and teach the campus flower a lesson. This campus flower is truly wicked. This is bullying. Since the law cannot handle her, host. Devise a cunning plan. Successful completion of the task rewards 2 large freighters. Failure incurs no penalties. Su Chong immediately pondered. Could it be the He family's freighters? The He family, once the wealthiest, had fallen from grace due to tax troubles. They had sold off 2 of their cargo vessels, and their ability to thrive in cross-border e-commerce had enabled them to become the richest in the economically developed Ning city. Originally, they possessed 5 cargo ships, having sold 2 previously, which directly resulted in a significant reduction in their business. Coupled with the meteoric rise of the Rose Group, it has become widely acknowledged that the richest individual in Ningxing is now associated with this conglomerate. Indeed, Su Chong sensed a hint of lingering resentment in the lowly voice. She pondered whether the system had long intended to bestow this reward upon her, yet she had stubbornly remained at home for so long, only to emerge now to encounter this unfolding event. Perhaps the system had grown weary of waiting for the release of such a long-stored reward? Setting aside these distractions, Su Chong returned her focus to the matter at hand. Even if she employed the misfortune card against the campus bell, and even if her family's unclean dealings led to bankruptcy, it would hardly provide her with satisfaction. She could not truly comprehend the anguish experienced by Yu Qianqian and her peers who had been bullied. The most fitting lesson would certainly be to return the favor in kind, should she find someone to teach the campus bell a lesson. Yet, the selection of this individual was crucial. They needed to possess enough standing to be recognized by the bell and instill fear, while also having familial connections that would intimidate the Dong family. Moreover, this person should be a minor, allowing the Dong family to share in the unspoken grievances. The last time at the Nightshade Bar, Lu Shue's friends had a few who appeared quite youthful, adorned with tattoos. Lu Shue had mentioned that those friends came from backgrounds similar to hers. She wondered if they would suffice. At that moment, Zhao Wu arrived in a Rolls-Royce. Yu Qianqian, Gazing at the opulent vehicle, awkwardly remarked, Senior Su Qiang, my skirt feels a bit damp. Su Qiang, who had boarded the vehicle first, pulled her along, reassuring her, it's all right, come on. They soon arrived at the Qiang mansion, where Su Qiang instructed Zhao when to fetch her other unworn school uniform skirt and to take Qian for a shower. Su Qiang first called Sun Hai, requesting Lu Shue's contact number, and then dialed Lu Shue. It took 2 attempts before the call connected. Lu Shue's impatient voice came through. Who is it? Can't anyone let me sleep? It's me, Su Qiang. Oh, it's Sister Qiang. Lu Shue's tone instantly shifted to one of caution and respect. What can I do for you, Sister Qiang? Given that Lu Shue had handled the previous incident at the bar quite adeptly, and with so much time having passed, Su Qiang surely wouldn't suddenly seek trouble from her now. Do you know the Dong family, specifically Dong Yuehui? Lu Shue's voice brightened. I know her. The Dong family has a company worth several million, doing quite well. Dong Yuehui is their precious only daughter, rather arrogant, and I believe she is in high school now. However, we don't want to associate with her. Lu Shue provided a brief overview, and then promptly inquired, Sister Qiang, did she provoke you? She had likely discerned Su Qiang's behavioral patterns by now. Typically very low-key, particularly modest, and broad-minded, she wouldn't nitpick over trivial matters. Yet, if someone were to trigger her anger, it could be said that they were essentially doomed. Just look at the former richest He family to understand this. They faced severe penalties, and later rumors circulated that the He mother and daughter had offended the Rose Group at a jewelry banquet. Realization dawned on her. No wonder the punishment was so harsh. Countless times, she felt grateful that she had no penchant for slapping faces. She consistently ignored those she deemed unworthy. I'm currently attending the same high school as Dong Yuehui, and I've discovered that she bullies and torments female classmates. Before Su Qiang could finish, Lu Shue interjected. Sister Qiang, leave it to me. Tonight, when she finishes her evening study session, I'll bring my friends over. Conversing with an astute individual is indeed a breeze. Su Qiang instructed, she's bullying minors. Do you understand my meaning? Understood. Sister Qiang, you can rest assured. I have several friends with younger sisters and cousins. After ending the call, Su Qiang checked on the guest room. Qian had already finished her shower and was now drying her hair. Su Qiang pulled Zhao aside and whispered, Sister Zhao, please don't mention my return to my mother. Zhao chuckled, it wouldn't be an issue. The Madam isn't an inflexible person. The young lady is merely assisting a fellow classmate, doing a good deed. Qian approached, her face flushed with embarrassment. Thank you. Senior Su Qiang. Regarding the school uniform, can I pay you back in a couple of days? Su Qiang shook her head with a smile. There's no need. It was my mother who found the uniform appealing and ordered a few extra sets. I'll soon be taking my college entrance exams and want to wear them again. Without waiting for her to refuse, she grasped Qian's wrist and said, let us hurry back to class. Qian, trailing behind, looked at her with teary eyes, glimmering with gratitude. Before parting, Su Qiang confirmed that Qian did not reside at the school, so she asked her to wait for her in the evening, and they would leave the campus together. Upon returning to the classroom, everyone was already engaged in an exam. At the front, a stern-faced female teacher presided. Su Qiang had seen the photo and recognized her as the notoriously strict math teacher. She raised her hand and softly announced, Excuse me, I'm back from my leave. Of course, there was no need for a formal leave. The teachers in the class were well aware of her unique status, and she merely said it for the sake of formality. The math teacher frowned as she scrutinized Su Qiang, ultimately saying nothing as she handed her the exam paper. Half an hour had already elapsed. Do your best, she instructed. Su Qiang quietly returned to her seat, glanced at the paper, which was of moderate difficulty, and began to write fervently. As she wrote, she paused for a moment. With the aid of her study capsule, her revision had been remarkably effective. She felt confident she could achieve a perfect score on this exam, but to avoid drawing too much attention, she deliberately made a few errors. Chapter 98, Treating Little Fatty to a Meal. As soon as time was up, the teacher instructed the group leader to collect the papers, prompting a chorus of sighs and complaints. They lamented the difficulty of the exam, claiming poor performance, and fretting about finishing last. Su Qiang noticed that the group leader was among those who had previously spoken ill of her and was particularly friendly with the English representative. When he approached to collect her paper, he deliberately took his time before making his way to the podium. Consequently, her paper ended up on top, right before the teacher's eyes. After a brief intermission, everyone resumed their self-study. The teacher, after finishing her remarks, picked up a pen and prepared to grade the papers. Some mischievous boys called out playfully, Teacher Yan, can you grade mine first? I'm sure I did well this time. Grade mine first. Let me die early and be reborn. Start with little fatty S. He claims he didn't perform well this time, but I don't believe it. Immediately, a girl retorted, Stop arguing. The top paper is Su Qiang's. Aren't you curious how she did? Suddenly, the room fell silent. It would be disingenuous to say that no one was curious about the beautiful transfer student. Most of the classmates gazed longingly at the podium. Even those who intended to use the restroom returned to their seats. Serious in her grading, Teacher Yin furrowed her brow and occasionally shook her head in disbelief. Some classmates, captivated by Su Chang's beauty, began to worry about her performance. Meanwhile, a few girls couldn't help but smirk and whisper, "She must have just scribbled everything down. I can guarantee she didn't write anything meaningful. I struggled for 2 hours just to finish." She SN for it. Teacher Yin is the strictest. Indeed, even the math committee frequently faced reprimands. Finally, after grading the papers, Teacher Yin called out, "Su Chang, come up." Her tone was flat, devoid of any discernible emotion. Su Chang approached the podium. Teacher Yin, pointing to a few simple questions, Teacher Yin questioned, "What is going on?" At this point, how could you get such questions wrong? Then, indicating some later questions, she continued, "Your thought process was correct here. How did you end up correcting it incorrectly?" With a gentle smile, the teacher remarked, "You have prepared exceptionally well. If you can rectify your carelessness, you will undoubtedly achieve even greater results." Su Chang nodded earnestly, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you, Teacher Yin. I will certainly strive to improve." Teacher Yin continued with a warm smile. "There are only a few days left. Do not become overly anxious. Maintain a relaxed mindset. Pay attention to the questions and perform to the best of your abilities." Su Chang nodded affirmatively. The classmates below were taken aback. Was it possible that Teacher Yin actually smiled and spoke so kindly? One dared to inquire, "Teacher Yin, what score did Su Chang achieve?" Only then did Teacher Yin glance downwards, responding, "It is irrelevant what score she attained. There is no need to compare with others. Focus on your own progress instead." She then looked at a few female classmates, emphasizing that rather than comparing themselves to others, they should concentrate on their own improvement. Finally, with a smile directed at Su Chang, she handed her the test paper, saying, "You may leave now. Take the time to reflect on your carelessness and ensure it does not recur in the official exams." Su Chang nodded again. "All right, thank you, Teacher Yin." As she walked back to her seat, several classmates cast glances at her paper, some even leaning in closer. Teacher Yin, somewhat exasperated, declared, "Stop peering." She scored over 130. The class was left in astonishment. Was Su Chang truly that remarkable? Having made numerous simple mistakes, she still managed to score over 130? But we're in the humanities, they thought. Wouldn't her language skills be even more impressive? Her English must also be exceptional, given her excellent spoken proficiency. With beauty and outstanding grades, how could one possibly compete? Did you not hear what Teacher Yin just said? Do not compare yourselves with others. Otherwise, do you wish to end up like Tang Xian, feeling increasingly ashamed? At that moment, the atmosphere in the classroom felt notably relaxed. With many students moving about, Su Chang approached the chubby boy, asking, "Could you share your WeChat ID with me? I'll transfer the money for the school uniform." The chubby boy stood stunned, his face flushed. He didn't need the money for the uniform, but he longed for her WeChat ID. What was he to do? What if adding her on WeChat made the goddess think he was just after her money? A few boys nearby began to tease him, urging him to agree. After a moment's thought, the chubby boy ultimately declined, shaking his head. "As I mentioned before, the uniform is for you. If you feel uncomfortable about it, how about treating me to lunch in the cafeteria?" A voice from somewhere piped up. What a fanciful notion. Hearing such sarcastic remarks only made the chubby boy's face turn a deeper shade of red. He had always been the heaviest boy in class from elementary through high school. Due to his short stature and weight, he had never been favored by female classmates. Occasionally, when he asked the English committee about homework and spoke a bit more, he would be ridiculed as a toad aspiring to eat swan meat. Su Chang, without much deliberation, replied, "All right, I'll see you at the cafeteria for lunch." Initially, she had planned to go home for lunch, as it was a short drive. But she decided that dining at school would suffice. Not having a meal card was no issue. She could just call Lu Wenjing from the neighboring class. As the college entrance examinations approached, Lu Wenjing had been eating lunch and dinner at school, with Zhao Wen helping her top up her meal card. In their final year, students often dined earlier, and when the time came, Su Chang went to find Lu Wenjing in the adjacent class, still garnering a multitude of stares. Lu Wenjing smiled and asked, "Su Chang, are you having lunch at school?" Su Chang linked arms with her, saying, "Quickly take me to the cafeteria, Wenjing. Does your meal card still have funds?" "There's plenty. Sister Zhao urged me to eat more for nutrition. It's enough for us," she replied. Before they even reached the cafeteria, they spotted the chubby boy waiting at the entrance. "No way, is he still waiting? If you eat that much, you better hurry to get your food, or you won't be full." Surely, he must have been stood up. What chance would such a stunning beauty have with him? What good was being academically accomplished if he was so overweight? Even we who are merely average in looks wouldn't give you a second glance. What hope do you have of winning over a beauty? As Su Chang and Lu Wenjing approached, They overheard several girls from their class who were friendly with Tang Xin mocking the chubby boy. Lu Wenjing remarked, "I can't believe such a wonderful high school has these types. I hope university will be better and I encounter more decent roommates." Su Qiang frowned at the unrefined behavior of mocking others based on their appearance. Her keen hearing had caught wind of these girls' academic struggles, as they had often been discussed in class. Standing beside the chubby boy, she turned her icy gaze towards the group of girls, stating coolly, "You don't even match half of my looks, and your grades are inferior to the chubby boys. How can you dare to mock others? Being unattractive is acceptable, and poor academic performance is forgivable, but being a bad person is utterly inexcusable." Chapter 99, Luring the Fish to the Hook. The girls' faces flushed crimson, and one managed to stammer, "Is being good-looking really that impressive?" Su Qiang nodded, "Of course it is. Even if I fail to enter university, I can still earn a living based on my looks. Perhaps I could even become a model or make my way into the entertainment industry." The chubby boy immediately countered, "That is impossible. Su Qiang, you are so good at math and English. You will definitely get into a good university." Su Qiang smiled at him, "Yes? Let us go eat." The trio disregarded the girls and entered the cafeteria. "This is my friend, Lu Wenjing. This is our classmate, who is exceptionally studious and a genuinely nice person," Su Qiang introduced, pausing as she realized she did not know his name. The chubby boy's ears rang with the phrase genuinely nice person, turning red. "Oh, I'm Song Shu. You can just call me Chubby." Lu Wenjing chuckled. "Your nickname should actually be Squirrel." The chubby boy smiled shyly. The goddess's friend was quite amiable as well. As they reached the serving counter, Su Qiang and Lu Wenjing collected their meals and handed the meal card to the chubby boy, insisting, "Go ahead and swipe. We'll find a table." When he returned with his meal, Su Qiang and Lu Wenjing frowned. Typically, boys eat more, and given that they were in a phase of maximum energy expenditure, it was essential to keep up with nutrition. However, the chubby boy's portion was no larger than theirs. Su Qiang pushed the meal card back towards him, saying, "Eat more, don't be shy. Just eat according to your usual portion." Lu Wenjing added, "Even if you want to lose weight, that should wait until summer. Then you can exercise and slim down. By then, you'll surely impress the girls at university." The chubby boy felt a warmth fill his heart as he took the meal card again, saying, "I'll finish this, and then go get more." As they ate, he inquired, "If I lose weight, will I really be handsome?" Su Qiang examined his features closely and nodded, "Absolutely. Your features are not lacking. Once you work out, the fat will turn to muscle. If you aren't handsome, you can come and hit me." Lu Wenjing chimed in with a laugh. "I think you don't need to be too thin. Your big eyes and fair skin look quite adorable even with a bit of chub." While the three enjoyed their meal happily, some nearby were envious. What is so special about eating together? After the meal, that beauty will forget all about him. What a fool. Adding WeChat is a great idea. Not only would he get WeChat, but also the money for the uniform. The chubby boy chose to ignore the comments. What was the point of adding WeChat if the person never communicated? He was simply pleased with their meal together and felt confident about his weight loss journey. Su Qiang could not bear to see others being envious. She borrowed a notebook and pen from Lu Wenjing, writing down her WeChat ID while saying, "This is my WeChat ID, just add me later." Lu Wenjing also wrote down her WeChat ID, adding, "And here's mine." Su Qiang was indeed her salvation. Su Qiang is always eager to lend a helping hand whenever possible. Isn't it amusing how some people envy others for not being able to acquire WeChat contacts? Well, here she is, with not one, but two. Observing the scene, those nearby fell silent as the chubby boy gleefully clutched the WeChat numbers of two girls. After dining together, the trio promptly returned to the classroom. The afternoon was once again filled with examinations. After completing 2 subjects, the school day concluded. Su Qiang returned home for a meal, only to return to school later for self-study. Just before arriving at the school, she received a call from Lu Shui, who informed her that everything was ready on her end and would come over after evening study. As evening study was about to end, Su Qiang deliberately left slightly early and made her way to the second-year classrooms. She passed by class 3 of the second year, and upon noticing there was no teacher present, she inquired at the back door, "Is Lin Yu here?" This was the name of the school heartthrob, but naturally, he was not in that class. Instantly, a girl seated at the back of the classroom stood up, glaring as she asked, "What do you want with him?" Su Qiang immediately recognized her as the school beauty. Strikingly attractive, particularly with her uniform altered to an outrageous length, the skirt significantly above her knees. A kind-hearted classmate nearby whispered, "The school heartthrob is in the class next door. You might want to try again another day." The latter part of the sentence was barely audible. Su Qiang calmly turned on her heel and strolled leisurely towards the adjacent class, overhearing the chatter behind her. "When did our school get such a beautiful girl? Who is she?" "No one knows." "You why? Don't be angry. Isn't she here to find the school heartthrob? Let's follow her. Be prepared. How dare she compete for the school heartthrob? I will make her regret it." As evening study was about to conclude, They decided to wait for her outside the school. Umph. I warn you all who overheard this. You mustn't spill the beans. Su Qiang baited them, standing outside the corridor of class 1 of the second year, waiting for the evening study to end. She curiously peered into their classroom and quickly spotted the most handsome boy seated by the window, his looks comparable to Lu Huaxuan. Lin Yu, that girl outside is watching you. An absolute goddess. She seems far more beautiful than the school beauty. Is she specifically here for you? If she confesses, what will you do? She is even prettier than you, Qianqian. Of course, I would choose her. However, Lin Yu merely turned his head to glance at Su Qiang before returning to his daydream. The school bell rang. Su Qiang noticed the school heartthrob walking towards Yu Qianqian, who promptly rushed over to find her. Su Qiang, senior, Yu Qianqian exclaimed, sprinting towards her with her backpack. Su Qiang grasped her wrist, leading her downstairs. As they passed class 3 of the second year, they indeed saw the school beauty and her entourage brimming with confidence. Shortly after exiting the school gate, they trailed behind. Yu Qianqian, stop right there. Upon hearing this, Yu Qianqian froze. Su Qiang gently patted her hand and turned to the school beauty, suggesting, there are too many people here. Shall we move a bit further? Dong Yuhui readily agreed. All right. 2 of her little followers cautioned, Yuhui, she seems quite confident. There might be a trick up ahead. She must be here to avenge Yu Qianqian, another added. She wouldn't have brought someone to beat us, would she? Dong Yuhui paused, then retorted, impossible. Unless she wants to be arrested. My father wouldn't let anyone who dares to hurt me off easily. The other follower chimed in. With so many of us, what is there to fear? If things go south, we just run, and they will be the unfortunate ones. Su Qiang, growing impatient with their hesitation, remarked, school beauty, weren't you quite arrogant at school? Why so timid outside? Dong Yuhui felt the term school beauty, coming from someone evidently more attractive than herself, was a blatant insult, prompting her to follow closely. Not long after, they arrived at a secluded alley. A few cars parked on the main road simultaneously turned on their headlights. Dong Yuhui's expression shifted to one of panic as she turned to flee. Dong Yuhui, why are you running? Lu Shue's voice rang out. Chapter 100, Lu Shue's mastery, executed beautifully. 6 girls alighted from the cars and entered the alley. Upon seeing that they had one more person than her side, Dong Yuhui halted. Upon closer inspection, she realized she recognized them, frowning, Lu Shue, what are you doing? Lu Shue approached Su Qiang, calling out, Sister Qiang. The other girls echoed her, Sister Qiang. Su Qiang nodded slightly. The girls appeared younger than her, sporting permed hair and small tattoos, exuding a tough demeanor. Dong Yuhui pressed further, Lu Shue, who is she? Lu Shue grinned, what does it matter? I'm not here to enlighten you. With a wave of her hand, she commanded, Sisters go. Don't let anyone escape. She chose not to participate. Instantaneously, there was a flurry of mineral water splashing, hair tugging, and more. Naturally, Lu Shue's side held the upper hand. Su Qiang frowned, turning her gaze away, unable to bear watching. She was skilled in martial arts and found the blatant flaws in these children's brawling beneath her contempt. However, Lu Shue misinterpreted her disapproval, hastily explaining, Sister Qiang, please don't feel soft-hearted. I've investigated today. Dong Yuhui and her crew are quite wicked, having bullied girls from the neighboring school. We are using the same tactics they once employed against others to deal with them now. Su Qiang, of course, felt no pity and turned her head away. Dong Yuhui screamed, Xingxin, stop. We're all rich second-generation kids from Ningqiang. Why are you helping them bully me? Humph, I'm nothing like you. I don't randomly bully female classmates. If you don't stop, I'll tell my dad. I'll make him stop cooperating with your family's company. Then stop. Stop. Sister Shue's backing me. Ah, you're infuriating me. Just wait until tomorrow. Humph, we're all the same age. Who's afraid of whom? You better be careful. Your family might go bankrupt tomorrow. She had heard her cousin mention that anyone who offended the daughter of the Qiangwei group would not have a good outcome. Who is that girl anyway? My family is powerful. Just wait a couple of years, and I will get my revenge. Just wait. The little followers of Dong Yuhui were sobbing. Although Dong Yuhui was in a similar predicament, she seemed oblivious to her faults. Perhaps it was because their family backgrounds were comparable that they felt no shame? Su Qiang then called for them to halt, taking the cola from Lu Shue's hand and offering it to the dazed Yu Qianqian standing beside her. Yu Qianqian stared at the cola, bewildered. Senior, I don't drink. Su Qiang thought, is it really that embarrassing to offer someone else the cola that Lu Shue has already drunk? Not wanting to make it difficult for her, she approached Dong Yuhui and splashed it all over her. Dong Yuhui, Lu Shue calls you sister. Are you older than her? Su Qiang felt a surge of disdain. Although she was not older than Lu Shue, she understood these social norms, didn't she? Dong Yuhui glared venomously. Just wait. Even if your family background is the same as Lu Shue's, I will make sure you learn your lesson. Su Qiang was utterly exasperated. Everyone, unleash a heavy misfortune card on Dong Yuhui. Ding. Successfully used. Su Qiang pondered for a moment before calling Bing Chuan. Miss, what can I do for you at this late hour? What is the name of the Dong family's company? Su Qiang paused, asking Lu Shui. Lu Shui respectfully replied. Su Qiang continued speaking into the phone. It's this company. Keep an eye on it, and if there's still no news by tomorrow, you can pack up. Bing Chuan readily agreed. At this moment, Dong Yuehue felt a surge of fear. Who are you? Su Qiang tilted her head slightly. The Rose Group. Have you heard of it? Lu Shui interjected. Sister Qiang is the young lady of the Rose Group. Dong Yue was momentarily stunned, her face quickly morphing into sheer terror. The Rose Group, of course, she was aware of it. The wealthiest in Ning City. Her father constantly spoke of wanting to collaborate with the Rose Group, claiming that even a slight connection could elevate their family's status significantly. But now, she had directly offended someone from that powerful company. If her father found out, she could very well face his wrath. At last, tears streamed down her cheeks. I was wrong. Please spare my family. Su Qiang displayed little emotion. What exactly did you do wrong? Dong Yuehue sobbed. I was wrong. I shouldn't have provoked you. Su Qiang pulled Qian over. And what about the girls like Qian whom you bullied? Dong Yuehue choked back her tears and whimpered. I understand my mistake. I'm so sorry. I promise I won't dare again. Sister Qiang, please let me go this time. Su Qiang sighed. Are you apologizing to me or to Qian? Dong Yuehue finally seemed to grasp the situation, looking at Qian. I'm sorry, Qian. Please forgive me. I will compensate you. I will make amends for your mental distress. Qian promptly replied, I don't need your compensation. I have my senior sister to support me and suffered no mental harm. She had no desire to forgive her. The last girl forced to transfer schools had done so for delivering a love letter to the school heartthrob, while she herself had received one. Under Dong Yuehue's jealousy, she might face even worse consequences. Moreover, her family lacked the financial means for a transfer. If she hadn't been fortunate enough to meet senior sister Su Qiang, she shuddered to think of what lay ahead. Su Qiang nodded, looking at Dong Yuehue. You may go home. However, Lu Shui interjected. Not so fast. Sister Qiang, we need to take them to the station. Su Qiang was momentarily taken aback, perplexed by this unexpected turn of events. Lu Shui explained, we also retaliated, after all. We must uphold the law. If education is necessary, then so be it. Su Qiang. Lu Shui. Don't worry, Sister Qiang. We've gathered all the girls who were bullied by them, and we have the evidence. Our response was mild. There shouldn't be any issues. Just then, several bodyguards entered the street, each carrying blankets to cover the girls. Lu Shui's friends helped one another to escort the girls away. However, these girls expressed their reluctance to go, insisting they would not dare to return and wanted to go home instead. Perhaps they felt ashamed or had committed too many wrongs. At that moment, Dong Yuehue also said, I won't go either. I absolutely want to speak of tonight's events. Please let me go home. The young lady of the Rose Group seemed resolute. She likely intended to inform her father to safeguard her own future. No, you must go. Lu Shui, not trusting her, promptly summoned a bodyguard to take Dong Yuehue away. Today's events had to be handled thoroughly. She also instructed a girl named Xian to speak properly when they arrived at the station. As she watched everyone leave swiftly, Su Qiang could only commend Lu Shui for her exceptional handling of the situation. Chapter 101. After the college entrance examination, the system's lottery spin. Ding. Task completed. 2 large cargo ships have been dispatched. Host, please be mindful of the reception. Almost immediately, a phone call came in. Su Qiang answered, and, after listening, replied that she would pick them up in 2 days. The cargo ships were at the neighboring city's dock and had already been there for quite some time, so an additional 2 days wouldn't matter. Once Su Qiang ended the call, Lu Shui asked, Sister Qiang, should I take you home now? Su Qiang shook her head. I live nearby. Just take Qian home. After a moment's thought, she inquired, by the way, do your friends' families know? Lu Shui replied with great excitement. Of course they do. Observing the envious look on her face, Su Qiang felt her lips twitch slightly. Lu Shui pouted. If I weren't older, I would want to be involved too. What a splendid opportunity to win favors. Even just a slight connection with you would be worth it. Their parents would be thrilled. After all, the sons of those CEOs often got into fights and caused trouble. Why shouldn't girls be allowed to do the same? Those boys were truly the ones stirring up chaos. While what they did today was a good deed, Su Qiang was pleased and, before leaving, requested Lu Shui to pass along the WeChat contact information of those girls. Lu Shui was particularly considerate, even providing a brief introduction regarding the girls' family businesses. Su Qiang had no immediate plans to take action, but mused that if the Rose Group were to expand its business, these companies would certainly be considered. After returning home and refreshing herself, Su Qiang was just about to sleep when she received a WeChat message from Lu Shui. Sister Qiang, you must check out the link below. The Dong family's factory has been producing substandard electric blankets that have burned several people, and they can no longer cover it up. Clicking the link led to a report from a well-known local news outlet. Several consumers had suffered varying degrees of burns while using a certain brand of electric blanket during winter and, when seeking compensation from the manufacturer, were met with delays and evasions. The Dong family had employed thugs to intimidate, lawyers to threaten, and suppressed public opinion for months, trying to avoid or minimize compensation. Ultimately, a few consumers banded together and sought media coverage to expose the situation. Unbeknownst to them, someone had submitted surveillance footage of the electric blanket production process, along with documents proving the use of inferior materials and how they had passed inspections, demonstrating the substandard quality of the blankets. Lu Shui sent another message. All the executives of the Dong family's company were arrested overnight for questioning. They are facing not only criminal charges, but also significant civil liabilities. All the produced electric blankets will be destroyed, and those factories will surely be shut down. Su Qiang inwardly cursed the Dong family for their despicable actions. She then sent a WeChat message to Bing Chuan, instructing him to provide charitable donations to the families of those injured and to ensure that patients could be admitted to their Mingde hospital if necessary. The next 2 days at school were uneventful, and Su Qiang completed the exam organized by the school. To avoid drawing attention, she intentionally made a few mistakes in each subject, ultimately ranking 5th in her class. Su Qiang felt reassured, believing she could improve her accuracy slightly. The college entrance examination was the following day, and the school would be closed for a day. That evening, her parents arrived in Ning City. After dinner, Lu Qingwan advised, Chang, I'm heading home now. Your father will accompany you for the exam. Su Qiang was taken aback. Is that really necessary? It's not my first time, and I have transportation. Su Hongji shook the newspaper. Regardless, I'm not busy these days, and most students have their parents with them during the exam. My daughter certainly should too. With no choice, Su Qiang obediently acquiesced. After sending her mother off, her mind began to race. Father, the rural tourism project has now stabilized. You should come work at our group's headquarters, take on a director's title. Although you won't hold any shares, you will receive dividends. Your role would primarily involve discussing the overarching direction with other group leaders. After all, Bing Chuan is quite capable and can manage both large and small matters with ease. So you need not worry about anything. Su Hongji glanced at her, contemplated for a moment, and replied, All right, once your mother and the others finish their exams next week, I will come up with her. You need to go to bed early tonight. Thus, she obediently went to sleep. The following day, Su Qiang sat in the examination room, feeling an overwhelming sense of gratitude. Without the system, she might not have had the confidence and determination to take the college entrance examination again. At most, she would have pursued a degree through a transfer program, followed by postgraduate studies, and by then, she would be considerably older. Thank you, Tong Tong. Host, do your best. Study diligently. Aim for the top scorer. After the exams, I will reward you with a spin on the prize wheel for the points you missed. Su Qiang did not anticipate such a delightful surprise. Already resolute in her decision to perform well, she was even more determined to excel. 2 days later, upon finishing the exams, the moment she stepped out of the school, Congratulations, host, for completing the college entrance examination. Come, spin the wheel. A semi-transparent system panel materialized before her, and Su Qiang pressed the large spinning button. The wheel was enormous, adorned with a plethora of prizes, and it took quite a while to complete a full rotation. Sister Qiang, a familiar voice, one she hadn't heard in a long time, called out. Su Qiang looked up to see Lu Huaxuan waving at her. Quickening her pace, she approached him and said, Didn't we agree to hang out later in the evening? Why are you here so early? Lu Huaxuan had been eager to meet her for quite some time. However, not wanting to disrupt him while studying, she had suggested they wait until after her exams. Lu Huaxuan flashed a charming smile. It's been ages since I last saw you. Despite living in Yunyu Mountain, they had not met for 2 months. Su Qiang had claimed to be busy, and it would be inappropriate to interrupt his studies. Chang. At that moment, Su Hongji squeezed through the crowd, his composed face breaking into a relieved smile. Dad! Su Qiang exclaimed joyfully. Lu Huaxuan froze momentarily, taken aback, and awkwardly greeted, Uncle, hello. You can call me Xiaoxian. Su Hongji regarded him with a sharp gaze, his previously cheerful demeanor shifting to one of sternness, scrutinizing him carefully. Su Qiang felt a pang of frustration. Dad, this is the friend I mentioned to you, the one to help with buying a car and getting a license. Now that I've finished my exams, I'll be going out with him. The emphasis on the word friend was palpable. Su Hongji softened his gaze. What time will you be back? Su Qiang was speechless. Her father hadn't acted this way before. They usually just went out for a meal and returned promptly. Lu Huaxuan quickly reassured, Uncle, you can rest assured. I will ensure Sister Qiang gets home safely. Su Hongji suddenly realized that his daughter was no longer the naive little girl she once was. She was now the wealthiest person in Ningqing. There was no real danger now. No one dared to provoke Chang in Ningqing, and besides, her martial prowess was formidable. She had already learned combat skills. With that thought, He said little more before departing. Lu Huaxuan led Su Chang away. My car is parked over there. Shall we go eat first? What do you feel like having? Su Chang gazed at the spinning wheel, which was gradually coming to a stop, and replied casually, You choose. I'm fine with anything. Chapter 102. Winning the Villa in Magic City. Ding. Congratulations, host, for winning the Mailer Villa in Magic City on the prize wheel. The reward has been issued. Su Chang paused in her steps. School wouldn't commence for over 2 months, yet she already had a house. Eagerly, she checked on her phone. The Mailer Villa was a garden villa with Nordic charm, composed of 6 differently sized houses, showcasing Gothic architecture. The exterior walls were embedded with fire-resistant bricks, predominantly in shades of yellow-brown, covering over 5,000 square meters, with a garden area of nearly 2,000 square meters, resembling a castle from a fairy tale. The villa was originally designed by Mailer's youngest daughter, who once dreamt of owning a grand house from a fairy tale. Her father commissioned a renowned architectural firm to bring her dream to life. The Mailer Villa is also a legendary estate with a history spanning over 80 years, having changed hands multiple times before being managed by a tourism group, which renovated it into a boutique hotel while preserving its original architectural style, appearance, and structure. Soon, a phone call came through, a middle-aged man's voice on the line. Miss Su Chang, greetings. I am the steward of Mailer Villa. The renovations are complete, and the staff has been hired. You may check in at your convenience. When might you be arriving? Su Chang contemplated for a moment. In a couple of days. I'll let you know before I come. Lu Huaxuan opened the passenger door for her, and once she hung up, he asked, Sister Chang, where are you headed? Su Chang settled in, buckled her seatbelt, and replied, to Magic City. Just as Lu Huaxuan closed the door, he thought he had misheard her, hastily opening the driver's door, sitting down, and exclaiming, Sister Chang, you're going to Magic City? I'm going with you. I also need to return to prepare for graduation. All right. I'll inform you before I go. Su Chang pondered for a moment before asking, Are you familiar with the Mailer Villa? Of course. It's an iconic old mansion in Magic City. I heard it was purchased by someone, including the land and many antiques inside, with a total value of around 10 billion. It's been undergoing renovations for the past few months, and the hotel sign has been removed. Lu Huaxuan, realizing something, added, Sister Chang, don't tell me you're the one who bought the Mailer Villa. Su Chang blinked and replied, Congratulations, you guessed correctly. Has it already been renovated for a few months? Is it because Magic City is close to Ningqiang, and the system anticipated I would eventually go there? Or perhaps all the prizes on the spinning wheel had been prepared in advance. Lu Huaxuan momentarily dazed. But recalling the recent significant actions of the Qiang group and recognizing that Sister Chang could easily acquire various properties, he soon came to terms with it. Sister Chang, are you planning to turn that villa into a hotel? Su Chang casually responded, I bought it to live there. I don't have a place in Magic City yet. Lu Huaxuan was left speechless. 100 billion just for a place to live? Even as a top-tier rich kid in Magic City, he found himself at a loss for words. Lu Huaxuan chose a Western restaurant for their meal, where a live piano performance filled the elegant ambience. As they dined, he began discussing his plans after graduation. Sister Chang, I probably won't be returning to Ningqiang. My brother is inviting me to start a business together. Su Chang, genuinely curious, asked, What about your family's company? Aren't there concerns that second-generation heirs might squander their inheritance, given the risks involved in starting a business? My father is still young. It's not my turn yet. I don't want to serve others with menial tasks. My brother, well, he is not in good health and can't compete with his biological siblings for inheritance. He is unwilling to live life like this forever. What direction are you planning to pursue? My family has many connections abroad that I can leverage, and my brother's family has contacts in the underworld. Regarding foreign matters? Su Chang suddenly recalled the 2 cargo ships she had yet to take possession of. She initially intended to go with Bing Chuan after her exams to find a company to collaborate with. However, hearing Lu Huaxuan mention his entrepreneurial plans, it seemed reasonable to consider collaboration. How about including me in your venture? I have 2 idle cargo ships at the port in the nearby Nangan city. Lu Huaxuan paused. Are those the 2 ships sold by the He family? Su Chang nodded. Lu Huaxuan was taken aback. It had been nearly 2 months, and the property remained idle. Even if rented out, it could yield a substantial profit. Su Chang could not mention that the freighters had only just arrived in her possession a couple of days ago. So she deftly shifted the conversation. How about adding me in? Lu Huaxuan hesitated, stating, We plan to establish our own company and do not intend to collaborate with others. Su Chang rolled her eyes. I'm talking about myself, not the Kangwei group. I can invest with 2 freighters, and I can also contribute financially. This should be feasible. When we head to Magic City, shall I call my brother so we can discuss in person? Sounds good. Let's go to Magic City tomorrow. Lu Huaxuan agreed. And then we will check out your freighters together. After dining with Lu Huaxuan, Su Chang received a call from her father, who mentioned he had returned to the town to cook for her mother and would return next week. Consequently, Su Qiang requested Lu Huaxuan to drive her back to the villa and asked Zhao when to come over as well. Upon returning to her bedroom, she noticed her computer was still on, as it had been left running after her mother unexpectedly caught her at the Book Fragrance Mansion a few days prior. The game character was positioned at the divorce location. Su Qiang glanced at the screen and was shocked to find that the divorce had not yet taken place. Damn Tianqian. She promptly logged into the guild's chat and inquired, "Guild Pig, where's Tianqian?" The guild leader responded with equal surprise, "Oh right, Tianqian is absent today. It seems like he's on autopilot in the game." Su Qiang had not added Tianqian as a WeChat friend, so she turned to the guild group chat. Wei, Tianqian, where are you? The hero couple competition has concluded. It's been several days. Why haven't you initiated the divorce? Tianqian, I suddenly feel that having a hero couple displayed is rather nice. I don't want to get divorced. Wei, I think otherwise. I will initiate a forced divorce, and you can return my home, as I decorated it. Tianqian, but I have placed a lot of furniture in that home. Wei, you can calculate it. I will give you cash for it. I'm not short on money. Tianqian, I'm not short on money either. I just lack a wife. If you force a divorce, I won't return your home. Su Qiang was utterly exasperated, realizing that the most common post-divorce home disputes in the gaming forum had now befallen her. Others contested homes for financial gain. But Tianqian was clearly retaliating against her for previously being unable to defeat her in the game. She regretted her decision to become his gaming partner for the rewards of the hero couple competition. Chapter 103, Meeting Lu Huaxuan's Brothers. Wei, wind blows P cool. Guild Pig, kick Tianqian out of the guild. I want to teach him a lesson. Upon seeing this, the onlookers began to chime in. Actually, having a hero couple isn't so bad. It doesn't feel as lonely. Leaders, please don't divorce. Otherwise, we'll have to witness that nauseating pair flaunting their love every day. They won't dare to do it while you're around. Tianqian is quite nice. He listens to whatever the young lady says. It's great to have him as a frontman and enforcer. The two leaders' gear is evenly matched. They make a perfect pair. Now no one dares to provoke our guild. In-game hero couples aren't ambiguous or revealing. They're just like friends. If you're not dating in reality, why get divorced? Su Qiang underestimated Tianqian's influence in the guild. Ever since Tianqian joined, he had been generous, frequently distributing red envelopes, purchasing useful items from the treasure hunting team, and offering more than fair prices. It was reasonable that everyone was reluctant to part with him. Tianqian, Wei, are you in a relationship in real life? Wei, no. She simply wished to remain unattached, both in reality and in the game. Tianqian, Wei, I want to be able to play games every day anymore. I need to work. Let us not get divorced, and keep a memory of my gaming life, shall we? Pointing at her, Su Qiang frowned and contemplated this. No, this was a matter of principle. Regardless of whether she continued playing games, she had to get divorced. Wei, you really want to initiate it? Then I will force the divorce. Tianqian, no, don't. Su Qiang, infuriated, clicked to initiate the forced divorce, resulting in the home being awarded to Tianqian. Wei, Guild Pig, from tomorrow onward, help me level up and create a prettier home. Tianqian, fine. You can have the home back. You're truly heartless. If I'm not playing anymore, I'll need to find a leveling service too. Which brother can help? For a fee. With the home finally returned to her, Su Qiang felt a sense of relief. She took a shower and went to bed. A new day dawned. All signed in. Ding. Sign-in successful. Congratulations, host, for receiving a daily sign-in reward of 10 million cash and 3 system points. Congratulations, host, for obtaining a random item, a live streaming reward multiplier card, valid for 10 minutes. Having finally drawn the high multiplier reward card for live streaming, Su Qiang found herself less concerned about it. Currently, she had over 10.6 billion in her account, and the group was due for a quarterly dividend next month. As the sole shareholder, she would receive tens of billions, primarily from the construction group and Ming Hospital. Su Qiang had arranged with Lu Huaxuan to set off after lunch. Now that she had completed her college entrance exams and no longer needed to study, she felt somewhat unaccustomed. After pondering, she pulled out her law textbook and flipped through it. The legal clauses that once seemed convoluted now appeared remarkably straightforward. Moreover, she felt that reading them a few more times would allow her to memorize them. In the afternoon, Su Qiang set off for Magic City. Since Lu Huaxuan was driving back, she decided against driving herself. Shortly after exiting the expressway, the roads began to congest. Sis Qiang, where should we head first? If there's no rush, let us go check out my villa first. We can drop off our luggage before heading out. She wanted to ensure it was suitable for her brother to move in. Currently, Su Hao was renting a place in a high-end community. Their company had also begun to take shape, and she had heard that the game was about to be launched for pre-sale. If time allowed tomorrow, she could visit their company. Upon arriving at the villa, the butler was already waiting at the entrance. He opened the gate for the car. and several attendants were lined up to greet them. The butler approached to introduce himself. "Good day, miss, and good day, young master. Allow me to introduce myself. My Chinese name is Wenhua. I previously served as a butler in the Eagle Country, and this is my team." Wenhua, a refined and elegant gentleman of Chinese descent, carried himself with great poise. The villa was currently equipped with both a Chinese and a Western kitchen, 3 female maids, 3 daily cleaners, 2 gardeners, and a driver. Should a thorough cleaning or garden renovation be necessary, more temporary workers could be hired. "Miss, I will now introduce you to the villa." After receiving this task, I conducted extensive research and consulted numerous individuals, striving to restore the villa's interior to its original appearance while accommodating modern living. The interior decoration was intricate and luxurious, with exquisitely carved patterns adorning the corridors. At that moment, the stained glass on the dome radiated a kaleidoscope of colors under the sunlight. Finally, they visited the garden, which was surrounded by beautiful flower bricks, adorned with precious sea stones and various sculptures, and planted with noble trees such as cedar. "Miss, are you satisfied?" Su Qiang nodded. "Thank you, Uncle Wen. I am very pleased." A hint of bitterness flickered in Uncle Wen's refined smile, yet the expression on the young lady's face suggested she was not entirely content. Lu Huaxuan, who had been marveling at the surroundings, immediately disagreed, stating, "Sis Qiang, you're being a bit too extravagant. A 10 billion residents. How many people in Magic City have that?" Su Qiang gestured towards the towering residential buildings in the distance. "Don't you think my villa in Ningxing might offer a more comfortable living experience?" At the pinnacle of that residential area, Yunding City not only boasts splendid views, but also exceptionally high privacy. Lu Huaxuan blinked in agreement. "I concur." Uncle Wen, caught between laughter and exasperation, remarked, "Miss, this is the Magic City, the city center." Su Qiang smiled knowingly. "I understand, which is why I said I'm quite content." Uncle Wen chuckled as he added, "Miss, please step indoors. I have some documents that require your personal signature." After signing, Uncle Wen inquired, "Miss, will you be dining at home?" Su Qiang turned to Lu Huaxuan, who shook his phone, saying, "We have plans. I'm meeting him at the bar tonight, along with some acquaintances." Thus, Su Qiang instructed Uncle Wen to prepare dinner. Before departing, she deliberately changed into an outfit befitting the bar's ambience, a fitted black long-sleeve top, blue denim shorts, black ankle boots, and a set of sparkling white diamond jewelry. Lu Huaxuan couldn't resist stealing another glance. "Cough, Sister Qiang, your figure is stunning. I didn't notice it in spring attire." Su Qiang confidently replied, "It's due to fitness. With dedication, one can achieve remarkable results." They continued to ride in Lu Huaxuan's car. Upon arrival, a valet approached respectfully, greeting, "Young Master Lu, it's been a while." As they entered the bar, security and several attendants acknowledged them. "Young Master Lu, it's been ages." "Young Master Lu, young Master Long is waiting for you in box No. 1. It was evident that Lu Huaxuan and his friend, Lung Xiao, were quite well regarded here. Outside the box, Lu Huaxuan whispered, "Sister Qiang, my brother has a bit of a temperament issue, but he's a good person. Please bear with him." Before he could finish, the box door swung open from the inside, revealing a remarkably handsome young man. With white hair, porcelain skin tinged with a hint of pink, and striking red pupils, he exuded a somewhat ethereal beauty. His tall, slender figure was complemented by elongated phoenix eyes and thin lips, adorned in a black t-shirt and ripped jeans, exuding a cool, trendy vibe. What caught Su Qiang's attention was his emblem, Lung Tianchen, a man of luxury. At 22 years of age, standing at 186 centimeters and weighing 140 pounds, with a stunning appearance rated at 96. He hailed from a prominent family in the Magic City, engaging in various businesses, including several security firms, and controlling multiple trade routes. Lung Tianchen. The familiar tone struck a chord. What a coincidence. Lung Tianchen paused, momentarily captivated by Su Qiang's beauty. Lu Huaxuan, brimming with pride, teased, "What do you think? Are you dumbfounded? I told you Sister Qiang is extraordinarily beautiful. Do you believe me now?" Recovering from his astonishment, Lung Tianchen regarded Su Qiang with the casualness one would afford a stranger, nodding in greeting, "Come in." Regardless of her beauty, he had no inclination to vie for a woman with his brother. Lu Huaxuan, clearly infatuated with Su Qiang, had sung her praises incessantly, revealing his feelings. Su Qiang nodded in return, instinctively saying, "Thank you." As she lifted her foot to enter, Lung Tianchen suddenly extended a hand, blocking her path. Lu Huaxuan immediately bristled. "What do you mean, Tianchen? Is it not enough that you're cold to Sister Qiang? Now you want to let us in?" Lung Tianchen fixed his gaze on Su Qiang as if attempting to see through her. Su Qiang, the heiress of the Su family controlling the Rose Group? The name resonated with him, and he recalled her voice, one he had initially loathed and later found hauntingly captivating. "Do you play Yu Jianghu?" At that moment, Su Qiang was entirely certain that this Tianchen was the one who had been her adversary in the game. She narrowed her eyes. It's me. Lung Tianqian seemed momentarily bewildered. Wife? I play. Lu Huaxuan exploded with indignation, giving Lung Tianqian a light shove. What are you shouting about? Su Qiang considered retaliating. Are you out of your mind? For the first time, Lung Tianqian found his brother's demeanor displeasing, shoving him into the room. You go in and sit. He quickly shut the door, stepping forward and lowering his gaze slightly. His previously aloof expression softened, revealing a hint of vulnerability. I have albinism. Su Qiang took a deep breath. Never mind, I can't hit a sick person. No wonder Tianqian's hair appeared so naturally white. He seemed to wear no contact lenses or makeup, yet his complexion was strikingly pale. However, her expertise in cosmetics led her to believe he had, in fact, applied some makeup with black eyebrows and mascara. The door was abruptly banged from inside, and those within attempted to pull it open. Lung Tianqian crossed his arms behind his back, securing the door tightly. I didn't expect to meet so soon. I was planning to organize a guild gathering offline. His intentions were transparent. Despite initiating a divorce in the game, he remained hopeful. Su Qiang maintained a stoic expression, warning, we are merely foes in the game. With no personal ties, refrain from making unfounded claims. It was indeed a twist of fate to be engaging in business with someone she had encountered in the game. Thankfully, she had taken the risk of a divorce yesterday, as she had no intentions of pursuing romance or flirtation. Lung Tianqian lowered his gaze, his eyes appearing even redder. How can you be so heartless to someone who might be on the brink of death? Having spent over 2 months together, he had come to understand her nature. She was susceptible to gentler approaches. Su Qiang responded dryly, how cruel can I be? You should know best. Are you in the late stages of cancer? If you were so fragile, I would seriously reconsider entering into business with you. From her knowledge, individuals with uncomplicated albinism typically had lifespans comparable to those of normal individuals. Moreover, Tianqian bore tattoos and appeared to be in good spirits, suggesting he was not gravely ill. Lung Tianqian was momentarily at a loss for words. Su Qiang scrutinized him and asked earnestly, do you like me? He nodded. Initially, I disliked you. But as we played together almost every day, feelings developed. I found your assertive yet understated demeanor quite endearing. Their worldviews and personalities aligned, leading to a burgeoning affection. Upon their first meeting, it was indeed love at first sight. His friend had not misled him. Such a perfect woman truly existed. Friends' wives? Bah. They were clearly not together. He felt entitled to compete fairly. Su Qiang regarded him seriously, stating, I do not engage in romantic relationships or flirtations. You should not harbor feelings for me. Besides, the version of me you admire is only in the game. The real me is quite different. Lung Tianqian wished to express that his infatuation was genuine, regardless of whether it stemmed from the game or reality. Furthermore, the online persona was not fabricated. The words spoken and actions taken were authentic reflections of his character. However, seeing Su Qiang's indifferent demeanor and considering their upcoming collaboration, he chose to suppress his feelings. Having finally met in person and spent considerable time together was already a promising beginning. Opportunities would surely arise in the future. He nodded. You make a valid point. Perhaps I have indeed conflated the game with reality. His candidness momentarily caught Su Qiang off guard, yet his perspective was indeed the most favorable. A smile graced her lips as she thought, well, I hope our collaboration in reality will be delightful. Lung Tianqian paused, momentarily mesmerized by her smile. Before the door was suddenly flung open, Lu Huaxuan stormed out, fuming. Lung Tianqian, what on earth are you doing? Lung Tianqian cast a smug glance at him, the corners of her eyes twinkling with mirth. I've known Sister Wei Qiang for quite some time. We were once partners in the game. The word once was pronounced with an unusually light touch. Su Qiang shot him a sidelong glance. We were once adversaries. Lu Huaxuan stood dumbfounded. That game. Yu Jianghu? When Tianqian invited me to play, I scoffed at it, dismissing it in favor of more sophisticated 3D games. Now I regret it. Lung Tianqian showcased some game photos on his phone to substantiate his claims, then remembered something and couldn't help but ask Su Qiang, are you truly not an insider? Su Qiang raised an eyebrow with a smirk. I'm not. I merely utilized the luck card. Let us head in. We'll sit for a bit before going for a late-night snack, Lung Tianqian urged as he pushed the door open. Upon entering the private room, Su Qiang was taken aback by the sight of numerous heavily tattooed individuals. Chapter 105, teased by the old fat pig, and then given a sound beating. After they settled down, Lung Tianqian explained, these are my subordinates, the bosses from various ports. The ensuing conversation was filled with flattery, and Su Qiang soon realized the stature of Lung Tianqian, with some of the tattooed men referring to him as young master. Lu Huaxuan had previously mentioned that they might need these individuals' assistance in the future, hence Lung Tianqian was treating them to a night out to establish rapport. Observing Lung Tianqian's pleasantries urging everyone to enjoy themselves, Su Qiang decided to excuse herself to the restroom. The restroom inside the room was occupied, compelling her to venture outside. While washing her hands, a greasy voice called out, "Hey, little lady, your figure is stunning. How about sharing a few drinks with me?" Accompanied by the unwelcome voice, a clammy hand reached for Su Chang's waist. With a wall to her right and a sink in front, there was no space to evade. She instinctively twisted the fat wrist of the hand reaching for her. Ow! A faint cracking sound echoed, followed by a scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig. Su Chang's lips twitched, given the girth of that hand. She had unconsciously applied a bit more force. Had she overdone it? "Vile wench, you're looking for death." The old fat pig spat, grimacing. Su Chang frowned and retaliated with a kick, sending the rotund figure crashing against the opposite wall. Having already exerted considerable force, she felt no remorse for delivering a heavy kick. With a loud thud, the old fat pig stumbled through the restroom door, colliding with the toilet. "Ah, my teeth." After washing her hands again, Su Chang glanced in the mirror just in time to see the old fat pig groggily rising, blood trickling from his mouth, clutching a broken tooth. Damn it. Born to a mother, yet raised without one. Beep. Random mission triggered. Give the old fat pig a good beating. The insults cannot be tolerated. A significant lesson must be imparted personally. Successful completion of the mission rewards an A380 luxury private jet. Failure incurs no penalty. As soon as the system chimed, Su Chang was already in motion. Without needing to use her hands, she kicked the old fat pig repeatedly, leaving him battered and bruised. Does kicking count as completing the mission? Indeed. Especially since you thought ahead. This old fat pig is too filthy to lay hands on. Reward: 3 system points. Beep. Mission accomplished. Rewards have been distributed. Just then, a server approached, prompting Su Chang to cease her assault. The server observed the scene with a mix of bewilderment. It was evident that this impeccably dressed heiress was being harassed by this unsightly old man. Otherwise, why would a woman of her caliber even acknowledge such a grotesque figure? However, having been beaten to such a state, it seemed unlikely that this beautiful lady would let it slide. The server was not put off by the commotion, as the old fat pig immediately whined. "Which private room are you from? I know the owner of this bar. You'll regret this." Su Chang raised an eyebrow. Lu Huaxuan had mentioned that this bar belonged to Lung Tianxin's family. Did the old fat pig know Lung Tianxin's father? Regardless of whether she recognized the owner as son or not, she would certainly not feel remorse. "All right, room number 1. Come at me. Just you wait. Why aren't you helping me back?" The old fat pig bellowed, as the server quickly assisted him back. Su Chang's phone buzzed persistently, prompting her to answer. "Hello. May I speak with Miss Su Chang?" "Yes, this is she. I am Manager Hong from the airline service company. Your private jet has been customized and is now en route to you, currently stationed at the Hangzhou airport. Would you be available to come and inspect it tonight?" "Tonight might be a bit late." "No worries, any time is fine." After arranging the details, Su Chang headed back to the private room. Meanwhile, Boss Zhu was being helped back, lamenting to a boy with a cherubic face seated on the sofa. "Young Master Long, you must help me." Cold Tinlo's mouth fell agape, and he began to twitch at the corners, revealing a hint of a fawn. "Boss Zhu, didn't you go out to sober up? How did you end up like this?" "Don't mention it. I just needed to use the restroom, and a woman inexplicably started attacking me." A spark of curiosity crossed Cold Tinluo's face. "A woman? Damn. She looked young, but had such strength. What a freak. You must stand up for me." Cold Tinluo glanced at his disheveled appearance, piecing things together, and felt his interest wane. "Of course, in my family's territory, we cannot allow Boss Zhu to be wronged." He motioned to a nearby bodyguard, sent 2 men to check it out. Holding his mouth, which was now leaking air, Boss Zhu added, "That woman claims to be from room number 1. Cold Tianluo's expression faltered. Room number 1 was not open to the public. It was reserved for family and esteemed guests of the Lung family. There seemed to be no need to offend a valuable guest for the sake of Boss Zhu. At that moment, a scantily clad girl whispered, "Second young master, room number 1 was booked by the eldest young master today." Cold Tianluo immediately stood up. "Let us head to room 1. We must seek justice for Boss Zhu." 2 bodyguards flanked Boss Zhu, with several more following behind. Boss Zhu felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. Heavens! Room 1 was actually reserved by the eldest young master? That stunning lady must belong to him. If I had intended to flirt, am I finished? Observing Cold Tianluo's typically jovial expression, now devoid of any mirth, he felt a surge of dread. He had heard tales of the fierce rivalry between the eldest and second young masters of the Lung family. He could only hope it was true. As Boss Zhu spotted a figure approaching, he shouted, "Young Master Long, it's her." Hoping to escalate the conflict before the brothers met, he felt a surge of safety in numbers. Just as Su Chang reached the door of the private room, she turned around. Among the crowd in suits, a boy in a loose white shirt stood out, bearing a striking resemblance to Lung Tianxin. Cold Tianluo's eyes glimmered with intrigue as he declared, Sees her. She was exceptionally beautiful, a sight he had never encountered before. She must be someone of great importance to Lung Tianqian, or he wouldn't have gone to such lengths to keep her hidden. Seizing her would provide leverage for negotiation. Two bodyguards rushed forward with great haste. But Su Qiang swiftly raised her leg, delivering a kick to each as she retreated. The bodyguards merely made a move, exerting no pressure whatsoever. Upon reaching the door, she promptly flung it open. Just then, a group of individuals approached the booth. Lung Tianqian jest. I thought you had fallen into a cesspool. I was just about to come looking for you. Lu Huaxuan chuckled. Sister Qiang, let us go. It's time for a midnight snack. One of the pursuing bodyguards, arriving late, reached out his hand before he even appeared. This incessant interruption left Su Qiang exasperated, and she declared, all of you, come at me with all your might. Ding. Power card successfully activated. Chapter 106. Lung Tianlu seeks trouble. Su Qiang seized the intruding hand, yanking and twisting it before delivering a sweeping kick, causing the bodyguard to collapse in defeat. The onlookers in the booth gaped in astonishment at the sight of the massive bodyguard sprawled at the entrance. Had it not been for the presence of this opposing group, they might have presumed it to be an act. This seemingly delicate Miss Su stood in stark contrast to the towering bodyguard, creating a striking visual impact. Lu Huaxuan and Lung Tianqian instinctively stepped forward, shielding Su Qiang behind them. As Su Qiang regained her composure, she noticed a new identifier. Luxury brand man, Lung Tianlu. Age 18. Height 178 centimeters. Weight 125 pounds. Appearance rating 87. His family ruled as the Dark Emperors of Modu, engaging in both legitimate and illicit enterprises, overseeing several security firms and controlling numerous shipping routes. Lu Huaxuan wore a stern expression as he regarded the youthful visage approaching them. Second young master, your actions are excessive. Lung Tianlu blinked innocently with his striking almond-shaped eyes. Feigning innocence. Lu Ge, you're here too. My apologies, I wasn't aware this young lady was associated with you. Boss Zhu mentioned she had struck him, so I was eager to seek retribution. Lung Tianqian crossed his arms, casting a glance at the bodyguard feigning unconsciousness on the floor, a smirk playing on his lips. Lung Tianlu, your men are rather weak, are they not? Laughter erupted from the tattooed group behind him. Lung Tianlu's smile faltered, his youthful voice turning icy. You embarrassing fool, get up at once. The bodyguard, face pressed against the ground, lamented, second young master, my leg is broken. Heaven knows how desperately he wished to rise. He had no inkling of how formidable this young lady was. Had he known, he would never have rushed out to showcase himself. The crowd fell into a stunned silence, their gazes towards Su Qiang filled with a mix of awe and trepidation. Lung Tianqian waved his hand dismissively, his smile dripping with sarcasm. Take him away for a checkup. My useless brother's subordinates are equally incompetent. The onlookers exchanged glances, speechless. The eldest young master's talent for spinning tales was remarkable. It was evident that Miss Su was the one with extraordinary skills, yet he managed to twist it into a narrative of ineptitude. Two bodyguards approached from behind, assisting the injured bodyguard as they departed. Sensing the situation turning unfavorably, Boss Zhu began to wail. Oh, it hurts so much. My teeth ache, and my leg may be broken. Lung Tianlu regained his confidence, stating, Brother, had your men not assaulted my guest, I would not have summoned my bodyguards. Lu Huaxuan was the first to become irate. Why don't you inquire why Sister Qiang struck that pig-headed fool? The description was indeed fitting. With his rotund face and battered features, Boss Zhu resembled a pig. I merely approached this beautiful lady to inquire about the best late-night snack stalls in Modu, and she inexplicably struck me. Lung Tianqian turned to Su Qiang, who stood half a step behind him. Sister Qiang, why did you strike this pig? Having known him for 2 months, Su Qiang was somewhat aware of his temperament. She chuckled lightly. I struck him because I found him displeasing. Must there be another reason? She recognized that Lung Tianlu was deliberately opposing his brother. Even if she claimed to have been harassed, upon reviewing the surveillance footage, it would be evident that Boss Zhu had not touched her, and Lung Tianlu would undoubtedly argue otherwise. Thus, why not be a bit audacious? Boss Zhu exclaimed loudly. Is this how the upper echelons of Moda treat their guests? Lung Tianqian scoffed. Does Boss Zhu not realize? My family operates within Modu's underground society, not the upper echelons. He then turned to Lung Tianlu with a mocking tone. Do not bring just anyone into the family. A mine owner. Yet you show no regard for the Lung family's reputation. Lu Huaxuan suddenly recalled something, a mischievous smile crossing his face. Second young master. Weren't you just inquiring about the Kangwei group in Ningxing? Lung Tianlu frowned, his naturally upturned lips pressing into a tight line. You're doing this on purpose, aren't you? Lu Huaxuan shrugged. You know me, I never meddle in your brotherly affairs. Your brother has known Sister Qiang for quite some time. Lung Tianlu glanced between Su Qiang and Boss Zhu, his expression shifting dramatically. It seems I have misunderstood. How could a lady as beautiful and noble as Sister Su strike someone without reason? He smiled, revealing an adorable canine tooth. Yet his words sharply contrasted with his charming demeanor. Throw Boss Zhu into the river to cool off. Let him understand the consequences of deceiving me and wake up. The two bodyguards supporting Boss Zhu complied, ignoring his protests as they dragged him away. Lung Tianlu turned back to Su Qiang, his smile radiant. Sister Su, I implore you to grant me an opportunity to make amends. Lu Huaxuan interjected, dream on. Lung Tianchen added, no chance, before Su Qiang could respond. Each placed a hand lightly on one of her shoulders, guiding her forward. As they brushed past each other, Lung Tianchen scoffed, no discernment. Lung Tianlu chuckled, boiled chicken. Upon entering the elevator, Su Qiang stepped back, freeing herself from their grasp. Lu Huaxuan, concerned, cautioned, Sister Qiang, please do not engage with that brat. He is cunning and duplicitous. Lung Tianchen nodded in agreement. Indeed, he excels at feigning innocence. Su Qiang acknowledged, understood. Given her awareness of the discord between Lung Tianchen and his brother, she naturally would not seek to be overly friendly with him. After all, she had known Lu Huaxuan and Lung Tianchen first, and it was Lung Tianlu who had provoked her from the outset. Moreover, she appreciated individuals who were more authentic, even if they had their flaws, just like Lung Tianchen, who was unabashedly arrogant. At the entrance of the bar, Lung Tianchen looked at her and asked with a smile, Sister Qiang, what would you like to eat? Anything is fine. You decide, she replied, uncertain whether Lung Tianchen had any dietary restrictions. Lu Huaxuan interjected proudly. Sister Qiang enjoys desserts. What use was it to know each other in a game? What significance did being partners hold? Even after spending every day together, they still didn't know each other as preferences. This clearly indicated that they were not particularly close. Lung Tianchen curled his lip. Then let us go to a Western restaurant. It's convenient for discussions. Just then, a young man drove two sports cars over. Lung Tianchen immediately said, Sister Qiang, ride in my car. Lu Huaxuan countered, this guy drives like a madman. You should take my car. Su Qiang shot him a disdainful glance. You just had a drink. She then lifted her foot and walked toward Lung Tianchen's car. Just as Lung Tianchen was about to beam with pride, Su Qiang turned back. I've never driven a Bugatti. Let me take it for a spin while you help Lu Xiao drive. Lung Tianchen's smile froze on his face. Lu Huaxuan threw an arm around his shoulder, grinning, driver, let us go. Chapter 107, do you deserve it? Inside the car, seated in the passenger seat, Lu Huaxuan observed Lung Tianchen driving unusually steadily, an occurrence that made his teeth clench with irritation. Do you really have such a fondness for Su Qiang? He inquired. With a hint of annoyance, Lung Tianchen replied, isn't that obvious? She is my partner in the game. My virtual wife. Lu Huaxuan rolled his eyes, retorting, Sister Qiang, doesn't he harbor such feelings for you at all? Unfazed, Lung Tianchen countered, it's only natural that we don't know each other well yet. Feelings will develop in time. After a brief pause, he added, my good brother, I'm not trying to steal your love. This is merely fair competition. Besides, I sense that Su Qiang doesn't feel that way about you either, so don't take offense. Lu Huaxuan scoffed. Initially, I was a bit upset. But now that I've calmed down, I feel no anger at all. As your good brother, I advise you not to harbor too much hope. For you are simply not worthy of Su Qiang. Lung Tianchen was taken aback, and you claim you're not angry? Lu Huaxuan lit a cigarette and replied languidly. I am not mocking you. The truth is, you genuinely do not match her. Let me clarify something. I personally witnessed Sister Qiang signing a contract for an acquisition at a shopping mall. I suspect that the true owner behind the Rose Group is her, not the Su family, as she prefers to maintain a low profile. Lung Tianchen was stunned. Is that true? With what you told me about Pagani and those 10 unfinished developments, without the right connections and sufficient financial backing, one could never secure such deals. Why would I deceive you? I feel unworthy of Sister Qiang myself. I don't have brothers fighting me for family assets. The group will undoubtedly be mine in the future. And you? Do you believe you're worthy? Lung Tianchen fell silent, though his expression clearly betrayed his disbelief. Lu Huaxuan shook his head, adopting the tone of a seasoned observer. If you have the opportunity to see more, you will understand. Suddenly recalling something, he added, by the way, you should know this. The buyer of the Mailer Villa is Sister Qiang. The interiors have been completely renovated. I just visited. And the antiques inside exceed those present when the villa was initially constructed. Moreover, the butler was specifically hired from the Eagle Country. Lung Tianchen involuntarily pressed the brake, causing Su Qiang, following closely behind, to furrow her brow and hastily do the same. She thought to herself that Lu Huaxuan was indeed correct. Lung Tianchen's driving was rather unreliable. At the Western restaurant, Lung Tianchen placed the orders. Before long, an array of desserts filled the table, almost overflowing. With his elbow resting on the table, he gently supported his chin, gazing at Su Qiang across from him with a slight smile. I wasn't too sure of your taste, so I ordered a bit of everything. Lu Huaxuan interjected. Not sure of her taste? Why not just ask her? What else with the show-off? Su Qiang twitched her lips. Even if she wasn't too concerned about gaining weight, her stomach couldn't accommodate that much. She looked at him helplessly. Can I pack some for my friends? I don't want to waste any. Lung Tianqin's smile faltered momentarily. Had he messed this up? Of course. Here, take a look at the menu again and see if you want anything to drink. I'll have the staff bring it all together. He then summoned the waiter. Su Qiang tilted her head. So I shouldn't hold back? Lung Tianqin chuckled lightly. Why would you need to be polite with me? With around a dozen employees still working overtime at Su Hao's company, Su Qiang ordered several drinks and a variety of dessert snacks, reserving a couple of small cakes for herself while having the rest packed for delivery. Lu Huaxuan felt a pang of bitterness. Damn it, he really got me good. How could that dog Tianqin be so adept? Returning to business, Lung Tianqin said, Sister Qiang, I would like to collaborate with your group on something significant. Then, looking at Lu Huaxuan, he added, I don't need you for this. I'll leverage my family's connections. You can take care of yourself. Lu Huaxuan was taken aback. Are you really burning bridges here? Lung Tianqin shook his head. I still need to compete with Lung Tianlu for family assets. You are the only son. You need to start a business. The family group will undoubtedly be yours. Lu Huaxuan exclaimed, That's revenge. This is definitely revenge. If you don't need me, then why were you so enthusiastic in your pitch? I was already preparing. Feeling slightly guilty. Lung Tianqin didn't want to be at a disadvantage. When Lu Huaxuan mentioned bringing others into the mix, he had been somewhat reluctant. However, now, if that person were Su Qiang, being in a subordinate position seemed less significant. Moreover, with Lung Tianlu already reaching out to northern bosses, he needed to expedite the process. This was a golden opportunity he couldn't afford to pass up. As Su Qiang nibbled on her small cake and observed the two, she remarked, I'm open to it. You two should finalize your plans first. Clearing his throat, Lung Tianqin asked, How much are you prepared to invest? He added, My family has strong connections with neighboring countries, as well as in Africa and the Golden Triangle. Lu Huaxuan eagerly chimed in, Count me in. My family has solid connections in Europe. Lung Tianqin dismissed him. We're focusing on import-export. The neighboring country exports vegetables, fruits, and agricultural products. Those chaotic regions have a surplus of impoverished individuals, while we can export everyday goods and inexpensive clothing, which will undoubtedly be lucrative. Your idea is uncertain. Lu Huaxuan stroked his chin. I believe electric blankets and heaters could work. Waiting for their discussion to pause, Su Qiang finally spoke. For initial funding, personally, I can contribute tens of billions, and for the group, hundreds of billions. She needed to reserve some funds for her upcoming trip abroad for Fashion Week to order haute couture. In fact, various brands had already sent her invitations, including luxury brands like YSL and Valentino, which she hadn't had much chance to indulge in. However, her mother, fearing she might be distracted during her college entrance exams, intercepted all those invitations and had only just remembered to inform her. At this moment, Lung Tianqin's mouth hung open, utterly astonished. His usually sharp, angular face bore an endearingly foolish expression. Personal? Tens of billions? Liquid assets? Preliminary? Lu Huaxuan, having already witnessed Su Qiang's wealth, remained focused and immediately interjected, Sister Qiang. Investing such a large sum of money in Europe's trade is definitely feasible, if we can manage the shipments there without incurring losses. Bringing back automotive parts for sale will surely yield profits. He was determined to be a part of this venture. Securing this deal might mean he wouldn't have to serve tea and run errands for his father at the company any longer. After a moment of contemplation, Lung Tianqin agreed. That works, but I'm collaborating with the Rose Group. You might want to discuss it with your father. Lu Huaxuan glanced at him. No need to ask. My father will definitely approve. Any forward-thinking family would want to partner with the Rose Group. Since its establishment, the Rose Group has primarily engaged in beneficial projects for the public. It was rumored that the Rose Charity Foundation had initially invested 50 billion. Families like the Lung family, striving for redemption, were most eager to collaborate with the Rose Group. Without delay, Lung Tianqin laid out the preliminary plan. The Rose Group would provide the funds while the Lung and Lu families would contribute manpower and resources to establish connections. Chapter 108. Signing for the plane. It is I who am unworthy. Su Qiang, tentatively, you take 5, I take 35, and Lu Xiao takes 15. What do you think? The specifics can be adjusted based on the situation. Task triggered. Collaborate with Lung Tianqin and Lu Huaxuan. With such a high return rate, this project must be pursued. Quickly agree to their proposal. Successful completion of the task rewards the landmark building in Magic City, while failure incurs no penalty. Su Qiang nearly gasped in disbelief. The Magic City landmark, the tallest building in Huiguo, and the third tallest in the world. What was she waiting for? She needed to agree immediately. Thus, Su Qiang turned to the two and declared, I agree. Please expedite the company registration, have it ready by tomorrow, and draft the contract as soon as possible. Lung Tianqian asked, puzzled, is it really that urgent? Su Qiang nodded, affirming, indeed, I will be traveling to Europe in a couple of days for Fashion Week. Lu Huaxuan perked up, Sister Qiang, would you like me to help you book a flight? I can accompany you. I am quite familiar with that region. Lung Tianqian playfully tapped his head, with our current busy schedules, where would you find the time for leisure? Although he wished to join, he knew time was scarce. So he suggested that neither of them should go. Su Qiang added, there's no need to book a flight. I have my own plane. Lung Tianqian rolled his eyes at Lu Huaxuan. With a conglomerate as large as the Rose Group, surely they have a private jet. Does Sister Qiang really need you to worry about her travel? Lu Huaxuan sensed otherwise. Sister Qiang, that plane is one you purchased privately, isn't it? Su Qiang pondered for a moment before nodding. Lung Tianqian was left speechless. Lu Huaxuan gazed at him with a sense of triumph, thinking to himself, this is just the beginning. A mere private jet has left you dumbfounded. There will be much more to reveal how unworthy you are of Sister Qiang. He then exclaimed, Sister Qiang, when shall we all go for a ride? Let us see your plane. Su Qiang casually remarked, the plane just returned and is at Hangqiao Airport. I plan to head there shortly. Are you coming? Both nodded in agreement. After their meal, the trio set off. They traveled in a Rolls-Royce, courtesy of Lung Tianqian. As there were still company matters to discuss, Su Qiang chose to sit alone in a row to prevent any disputes between the two. However, they soon began to argue about another matter. Lung Tianqian remarked, the company name should be Xinwei. It sounds quite pleasant. Lu Huaxuan countered, Su Hua sounds even better. Plus it contains the character Hua, which carries a positive connotation. Lung Tianqian retorted, your shareholding is minimal. Your opinion doesn't count. How about calling it Chang Tian? Lu Huaxuan shot back, are you incapable of naming? That name is utterly unappealing. It would be better named Hua Chang, with a much more auspicious meaning. Su Qiang sighed. Enough of your bickering. Let's settle on Hua Tian. The two turned in unison to gaze at her, seeking justification. Su Qiang shrugged, I prefer to remain low-key. The company name need not include me. She encouraged them, focus on discussing the important matters. Aim to finalize everything by tomorrow. Both affirmed they had already notified their lawyer. Sister Qiang, won't you have the group's legal team come over? Su Qiang sighed, no need. I will review the contract myself. The task of getting accepted into university meant the reward would only be issued upon receiving the acceptance letter. As they neared the airport, Su Qiang took out her phone to call Manager Hong. However, Lung Tianqian instructed the driver to head southeast, explaining that the private jet terminal was located there, where only private and business jets were parked. Lu Huaxuan chimed in with a smile, Sister Qiang, would you like to park the plane on our side? Yet. When Manager Hong arrived to greet them and led them to the aircraft, both were left awestruck by the sight of the colossal machine. Lu Huaxuan exclaimed, Sister Qiang, I take back what I just said. Our airport cannot accommodate this behemoth. Lung Tianqian muttered in disbelief. Why didn't you mention that you purchased an A380? Su Qiang tilted her head. You never asked. Lung Tianqian and Lu Huaxuan were at their wits' end. Could a typical private jet possibly compare to an A380? After all, the A380 is currently the largest passenger aircraft in the world. Nearby, Manager Hong, accompanied by two flight attendants, wore a look of astonishment. He, more than either of the wealthy young men, could hardly believe it, having witnessed the opulence within the aircraft. Miss Su, young Master Long, young Master Lu. Shall we board for a tour? Su Qiang nodded. The two wealthy heirs quickly composed themselves, exchanging glances. Calm down. We've seen nothing yet. We cannot embarrass ourselves in front of Manager Hong. Upon entering the aircraft, Manager Hong dropped a bombshell, revealing that the plane's price was 2.9 billion. Nearly 3 billion, a veritable palace in the sky. The modified jet boasted 3 levels, complete with a spiral staircase, private elevator, concert hall, conference room, luxurious bedrooms, kitchen, bar, and a garage where the cargo hold once was. A true flying palace, it epitomized extravagance. Lung Tianqian exclaimed, I wish to fly to Europe with Sister Qiang. Lu Huaxuan interjected, no, we must work. Pleasure cannot take precedence. Hearing their banter, Manager Hong hurriedly added, Miss Su, should you require the plane, simply instruct me. Our cabin crew is always at your service. We will plan your travel itinerary. He presented several documents for her signature, adding, you have already prepaid for 10 years of maintenance. You are our most distinguished client. Even without a prepayment, Miss Su remained their most esteemed customer. A 3 billion aircraft, far more luxurious than that of some oil princes. After signing, Su Qiang returned to her villa, although it was quite late and she desired rest. She reluctantly took Lung Tianqian for a quick tour at Lu Huaxuan's request before sending them off. In the car on the way back, Lu Huaxuan asked, Brother, what are your thoughts? Lung Tianqian, with a dazed and bittersweet expression, replied, I simply do not deserve this. Chapter 109, Unfathomable Levels. A new day dawned. All signed in. Ding. Sign-in successful. Congratulations, host, for receiving a daily sign-in reward of 10 million cash and 3 system points, along with a random item, a luxury car card. Su Qiang glanced at the inventory. There was only one luxury car card available. Considering she had no vehicle in Shanghai and her butler had only arranged 2 audits, she decided to use the luxury car card today. She instructed the driver to take her to the Mercedes 4S dealership. Since her vehicles had yet to arrive, she didn't intend to buy one for herself. However, thinking of her brother Su Hao, who was also a businessman now, she resolved to procure a business vehicle for him. Skillfully, she ordered a Maybach and used the luxury car card before swiping her credit card. Ding. Luxury car card activated. Host has purchased a Mercedes Maybach and is granted a customized Rolls-Royce Phantom. Please ensure to sign for it. Su Qiang paused momentarily. She already owned a Phantom. Previously, when she used the luxury car card, she received a Pagani worth over $1 billion, and this time it was just a Phantom. Nevertheless, she didn't mind, as it was free. As she settled back into the car, she received a call from Rolls-Royce, instructing her to send the vehicle to the vehicle management office. She then called Lu Huaxuan, requesting his professional assistance for the license plate, efficient and swift. Young Master Lu, do you have time? I need a license plate. I'm sending the car to the vehicle management office now. Sister Qiang, what car have you bought this time? Lu Huaxuan inquired. I'll have someone handle it. I'm busy right now, but we'll try to meet you by noon. All right, it's still the Phantom. Just get a plate for it. Lung Tianchen chimed in. Sister Qiang's car cannot just have any plate. Let me choose one for you. Lu Huaxuan agreed. Yes, let Tianchen handle it. He has plenty of good plates at his disposal. It will definitely be ready in an hour. Since they were all partners in the company, Su Qiang didn't hold back and shared the contact details for Rolls-Royce. After securing a good license plate, she instructed them to have the car delivered to Su Hao's company. With a Rolls-Royce in her possession, who would want to ride in an Audi? Thus, she asked her butler, Uncle One, to arrange for a chauffeur to take the Audi away. The car stopped in front of a somewhat old office building, the Zhonghong building. Su Hao's company had few employees and only rented a small portion of one floor of the building. As Su Qiang pressed the elevator button, the doors began to close. But the hurried sound of high heels echoed behind her, followed by the swift toss of a Hermes Kelly bag. Reacting quickly, Su Qiang pressed the open button. A woman, clad in a Chanel skirt suit and appearing to be in her mid-20s, stepped inside. She cast a glance at Su Qiang, jealousy flickering in her eyes, and arrogantly lifted her chin, saying, You didn't catch my Hermes. Your eyesight is commendable. Which company do you work for? Her tone suggested a familiarity with the corporate environment. Su Qiang instantly regretted not pressing the close button. As if I wouldn't know? There are only a few companies on the 11th floor. I just praised your keen observation, and yet you don't recognize me, the daughter of Zhonghong? As soon as the elevator arrived, Su Qiang exited, only to have the clattering of high heels follow her. Employees they encountered along the way called out to the woman behind, referring to her as Miss Zhong. Su Qiang called her brother, Su Hao, who quickly emerged from an office ahead. Before the siblings could greet each other, Miss Zhong jogged up, exclaiming with delight, Su Hao, you knew I was coming. The smile vanished from Su Hao's face, replaced by a polite, distant greeting of Miss Zhong. Su Qiang glanced at the cheerful Miss Zhong beside her and immediately understood. After Su Hao's hairline restoration, skin treatment, and fitness regime, his looks had reached an impressive score of 80. It was no surprise someone found him appealing. Miss Zhong, undeterred, advanced several steps closer. Su Hao, it's quite a challenge to see you, the busy man. Su Hao took a step back, while Miss Zhong pressed forward again. Have you thought about what I mentioned? Be my boyfriend, and I'll have my father give you the entire 11th floor, free of charge. Su Hao retreated again. No. I believe I've made it clear that I'm not looking for a girlfriend. Miss Zhong arched an eyebrow, pointing at Su Qiang. Is it because of her? Do you fancy her? You seemed quite happy just now. Su Hao frowned. You misunderstand. Su Qiang immediately linked her arm with his, tilting her head. Yes. My brother Su Hao likes me. Someone as rude as you wouldn't attract his interest. Miss Zhong's face twisted in disdain. What is wrong with having a bit of attitude? You, riding in an Audi and clad in a few $1,000s worth of Gucci, think you're invincible? In my eyes, you're no different from the impoverished. Of course, you wouldn't grasp my level. Su Hao, initially somewhat irritated, now felt amusement. He didn't know about others, but it was likely that Miss Zhong's family wouldn't be able to match even a finger of his sister's worth. Su Qiang laughed outright. I truly don't comprehend your level, but it suffices to know that my brother Su Hao favors me. I hope you, miss, can exhibit some discernment and refrain from disturbing my brother in the future. Miss Zhong's expression faltered, then she laughed condescendingly. Little girl, you haven't even entered society yet, have you? How naive. Do you have any idea how many years your Su Hao could save by being with me? You're not from the same hometown, are you? Someone from a small city wouldn't understand how challenging it is to establish oneself in the bustling metropolis. She turned back to Su Hao. You understand what I mean, right? No matter how beautiful she is, she will age too. Don't be foolish. Don't be tempted by transient beauty. If you send her away now, I won't hold this against you. You're a mature man. My analysis should help you make the right choice. Su Hao nodded. You're correct. I know how to choose, so you will be disappointed. I hope, Miss Zhong, that you refrain from making such confusing statements in the future. Miss Zhong was taken aback. Confusing? What she expressed was heartfelt. It was only due to her interest in Su Hao that she offered such advice. Annoyed, she retorted, Su Hao, don't be ungrateful. A self-made man like you isn't worthy of me. We're all adults here. Even if I admire you, I have my limits. This is your last chance. I hope you seize it. Su Chang, exasperated, interjected, Miss, you may leave. We have no desire to seize your so-called opportunity. Please don't disturb my brother again, or he might need to change his office location. Su Hao affirmed, my sister is right. We are not of the same kind. Please do not seek me out again. Chapter 110, The Brazen Miss Zhong. Miss Zhong scrutinized their faces, noticing the resemblance, and asked, are you siblings? Biological siblings? Were you just testing me? Su Chang blinked innocently. No test, just a joke. Miss Zhong chuckled, her shoulders shaking with laughter. You're quite the mischievous little sister. Enough chit-chat, my conditions are laid out. If your brother agrees to date me, you've heard the benefits. Convince him. After a pause, she added, once your brother officially dates me, little sister, you could have an Hermes too, or I could introduce you to a wealthy heir. As long as you keep your boyfriend happy, he could assist your brother's company, helping him establish himself in the metropolis more swiftly. Su Hao's expression darkened, his patience wearing thin. The plan had been to tease, but he had been weary of Miss Zhong for quite some time. Did she truly think her words were reasonable? He was striving to succeed, not at the expense of his sister's virtue. Regardless of his sister's financial status, he would never stoop to such disgraceful actions. He wrapped his arm around Su Chang's shoulder. Sister, weren't you coming for a meal with me? Let us go? Wait. I intended to check out your company first. There's really nothing to see. If you're curious, you can take a quick look inside. Su Hao contemplated whether to change office locations. Originally, they had chosen this building for its low cost, never anticipating that the landlord's daughter would become a nuisance. Miss Zhong, feeling ignored, was incensed. Su Hao, how dare you disregard me like this? Do you believe I want to make your company relocate immediately? Su Hao remained unfazed. Fine, please prepare the penalty for breach of contract. Miss Zhong paused, caught off guard. All right, no one has ever dared to disregard me like this. Just wait. I'll spread the word and see which nearby office buildings will still rent to you. Su Hao frowned. It seemed the Zhong family owned more than just this one office building. He wondered if this situation might become troublesome. Su Chang chuckled lightly. Brother, don't worry. I'll find you a new office today. Even if we don't secure a spot in the city center, I can have Lu Xiao and the others find you a decent place. Miss Zhong sneered. You too, hailing from a small city, have a little money and think you're invincible. Just wait and see, you'll regret it. When the time comes, you won't even have a place to cry. With that, she walked off, her phone already in hand. Vaguely audible were the words about terminating the contract on the 11th floor. Su Chang reassured her brother. Don't worry, I'll get it sorted before the end of the day. Su Hao nodded. I can't stand this woman any longer. Let us move. I'm going in to discuss it. Su Chang took out her phone, urging Lu Huaxuan and Lung Tianchen to expedite the process. They soon replied that the license plates were ready, and the new car was en route. Upon entering the office, Su Chang was greeted warmly by several male employees. All wore glasses and sported thinning hair. They praised her beauty, claiming she was even more attractive than Su Hao, and expressed gratitude for the late-night meal she had provided. Once Su Hao finished his conversations, Su Chang quickly pulled him away. She had accomplished her goal of helping him change offices, but there were still many tasks ahead. Downstairs, Miss Zhong stormed out, and upon seeing the dashing gentleman in a shirt and waistcoat standing by the roadside, she was momentarily taken aback. Wasn't this the butler of the Mahler villa? Her close friend lived nearby and had witnessed the entire renovation process of the villa. She occasionally visited to see the progress. The numerous trucks laden with building materials, the classical furniture, and the well-preserved boxes that likely contained antiques were all fresh in her memory. The Mahler villa had been restored to a private residence. How wealthy must the new owner be? Surely, they were a super-rich magnate, with formidable connections to boot. Such elite individuals were usually beyond her reach, but this was an opportunity. She composed herself and approached him. Hello, are you the butler of the Mahler villa? Uncle Wen turned to face her. He was clad in high-end fashion, exuding a subtly proud demeanor, likely a second-generation wealthy individual. However, he found the sheer ambition reflected in her eyes unappealing. Yet, he represented not just himself but his employer, and despite his aversion, he was obliged to smile. Indeed. I am. My name is Zhong Yu, and the building behind me is my home. I am quite familiar with this area. Is there anything I can assist you with? Uncle Wen politely declined. Thank you, Miss Zhong, but there's no need for trouble. I am merely waiting for someone. He nodded courteously. Any reasonable person would have taken their leave at this point, but seeing that Zhong Yu showed no intention of departing, he was compelled to inquire further. May I ask if Miss Zhong has any other matters to discuss? Zhong Yu offered a standard smile. Well, I live near the Mahler Villa and have always adored it. I often visited before. I wonder if I will have the chance to do so again. Uncle Wen responded. Thank you for your fondness. I will convey that to the owner. Zhong Yu discerned the rejection but remained undeterred. The butler of the Mahler Villa would not casually engage in conversation by the roadside. Such a chance might not present itself again. Who could have purchased the Mahler Villa? Was it someone from the Eagle Nation? The mystery intrigued her greatly. Forgive me, but the owner prefers to maintain a low profile. Might it be possible for you to provide a business card? I am truly eager to revisit the Mahler Villa. Uncle Wen was taken aback. He had never encountered anyone so brazen. Just then, Su Qiang approached. What brings you here? She had only asked the servant to bring the car back. Zhong Yu felt a rush of excitement and quickly said, You see, even a girl from a small city knows about the Mahler Villa. It speaks volumes about its fame. It's truly a pity that it isn't open for public visits. What a loss for the elite of our metropolis. So, please do provide a business card. Such impoverished individuals from small towns needn't be acknowledged. Uncle Wen's expression turned subtle, and he addressed Su Qiang with respect. Miss, I visited the airport to ensure your flight would be comfortable, and I happened to stop by here. He then turned to Su Hao. And you must be the young master? It's a pleasure. You two siblings bear a striking resemblance. Zhong Yu gazed at the butler, then at the siblings from the small city, feeling her worldview shatter. She gasped, What? You two paupers are the owners of the Mahler Villa? Uncle Wen frowned and immediately admonished her. Miss Zhong, such behavior is exceedingly rude. You consider yourself part of the city's elite, yet I see no evidence of that. Before you stands my employer, and based on your demeanor, I find it hard to believe you have any genuine affection for the Mahler Villa. Chapter 111. The diamond-encrusted Rolls-Royce. Zhong Yu felt faint. Su Qiang wore a knowing smile. Miss Zhong, you like my family's villa? What a surprise. I never imagined someone from a small city would appreciate a house like ours. Zhong Yu's face turned an array of colors. She wanted to question whether the Su siblings were unwell, able to afford the Mahler Villa, yet still opting to start their own business, renting such a modest office space. And driving an Audi. Uncle Wen, thoroughly exasperated, couldn't he help but interject sarcastically. Miss, you needn't be upset over such trivialities. I have served numerous affluent individuals in both the Eagle Nation and Hua country, and without exception, they exhibit the same exemplary decorum and humility as you and the young master. Individuals like Miss Zhong would never comprehend your caliber. You need not concern yourself with her. Su Hao stood by, dumbfounded, regarding Zhong Yu with an odd expression. The gentlemanly butler seemed to embody sophistication. It was unclear what Zhong Yu had said to provoke such a pointed rebuke from him. Zhong Yu's face grew crimson. Glancing around, she was relieved no one else was nearby. If this scene were to spread, her standing among the affluent of the metropolis would be irreparably tarnished. She shot a glare at the siblings, intending to leave, but her attention was drawn to a car, causing her to squint slightly. A dazzling Rolls-Royce glided to a stop beside them. Su Qiang inhaled sharply. It was her dream car. The entire vehicle was adorned with tiny diamonds, shimmering brilliantly in silver. The hood's spirit of ecstasy was crafted from white crystal. The license plate read, 56s. A suited bodyguard emerged from the driver's seat and approached Su Qiang, presenting her with the keys. Miss Su. Upon closer inspection, one could see his hands trembled slightly. Heaven knows how tense he had been driving the car. He had never felt such nerves when driving for the Cold and Liu families. When assigned this task, he had nearly fled. He was perplexed as to why he had to bring the car himself. Couldn't they have simply sent a delivery van from Rolls-Royce? However, the reply from the Cold and Liu families was, Miss Su prefers to keep a low profile. Low profile? Su Qiang accepted the keys with a smile. Thank you for your efforts. It was no trouble at all. The bodyguard, eager to escape, quickly left. He had no desire to drive that car any longer. Su Qiang handed the keys to her driver and turned to Su Hao. Brother, shall we depart? The driver, initially pleased, now felt a twinge of sympathy for his colleague's expression. He seemed less than thrilled. Su Hao quickly composed his features. Well, I won't be driving then. Remaining calm was essential. There were outsiders present, and he could not afford to appear unsophisticated. Su Qiang turned to Uncle Wen, who smiled respectfully. Miss, I will take the Audi back and prepare lunch. Su Qiang nodded, glancing at Zhong Yu, who was similarly transfixed. With a dramatic roll of her eyes, she fainted. With a thud, everyone felt her pain. Su Qiang looked up at the sky, tilting her head. Did she faint from the heat? Su Hao covered his mouth in disbelief. Could it be that she was so stunned she fainted? Clearing his throat, he said. I'll call security. Just as he took out his phone, the building's security rushed over. They had been watching intently since the diamond-encrusted Rolls-Royce arrived. Two security guards helped Zhong Yu to her feet, exchanging complex glances with the siblings before departing. It was indeed a lesson in not judging others by appearances. The heiress of the Zhonghong group had just hit a brick wall and suffered a substantial embarrassment. In the car, Su Chang called Deng Yaitong, inviting her to the villa for lunch. Once Su Hao hung up the phone, he regarded her with a complex expression. Little sister, you've only just arrived in the metropolis, and you've already bought so many things? Su Chang smiled brightly. Indeed. I've already decided to attend university here in the metropolis. Moreover, this can be considered a portion of the inheritance I have received, brother. I now own a villa in Magic City. You should move in with me. The Malheur Villa? Su Chang nodded. Su Hao opened his mouth, unable to articulate his refusal. Given the villa's prime location, he could no longer use the inconvenient commute as an excuse. Additionally, the villa was equipped with a butler, making it seem wasteful not to reside there. Thus, he acquiesced. Upon returning to the villa, Deng Yaitong arrived. Brother Hao, Chang, the wealthy lady. Is that Rolls-Royce outside your new purchase? It's so dazzling. Is it adorned with stickers? Su Chang blinked. It's diamonds. Deng Yaitong exclaimed in a hushed tone. Poverty has stifled my imagination. Su Hao remarked. This villa costs 10 billion. Deng Yaitong's legs weakened. I feel faint. Su Chang shifted her shoulders, pulling her away. Get up quickly. Deng Yaitong touched her waist. Goodness, I work out diligently. How am I so far behind you? Perhaps I put in more effort than you? Come on. Let us show you the villa with my brother. After touring the villa and enjoying a sumptuous lunch, Su Hao returned to the company. Deng Yaitong headed back to school, and Su Chang planned to meet with Lu Huaxuan and Leng Tianchen, although they had previously seen photos taken by the bodyguards. Witnessing the diamond-encrusted Rolls-Royce in person still left them awestruck. Tianchen, do you have any thoughts? None. I truly have no thoughts left. Su Chang glanced at the two. What are you whispering about? Let us get down to business. They pulled out contracts and recently acquired documents, which Su Chang examined carefully before signing. Ding. Task completed. Magic City Central Tower has been issued. Lu Huaxuan said, Sister Chang, the helicopter is ready. Let us head to the port to check on your cargo ship. Just then, a phone rang, and Su Chang asked them to wait. Miss Su Chang, hello? I am the general manager of the property management company from Magic City Central Tower. The procedures you entrusted me with have been completed. May I ask if you have time to come over now? Yes. Are there any vacant office floors available? The 50th floor has a section that is currently unoccupied. It's not very large, but several companies have inquired about it, though nothing has been finalized. No need to lease it. I have a use for it. Let us discuss further when I arrive. After hanging up, Su Chang told the two, I need to make a quick trip to the Central Tower. I will be there shortly. The two exchanged surprised glances. Leng Tianchen asked, what are you going there for? Our company's office location is already prepared. Lu Huaxuan added. Based on past experiences, I have a bold idea. Su Chang smiled and gave him an affirming look. Indeed, it has been purchased. Magic City Central Tower now belongs to the Rose Group. Where will you wait for me? Or shall we go together? Let us go together. Lu Huaxuan intentionally rode in the same car as Leng Tianchen, initially wanting to share some heartfelt words, but upon seeing Leng Tianchen's determined expression, he was puzzled. What's going on? This shouldn't be the case. Brother, have you been struck dumb? Lu Huaxuan questioned, noticing his friend's lack of confidence. Why are you so different from Tianchen? Leng Tianchen's eyes sparkled brightly, his white hair glimmering. I have a bold idea. What is it? Lu Huaxuan inquired, confused. Leng Tianchen licked his lips. I want to live off a rich woman. What? Lu Huaxuan leaned back, a mix of disdain and confusion crossing his face. Brother, living off a woman is not a respectable pursuit. Leng Tianchen scoffed. What's wrong with living off a rich woman? It depends on what kind of life you're living. If I can manage to do it, who would ridicule me? It's not easy to achieve such a life, and if I do, it's because I have the capability. Lu Huaxuan pondered. Sister Chang is wealthy and beautiful. You might have a point. But still, it's living off a woman. Leng Tianchen stroked his chin. Increasingly convinced of his idea, I almost let you lead me astray. Why pursue a career when living off a rich woman is so appealing? However, establishing a career wouldn't hurt either. It could serve as leverage for my dream. Lu Huaxuan shot him a sidelong glance. I'm the one who almost got led astray. Why would Sister Chang choose you if she wants a man to support? Do you think a wealthy woman like her needs connections or money? When a rich woman like her looks for a partner, she values emotional fulfillment. Do you think you can provide that? With your foul temper, you could easily upset Sister Chang. I bet when you first met her, it wasn't as harmonious as it is now. Leng Tianchen stiffened. Undeniably, his good friend understood him too well. He stammered defensively. That is something I can learn. Emotional value is just about making someone happy. How simple is that? I know how to have fun. I'll make Su Chang smile every day. Lu Huaxuan scoffed. As if Sister Qiang can't entertain herself. Emotional value is something anyone can provide. Even if Sister Qiang seeks a boyfriend, she would definitely look for someone outstanding. Look at Mo Hang. He is coming back to the country soon. He is far more exceptional than you. Huh. Lung Tianxin stroked his chin. Why does he need to be so outstanding? As long as he gets by, being handsome is the most important. No bragging here. But in this circle of wealthy second-generation heirs in Magic City, I'm the most handsome. Although he found the illness irritating, as it brought him much trouble. It also made him stand out among the crowd when he dressed up a little. Lu Huaxuan opened his mouth, unsure whether to continue the conversation. His good friend, despite this ailment, had developed a positive outlook. He sighed, you should reconsider. I fear you might become so entangled that you won't even be able to remain friends with Sister Qiang. Besides, I've seen men more handsome than you. Right beside Sister Qiang. Lung Tianxin furrowed his brows. Who? The executive president of the Rose Group, President Bing, is clearly more handsome than you. Lung Tianxin wanted to ask more, but the car came to a stop, leaving him no choice but to drop the subject. To help his friend regain his senses. Lu Huaxuan immediately asked upon exiting the car, Sister Qiang, this tower was originally valued at 15 billion. How much will it be worth now that we're acquiring it? Su Qiang coughed awkwardly. That's a secret. Let us go. She hadn't even seen the contract, so she didn't know how much had been spent. The general manager of the property management company approached. Miss Su, hello? Young Master Lung, young Master Lu. Su Qiang nodded. Please take me to see the vacant office area on the 50th floor. Certainly, right this way. The manager walked while providing a brief introduction. Magic City Central Tower stands at an impressive height of 630 meters, with 128 floors above ground and 5 below, serving as a multi-functional building. The tower comprises 5 major functional areas, primarily for office use, with other operations including exhibitions, hotels, and observation decks. Upon reaching the 50th floor, Su Qiang surveyed the area and nodded in satisfaction. A gaming company will be moving in shortly. Please assist them. She then provided the manager with Su Hao's number. The manager respectfully acknowledged her, leading a few people to the office. Miss Su, these documents require your signature. Upon reviewing the documents, Su Qiang realized that the property management company had been acquired. Miss Su, do you have any instructions for our company? Should I take you on a tour? Su Qiang shook her head. I'm busy. Please report to President Bing. She then called Bing Chuan, who was available and stated he wanted to hold a video conference with the manager. The manager immediately instructed his assistant to prepare. Meanwhile, Lung Tianxin perked up. Su Qiang rose to her feet, suggesting, let us proceed to the dock. Lung Tianxin cast a glance at Lu Huaxuan and remarked, let us wait a moment. Xiao Lu needs to use the restroom. He has an upset stomach from lunch. Lu Huaxuan interjected. Are you being polite? He sighed, conceding that for the sake of his brother's clarity, he would make this small sacrifice. Su Qiang settled back onto the sofa, sending a message to Xinjiang. As she was preparing to invest in the newly established Huaishan Shipping Trade Company, requesting him to make the necessary arrangements. The assistant had already set up the video conference. And Manager Gao, noticing that Su Qiang remained silent, evidently disregarded Lung Xiao's presence and proceeded to connect the call. Lung Tianxin widened his eyes in astonishment as a man of near-perfect stature appeared on the screen. His finely chiseled features seemed sculpted by divine hands. Clad in a sharply tailored suit that accentuated his impeccable physique, he was the most dashing man in a suit that Lung had ever encountered. Behind him, a panoramic floor-to-ceiling window showcased a vast expanse of the city, amplifying his commanding presence. Though he spoke infrequently during the report, each word he uttered was succinct and to the point, showcasing his remarkable professional capabilities, complemented by a melodious voice. It was undeniable. He was utterly captivating. At that moment, the office door was gently pushed open, and Lu Huaxuan peeked in. Su Qiang noticed and gestured to Lung Tianxin, signaling him to tread lightly as they stepped outside. Lu Huaxuan lingered behind, exchanging knowing glances with Lung Tianxin. Lung let out a sigh, shaking his head. He had nothing more to say. Resigned, he truly had given up. The prospect of living off someone else's fortune was a distant dream. As they flew by helicopter to the port of Nankang City, the sun began to set. The handover was not conducted by the He family, but by an intermediary company. After signing the documents and settling the docking fees, the attendant informed her, Miss Su, your cargo ship is docked over there. Allow me to escort you. Throughout the journey, Lung Tianxin had remained silent, but upon arriving at the dock, he sprang to life as if returning home. He wore long sleeves and trousers, a wide-brimmed hat, and carried a large black umbrella. Sister Qiang, would you like to come inside to escape the sun? Su Qiang smiled and shook her head. No, it's not too hot right now. Just take care of yourself. Lu Huaxuan inquired. Did you notify the crew, Tianxin? Yes, I've already informed them. They are on their way, Lung Tianxin replied, further explaining to Su Qiang that he would have the cargo ship brought to his own dock shortly. Chapter 113, Peril at the dock. Miss Su. These are the two ships, the attendant announced as everyone gathered by the dock, gazing at the enormous cargo vessels in the distance. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave, he stated. Su Qiang turned to him, smiling. All right, thank you. Suddenly, Su Qiang felt her ankles gripped tightly. Su Qiang, Sister Qiang. With those cries, she was abruptly pulled into the water. It hurts. Underwater, Su Qiang instinctively held her breath, yet her body craved air. She had just been ensnared by heavy chains. Through the murky water, she discerned not two, but at least 4 men clad in diving suits beneath her. 2 of them seized her feet, dragging her down, while another gripped her arm, and yet another clutched her neck with a deadly grip. Faintly, she could hear the sound of a yacht's engine and felt herself being propelled swiftly underwater. In such a predicament, not even martial arts expertise would suffice. All of you, draw the heavy misfortune card, she thought, and I shall use the luck card. Su Qiang was relieved that she had accumulated quite a few cards. Success. The host will be fine. With the system's reassurance, Su Qiang felt a bit more relaxed, yet the situation was undeniably distressing. She felt as if she might perish from discomfort. On the shore, Long Tianqian immediately discarded the umbrella and sought to remove his hat. Lu Huaxuan restrained him. No, you cannot go. We will handle this. Just as he finished speaking, several bodyguards who had accompanied them leaped into the water. Long Tianqian slammed his hand against the railing in frustration. This damned body. Lu Huaxuan hastily kicked off his sneakers, eager to join. Only to be pulled back by Long Tianqian. There's no time. Look, not far away. A small yacht that had been docked suddenly roared to life and sped away, with thick ropes extending towards their direction. Underwater, the shadows swiftly moved in tandem. The bodyguards could not possibly catch up. With a grim expression, Long Tianqian calmly commanded, "You contact the helicopter." He quickly dialed, "I'll have someone intercept ahead." Just as he finished notifying them, he noticed another yacht passing by, which abruptly veered, crazily heading towards the previous yacht. Damn it! Long Tianqian cursed in exasperation. The bodyguards who had jumped in returned, one of them saying, "Young master. That appears to be the second young master's yacht." Long Tianqian paused, confused. What is Tianlu doing here? If he is here to vacation or enjoy the yacht, he shouldn't be at this dock. I heard he has been in close contact with the local authorities and frequently visits this area, another replied. Long Tianqian's gaze remained complex as he observed the yacht. Ultimately, he felt a surge of relief. Lu Huaxuan too felt fortunate, regardless of the circumstances. Tianlu should be able to buy them some time. Otherwise, if the assailants were ruthless, Sister Qiang might not survive long enough to await rescue. At that moment, the rescue boat finally arrived, and Long Tianqian, Lu Huaxuan, and several bodyguards swiftly boarded, racing ahead. On the yacht, Long Tianlu stood on the deck, noticing a commotion at the dock. Curiously, he lifted the binoculars hanging around his neck. He quickly spotted 2 familiar faces, their expressions a mix of gloom and urgency, along with several bodyguards submerged in the water. Following their gaze, he saw a yacht speeding away, dragging something behind it. In a flash of insight, he dashed to the helm and commanded, "Full throttle. Follow that yacht." He gathered the 2 bodyguards he had brought along and returned to the deck. Fortunately, the opposing yacht was in poor condition, and the distance between them quickly shortened. On the other yacht's deck, a young man with yellow hair and tattoos glanced nervously at the rope. Long Tianlu shouted, "Stop!" The young man, startled, took a few steps back. Long Tianlu frowned. "Get your weapons out." The 3 moved in unison, reaching for their belts, pointing their weapons at the adversaries. The young man quickly crouched down, shouting, "You're breaking the law." Long Tianlu couldn't help but laugh, revealing his small tiger teeth, amused that they dared to accuse him of illegality. With no need for politeness, he disengaged the safety and aimed at the yacht's helm. Bang! With the muted sound of the suppressed gunfire, the opposing yacht slowed and eventually came to a halt. Long Tianlu lifted his chin. "Let us go, one of you to the helm." As they boarded the opposing yacht, Long Tianlu swiftly subdued the young man, kicking him. "If you want to live, bring them up." The young man trembled, realizing he sought profit but feared for his life, and complied. Before long, the bodyguards brought someone aboard, and the second young master nodded. "Yes, the anchor has been dropped." Long Tianlu replied affirmatively. "Good, assist us." He then stepped back. "You two, behave yourselves." Under the threat of death, the 2 men dared not make any sudden moves. Long Tianlu inquired, "Who is your boss?" The young man trembled, answering, "Our boss is underwater." At that moment, Long Tianlu's phone rang. He pulled it out with one hand, glancing at the unregistered caller, raising an eyebrow with a smile. "Big brother, it's quite rare to hear from you." On a frigid morning, Long Tianqian disregarded his jests and inquired urgently, "What's the situation? Have you rescued Su Qiang?" Long Tianlu, observing the leisurely rescue boat approaching, grinned with delight. "We're still rescuing her, but I must take my leave now." After hanging up, A bald man donned in diving gear, complete with goggles and an oxygen tank, was the first to be hoisted aboard. The man with yellow hair wore a despondent expression. "Boss." Lung Tianlu glanced at the water's surface, where there was no sign of Su Qiang. "If you wish to avoid a grim fate, haul up your hostage," he commanded. Then kicked the bald man back into the water. Faced with the dark abyss, the bald man dared not resist and dragged Su Qiang to the surface. At that moment, Su Qiang, disoriented from oxygen deprivation, felt her feet touch solid ground and began to cough violently, each spasm sending pain coursing through her body. "Sister Su." A melodious voice rang out. Wiping her face, Su Qiang barely recognized Lung Tianlu, realizing he was her savior. He offered her a suit jacket. "Sister Su, may I drape this over you?" Su Qiang nodded appreciatively. "Thank you." There was no need to ponder. Her current state was indeed pitiful. Lung Tianlu knelt beside her, providing support and gently patting her back to ease her breathing. Just then, a helicopter arrived, its roar amplifying Su Qiang's headache. A safety rope descended from the chopper. "Sister Su, may I secure the rope around you, or should I attach it to myself and carry you up?" Lung Tianxin, having just climbed aboard, interjected. "Tie it to her." Lu Huaxuan urged. "Hurry, get her to the hospital." Su Qiang strained to comprehend their words and nodded in response. She felt herself being lifted. And then everything faded to black. Lung Tianxin was swiftly pulled up afterward. With a smile, Lung Tianlu suggested, "Lu Gu, you should ascend as well. I'll stay behind to wrap things up." Lu Huaxuan nodded, recognizing the young man's resourcefulness. Chapter 114. The mastermind behind it all, the He family? Su Qiang awoke to find herself surrounded by medical apparatus. "Miss, you're awake," a voice greeted her. Slightly turning her head, she noticed Bing Chuan sitting at her bedside. His furrowed brows filled with concern. "Is it you? Where are they? Where am I?" "Young Master Lu and Young Master Lung contacted me. They are currently interrogating that gang." "You're at Ming Hospital," Bing Chuan replied. Su Qiang understood. Nangwang City was in close proximity to Ningxing, making her return home quicker than traveling to Modu. Bing Chuan pressed the call button, summoning a nurse who entered alongside the hospital director. Su Qiang greeted them. "Director, how is my health?" The director, holding her medical chart, spoke respectfully yet gently. "Miss Su, your physical condition was quite good prior, and we have not identified any significant issues. However, given your oxygen deprivation and being dragged through the water, we cannot ascertain if there is any internal damage. I recommend you remain hospitalized for a few days for observation and rest." Su Qiang nodded in agreement, recognizing the importance of her health. The director then inquired, "Miss Su, are you experiencing any discomfort?" Su Qiang answered honestly, "Dizziness, neck pain, throat discomfort, leg pain, and an overall sense of weakness." The director noted her symptoms. "These are primarily external injuries. You should feel significantly better by tomorrow. Please be sure to rest." After giving further instructions, he departed. Recalling something, Su Qiang turned to Bing Chuan and asked, "You didn't inform my parents, did you?" Bing Chuan shook his head slightly. "No. Young Master Lu and the others have contained the information." Su Qiang exhaled in relief, deciding against alerting her parents. The memory of the harrowing incident made her shudder. Had it not been for Lung Tianlu's timely intervention, she might have met a fatal end in the water. "Miss, would you like something to eat?" Su Qiang glanced at the glucose drip and shook her head. Her throat ached, making it difficult to speak, let alone eat. At that moment, the ward door swung open, and Lu Huaxuan and Lung Tianxin entered. "Sister Qiang, you're awake. How do you feel?" "I'm all right. Have the results come in?" A flicker of concern crossed Lung Tianxin's eyes as he immediately cautioned, "Speak less. We've already interrogated those individuals. The mastermind behind it has yet to meet them. They only know of an overseas account that provided them with a deposit. It may take some time to trace it." "How much?" Bing Chuan inquired. Lung Tianxin met his gaze, a profound sense of defeat washing over him as he disclosed the account details. Bing Chuan swiftly moved to the nearby sofa, opening his laptop and typing with remarkable speed. Moments later, he announced, "This account belongs to a foreigner who has engaged in frequent medium-sized transactions with Qiang over the past few years. 8 days ago, another account transferred 50 million to him." Bing Chuan paused before adding, "The name on this large transfer account is Zhang San. The funds from this Zhang San account were traced back to yet another overseas account. This account belongs to someone with the surname He, operating a small trading company domestically, which appears to have no direct ties to the He group." Despite the convoluted nature of the transactions, there was no doubt that the He family was the mastermind behind this scheme. Lung Tianxin and Lu Huaxuan stared at him, astonished. "This guy is incredible. In just a few minutes, he hacked into an overseas bank?" Su Qiang silently calculated. 8 days prior was precisely when the system rewarded her with the shipping vessel. It was possible that on that very day, the He family received word and realized that she was the mysterious buyer. The He family is still so wealthy? Su Qiang mused softly. They actually spent 50 million on my life. Aside from having used a mild misfortune card against Madame He, she had done nothing to provoke them. On the surface, she had not lifted a finger. The He family's previous tax issues were not reported by her either. It seemed that only rumors circulated, suggesting that the He family had offended her, leading to the most severe penalties. Lu Huaxuan appeared taken aback. I heard that Madame He sold her jewelry and suffered immense embarrassment in social circles, becoming the target of ridicule from countless affluent women. Lung Tianxin remarked languidly. It's all a facade. They're merely lamenting their financial situation. Not selling off their assets doesn't imply they're out of money. They might need to expend even more. Bing Chuan's fingers never strayed from the keyboard, and he added, the He family's relatives have amassed over 10 billion in overseas accounts that I've come across. Lu Huaxuan frowned. They are indeed cautious. It must be Mr. He behind this, especially considering how foolish those two mother and daughter are. Lung Tianxin offered a differing perspective. They may not be foolish. Perhaps they've simply become reckless. Ultimately, we may have been overly subjective in our judgments. Lu Huaxuan shot him a sidelong glance. Our deductions are exceedingly reasonable. Sister Qiang and her family have always been low-key. There's no way they would have offended anyone. Lung Tianxin returned the glance. Such conjectures cannot serve as evidence. The He family possesses astute individuals. They've invested considerable effort into this convoluted scheme and must be prepared for any eventualities. With an international case, prolonged delays only increase the number of actionable items. Even if we trace it to the end, we might only capture a scapegoat. Lu Huaxuan nodded, sighing. The He family has just been scrutinized for financial discrepancies. Their overseas funds remain untouched, indicating legitimacy. It seems they could escape abroad at any moment. This cannot stand. They must face consequences. Should I take the lead? Lung Tianxin hesitated. Lu Huaxuan expressed disapproval. Your family has already been cleared. Refrain from involving yourself in this. We need to devise another approach. One that ensures the He family loses both wealth and power. Otherwise, I fear they will continue their underhanded dealings. Lung Tianxin raised an eyebrow. A business war? Shall we strip the He family of their funds? However, the He family is undoubtedly exercising caution at present, if they intend to deplete their resources. It must have been a long-conceived scheme. Lu Huaxuan tugged at his hair, pondering aloud. What is the He family currently engaged in? Perhaps we can uncover a weakness? Suddenly, Bing Chuan interjected. They are liquidating private assets, frequently communicating with Southeast Asia. Their movements are clandestine yet legal. Lung Tianxin and Lu Huaxuan exchanged glances. Brother, how did you become so adept? With just a computer, you seem almost omniscient. It's as if the online realm is devoid of barriers, and firewalls prove utterly ineffective. Su Qiang contemplated, what about my phone? I'll call Madame Fong and inquire. To confront the He family through legitimate means, it would be prudent to employ the misfortune card. And it is imperative to meet a member of the He family. Calling Madame Fong would merely serve to reassure these two. Bing Chuan closed his notebook. I will make the call. He activated the speakerphone, dialing Madame Fong's husband. Upon receiving definitive information, it became clear that the He group had previously operated routes toward East Asia but had ceased such trade. Their vessels now navigate Southeast Asia, yielding significantly reduced profits. Yet they have likely accrued some earnings through a few voyages. Chapter 115, The Arrogant He Qiang. After Bing Chuan ended the call, Lu Huaxuan scoffed. To earn so little after several trips, the He family truly excels at feigning wealth. Aren't they exhausted? Lung Tianxin stroked his chin thoughtfully. This seems rather suspicious. Southeast Asia? That region is tumultuous. I will seek information. He then cast a subtle glance at Bing Chuan, his eyes gleaming with pride. Regardless of Bing Chuan's computer prowess. In this era, everyone is vigilant about protecting their privacy. Many matters best discussed face-to-face are far safer than conversing online. Bing Chuan chose to ignore the jibe, unwilling to engage with such juvenile banter. Given time, he could uncover even more valuable insights. However, the young lady had the advantage of having a powerful ally to expedite matters efficiently. Su Qiang softly urged, please devise a reasonable plan for me to meet a member of the He family. Lu Huaxuan expressed surprise. Now? Sister Qiang, you need to rest. Su Qiang nodded. Her eagerness palpable. The He family had dealt her a grievous blow. Lung Tianxin concurred. Since you claim He Qiang is behaving rather foolishly, this could be an effective approach. Perhaps witnessing Sister Qiang's dire state will elicit some information from her. We could exploit her. Su Qiang inquired curiously, what do I look like? See for yourself. Lung Tianxin opened his phone to take a selfie and showed her. Su Qiang glanced at the screen. Disheveled hair, a pale complexion, bloodless lips, and a neck adorned with bruises resembling strangulation marks. Coupled with her hospital gown, she indeed appeared wretched. Lu Huaxuan observed the phone. Sister Qiang, I've obtained He Qiang's phone and WeChat details. Su Qiang snatched the phone that Bing Chuan had placed by her bedside. Hand it over. I will call her directly. Huh. Lu Huaxuan was momentarily taken aback. Is it really that straightforward? Lung Tianxin sneered. What is the big deal? If Qiang refuses to come, I'll just drag her here and give her a good thrashing. After Su Qiang dialed, she feigned a more fragile, hoarse voice. Qiang, are you feeling quite pleased with yourself right now? The voice on the other end was sharp and arrogant. Who is this? Su Qiang, you sound different. I hardly recognized you. Shouldn't you be the one asking that? What is this nonsense? Have you fallen gravely ill? Is this your misfortune? Dare you come to the hospital to see me? Huh, why would I be afraid? I am genuinely curious to see what you've become. Mingde Hospital. Once Su Qiang hung up, Lung Tianxin promptly declared, I'll fetch some recording devices. If time permitted, I would have set up a camera. Lu Huaxuan felt skeptical, thinking it unlikely to yield anything useful. Such significant matters would prompt even a fool like Qiang to exercise caution. And surely her family would keep a close watch on her to prevent her from speaking indiscriminately. Her tone earlier had indeed seemed quite guarded. Su Qiang nodded in agreement, deciding against using the truth card. It seemed rather sinister and illogical. Turning to Bing Chuan, she instructed, you may return to your work. There is nothing more to be done here. Bing Chuan maintained a stoic expression, though a hint of resistance was palpable. I can work in the adjacent room. Su Qiang was surprised. This isn't the office. It may be inconvenient. By the way, given my current state, you should liaise with Lu Xiao and Long Xiao regarding our collaboration. And also, my brother is relocating his company. Please ensure General Gao oversees matters, as I cannot attend. She had already thought of these pending tasks. Not to mention, they had just acquired the center of Magic City Tower. Hence there were undoubtedly numerous matters to coordinate. She added, just focus on your work. Have Sister Zhao come over to keep me company. The more he dedicates himself to his work, the more peace of mind she would have. While she had no doubts about Bing Chuan's capabilities, enhancing his efficiency would certainly be beneficial. Lung Tianxin chimed in, Bing, you needn't worry about this. Lu Xiao and I will stay with Sister Qiang. Lu Huaxuan nodded vigorously. Bing Chuan furrowed his brow, appearing even more frosty. That may not suffice. Your company has just been established, and there is much to attend to. Lung Xiao and Lu Xiao undoubtedly value their collaboration with Rose Group. The two men fell silent for a moment. Su Qiang added, you both should return tonight. I don't require constant supervision. Lung Tianxin and Lu Huaxuan exchanged glances, nodding in agreement before preparing to move to the adjacent room. Su Qiang reclined on her bed, watching television as she awaited Qiang's arrival. With only a bodyguard remaining in the ward, a precaution enforced by Bing Chuan. A stack of misfortune cards, do they stack? If used on a single individual, will it amplify their misfortune? Stacking misfortune cards signifies the host's strong desire. It will be effective. After a while, the door swung open, and in strutted Qiang, eyebrows nearly soaring to the heavens, her expression exaggerated. Ha ha ha, Su Qiang, thank you for inviting me to witness your pitiful state. Beep. 5 heavy misfortune cards successfully activated. Let us anticipate her misfortune. The aloof, mischievous voice relished in the calamity. Su Qiang stared at Qiang. Is this your doing? Qiang crossed her arms, retorting, careful with your words. Did someone strangle you into this state? Perhaps your misfortune stems from being the richest in Ning City. A large tree attracts the wind. As she spoke, her gaze swept across the wall before her smile transformed into one of increasing provocation and amusement. At that moment, Su Qiang realized that pursuing this matter would yield no results, as Qiang appeared overly confident. Feigning extreme weakness, she probed. Do you truly believe you can rest easy now? Qiang scoffed. Su Qiang, don't think that just because your family is the wealthiest in Ning City, you are anything special. Soon, we will no longer be on the same level. Oh, Su Qiang raised an eyebrow, genuinely puzzled. Qiang seemed less foolish than before. Her temper considerably tempered, presenting a more mature demeanor. With a mocking and triumphant air, Qiang declared, you are merely the daughter of the richest in Ning City. And perhaps in the future, the daughter of the richest in Jiangnan province. But in the end, you are just a merchant. What significance does that hold? Su Qiang, bewildered, sensed that Qiang might have encountered some opportunity. If she holds her in such contempt, why does the He family still wish to bring about her demise? Or is this merely rhetoric taught by her parents? Tisk tisk, seeing you like this brings me joy. Well then, I shall take my leave, never to return. Su Qiang watched her retreating figure. Qiang strode out, her hips swaying in her chunky-heeled sandals, and she slammed the door with a forceful thud. Soon after, Lu Huaxuan and Lung Tianxin arrived. Su Qiang shook her head, unable to extract any words, as she was performing remarkably well. Lung Tianxin located the voice recorder and played it back. The two listened, their tempers rising with Qiang's tone. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed from downstairs, coinciding with the recording. Chapter 116, The He Family's Disturbance. Both were filled with righteous indignation. Lung Tianxin exclaimed, Qiang certainly puts on a convincing act. Her confidence is palpable. Lu Huaxuan retorted, "It wasn't them. I would stake my head on it." The individuals behind this pinpointed the location near He's two cargo ships. And those sailors have been lurking there for days. Indeed, Lung Tianqian concurred, they've been submerged for so long their skin has turned pale. I just received word from the docks. No one has seen these sailors. They probably swam here or were brought in by a yacht, which was rented. Overall, the information is quite fragmented. Lu Huaxuan sighed. It's tough to investigate. Perhaps this is where Qiang derives her confidence? Another scream rang out from downstairs, causing them to pause and glance toward the window. The window was ajar, and Lu Huaxuan and Lung Tianqian rushed over. It was Qiang, sprawled on the steps, bleeding profusely. Goodness, how could she sustain such a horrific injury from just a few steps? Did she shatter her leg? Another scream ensued. "Ah, my child! Doctor! Doctor!" The group stood momentarily stunned. Lu Huaxuan quipped, wearing high heels while pregnant? What was she thinking? Lung Tianqian pondered, isn't this a bit excessive? Just a fall. Could it be retribution for her misdeeds? After a brief moment, they returned. Qiang was being wheeled away on a stretcher. "Sister Qiang, could you inquire about any insider information from the doctor?" Su Qiang nodded, her curiosity piqued, and she sent a WeChat message. Before long, a response arrived. Qiang was over a month pregnant, but the embryo's quality was weak, and as a result, she had likely lost the baby from the fall. An experienced obstetrician posited that even if Qiang hadn't fallen today, the pregnancy might not have been viable. After showing them the message, Su Qiang urged, "Aren't you two heading back? Dinner time is approaching." Lu Huaxuan shook his head. "I feel stifled. I have no appetite." Lung Tianqian added, "Let us wait a bit. I've asked a friend in Southeast Asia to investigate. Perhaps we'll have news later. The company's matters can wait until tomorrow." Suddenly, an idea struck Lu Huaxuan. "Do you think Qiang's boldness is connected to this child? After all, there are often tales of a mother's power from her offspring." Su Qiang regarded him thoughtfully, considering the validity of his assertion. Qiang had just claimed superiority over her, asserting that she was merely a businesswoman. Perhaps she had indeed secured an influential connection. Lung Tianqian recalled the contents of the recording and speculated. Could she have attached herself to the royal family of a small Southeast Asian nation? After all, even dignitaries cannot look down upon business people. "I'll have someone look into this." At that moment, a commotion erupted at the door. "Let me in. Did Su Qiang harm my daughter? I demand to see Su Qiang." A voice cried. "Madam, please refrain from causing a disturbance in the hospital. Otherwise, I will have to call security," a staff member replied. "You have security, but I have no bodyguards." Lu Huaxuan frowned and reassured, "Sister Qiang, don't mind it. The bodyguards will prevent them from entering." However, Su Qiang had a different thought. "Let the He family in. We'll have our bodyguards accompany us as well." Initially, it was thought that someone of Madame He's stature would not be so easily confronted, which is why Qiang had been dealt the full weight of misfortune. Little did they know they would come seeking them. Since they were already here, it would be illogical not to take advantage of the situation. The medium misfortune cards could still be of use. The two exchanged glances. Did Sister Qiang have another clever plan? They instructed the bodyguards to allow entry while discreetly activating the voice recorder, positioning themselves on either side of Su Qiang. Soon, Madame He entered, linking arms with a man, Mr. He. Upon entering, she immediately interrogated, "Su Qiang, is it you? Are you the one who has harmed my daughter?" In her mind, Su Qiang silently commanded, "Activate 2 medium misfortune cards for both Madame He and Mr. He." Ding. Usage successful. Mr. He also demanded, "Mingde Hospital is yours. I have reasonable grounds to suspect you. You must provide us with an explanation." Su Qiang raised an eyebrow, fixing her gaze upon them. "Perhaps the fault lies with you?" A flicker of panic crossed Madame He's face, while Mr. He maintained his furious demeanor, so agitated he seemed ready to charge forward. The bodyguards promptly intercepted him. "Mr. He threatened, let me tell you, you have no idea how significant this child is. We will not let this go lightly." At this moment, Lu Huaxuan interjected. "So it is indeed the child in He Chang's womb that holds importance? Yet, she lies bedridden, and you show no concern for her?" The He couple was momentarily taken aback by this remark. Just then, the door to the room swung open. The hospital director entered, flanked by security with a notebook in hand. "Mr. He, Madam He, the surveillance footage has been retrieved. You may review it before continuing this discussion." The notebook was directly connected to the large television in the room. It clearly displayed Qiang on the phone, descending the stairs without looking, and consequently missed a step, leading to her fall. Madam He attempted to argue, "This hospital belongs to Su Qiang. She could have deliberately harmed my daughter during the procedure. Asserting the child was not salvageable. This is highly plausible. Your hospital must provide an explanation." What a baseless accusation. The director's expression darkened. "Our Mingde Hospital has maintained fairness and integrity since its establishment. I will consider legal action against your slander." Furthermore, the The surgical room in question is equipped with surveillance. Mr. He seized upon this. This is a gynecological procedure. You are infringing upon the patient's privacy. Mr. He, please refrain from being hasty. You may speak after you have reviewed the footage. Additionally, as a private hospital, we have installed surveillance in certain operating rooms due to potential family disputes involving high-profile patients, which is entirely lawful. The director added, instructing security, retrieve the surveillance footage. Su Qiang observed the room full of bodyguards and softly instructed, you may turn your backs. Their bodyguards complied to avoid any appearance of bias, while the two bodyguards brought in by the He family also turned away. Su Qiang then looked at Lu Huaxuan and Lung Tianxin, who remained unfazed, fixated on the television. They swore they had no interest in the spectacle. They were solely concerned with the truth. The director reassured, Miss Su, rest assured, no private areas will be captured by the footage. The surveillance was soon displayed. The colorful images crystal clear, and the audio distinctly audible. The foot Lu Huaxuan nodded, acknowledging that our Qiangjia is currently in such a fragile state that she is incapable of raising her voice. It is fortunate that He Qiang did not upset her further, and the surveillance footage will undoubtedly reveal that He Qiang did not linger in this ward for long. Mr. He appeared momentarily taken aback, as if only just grasping the situation. Why would my Qiang be here? The relationship between their family and the Su family is hardly cordial enough for anyone to visit the hospital during an illness. Su Qiang gazed at Mrs. He, her eyes filled with unspoken meaning, softly stating, that is a question for Mrs. He. Why did He Qiang come to see me? Logically, given that He Qiang is pregnant and her family dotes on the child she carries, it would be understandable for her to hesitate even if she wished to witness the misfortune of someone she despises. So, why then was He Qiang so eager to come and observe her plight? Mrs. He's gaze faltered. You know how Qiang can be. I have mentioned this to you countless times. Can you not keep a watchful eye? Mr. He was interrupted mid-sentence, glancing at the numerous people present before falling silent. Regardless of the family dynamics, one must not speak ill of others in front of outsiders. Thus, the director interjected, if there are no further issues, please vacate the hospital room. Miss Su is a patient and requires rest. The He couple turned in unison to look at Su Qiang, who remained unperturbed, slightly lifting her chin to meet their gaze. Ultimately, Mr. He, unable to contain his frustration, huffed through his nose, send me a copy of the surveillance footage. What does it matter that he is the wealthiest man in Ningxing? Were it not for his wife and daughter's discord with the Su family, his company would not have faced heavy penalties for minor infractions, leading to a forfeiture of his status as the richest man. Their family might not have found themselves in their current predicament, since the child in his daughter's womb was not harmed by the Su family. It seems there is no longer any conflict between them. The former richest man and the current one should naturally have some opposing views, yet now, they appear completely indifferent. Well then, Miss Su, do take care of yourself. With that, Mr. He departed, accompanied by his wife and bodyguards, leaving the remaining guards to stand vigil outside the ward. After the director reminded Su Qiang to rest well, he too left, and tranquility enveloped the room. The three exchanged glances. Lu Huaxuan was the first to speak. I find it peculiar. Mr. He seems rather uninformed, almost as if he is primarily concerned about He Qiang's unborn child. Lung Tianxin hesitated before suggesting, then it is plausible to deduce that Mrs. He and He Qiang are the ones who have taken action against Qiangjia? I would almost commend their audacity. However, the tone carried a hint of sarcasm rather than genuine praise. Su Qiang exhaled softly, finding it rare for the He mother and daughter to display acumen. They acted swiftly and decisively, meticulously planning their timing and location, making it nearly impossible to guard against. Yet, in that moment, her own abilities were rendered useless. Surrounded by 8 individuals, 4 of whom were bodyguards, none had sensed the danger lurking beneath their feet. She gently urged, let us sit and rest. Stop speculating and await further news. Once Lu Huaxuan and Lung Tianxin complied and settled down, Su Qiang inquired, where is Lung Tianluo? Lung Tianxin grimaced. He is still at the dock, wrapping things up and cooperating with the upper echelon's investigation. It was indeed commendable for him to recognize his unlikability and refrain from crowding around Su Qiang, instead focusing on his tasks. After a moment of contemplation, Su Qiang pressed, what is your relationship with him? She had previously not intended to delve too deeply into her relationship with Lung Tianluo, but now, given that he had effectively saved her life, she felt the need for clarity. Lung Tianxin swung his leg nonchalantly, clearly reluctant to divulge, half-siblings. Different mothers, just competing for the family fortune. Just as Su Qiang hesitated, contemplating whether to probe further, the ward door swung open, and 2 nurses entered, pushing a cart. Miss Su, it is time for your dinner. The meal consisted of thin porridge and a richly aromatic chicken soup. The enticing scent of the soup made Lu Huaxuan's stomach growl, resulting in an awkward chuckle. I thought I had lost my appetite. Su Chong smiled, unable to resist, and softly inquired, "Is there any more chicken soup? Please bring some for Lu Xiao and the others." The nurses laughed in response. "Yes, I will fetch it right away." Just after finishing their meal, Lung Tianqian received a phone call. After hanging up, he announced, "We have some leads." Qiang has been seen closely associating with a member of a royal family from a small Southeast Asian nation, having been photographed in intimate settings at the airport. It is common knowledge that this country is involved in the trade of prohibited substances, and it remains uncertain whether that member is engaged in such business. Though his tone wavered, his expression was laden with significance. Su Chong's eyes widened in shock. Lu Huaxuan gasped, "How audacious of the He family! Are they truly engaging in such activities in Southeast Asia? That is a perilous endeavor." Lung Tianqian shrugged, "I cannot confirm the details. But it is undeniable that He Qiang has developed a connection with that individual. Given the circumstances, her becoming pregnant seems almost miraculous. An unfortunate slip could easily lead to disaster." Lu Huaxuan nodded in agreement, acknowledging the royal title could explain the He family's reaction. Lung Tianqian tugged at his white hair. Yet, the subsequent investigation may prove challenging. The He family is currently discreetly relocating their assets and remains unbothered, making it difficult to ascertain their involvement in such enterprises. At that moment, Su Chang's phone chimed, revealing a WeChat voice call from Bing Chuan, which rang once before disconnecting. Upon checking WeChat, she found that Bing Chuan had sent her an external link. A member of a royal family from some nation speaks under the influence, engaging in mutual ridicule and exposing secrets. Privacy-related news includes a late-blooming member finally having a child, being utterly compliant with his young wife. Additionally, there were business-related updates, mentioning a former richest man from a prosperous eastern city in Hoiguo. Meanwhile, Lung Tianqian's phone rang again. After stepping into the corridor to take the call, he returned with excitement. "Good news. We no longer need to exert ourselves." Lu Huaxuan shook Su Chang's phone, calmly stating, "Are you referring to this?" Upon seeing the screen, Lung Tianqian was rendered speechless. Lu Huaxuan scoffed, "Your information is rather slow. I assent it?" Lung Tianqian, at a loss for words, retorted, "To be honest, it's not that slow, but who could have foreseen such an extraordinary turn of events?" Lu Huaxuan laughed joyfully, realizing that when pieced together, this information almost explicitly pointed to the He family. The authorities would undoubtedly take note, and the He family would soon be exposed. Ding. Triggered random task. Personally deliver the He family into custody. Those from the He family have targeted you. You must personally ensure their downfall to find satisfaction. Chapter 118. Evidence discovered by Bing Chuan. Task success rewards. Green Water City construction. Failure incurs no penalties. Su Chong paused for a moment, musing, Green Water City construction? That clearly pertains to the Green Water Group's ventures. Unable to suppress her curiosity, she searched online. Green Water City Construction Development Group Company, Limited, is a wholly owned subsidiary of Green Water Holdings Group, located in the bustling metropolis. The company primarily engages in professional construction and decoration projects, mechanical and electrical equipment installation, engineering design, and the sale of building materials, owning several material factories. This must be seized. The He family has evaded scrutiny regarding their shipments to Southeast Asia over the past 2 months. It remains a mystery how they managed to bypass inspections. Indeed, it seems implausible to apprehend the He family immediately, given the extensive scope of their operations and the lack of a formal report. It may take 10 days to half a month before substantial evidence emerges. There is a lingering fear that the He family might catch wind of the situation and expedite their asset relocation or flee abroad. And there is also concern that Southeast Asia may intervene on their behalf. Lu Huaxuan and Lung Tianqian were still troubled by the situation, while Su Chong had already received numerous WeChat messages from Bing Chuan. In fact, she had just been agonizing over how to personally deliver the information about the He family. She showed her phone to the two of them, asking if the evidence was sufficient. Among the messages were numerous surveillance video clips. Individually, they might not seem significant, but when viewed collectively, they revealed a peculiar pattern of clandestine meetings at irregular intervals. Additionally, there were various chat records from minor players, both on mobile and computer platforms. Lu Huaxuan and Lung Tianqian were utterly astonished, glancing at the WeChat name at the top of the screen. Wow, even the surveillance system can be hacked by President Bing? This is incredible. Is such technology even real? I feel like I can't even express my thoughts online anymore. One individual appeared frequently in the surveillance footage. Undoubtedly a big fish, potentially leading to the He family's unraveling. With a lead now in hand, the investigation would surely become much more manageable. Moreover, they had nearly pieced together the He family's private assets. Although these properties were not technically under the He family's name, there were still subtle indicators linking them to the family. Su Chong inquired, "If I hand this over to the authorities, will there be any repercussions?" Lu Huaxuan shook his head, assuring her that there would be no problems. The higher-ups would certainly appreciate her efforts. However, it did somewhat contradict Su Qiang's usual low-profile demeanor. Lung Tianxin chimed in. Special circumstances call for special measures. Typically, these chat records would be difficult to use as evidence. But given the gravity of this case and the source of these materials, we can simply state that we hired a hacking expert. The authorities should not delve too deeply. Lu Huaxuan agreed. Exactly, Sister Qiang. You have ample justification to suspect that the He family may have hired someone against you. And employing an expert to investigate their affairs is entirely reasonable. It's just that this expert's skills are rather extraordinary. Without further hesitation, Su Qiang called Madame Fong to request a contact number. In just a matter of minutes, Madame Fong and President Fong arrived at Mingde Hospital accompanied by a high-ranking official, indicating that the authorities had already received the information and were taking it very seriously. After a brief greeting, the middle-aged man, surrounded by others, eagerly asked, Miss Su, you claim to have evidence? Su Qiang nodded and presented her prepared laptop, which contained only a single file. Indeed, it was the result of her private investigation. Yi Zheng took the laptop and, along with several uniformed personnel, began to review the contents, growing increasingly astonished until they were left speechless. Their departments had just convened a meeting to strategize how to approach this case. Suggestions ranged from investigating cargo ships to capturing minor players or infiltrating the He family's company. However, regardless of the approach, the efficiency was alarmingly low. They feared that by the time they gathered any clues, the perpetrators would have covered their tracks. Now, with a list in hand, their orders had been issued, and they could immediately proceed to apprehend suspects. Thank you, Miss Su, for providing this information. We will now conduct a joint operation across provinces and departments. If you have any further updates, please don't hesitate to contact me. Su Qiang nodded. Currently, He Qiang is hospitalized in the obstetrics and gynecology department. I verified that both Mrs. He and Mr. He were here not long ago and have yet to leave. Yi Zheng expressed his gratitude, clearly impressed by Su Qiang's thorough preparation. Unable to contain his curiosity, he asked, May I inquire if Miss Su is involved due to? Considering the system's requirement for personal involvement, Su Qiang decided to reveal her identity. As you can see, I am currently bedridden and suspect that the He family is behind this. I intend to bring charges against them. Yi Zheng nodded, recognizing the potential danger posed by this skilled hacker. That is quite risky. Su Qiang responded, I only communicated with them online. I do not know their identity. Yi Zheng pondered this and found it reasonable. If someone could acquire such evidence, it would be relatively simple for them to remain hidden. After exchanging farewells, he swiftly departed with his team. Madame Fong and President Fong remained behind. Madame Fong wore a contrite smile. Miss Su, I apologize for arriving in such haste without bringing anything. Su Qiang shook her head gently. There is no need for such formality, Madame Fong. Also, please do not disclose this matter to my mother. Although she might have to make an appearance later, she would certainly request confidentiality. Madame Fong nodded in agreement. Understood. I had no idea the He family would be so audacious. After engaging in a bit of gossip, she encouraged Su Qiang to rest well before leaving. Once everyone had departed, Lu Huaxuan and Lung Tianxin returned from the adjacent room. Su Qiang looked at them. You're not planning to leave tonight, are you? Lung Tianxin replied, Of course not. We can receive first-hand information here. Lu Huaxuan added, Since everything is available here, we might as well treat it like a hotel. You don't need to worry about us, Sister Qiang. This was indeed true. The best ward in Mingde Hospital rivaled that of a hotel. All right. Have the nurses arrange accommodations for you, Su Qiang instructed, then turned her attention to the upcoming matters. The company's legal team was well-versed in civil and corporate law, but she needed to hire a lawyer proficient in criminal law. Without hesitation, she decided to contact a lawyer from Zongjin Law Firm, as that firm would eventually be hers. Since the firm had an office in Modu, she asked Uncle Wen to assist in finding a capable attorney, assuring him that money was no issue. She also instructed Uncle Wen to cancel her trip to Europe, stating they would discuss it once she recovered, and to assess the situation before deciding whether to fly to Europe later. Additionally, she planned to remain in Ningxing for the time being, requesting Uncle Wen to take good care of Su Hao without being frugal. Chapter 119. Altering the Truth Card Duration. He Qiang speaks the truth. Unexpectedly, the He family insisted on meeting her. Of course, they did not intrude upon her hospital room. It was Yi Zheng who informed her. Lu Huaxuan immediately interjected, No way. Sister Qiang is not someone they can just meet at will. They've already seen her once. What more is there to discuss? It was evident that the He family, having learned that the evidence was submitted by Su Qiang, would harbor intense animosity toward her and likely wish to confront her with accusations. However, Lung Tianxin had a different perspective. He Qiang must be in a state of turmoil right now. You all claim she lacks intelligence, but with her emotions in disarray, who knows what might come to light? Su Qiang felt a spark of inspiration. If she could use the truth card on the He family, compelling them to speak honestly, it would undoubtedly expedite the investigation and facilitate their capture. Yet, there was a certain eeriness to this idea. The truth card was only effective for an hour, and extracting a few truthful statements under the guise of persuasion could easily appear suspicious, especially in such a significant case. An hour of truth-telling would undoubtedly raise eyebrows. Could we possibly alter the duration of the truth card to, say, 1 minute? It is indeed possible, but if you wish to change it, all truth cards must have their duration set to 1 minute. After checking her inventory, she found she had 6 truth cards, so she resolved that it was feasible. While it seemed like a loss, 1-minute truth cards would be far more convenient to use. Ding. Change successful. Thus, Su Qiang replied to Yizheng, indicating her willingness to meet the He family. Secretly, she pondered whether the durations of the refund cards could also be altered. The system responded with a slightly irritated tone. That is not permissible. Host, please do not be greedy. This change is prompted by the consideration that the practical application of the truth card has not been particularly favorable. Without a time constraint and continuous cashback, what if the host becomes desensitized to money? This aspect cannot be altered. It is essential to cultivate the host's anticipation for daily sign-ins. Moreover, the host should hasten to spend on themselves, as the upgraded daily sign-ins will unveil a greater variety of cards, such as emotion cards, which can prove quite useful in such situations. Provoking the other party into a fit of rage would effortlessly elicit confessions. Sighing internally, Su Qiang had initially planned to visit the romantic country for a show and indulge in high-end couture, as many esteemed brands' headquarters or high-end ateliers are located in Bali. Soon, the He family was brought in. Although no one held a rose gold object, several personnel closely monitored the 3 of them. Qiang did not wear a patient-s outfit, yet appeared frail, his face contorted with anger as he questioned, Su Qiang, it must be you who has meddled with matters. The furious Mr. He quickly followed up, Su Qiang, what grievance do we have that prompts you to target us so vehemently and accuse us? Mrs. He, her face fraught with anxiety and tears brimming in her eyes, pleaded, Su Qiang, I truly beg you, spare our family. I erred in competing with you for jewels. Lu Huaxuan quietly remarked, how amusing, now that death looms. She finally admits her faults. He recalled how Mrs. He had been so self-assured and proud moments ago. However, Su Qiang fixed her gaze squarely on Qiang, the one who had initially provoked her. To start here, Qiang must lose control and speak the truth. That seemed more plausible. Qiang immediately yelled, indeed. You did this on purpose, didn't you? You have harbored resentment since that time at the Uxie resort, haven't you? You have continuously harmed my family. Su Qiang feigned innocence and lightly responded, I have not harmed you at all. If your family had not committed any wrongdoing, I would not have uncovered anything. Mr. He interjected, our family has not engaged in such actions. We are merely under investigation. Su Qiang continued to gaze at Qiang. You are correct about one thing. I indeed find you displeasing and have held a grudge since the incident at Uxie. Qiang stepped forward, you admit it. Everyone see. She confesses to intentionally harming our family. Right now? Su Qiang swiftly thought, activate the truth card on Qiang. Ding. Activation successful. She did not wish to leave a blemish on her record, stating, when did I ever admit to harming your family? I merely expressed my disdain for you. Have you been abroad for years and forgotten your language skills? Propping herself up, she glared at Qiang. You dare to question me? I have yet to confront you about being dragged into a scheme where I nearly suffocated. Was it your family that orchestrated this? Did you intend to hire someone for murder? Qiang laughed maniacally. You guessed correctly. It was indeed us. I truly regret it. How did you get so lucky? Just a smidgen more, and we could have ended you. Her words left everyone in the hospital room astounded. Su Qiang sat upright, feigning indignation as she slapped the bed. Qiang, why? Why does your family treat me this way? How did you execute this? Huh? Why else? Who told you to embarrass my family? Who told you to usurp my position as the richest young lady? You brought this upon yourself. If it weren't for your actions, my family wouldn't have gone to Southeast Asia, and I wouldn't have met Papa. What a splendid plan. As she spoke, Qiang's expression shifted. Mrs. He staggered, clearly in shock. The enraged Mr. He was also taken aback, unaware of the murder-for-hire scheme. His eyes widened, mouth agape, shocked by this revelation. He rushed to cover Qiang's mouth. Su Qiang pretended to be astonished, refraining from further inquiries and silently waiting for a minute to pass. Yizheng stepped forward, swiftly clasping a rose gold object onto Qiang's wrist. After checking the recorder and finding it in order, he sighed in relief. Not only had a criminal case been cracked, but it would also significantly aid the ongoing investigation. One of the members who had been exposing secrets was named Papa. Once they returned, they would interrogate the loose-lipped Qiang, and that would be that. At this moment, Mrs. He rushed over. You cannot treat my daughter this way. She is a patient. Yizheng replied. As long as Miss He cooperates with us, we assure her well-being. How naive. What crime has the He family committed? Their heads are on the chopping block, and from what Qiang just revealed, she is aware of her family's dealings in Southeast Asia and even the murder plot. Yet she still cares about these trivialities? At this juncture, Qiang spoke. My lawyer will be arriving shortly. Qiang, just wait. Qiang, perhaps in a reckless state or overtly furious, whimpered, you're not dead yet. I will hire a lawyer too. Mr. He, in despair, released his grip. He turned to Mrs. He and slapped her. I have been far too indulgent towards you. Chapter 120. Discharge from hospital. Greenwater City construction has been dispersed. Observing that the He family had little to say, Yizheng remarked, separate them for transport. He then turned to Qiang. Miss Su, thank you. Please take care of yourself. After exchanging pleasantries, the group departed in a grand procession. Lung Tianqian stroked his chin, exclaiming, I never anticipated Qiang to be this foolish. Qiang merely smiled in silence. Shortly thereafter, a nurse entered with a lean middle-aged man wearing frameless glasses and clad in a silver suit, exuding an air of efficiency and sharpness. Miss Su, good day. I am Jin Xing, the chief lawyer from Zongjin law firm stationed in Modu, well-versed in criminal law. Qiang nodded slightly. Hello, Lawyer Jin, please take a seat. Lu Huaxuan dragged over a sofa chair. Lawyer Jin, feel free to ask any questions of us. And Qiang, you don't need to speak too much. Just supplement anything we may miss. Qiang nodded. She had little to add. Lu Huaxuan and Lung Tianqian had been by her side throughout, aware of the finer details better than she. In the end, she signed a power of attorney, and Lawyer Jean departed with the recording and her medical records to attend to matters. That evening, Qiang received news. During separate interrogations, Qiang succumbed to the pressure and confessed to her involvement in the murder-for-hire scheme, detailing the circumstances. The motive, as she had stated when the truth card had been used on her, stemmed from the humiliation she felt when Qiang overshadowed her family. After learning that Qiang had purchased 2 of her family's cargo ships while she was in Southeast Asia, she conspired with her boyfriend Papa, whose think tank suggested the idea. The arrangements with sailors and the transfers were all executed solely by Qiang, an undeniable fact. Lawyer Jean stated that the minimum sentence would be life imprisonment. However, since Qiang was also implicated in another case, further questioning was required. Lung Tianqian pondered over the news, observing the He family's recent reactions. I suspect Mrs. He is aware of what Qiang has done. Lu Huaxuan replied. Perhaps a lawyer has coached Qiang on her statements? After all, Mrs. He cannot escape responsibility. Mr. He surely wouldn't keep such matters from his wife. Qiang also received first-hand information from Madame Fong, indicating that the small fry had already been apprehended. They would wait until tomorrow to see the outcome. The system's task was to send the entire He family to prison, and the reward would likely be issued only once they all confessed. It would be a waiting game of 5 days. The authorities have successfully apprehended a significant catch, and the cargo ship has been found to contain prohibited items, with irrefutable evidence leading the He couple to finally confess to their criminal activities. The substantial quantity of illicit goods seized is sufficient to endanger their very lives. Qiang's involvement in hiring a hitman and concealing serious criminal behavior from his family has also placed him in jeopardy. At the hospital, Lawyer Jean presented some documents to Qiang. Miss Su, the case you entrusted to me has been successfully concluded. This money was earned with such ease. Everything was resolved in just a few days. The opposing side put up no resistance whatsoever, and I feel that my prowess as chief counsel was hardly utilized. In cases like this, even a dog could secure a victory. Qiang nodded, expressing her gratitude. Thank you, Lawyer Jean. The legal fees will be promptly transferred to your account. Having spent 5 days confined to her bed, she felt as though she might rust. Her external injuries have nearly healed, her throat is fine, and the internal examinations conducted during her hospitalization revealed no issues whatsoever. She is on the verge of discharge. After having Zhao Wen escort Lawyer Jean out, Qiang changed into the clothes brought by Zhao Wen in the restroom, while Zhao Wu waited downstairs in the car. Upon returning to the villa, she heard a notification. Ding. Task completed. Greenwater Construction has disbursed funds. Shortly thereafter, her phone rang. Hello, Miss Su. I am the general manager of Greenwater Construction. The company's paperwork is nearly complete. When might you be available to come and sign, as well as inspect the company? After pondering for a moment, Qiang replied, tomorrow, I will come by in the morning. She plans to go with Bing Chuan and, after signing, fly directly to Bali. With the show nearly concluded, she can go right in and start working on her clothing line. Were it not for the ongoing elementary school exams, she would have considered bringing her mother along as well. Qiang informed Bing Chuan and updated Lu Huaxuan and Lung Tianqian in their WeChat group that she has been discharged. They have been busy with company affairs these past few days. Both promptly responded, suggesting they throw her a party to dispel any bad luck. Qiang graciously declined, stating they could discuss it later, as she would be flying to Bali the next day. She then notified Uncle Wan to coordinate with the flight attendants. At that moment, Lu Huaxuan initiated a video call via WeChat, with the backdrop appearing to be an office. Lung Tianqian also appeared on screen. Su Chong, we are concerned about you traveling to Europe alone. Raising an eyebrow, Su Chong replied, I am not going alone. The butler and bodyguards will accompany me. Since Lung Tianqian and Lu Huaxuan left the hospital, Bing Chuan had dispatched 2 bodyguards to her side. Lu Huaxuan leaned in, that won't do. You are heading abroad, and the bodyguards are unfamiliar with the area. What if you encounter unforeseen circumstances? Su Chong sighed internally. I will only be gone for a day or 2. And surely there aren't that many people wishing to harm me. Lung Tianqian continued, we have a friend abroad named Mo Hang. After you arrive, you should have him accompany you. Isn't that a bit much? I am merely going to shop for clothes. I don't want to impose on anyone's time. It won't be an imposition. He has just completed his graduation and was about to return to the country. He can conveniently take your flight back. With that, they reached an agreement. After ending the video call, Su Chong noticed a new member had joined their WeChat group, followed by a friend request. Zhao Wen emerged from the living room, announcing, Miss, dinner is ready. Su Chong acknowledged her, briefly chatting in the group before heading to the dining table. The following day, Su Chong rose early. Sign-in complete. Ding. Sign-in successful. Congratulations, host, for receiving a daily reward of 10 million cash and 3 system points. Congratulations, host, for receiving a random item, 1 heavy misfortune card. Su Chong felt elated. After signing in for so many days, she finally obtained a heavy misfortune card. Just as she finished breakfast, Bing Chuan arrived, and they set off in his Rolls-Royce towards the Magic City. During the ride, Bing Chuan handed her a document. Miss, I have something to report. The He Group's assets are soon to be auctioned off. Should we bid on them? Su Chong took the document, which outlined a proposal detailing the assets to be auctioned by the He Group, including a thorough analysis of their value, potential uses, and expected profits. Bid, she declared. The He Group possesses numerous goods and several cargo ships. Acquiring these would allow for the establishment of a new shipping and trading company. The company's account still holds ample funds, making this acquisition quite feasible. Chapter 121. Traveling abroad for Haute Couture Fashion Week. Upon arriving at Greenwater Construction, Su Chong signed the necessary documents, delegating other concerns to Bing Chuan before heading directly to the airport. As soon as the car pulled up to the exclusive terminal, Uncle Wen approached to assist her in exiting the vehicle. Miss, may I inquire about your health? Su Chong nodded. I am well now. How is my brother? A few days prior, Su Hao had attempted a video call, which she had hesitated to answer. Uncle Wen smiled. It seems the young master was a bit uncomfortable during his first day, but he has adjusted since. Su Chong understood, after all. The villa in the Magic City is staffed with servants, catering to their every need. It is only natural that her brother and she, having grown accustomed to managing their own affairs, would experience some adjustment. The plane was soon ready for takeoff. On board, Su Chong watched the various haute couture shows unfold. It was the final day of Fashion Week, with many renowned brands having already completed their showcases. Once the plane landed, she promptly reported her safe arrival and contacted Mo Hang. Hello, is this Su Chong? A deep, gentle male voice resonated through the phone, markedly different from the exuberance of Lu Huaxuan and Lung Tianqian. Yes, I have just disembarked. Where are you now? I am waiting outside the airport. You will easily spot me. After confirming their meeting, Su Chong hung up. Uncle Wen informed her, Miss, the rented vehicles are waiting outside. Su Chong acknowledged this, noting that Uncle Wen had arranged everything impeccably, having rented 2 Rolls-Royces. Upon exiting the airport, she immediately spotted Mo Hang, who was quite conspicuous. The dapper gentleman, Mo Hang, aged 23, stood tall at 185 centimeters, weighing 145 pounds, and possessing an attractive appearance. He is one of the grandsons of the founder of the Greenwater Group and a shareholder, renowned for his academic prowess. Oh, Su Chong felt a complex mix of emotions, having just taken over a subsidiary of the Greenwater Group. At that moment, Mo Hang waved, Su Chong, over here. Snapping back to reality, she hurried towards him. Mo Hang, with his tall stature and a radiant, gentle smile, resembled the quintessential charming older brother. The kind of exemplary child who excels in both athletics and academics. He donned casual dress pants and a white shirt with rolled sleeves, exuding a sunny and handsome demeanor. Hand him a bicycle, and he would fit right in as the male lead in a school romance. Beside him was a McLaren P1. Affirming that as a good friend of Lu Xiao and Lung Xiao, he undoubtedly indulged in high-performance sports cars. Su Chong, you look even more beautiful and charming than in your photos. Caught off guard, Su Chong blushed. This was the first time someone had complimented her cuteness since binding with the system and enhancing her appearance. She smiled, responding, thank you. After introducing her butler, and after they exchanged pleasantries, Mo Hang asked, would you like to ride in my car? I have heard you are quite the skilled driver. with a hint of modesty. Su Qiang accepted, and thus, a McLaren P1 led the way, trailed by 2 Rolls-Royces, drawing the attention of onlookers. In the car, Mo Heng observed Su Qiang's somewhat aloof demeanor when she remained silent, and felt compelled to bridge the gap between them. He remarked, "I am older than the 2 of them. They call me Brother Heng, and if you don't mind, you may address me as such as well." If Lu Huaxuan and Lung Tianchen were to hear this, they would undoubtedly chastise him. After all, it took them quite some time to bond with Su Qiang. Yet here he was, casually asking her to call him brother right from the start, and so formally at that. Their playful banter was merely for fun, after all. To his surprise, Su Qiang readily acquiesced. "All right, Brother Heng. Where are we headed now? I have made a reservation at a restaurant. We shall dine first. You are here to attend the show, correct? A friend of mine has a showcase this afternoon. His brand has just received recognition from the Haute Couture Association of Romantic Country, and he is fortunate enough to participate in the Haute Couture Fashion Week. If you wish to attend, we can head over after lunch. He is also a designer, and we might sneak a peek backstage." Su Qiang raised an eyebrow. "Sounds good. Let us go." In romantic country, high-end couture brands cannot simply choose their names. They must meet stringent standards to gain recognition. For instance, all fashion and accessories must be crafted entirely by hand, and the brand must possess a studio in the city of Bali. Each fashion release must feature no fewer than 35 ensembles, including both daywear and evening gowns. It appears that Mo Heng's friend is quite impressive indeed. Lunch was enjoyed at a high-end Western restaurant, where Mo Heng displayed impeccable manners and attentiveness throughout the meal. To keep the conversation flowing, he shared numerous amusing anecdotes from his studies in Europe. By the end of the meal, their relationship had significantly deepened. After lunch, Mo Heng drove to the venue for the show and led Su Qiang backstage. "My friend's name is Russo. He named his brand after himself. Here he is," Mo Heng announced as he approached Russo. "Russo, why do you appear so glum? I brought my friend to support you." Russo turned to them. "Heng, your friend is truly stunning. She is the most beautiful Oriental girl I have ever seen. If it weren't for the timing, I would certainly give her a warm embrace and commend her beauty, which surpasses that of a rose." Beautiful garments hung elegantly on the racks, while tall models stood flanking either side, looking somewhat bewildered. Task activated. Assist Russo in alleviating his troubles. Due to the host's novice status in fashion, we are providing complimentary fashion expertise for the host. Go for it. Successful completion of the task rewards the host with 50 shares of Chanel. Failure incurs no penalties. Su Qiang nearly gasped in astonishment, struggling to contain her excitement. Shares in Chanel? The globally renowned luxury brand. This was an opportunity she couldn't afford to miss. At that moment, under Mo Heng's inquiry, Russo revealed his dilemma. His ex-girlfriend had found a new partner, who was also a designer for a haute couture brand. The situation worsened when his ex surreptitiously examined his design drafts and shared them with her new beau, who was showcasing at the same event. Russo, clutching a laptop, exclaimed in anger, "Look, the majority of the garments presented at this show are mere imitations of my designs. I usually keep my drafts locked away, and she must have seized the opportunity while I was asleep." Mo Heng was taken aback, even as a top student. He found himself at a loss for a viable solution. The opposing party had already gained an advantage by releasing their collection first, and the models were about to take the stage. Once the garments were paraded, any discerning eye would discern the striking similarities between the two brands. A deluge of negative publicity would inevitably follow, which could spell catastrophic consequences for Russo's brand. Even if he managed to clarify the situation later, the damage would already be done. Moreover, given their audacity to use his designs so openly, they must have devised a strategy for public relations. Chapter 122. Burning the gown. Mo Heng thought to himself. This truly was a quagmire that could not be easily cleared up. The only idea that came to mind was, what if we simply don't go on stage? Would that work? Russo's eyes reddened. This is my life's work. I have prepared for a long time to seize this opportunity. I cannot bear to give up. If I don't take the stage, it would be a sudden breach of contract, and I would never be able to navigate the world of haute couture again. I would not only forsake my dreams, but also face the scorn and ridicule of others. Whether to go on stage or not, it seemed neither option was viable. He was trapped in a no-win situation. Mo Heng felt equally frazzled. Su Qiang, snapping back to reality from the system's task, glanced at the garments displayed on the racks and the models on the computer screen, quickly formulating an idea. She approached Russo and whispered, "I see a glaring issue with the designs presented on stage. They lack coherence. The designer has haphazardly piled various elements onto the garments without considering connectivity, rhythm, or thematic balance. Haute couture is an art form, supported by aesthetics, culture, and craftsmanship, not mere accumulation." Her astute observations and unique insights captured Russo's attention, prompting him to cease his lamentations. "Beautiful lady, do you have a way to save me?" Su Qiang's gaze settled on the ethereal haute couture pieces. "I do have an idea, but but I cannot guarantee success, and it will require you to make a small sacrifice. Russo stood up, exhilarated. I am willing to try. I will make any sacrifice necessary. He believed that if Mo Hang was a top student, his friend must be equally clever. Time was of the essence, and he felt utterly out of options. Su Qiang approached a gown, pointing to a section that had been plagiarized. Burn this part. And this one too. She indicated on another gown that had suffered the same fate. Those present widened their eyes in shock. Russo staggered back. Darling, you must be joking. Su Qiang remained unfazed. In our country, we have a saying. Only through destruction can one rebuild. You may not understand it, but that is inconsequential. Allow me to share my plan. We will change the theme from ethereal romance to ashes. These garments utilize a plethora of feather elements. Even if we burn a small portion, they will not appear unsightly under the lighting. The theme of ashes can also symbolize rebirth. We will select a few designs that were not plagiarized to open and close the show. And after creating a fire effect in the middle, we can present the burned garments. This will showcase your talent while also allowing the audience to anticipate the original versions of the partially burned outfits. Su Qiang exuded confidence, her tone resolute. Russo, influenced by her fervor, felt his initial shock dissipate. Su Qiang pressed on. I can purchase the burned garments at full price, thus sparing you any financial loss. Given that you cannot advance and have no way to retreat, why not try my approach? Even if it fails, the repercussions would be less severe than being accused of plagiarism or breaching a contract. And if it succeeds, you will achieve great acclaim. Su Qiang glanced at the models displayed on the computer screen before concluding, your time is running out. Russo clenched his fists, finally resolving to take action. He nodded emphatically. All right, let us give it a try. A smile graced Su Qiang's face as she turned to Mo Hang. Brother Hang, do you have a lighter? Mo Hang, taken aback by the casualness of the moment, replied, is everyone so nonchalant about this? This exceeds my understanding. I do. Su Qiang held the lighter in her hand, while Russo brought over a gown, exclaiming, here, it has been plagiarized. It soon became evident that Su Qiang was not as casual as she appeared. Before setting fire to it, she meticulously sketched a design, striving to ensure that even the act of burning would possess an aesthetic allure. In no time, a fashion piece aptly dubbed Ashes of Beauty emerged. Mo Hang gazed at it intently. Oh, it does possess a certain fragmented beauty, with a hint of being both angelic and demonic. Su Qiang approached the models, selecting one to don the creation, making minor adjustments to their makeup. Following this methodical approach, she perfected the remaining garments that required alteration. Russo, initially filled with skepticism and disappointment, gradually regained his confidence. Su Qiang then began addressing the lighting issues and the fire effects, urging Russo to execute them to the best of his abilities. Russo took notes and then remarked, Dear Su, please arrange the order of appearance for the outfits that have not been burned. Su Qiang raised an eyebrow, surprised that he expected her to handle this as well. Russo shook his head, stating, I wish to learn from you. You are truly a fashion genius. It is a pity that your talents have never been showcased, leading me to discover you only now. Su Qiang accepted the task without further protest. The reward was shares in Chanel, an opportunity she could not afford to squander. She had already confirmed that with her expertise in fashion, she could be regarded as the most knowledgeable individual in design on Blue Star. After reviewing the remaining gowns, she pointed to one, declaring, this one should appear last. Russo looked slightly taken aback, as he believed this dress was not the most remarkable among the remaining options. Its design was rather conventional, being the gown that incorporated the most feather elements in the showcase. The only unique aspect was that the feathers were black on one side and white on the other. Su Qiang delicately adjusted the feathers on the gown, recognizing that it resonated most closely with the theme. The garments would be presented in order of their degree of destruction, culminating in this particular piece. The model wearing this gown would need to walk with poise, ensuring that the black side of the feathers remained prominently displayed. Upon reaching the front of the runway, she would alter the direction of the fan, allowing the white feathers to billow upwards, symbolizing rebirth. Russo's face lit up with joy, exclaiming, Su, you are a genius. Let us proceed as you have suggested. Su Qiang then organized the timing for the remaining outfits' appearances, and soon, the show was about to commence. She and Mo Hang exited the backstage area to the front. The show on stage was nearing its conclusion, with the designer proudly pointing out the intricately designed outfits. Su Qiang overheard whispers from nearby spectators, praising the emerging designer as a true talent, with each outfit being exceptionally stunning. Mo Hang leaned in slightly, murmuring, they are flattering her. Su Qiang smirked slyly, I understand their language. Mo Hang was momentarily taken aback. Su Qiang's fluent English had already left him astonished. He anticipated her proficiency in French as well. Chapter 123, Chanel Haute Couture. Mo Hang couldn't help but inquire, have you lived in Europe? Su Qiang shook her head. No, I am self-taught in these languages. At that moment, the designer on stage was expressing gratitude, while the audience erupted in applause. Mo Hang continued the previous topic, lamenting, "If it weren't for your analysis backstage, I might have been led to believe how remarkable this designer truly is." Su Qiang chuckled. "Everyone has their strengths. By the way, I heard you studied business. Have you completed your master's?" At this, Mo Hang's face brightened with a cheerful smile. "Yes, I graduated successfully." However, a hint of bitterness crossed his features as he added, "I had initially planned to pursue a doctorate, but due to the recent struggles of my family's company, I was called back to assist." Su Qiang blinked. Her curiosity piqued regarding the issues plaguing Lush Water, but she hesitated to inquire further. Mo Hang observed her. "Your Rose Group has taken on quite a bit of our business. We truly owe you gratitude for the high prices you've offered. Otherwise, our funding chain would have completely collapsed, and we would have lost far more than just a few contracts." At that moment, Russo's show commenced, and Mo Hang deftly shifted the conversation. Su Qiang sensed his reluctance to discuss further, thus refrained from probing deeper. The initial parts of the show proceeded smoothly, but as the fire effects were unveiled, gasps erupted from the audience when models appeared in distinctly charred outfits. Photographers began snapping pictures fervently. My heavens! Has Russo lost his mind? He is a promising emerging designer. OMG, I adore this gown. Can it still be purchased even in its damaged state? These outfits look stunning even after being destroyed. I can only imagine how they appeared before. What a sensationalist stunt. This show is merely an attempt to garner attention. The designer clearly lacks true talent. I agree, it seems unnecessary. Just from the first half, one could ascertain how exceptional Russo is as a designer. Why would he resort to this? Su Qiang attentively listened to the surrounding murmurs as she watched the show unfold. After all, this was crucial for her Chanel shares. The system's task was to alleviate Russo's worries, and for that, the success of this presentation was paramount. Mo Hang was equally anxious. One was his dear friend, and the other, a newly acquainted companion, friends of friends. He wished to avoid any unpleasantness between them. Upon checking online portals, he found that Russo's haute couture show had yet to conclude, but it had already garnered 2 trending topics, both of which were negative. He quickly remarked, "Su Qiang, I suspect Russo has been targeted by that designer's media manipulation. If it weren't for competition, I can't fathom who would be so eager to undermine him." Under normal circumstances, one would expect discussions to arise only after the entire show concluded and photos or videos circulated. However, the photographers were still clicking away, with no time to disseminate images. The audience was waiting for the show to finish, anticipating Russo's explanation and introduction to define the event. Su Qiang glanced at his phone and immediately said, "Hangul, do you know any media influencers? If they are disparaging us, we must counter with fervent praise. We must ensure their voices do not dominate, or else falsehoods will become truths." Mo Hang suggested, "I do know some. Shall we step outside to make a call? It's crowded and chaotic here." Su Qiang nodded, as her appointment with Chanel was fast approaching, and they needed to leave. Once outside, Su Qiang stated, "Hangul, do not fret about expenses. I wish to control the narrative swiftly, and I will cover the costs." Mo Hang fiddled with his phone, replying, "All right, I understand your intent. But let's not be too formal about the money. Russo is also my friend." "Then thank you, Hangul. I must head to the Chanel flagship store. Shall we take a Rolls-Royce?" Mo Hang promptly opened the door to the passenger seat of his McLaren, declaring, "I'll drive you." As he navigated the roads, he made calls to contacts, and upon arriving at 31 Kangpeng Street, the global Chanel flagship, he informed her that he had secured the media connections. The building before them stood 4 stories tall, with the first floor primarily occupied by boutiques, where customers could purchase Chanel's ready-to-wear clothing, shoes, and bags. As I stepped through the entrance, a photograph of the young Coco Chanel caught my eye, and directly opposite stood a dark wood screen, flanked by a magnificent spiral staircase. At that moment, several elegantly dressed women descended the staircase, each a client of haute couture, all of considerable means. Among the more than 7 billion people in the world, only a few thousand can be classified as high-end clientele. Curiously, Mo Hang asked, "Su Qiang, how many outfits do you plan to order?" Su Qiang tilted her head, replying, "The more, the better." Mo Hang's lips twitched slightly. Perhaps she wouldn't be able to order as many as she desired. Su Qiang regarded him thoughtfully as Mo Hang continued. Chanel primarily sustains its haute couture through the high-profit margins of bags, jewelry, perfumes, and cosmetics. Not long ago, Chanel's artistic director acquired several high-end ateliers to solidify the brand's preeminent status in women's fashion. Su Qiang pondered this information. The sales figures for haute couture may represent a small fraction of the brand's overall revenue, yet they serve as the brand's principal marketing force. Establishing a close connection with top-tier customers is reliant on haute couture. for it not only showcases the creative vision of the brand's artistic director and the designer's skill, but also highlights the craftsmanship of the ateliers, an exceptional opportunity to elevate the brand's prestige. Su Qiang mused that, from a business perspective, as a potential shareholder of Chanel, she should reserve haute couture for the brand's loyal patrons. Yet she had already resolved to indulge in a shopping spree as a reward for her daily commitments. After all, she was not yet a shareholder. She would proceed with her original plan to buy. Thus, she said to Mo Hang, as long as one is willing to spend, what can't be purchased? For instance, haute couture garments are produced in singularity worldwide. Once a client acquires one, theoretically, no one else can obtain an identical piece. However, in practice, if one wishes to purchase, a designer will create a new piece with slight alterations in color and detail. Mo Hang was rendered speechless. The Qiang Group could effortlessly manage its own affairs, and the young lady certainly was not lacking in funds. He ran his fingers through his hair, noting that women seemed particularly fond of haute couture. During his years studying abroad, he had accompanied his mother annually to purchase high-end couture. This year, however, his mother was too busy to make the trip. Su Qiang shot him a sidelong glance. That's rather obvious. We certainly do enjoy haute couture. It exists uniquely for us. Chapter 124. Anna seizes the haute couture. The two continued their light-hearted banter as they ascended to the second floor. Here, numerous rooms awaited, where haute couture clients received fittings and tailoring services. Su Qiang was welcomed into one of the rooms. Miss Su, greetings. I am the artisan, Kalin. As you did not place an order for styles a few days ago, only these haute couture pieces remain from this launch. After exchanging pleasantries, Su Qiang glanced at the photo album and was taken aback to find only 10 styles left. Kalin smiled and said, Miss Su, if you fancy any of these, you may try them on. Su Qiang pointed to a shimmering gown. I would like to try this one first. Certainly, I shall prepare it for you, Kalin replied, retrieving the haute couture piece. It was a strapless gown woven with silver threads, the sequin skirt featuring a daring slit, complemented by a silver padded shoulder jacket. Once Su Qiang emerged in the gown, Kalin adjusted the slightly loose waist from behind, remarking, this gown with a subtle train perfectly embodies your elegant, yet slightly aloof aura. Su Qiang nodded in agreement, ready to confirm her choice. Just then, the door swung open, and a commanding female voice announced, Kalin, I want that silver gown. Su Qiang turned to see a blonde woman in her early 20s, clad in Chanel's ready-to-wear. Kalin hesitated momentarily before responding, Miss Anna, I apologize, but you previously stated you did not want this style, and it has already been fitted for Miss Su. Anna approached, her exaggerated eyeliner accentuating her haughty demeanor, declaring, take it off, that gown is mine. Su Qiang frowned, realizing she was witnessing the infamous act of seizing haute couture. She glanced down at Anna, stating firmly, I intend to purchase this gown as well. I cannot relinquish it to you. Anna, slightly taken aback, stepped back and raised her chin, saying, an Oriental. I didn't expect your French to be quite proficient. However, since I have expressed my desire for this gown, I shall acquire it. No one can outbid me for Chanel haute couture. Su Qiang arched an eyebrow, impressed by her audacity. She turned to Kalin. Is it not customary to honor the principle of first come, first served? Kalin nodded, affirming, this gown should indeed be offered to Miss Su first. Yet Anna interjected. If we are discussing first come, I was the first. I simply did not find this gown appealing at the time. Su Qiang retorted, true, you declined it. But I am now the one deciding to purchase it before you. Anna turned to Kalin, arrogantly asking, is that correct? Kalin hesitated for a moment, but ultimately nodded. Anna scoffed, retrieving her phone. I have stated before that whenever I desire Chanel haute couture, no one can take it from me. Su Qiang furrowed her brow, her demeanor growing icy. Initially, the gown was in a state of optional purchase, but now she felt compelled to secure it. Thus, she declared, I will offer double the price. Kalin paused briefly, then turned to Anna, stating emphatically, Miss Anna, Miss Su is one of our super VIPs, emphasizing each word. Anna's hand faltered on her phone. She understood the implication behind those words. Haute couture is fundamentally a means of maintaining the loyalty of the brand's clientele. Should a customer have a negative experience during their shopping journey with Chanel, it could lead to the loss of that client, especially when it pertains to haute couture. Perhaps it would be wiser to resolve the issue through a more equitable approach. Therefore, she locked her phone and looked down at Su Qiang. I will offer 5 million. This gown is not worth that much. You should concede. Upon uttering those words, the Chanel staff in the room turned dark with displeasure. What did she mean that the gown was not worth that much? No one had ever spoken such words about haute couture. Each step in the creation of haute couture garments is executed by hand, with artisans meticulously stitching each seam. This intricate craftsmanship can only be achieved through human effort, resulting in protracted labor. Furthermore, haute couture designers often transcend cost constraints, allowing their imaginations to flourish in the design process, which also entails the use of luxurious materials. Therefore, each unique haute couture garment embodies not only the designer's dedication, but also the artisan's efforts, transforming haute couture into a resplendent work of art. Yet now, someone dared to say, in front of all these craftsmen, that their lovingly crafted garments were worthless? Su Qiang nearly laughed at her audacity, asserting, I believe the true value of haute couture lies in its human-centered approach. This artisan spirit, which prioritizes the human touch, is beyond monetary valuation in my opinion. If you insist on quantifying it, I will always outbid your offer by twice the amount. Her words resonated powerfully, causing the Chanel staff present to gaze at her with admiration. Kaylin, who had maintained an elegant smile until now, also grew serious, stating, Miss Anna, if you continue to act unreasonably, I will certainly report this matter to the owner. Please do not underestimate the weight of my words. At that moment, Anna looked at Kaylin, suddenly recalling something, her expression darkening. Kaylin's team ranks among the finest artisans at Chanel. In the realm of fashion's four fundamental elements, silhouette, fabric, color, and detail, Kaylin's team has honed each aspect to perfection. Anna's expression shifted dramatically, culminating in a deep breath as she declared, You are right. Haute couture is worth any sum if one truly appreciates it. I will offer 10 million. Su Qiang's expression remained unchanged. 20 million, she countered. Anna inhaled deeply again, casting a sidelong glance at Mo Hang. Your friends only wear ready-to-wear. I presume your financial resources are limited as well. I question your financial capacity reasonably. It is unwise to meddle in a woman's quarrel. Mo Hang, seated quietly on the sofa, looked bewildered. What of ready-to-wear? It is merely a casual shirt, not a formal suit, and it is from the renowned luxury brand, LV, no less. Moreover, while not bespoke, this outfit fits him splendidly. He possesses a fine physique. Is that a flaw? Kaylin furrowed her brow deeply. Miss Anna, I must ask you to leave. I am willing to sell this gown to Miss Su at its listed price. I am not causing a scene. I am merely questioning reasonably. Anna pointed at Su Qiang. She is willing to spend 20 million on haute couture. Why not purchase the opening look from this show? She then turned to Kaylin. I am also your customer. Do you intend to expel me? Should I not report you to my uncle? Kaylin hesitated. At that moment, a phone rang, cutting through the tense atmosphere with stark clarity. Chapter 125, The Arrival of Chanel's Authority. Ding. Task completed. 50 shares of Chanel have been issued. Host, please take note. Mo Hang glanced at the Hermes bag beside him, picked it up, and handed it to Su Qiang. Your phone is ringing. Su Qiang nodded, retrieving her phone from the bag. The caller ID displayed an unfamiliar number. She answered. On the other end was a middle-aged man who asked in English, Is this Miss Su Qiang? Su Qiang pondered. She had already researched that all shares of Chanel were currently held by one family, a lineage steeped in tradition, involved not only in fashion but in various sectors. The shares were said to be under the stewardship of Mr. Allen, with his elder brother managing other family enterprises. Thus, Su Qiang replied in French, Yes, may I ask who is calling? The caller switched to French, his tone becoming more intimate and gentle. I did not anticipate your French to be so proficient. I am your partner, Allen. I have just received a transfer from your foundation. The share transfer for Chanel is nearly complete. May I have a moment of your time to discuss? Certainly. I am currently on the second floor of the Chanel flagship. What a coincidence. I shall come right over. Upon seeing Su Qiang hang up, Anna immediately jeered. What now? A failed act of wealth, and now you seek a savior? She then turned to Kaylin, exaggerating. My dear uncle is your boss. I truly wonder what gives you the audacity to reprimand me. My uncle has no children. It is not an exaggeration to say that I may inherit Chanel in the future. Kaylin was about to voice her dissent when the door swung open, and a stern voice resonated. Anna, you need not harbor such hopes. Your uncle is still quite young. Su Qiang glanced over to see Allen, who appeared to be in his early 40s, well-preserved and strikingly handsome. Allen surveyed the room before approaching Su Qiang, extending his hand. Miss Su, it is a pleasure to meet you. You are as beautiful and accomplished as I anticipated. Thank you for your kind words, Su Qiang replied, shaking his hand. The staff present greeted him warmly. Allen exchanged pleasantries with Mo Hang before addressing everyone. What transpired here? Anna hurried over, dropping her haughty demeanor to feign innocence. Uncle, I apologize. That was not my intention. It is just that this Miss Su is trying to outbid me for haute couture without the means. Kaylin has been unreasonably rude to me. I spoke out of frustration. Allen's eyes widened in disbelief. What international joke are you telling? Miss Su has acquired half of Chanel's shares. How could she lack funds? At this declaration, everyone in the room, save for Su Qiang, was left speechless, thinking to themselves, you must be joking. Purchasing half of Chanel's shares, had it not come from the boss's lips, they would have dismissed it as sheer fantasy. Mo Hang, too, was rendered speechless. He was aware of Su Qiang's wealth and her considerable authority in the Rose Group. Yet he could not fathom that she possessed such financial prowess. Just days prior, he had been discussing with friends abroad the surging demand for luxury goods in recent years, leading to soaring sales across luxury brands, Chanel included, with a valuation reaching 800 billion. And Su Qiang had purchased half of Chanel's shares. It was imperative to understand that Chanel was not in decline, it was steadily thriving. How much wealth would one need to acquire such a stake? Kylan was the first to regain her composure, rapidly recounting the recent events, including Anna's disparagement of the gown's worth and her rudeness towards Su Qiang. Alan's expression darkened as he listened. Anna, you have deeply disappointed me. Where have your manners gone? I will certainly inform your father of today's debacle. Meanwhile, Anna, still preoccupied with the notion of her family selling half of Chanel, hysterically questioned, Uncle, why would you sell Chanel? Our family does not lack for money. Alan's countenance darkened further. What do you know, child? This company is mine. How I choose to manage it is beyond anyone's scrutiny. He then called for the bodyguards to enter. Anna, return home. If you do not learn proper etiquette, you shall not step outside. Thus, Anna was forcibly escorted away by the bodyguards. Alan exhaled, turning to Su Qiang with an apologetic demeanor. Miss Su, I must apologize for the scene. That gown suits you splendidly, and I would like to gift it to you. Oh, and this opening look from the show will also be a token of my apology. Please accept it. As a gesture from a partner, Su Qiang felt compelled to accept. Nodding, she curiously inquired, I thought the opening collection had already been sold? Alan chuckled softly, offering a simple explanation. The entire collection has been acquired by me as an investment for appreciation. After a brief pause, he continued, Miss Su, I wonder if you could spare a moment now? Shall we discuss upstairs? Su Qiang nodded, addressing Kylan. I will take all remaining haute couture from this show. I will come down shortly. Alan looked at Kylan. Charge it all to my account. Su Qiang glanced at Mo Hang, who volunteered, I will wait for you here. Thus, Su Qiang ascended to the third floor with Alan. His assistant had already prepared the documents. Alan handed the paperwork to Su Qiang, seated opposite him, smiling. Miss Su, your financial acumen and decisiveness are truly remarkable. You are indeed an exceptional businesswoman. This price and the 50 shares align perfectly with my bottom line, making it impossible for me to refuse. As Su Qiang perused the documents, engaging in mutual flattery, she signed her name. Alan extended his hand once more. Miss Su, here's to a fruitful collaboration. Su Qiang smiled as they shook hands. Alan remarked, the Chinese market has now become the largest luxury goods market in the world. Ms. Su, as a citizen of this country, we anticipate that you will devote considerable effort to our company's strategy within this market. We would be grateful for any astute insights or unique strategies you may have. Su Qiang nodded, assuring him, of course, you needn't worry. They exchanged further thoughts on the company's prospects before parting ways. Chanel's headquarters in China is located in Shanghai, prompting Su Qiang to promptly inform Bing Chuan to establish contact with the senior executives at Chanel. Upon returning to the second floor, Kylan had already laid out the haute couture pieces, cheerfully stating, Ms. Su, Mr. Allen mentioned that the opening collection will be delivered shortly. Would you prefer to try these garments on now, or shall I take your measurements first? Let us proceed with the measurements, Su Qiang replied. She meticulously recorded over 20 measurements, ensuring every aspect affecting the garment's tailoring and fit was accounted for. Once completed, Kylan proposed, Ms. Su, why not allow me to create a bespoke mannequin for you? This would significantly streamline your fitting process. Su Qiang readily accepted Kylan's suggestion and proceeded to discuss the necessary modifications for each piece. Kylan then smiled, saying, I will expedite the completion of these garments and fly to China for your fitting. Should any adjustments be required, I will ensure they meet your satisfaction. Su Qiang nodded, confident that she would not need any further alterations. Thanks to the system's enhancements, she could effortlessly maintain her current physique. As she exited, night had already fallen. Upon stepping outside, Su Qiang turned to Mo Hang, saying, Thank you for accompanying me this afternoon. Allow me to treat you to dinner. Mo Hang chuckled and shook his head. Russo should be the one thanking us. He has already made a reservation. Once in the car, Mo Hang continued. Due to our swift counteraction in the media, public perception is not obscured. The media and the public have mixed reviews regarding Russo, but overall, the positive feedback outweighs the negative. Su Qiang leaned her elbow against the car window, resting her chin thoughtfully. If Russo can present compelling evidence to clarify the situation, he will receive abundant praise. Indeed, while his current controversy stemmed from attempts to garner attention and damaging garments, it was undeniable that it had been a spectacular show. Once the audience comprehended the reasoning behind his actions, they would commend his ingenuity. Mo Hang paused, glancing at her. This is all you're doing. And thus Russo is immensely grateful to you. He had intended to invite you on stage during the press conference to express his thanks. But upon realizing you were absent and considering your usual low-profile demeanor, I advised him to refrain from mentioning your presence. Su Qiang nodded. Your decision spared me a significant hassle. She had no intention of mingling within the fashion circle, even if everyone recognized her as the mastermind behind the brilliant idea. She sought no fame. By keeping her in the shadows, the accolades would fall upon Russo, enhancing his brand value, which was a tangible benefit. Mo Hang drove to a Chinese restaurant, a testament to Russo's sincerity and thoughtfulness. The waitress, clad in a kipao, greeted them warmly. Good evening, Mr. Mo, Ms. Su. Mr. Russo has reserved the bamboo room. Mo Hang nodded. We can make our way there ourselves. He then explained to Su Qiang, the cuisine here is exceptional. I frequent this establishment. The restaurant was adorned with an antique charm. Upon entering the private room, Russo excitedly rushed over, exclaiming, Su, at last, we meet again. With open arms, he approached her. Su Qiang gestured for him to stop, extending her hand instead. I'm sorry, but I'm not accustomed to embracing others. Russo quickly adapted to a handshake, enthusiastically shaking her hand. No worries, I understand. You Chinese are quite reserved. Please, have a seat. He pulled out a wooden chair for her. After expressing her gratitude and taking a seat, Russo handed her the menu. I've ordered a few dishes. Feel free to add more. Su Qiang perused the menu, which featured a variety of culinary delights, selecting 2 sweet dishes before passing the menu to Mo Hang, who also chose 2 more. Once the server departed, Russo earnestly said, Su, I am truly grateful to you. You and your team are my saviors. Mere words cannot adequately express my gratitude. Is there anything I can do for you? He looked at Su Qiang with earnest eyes. After a moment's contemplation, Su Qiang had an idea. Next month, she was invited to a jewelry exhibition by William, where she intended to wear the rose heart set. Initially, she planned to purchase haute couture for the event, but having acquired the skill of fashion expertise, her sensitivity to style had heightened. The haute couture pieces she purchased today at Chanel were overly extravagant and did not complement her pink diamond jewelry. With a designer at her disposal, why not request his assistance in creating an outfit? She took out her phone, locating a photo of the jewelry to show him. I will be wearing this exquisite set to an important gala next month. Could you design a gown that accentuates this jewelry? What a stunning and perfect set of jewels. Russo praised, then looked at Su Qiang with a playful admonishment. Su, you design genius, and yet you seek my help for the gown? Su Qiang blinked. You are a renowned designer. With your touch, this gown will undoubtedly be extraordinary. Russo chuckled, albeit with a hint of bittersweetness. Very well, I shall design it. And I will ensure it is completed promptly. He pondered, to highlight the jewelry. Let us use black velvet. It will suit your demeanor beautifully. Su Qiang nodded. I believe the neckline should be slightly higher. The two engaged in spirited discussion, while Mo Hang, sipping tea, felt somewhat like a mere intermediary. When the dishes arrived, their discussion reached a conclusion. Russo remarked, I will quickly draft a sketch. If you have time, please visit my studio, as I will need your measurements. Su Qiang continued to eat. I have already taken my measurements at Chanel. I will send you all the data shortly. Russo complained. Did you spend the entire afternoon at Chanel? I wanted to find you but couldn't. By the way, I need to discuss something with you. His expression shifted to one of hesitance. Mo Hang, witnessing this for the first time, curiously inquired, is it something difficult? About the plagiarism issue? Speak up. Maybe we can help you brainstorm. Su, you mentioned you would purchase the damaged garments I had. Is that true? Russo stammered, then, covering his face, continued. I know this is quite inappropriate. You've helped me resolve a significant dilemma, yet I'm still discussing finances. However, I can only sell the undamaged garments. And my funds are facing issues. He crossed his hands under his chin, looking pitifully earnest. So I was wondering if this financial support could be considered a loan from you, or perhaps an investment. I could offer you shares. Task triggered, acquire Russo brand. We already have Chanel. Acquiring this newly established brand is merely a trifle. Successful completion of the task rewards a villa in the outskirts of Bali. Failure incurs no penalties. I realize my request is quite audacious, such a substantial sum for so many garments. If you choose to decline, I completely understand and will explore other options. Russo continued to ramble on. Su Qiang nodded immediately, expressing no objections, and continued, if possible. I would also like to acquire your brand. Chapter 127. The hotel waiter is suspicious. Russo was taken aback. Mo Hang also looked over in astonishment. Could it be that this young lady was becoming addicted to acquiring fashion brands? After a moment's contemplation, Su Qiang elaborated, if you agree, I will invest a substantial amount of capital to develop the ready-to-wear line, and I will also acquire the workshop, allowing you to continue delving into haute couture. I will strive to accommodate your ideas and requirements in this regard. I desire 70 of the shares, but I will not interfere with your designs or brand operations. You will retain significant authority, and I will remain in the background. Not only was Russo exceptionally talented as a designer, but he was also not yet 30. Given the current circumstances, with just a little maneuvering, this brand could potentially skyrocket, promising substantial profits in the future. Russo's expression wavered. In the past, he had received offers to acquire his brand, but the terms were unsatisfactory, and he had persevered until reaching the stage of the Bali Haute Couture Fashion Week. He had initially thought it would catapult him to success, only to find himself facing adversity. Fortuitously, this Miss Su had pulled him from the depths of despair. If the acquirer was indeed her, and the terms were so favorable, perhaps it was worth considering. Yet, the conditions seemed almost too good to be true. Resembling a mere pipe dream, Mo Hang, having known him for several years, sensed his apprehensions. If your concern lies with finances, you need not worry at all. Su Qiang possesses the capability to elevate your brand. Su Qiang nodded. I have just acquired half of Chanel's shares. Though the formalities are not yet complete, and it has not been made public. If you keep an eye on it, you will hear news in due course. What? Russo was left dumbfounded. As someone within the fashion industry, he fully understood the implications of acquiring shares in Chanel. The fact that this individual was able to purchase shares in Chanel indicated her financial prowess was beyond question. However, if she could obtain Chanel, why would she have any interest in his modest brand? Was it perhaps because she recognized his design talent? With renewed determination, Russo exclaimed, I agree. A joyful smile spread across Su Qiang's face. Then let us look forward to a successful collaboration. Russo's demeanor shifted from one of despair to optimism. In fact, I have already received an order for that severely damaged gown. A customer is eager to see it restored and wishes to place a reservation. I anticipate receiving many similar orders, hence my concerns regarding funding. Su Qiang marveled. She truly has an eye for talent. The gown that suffered the most damage is undoubtedly the most remarkable piece. Its excellence is what prompted the imitation. At this juncture, Mo Hang interjected. I have a premonition that your brand will shine brightly in the fashion realm. Therefore, the garments showcased at your inaugural haute couture presentation in Bali, particularly those that were damaged, will become exceptionally precious. Given your newfound financial stability, I believe you can afford to gradually restore those pieces for ongoing marketing. Russo's eyes sparkled with excitement. Hang, thank you for your brilliant idea. You truly are an Oxford scholar. He then turned to Su Qiang. I have not yet accepted that customer's reservation because I had initially intended to gift the most exquisite haute couture gown to you once it was complete. It is my proudest creation. Su Qiang expressed her gratitude with a smile before steering the conversation back to business. Have you devised a strategy to retaliate against the plagiarism? Russo nodded resolutely. Of course, I will retaliate. I will present the timeline of my hand-drawn sketches, along with surveillance footage of my ex-girlfriend visiting my studio. Mo Hang suggested. Once you gather your evidence, you might consider starting a buzz tonight, then release the evidence tomorrow. Building anticipation can be quite effective. I will recommend a public relations friend to you. Su Qiang added, if you require any assistance, please do not hesitate to ask. Russo playfully tapped his forehead. Understood, boss. The three continued their meal while discussing various matters. After finishing her meal, Su Qiang requested a laptop from Uncle One, who was dining in the hall, and directly drafted the contract. Once completed, she presented it to Russo. Russo reviewed it meticulously, nodding in approval. No problem. We will print it out tomorrow for signatures. And I will gather the necessary materials for us to complete the formalities together. With this agreement established, Russo needed to return to address the plagiarism issue. And he parted ways with the two. Given the late hour, Su Qiang decided to postpone trying on haute couture from other brands until the following day. So she and Mo Hang, accompanied by their bodyguards, returned to the hotel. Mo Hang's room was adjacent to hers, and just before entering, he inquired, would you like to have a late-night snack? Su Qiang shook her head. No, I think I will pass for now. Upon returning to her room, Su Qiang promptly informed her mother about the haute couture acquisition and shared photos. After all, her mother had long been expected to arrive. But an unfortunate incident had kept her in the hospital for several days. It was high time to share updates. She also checked the website. Russo was quick to announce that he had been plagiarized, and the buzz was continuing to grow. Just as she was preparing to shower and retire for the night, the doorbell rang. Su Qiang felt a twinge of confusion. Peering through the peephole, she saw a waiter pushing a food cart. Could it be that Mo Hang had ordered her a late-night snack? She opened the door to let the waiter in, immediately sensing something amiss. Although foreign women are generally taller and more robust, this one seemed excessively so, and her gait was oddly awkward. A sense of caution enveloped Su Qiang as she observed the waiter extracting a bottle from her apron. Acting swiftly, she held her breath and sidestepped. Delivering a forceful kick that sent the waiter sprawling, the cart crashing a distance away. Seizing the moment, she stepped onto the assailant's leg, casting aside the object in their hand and grasping both of their wrists. As she attempted to bind their hands with their own hair tie, she inadvertently yanked off a wig. It was a bald man. Ignoring his curses, Su Qiang skillfully restrained his hands and pulled out her phone to call her bodyguards. They arrived promptly, subduing the bald assailant, followed closely by Mo Hang. Mo Hang, astonished, asked what happened. He disguised himself as a waiter and pushed the cart in. I thought it was you bringing me a late-night snack, so I let him in. He attempted to spray something at me, but I managed to evade it and took him down. Listening to Su Qiang's nonchalant tone, Mo Hang couldn't help but twitch his lips. The disparity in their sizes was rather significant. However, that was not the main concern. I was just about to ask if you wanted a late-night snack. Mo Hang remarked casually, picking up the small bottle from the floor. It contained a new product that would render a person unconscious within seconds upon inhalation. Chapter 128. Miss Anna sent me. Uncle Wen frowned. In a five-star hotel, how could such an incident occur? Mo Hang glanced towards the door, contemplating. There are cameras in the hallway. With such a commotion, the hotel staff has yet to notice. Uncle Wen's eyes widened in shock. Are you suggesting that the hotel is compromised, young Master Mo? Mo Hang closed the door and shook his head. It's hard to say, for now. Let us conduct our own interrogation. Uncle Wen immediately apologized. Miss, I am truly sorry. It is my fault for not properly vetting the hotel. Su Qiang shook her head. It's fine. This hotel was booked before we arrived. Such an occurrence is beyond anyone's foresight. An individual loomed large in her mind, eager to emerge. She only arrived at Bali today and had a conflict with Anna, it seems. Yet, was it truly necessary? They had scarcely exchanged a few words. And Anna was summoned away by her uncle. Could it be that the designer who plagiarized Rousseau was aware of her presence? Pray tell, who sent you? Mo Hang inquired in French, addressing the bald man. Initially, the man was quite defiant, refusing to divulge any information. However, as Mo Hang relentlessly assaulted him, the bald man ended up battered and bruised, still cursing but steadfast in his silence. The beating continued until he let out a cry of agony. At that moment, Su Qiang seized the opportunity to employ the truth card on him. Mo Hang, stepping on the other leg, demanded, will you speak? If not, you might as well lose that leg as well. I will. It was Miss Anna who sent me. The bald man's body stiffened in response. After passing the phone to Uncle Wen, Su Qiang immediately pressed down hard on the leg that had been previously broken. Why did Anna send you? The bald man wailed. I don't know. I truly have no idea. I'm merely following orders. Su Qiang pressed further. What instructions did she give you regarding me? Please, stop. It hurts so much. I'll tell you. She instructed me to drug you and deliver you to the slums for the thugs. The room fell into a sudden silence. Realizing that the time for the truth card was nearly up, Su Qiang released his leg, while the bald man had already succumbed to unconsciousness from the pain. Excellent. This now seemed reasonable. Surely no one would suspect anything amiss. Su Qiang nodded at Uncle Wen, who tapped the screen and handed the phone back to her. Miss. It's recorded. At that moment, Mo Hang looked at the phone and remarked, I inquired, and the owner behind this hotel is the Allen family. However, the specific person in charge remains unknown. This clarified matters. Anna could easily arrange for the bald man to masquerade as a maid. And likely the corridor cameras had long been disabled. Deep in thought, Su Qiang pondered the strength of the Allen family. Mo Hang pursed his lips. They are among the most prominent families in the romantic nation, with numerous branches and extensive business dealings. Thus, he paused before continuing. They will certainly offer you compensation, yet should you demand Anna's surrender, they will unequivocally refuse. It's not that Anna holds great importance for their family. It's a matter of face. Su Qiang nodded, indicating her understanding. The wealthier and more powerful the family, the more they value their reputation. Mo Hang patted her shoulder reassuringly. If this were in our homeland, we would ensure those who wish to harm you face retribution. However, we are abroad. Look on the bright side. Use this incident to negotiate with Allen and obtain some benefits. If you could secure a larger stake in Chanel, that would be quite significant, as the voice of Chanel would then lie within the Rose Group. Su Qiang smiled. I understand. There is no need for you to worry about me. Life cannot always be as one desires, nor can the world revolve solely around her. Ding. Triggered a random task to teach Anna a lesson. Those who wish to harm the host must be punished. Even a minor punishment counts. Host, charge ahead. Successful task reward. Bugatti Chiron. Failure incurs no punishment. Su Qiang pondered, stroking her chin. To impart the most profound lesson, one must use the same means against the offender. However, applying this to Anna might prove somewhat challenging. Perhaps it would suffice to first use a misfortune card on her. If that fails, other methods could be considered. With a newfound direction, Su Qiang promptly dialed Allen. Miss Su, is there anything I can assist you with at this late hour? Allen's voice remained as warm and rich as ever. Good evening, Mr. Allen. I'm currently residing at a hotel under your family's name and have encountered a minor issue. At present, I have one of Anna's associates in my possession, and I kindly request that you and Anna come to retrieve them. What? Miss Su, you cannot be serious. One of Anna's people? Su Qiang emphasized, I assure you. I never jest. Very well, I shall bring Anna over at once. Alan immediately recognized the gravity of the situation, hastily apologized, and hung up. He then called the servant. Learning that Anna had been instructed to remain at home, and promptly headed to the adjacent villa. Upon knocking, he found Anna in her pajamas, unadorned, evidently preparing for bed. Uncle, I've remained as you instructed, not wandering about. What brings you here so late? Alan was perplexed. Anna appeared far too composed to have committed any wrongdoing. He directly inquired, did you do anything to Miss Su? Anna remained remarkably calm. No, she is your business partner. How could I possibly do anything? Alan was further baffled. He stated, change your clothes. We are going to visit Miss Su. A flicker of panic crossed Anna's eyes, but she quickly regained her composure. After all, the individual she dispatched was her most loyal bodyguard, who had been with her since childhood. Even if caught, he would never betray her. All right, I shall change. Please wait a moment, uncle. As Anna changed, she attempted to call her bodyguard, yet no one answered. Suppressing her growing anxiety, she exited. Su Qiang sat on the sofa in the living room, while the bald man had been bound and awakened, lying on the carpet. Once he regained consciousness, he fell silent, refraining from even a curse. The doorbell rang, and a bodyguard stationed by the door glanced over. Miss, it's Mr. Allen and Miss Anna. Su Qiang nodded. Open the door. Upon entering, Alan immediately spotted the bald man and made a tire sprawled on the floor, sensing that something was amiss. He strode over, attempting to discern the bald man's face, but the latter kept avoiding his gaze. It took Alan quite some time to finally see his face, at which point he gasped, it's you. Anna behind him echoed in surprise. How did you end up here? You were supposed to be at home. However, the bald man did not utter the anticipated excuse of having sneaked out. Chapter 129. Anna does not apologize, discusses compensation. Su Qiang smiled. Mr. Allen, please take a seat. This individual belongs to Anna, correct? Indeed, Alan nodded, taking a seat on the sofa, then asked, Anna, what is the meaning of this? Anna maintained her calm demeanor, attempting to sit as well. Alan frowned. Those who err should stand while speaking. Anna hesitated, then stood with her hands on her hips. Uncle, how can you so quickly pass judgment on me? I have no idea why my bodyguard is here. He must have sneaked out. Su Qiang wore a knowing smile. Are you certain? Anna nodded without hesitation. I am certain. After our altercation, I merely complained to him in passing. His loyalty to me is steadfast, and it is entirely reasonable for him to attempt a prank without my knowledge. Moreover, you are unscathed, which clearly indicates that the prank was unsuccessful. Yet, you have left my bodyguard in this condition. I have yet to settle the score with you. Su Qiang turned to Alan. What do you think? Disguising oneself as a maid to enter my room. Could this be considered a prank? Alan first glanced at the bodyguard, who had buried his head in the carpet, feigning death. He thought to himself that it likely hadn't escalated too far. He then remarked, regardless, Anna is at fault here. Your men injured her bodyguard, and he brought this upon himself. I shall not hold you accountable for this. Her father is overseas. Miss Su, I will offer you compensation, and I ask for your forgiveness regarding her prank. Su Qiang shook her head. Mr. Allen, this is not a prank. After saying this, she deftly connected her phone to the television screen and played a video. The footage of the bald man being assaulted appeared, along with his words, I'll knock you out and send you to the slums for the thugs. Su Qiang leisurely watched Alan. His expression was frigid as he rebuked. Anna, I am deeply disappointed in you. How could your thoughts be so malicious? Anna, taken aback, yelled at the bald man on the ground. How could you betray me? Have you forgotten how good I've been to you? Alan stood up resolutely. Anna, please answer me. Why do you wish to harm Miss Su? Our family should not harbor such pettiness. Su Qiang too was intrigued and contemplated whether to employ a truth card. To her surprise, Anna confessed outright. Huh, uncle, stop pretending. What Miss Su? She is clearly your mistress. You only want to give her the Chanel company. I refuse to believe you would sell off Chanel shares for money. You are the one who has disappointed me by upholding your mistress in public. Su Qiang was astounded. Was this young lady's imagination truly so wild? She was simply a victim of circumstance. Alan was equally shocked. Yes, he had mistresses, but they were ordinary women. He would never be foolish enough to seek a high-powered mistress. Fuming with rage, he retorted, You are thinking too much. Miss Su is simply Miss Su. She is my business partner. Anna shouted back. How is that possible? She is so young, so beautiful, and a foreigner. How could she possibly buy Chanel shares from you? If my father were not busy today, I would definitely tell him. Alan, still intent on reasoning, maintained that Miss Su was indeed young and beautiful, but she was also a significant business figure. Yet, Su Qiang was uninterested in their bickering. She took out a vial and placed it on the table. Mr. Allen, I am not particularly concerned about Anna's motives. The damage has been done. You recognize this, don't you? Had I not been vigilant, my fate would have been dire. Alan picked up the vial for inspection, Inhaling sharply, Anna shouted again. You can't possibly escape this. I don't believe it. Perhaps you bribed my bodyguard to extort us. The more she spoke, the louder her voice grew. Yes, that is exactly it. You are in cahoots. Su Qiang replied calmly, Mr. Allen, if you doubt my words, you may check the surveillance. If it weren't for my skills, I would have fallen today. If the footage is damaged, I can arrange for repairs. Allen pinched the bridge of his nose, choosing not to question the bald man further. Adults are capable of their own judgments. He sat down, took a deep breath, and forced a smile. Miss Su, what can I do to appease your anger? Regarding Anna, I still wish to advocate for her chance to reform. I will ensure she receives proper guidance moving forward. His tone was gentle, yet carried an underlying authority. Su Qiang nodded. First, I would like an apology from Miss Anna. If Anna apologized, it would be tantamount to admitting her wrongdoing. Anna held her head high, declaring, I will not apologize. I don't believe you. You are just my uncle's secret lover. Allen could no longer contain his anger and shouted, What do you understand? What is a fashion brand worth? I need substantial funding for a new project. He paused, realizing how foolish his niece was. Surely, her parents had spoiled her. He promptly called the bodyguard stationed at the door to have Anna taken away. Turning to Su Qiang, he sincerely said, I apologize on Anna's behalf, and I assure you that we will provide satisfactory compensation. All of it. Give Anna a severe misfortune card, plus a mild misfortune card. Ding. Usage successful. Anna, cursing, was dragged away, struggling all the way. As they reached the entrance, a bodyguard went to open the door and lost his grip on her. In her struggle, she slammed into a glass cabinet, shattering it completely. Blood trickled from her forehead, and she immediately burst into tears. Allen rushed over to check, relieved that her eyes were unharmed. Quick, call a doctor. Su Qiang felt a twinge of regret. Ding. Task completed. Bugatti Black Knight has been dispatched. The completion of the task left her further disheartened. Just then, a call came in from the Bugatti headquarters, confirming the delivery of the car to the hotel the following day. Allen returned and ordered the bald man to be removed. With a smile, Su Qiang remarked, Mr. Allen, I assure you that what he just said was the truth. If you do not believe me, I have means to ensure he speaks the truth. Allen's lips twitched, and he smiled as well. Miss Su, you jest, I believe you. He too had his methods, which were nothing more than a good beating. Su Qiang nodded and added, I have some reservations about this room. If possible, could you assist me in changing rooms later? She subtly reminded him that their family business was vast, and mishandling could have dire consequences. Allen understood her implication and immediately responded, Of course, your accommodations here, along with your companions, will be entirely complimentary. I guarantee that you will not encounter such incidents again, and regarding your compensation. Su Qiang interjected, I would like 10 of Chanel shares, or I will purchase the remaining 50 of Chanel shares. Chapter 130, Bugatti Black Knight, Anna's Scandal. As soon as she finished speaking, Allen's expression froze. Su Qiang felt no worry about overstepping her bounds. This was a business negotiation. Haggling was a reciprocal process, was it not? She was the victim. And with Anna unwilling to apologize and Allen so protective of her, if she did not seize this opportunity to make bold demands, when would she? Moreover, she presented a choice. Should Allen select the latter option, it would not be a gift. Previously, Allen had mentioned needing substantial funds for a new project, and perhaps there was a genuine opportunity for her to acquire the entire Chanel. Having two decision-makers in a company could be quite troublesome, requiring endless communication to reach a decision, which was entirely incompatible with the identity of a dominating host. Wow, host, you're amazing. You've got the aura of a unifying leader. Reward, 10 system points. If the host secures the remaining 50 of Chanel shares, there's no need to worry about finances. Thank you all. Su Qiang felt bolstered by the system's praise. Contemplating the mysterious system, could it be that she had a hidden ally? Su Qiang decided to take a risk and stand her ground. Crossing her legs, she rested one hand on the armrest of the sofa, gently propping up her chin, adopting a relaxed posture. Mr. Allen, I hope you want to laugh. I have never had a boyfriend in my life. I truly cannot imagine what I would do if a tragedy befell me. I am a conservative Chinese woman, and the emotional toll would be immense. Pausing, she added with a meaningful tone, At present, I have not informed my family about this matter. I fear it would cause them distress. Allen gazed at the bright and confident young woman before him, feeling a slight chill. Indeed, though the contract was signed by the Rose Group, the discussions had previously involved a mysterious private equity fund. Naturally, he had looked into it, but he could uncover nothing about the individuals behind this fund. After a moment of contemplation, he weighed his words carefully. Miss Su, I completely understand your feelings and genuinely wish to offer you a satisfactory compensation. However, I am currently unable to make a decision regarding these two options. Would it be possible for me to provide you with an answer tomorrow? Su Qiang nodded in agreement, of course. She was certain that since Allen had not outright refused, there remained a possibility. Alan stood up and said, Miss Su, do rest early. Your room has already been prepared. He opened the door, and a staff member entered. Alan personally assisted her with her suitcase, escorting her to another room before taking his leave. It was only then that Su Qiang opened another phone, tapped a few buttons, and said, All right, you can come over now. It was not appropriate for Mo Hang to be present during their discussion, but she could not resist his curiosity, so she remained on the line with him. When Mo Hang arrived, he gave her a thumbs up, exclaiming, You are so composed. I admire you. Su Qiang shrugged, saying, This is about all I can manage. Honestly, I would rather Anna learn her lesson. Assets and money can always be earned with effort. Mo Hang replied, I never expected the esteemed Miss Su to possess such a flair for literary finesse. He shook his head, adding, This is already commendable. The methods of those wealthy families are formidable. On the surface, Alan seemed to blame Anna for her malicious intentions. But perhaps he thought to himself that while malicious thoughts were inconsequential, it was truly regrettable that she lacked the means and capability to handle matters effectively. Su Qiang expressed that she had learned a valuable lesson. After discussing the itinerary for the following day with Mo Hang and chatting for a while, she washed up and went to bed. The next morning, Su Qiang received the Bugatti Chiron. When this luxurious supercar, of which only one existed globally, appeared at the hotel entrance, it immediately drew a crowd of onlookers. The sleek black body featured smooth, flowing lines, with a handcrafted carbon fiber exterior, frameless doors, and an elongated tail light that pushed aerodynamics to the limit, embodying a striking design. The 8.0L W16 quad-turbocharged engine boasted a furious power output of 1,500 horsepower and 1,600 newton-meters of torque, achieving a 0 to 100 km/h acceleration in just 2.5 seconds. This vehicle seamlessly combined speed, technology, luxury, and beauty. Mo Hang murmured, I'm in love. Su Qiang, you are incredible. Ahem, could I borrow this car for a spin? I'm in love too. Su Qiang replied with a smile as she admired the uniquely designed wheels. No problem. If you can manage it, we can drive this car around in the romantic country, and I will register it formally when I return home. Mo Hang, surprised, asked, You won't be here for long, will you? Why not let Bugatti ship it back directly? Su Qiang looked at him and replied, My plane has space for the car. Mo Hang was taken aback. Really? What model of plane? An A380, she responded. Mo Hang gasped, Why didn't you mention that earlier? I wouldn't have needed to arrange for shipping for my sports car. Su Qiang tilted her head. You never asked before. Mo Hang exclaimed, truly extravagant. He never imagined that a single individual accompanied by a few bodyguards would require such a massive aircraft. Previously, Lu Huaxuan and Leng Tianxin had only informed him that he could return to the country on Su Qiang's private jet, without even finishing breakfast. Mo Hang excitedly drove the Bugatti to handle the necessary paperwork. Meanwhile, Su Qiang returned to the hotel, enjoying her breakfast while scrolling through her phone. Initially, she intended to check on the developments regarding Russo, but unexpectedly stumbled upon a headline. Rich heiress goes wild at club, surrounded by male models. Upon clicking, she discovered a photo featuring none other than Anna. The article subtly hinted at her reckless behavior, mentioning something about a night of debauchery that ended with a trip to the hospital for stitches. Su Qiang took a screenshot and sent it to Mo Hang, asking him to investigate the authenticity of the claims, as he had many friends in that circle. Returning to the website to refresh the page for comments, she found that the article had vanished. Undeterred, she continued her search, inputting keywords, but found nothing. Could it be that Anna's family had managed to suppress the scandal? She began to believe the article might indeed be true. At that moment, Alan was in a state of distress. Upon receiving the news, he immediately spent a significant sum to suppress the scandal and instructed his subordinates to uncover the truth. Head of the family, Miss Anna sneaked out last night. It was Miss Lucy who called her out. The contents of that article are true. It was likely written at Lucy's behest. Although they are close friends, there are some underlying tensions. However, Lucy handled the situation well. They often engage in reckless behavior, and last night, she took Anna to the hospital and brought her back. Today, Anna had been hiding in her room, likely fearing reprimand from him. Alan pinched the bridge of his nose, dismissing his bodyguards with a wave of his hand. He had to call his brother to inform him of the situation. Chapter 131, Alan agreed, at Qiang Manor. Just as Alan picked up his phone, he received a call from his brother. Answering, he asked, Brother, are you aware of Anna's situation? What happened to Anna? What I wanted to tell you is that I have encountered some trouble here and may need to delay my return for a few days. I wanted to check if you've gotten involved with anyone troublesome. Things here have become suddenly and inexplicably chaotic. A figure flashed through Alan's mind. How coincidental. First, Anna had a problem, and now his brother's business was in turmoil, despite everything being fine just yesterday. But could an Asian individual possess such significant influence in Europe? He suspected that Anna must have provoked someone. Alan recounted Anna's predicament, Regardless of the truth, just agree to it. After all, it's just a Chanel. My current affairs are at a critical juncture, and I cannot afford any mishaps. After hanging up, Alan made a decisive resolution. Having already sold half of his shares in Chanel, he decided to sell the remainder as well, as he would not incur a loss. He promptly called, "Miss Sue, I have made my decision. I will sell you the remaining shares of Chanel. I will begin the process now and aim to finalize it today." "All right. I look forward to your good news," Su Qiang replied, feeling elated as she internally asked, "System, will you be transferring the funds to him today?" "Rest assured, host. It's just a small amount of money, a mere sprinkle. You need not worry." At that moment, Mo Hang returned, munching on his breakfast as he said, "I inquired. And Anna's incident is indeed true. Many people in the circle witnessed it last night, and she was with her friend Lucy." Su Qiang nodded. "I also received a call from Alan. He agreed to sell me the remaining shares of Chanel." Mo Hang paused, keenly sensing a connection between the two events. If that's the case, the Rose Group must be quite formidable. Su Qiang then inquired, "Is there any update on the Russo situation? Is the evidence sufficient?" "Yes. He plans to resolve it before noon. He is currently processing the company's procedures and should be able to sign the contract with you by this afternoon." After Mo Hang finished his breakfast, Su Qiang instructed him to take the Bugatti and continue visiting various fashion houses to place orders for haute couture. After visiting several brands without encountering any issues, they smoothly tried on clothes and took measurements. However, many styles had already been pre-ordered. So Su Qiang purchased all the remaining pieces that she found appealing. During their phone conversation the night before, she had asked her mother for her measurements. So when she encountered suitable styles for her mother, she sent the measurements to the tailor. Now, all that remained was to wait for the garments to be completed and flown to Huoguo for her to try on, making any necessary adjustments afterward. Su Qiang calculated that each piece of haute couture cost hundreds of thousands, if not millions. And it seemed that spending on haute couture would not yield as much as jewelry, which might not even suffice for the system's daily sign-in upgrades. She had planned to make her purchases at the HW Jewelry exhibition next month, intent on acquiring the entire Rose collection. It was not until Alan called her again that Su Qiang decided to meet him. Upon seeing the Bugatti, Alan expressed mild surprise. "Miss Su, as far as I know, the Bugatti Voiture Noire is owned by a famous athlete." Su Qiang smiled lightly and replied with poise, "Indeed, but I simply adore this car. So I made it my mission to acquire it." "That is quite a feat," Alan remarked, gesturing for her to follow him to a cafe for further discussion. There was little to deliberate. Since Alan had not tried to undercut her on price, Su Qiang promptly signed the documents. "Miss Su, I will handle the subsequent procedures. Tomorrow, I will accompany you to your company to review the core departments, operations and finance." Su Qiang agreed, and just as she stepped outside, she received a call from Russo, informing her that he had prepared the contract. She returned to the cafe, instructing Russo to join them along with Mo Hang. Mo Hang showed her his phone, revealing numerous luxury brands expressing interest in acquiring Russo's label. "Good thing you acted swiftly," he remarked. Russo gradually unveiled evidence that thoroughly discredited the plagiarizing designer. With the assistance of the public relations team, the incident gained significant attention, and Russo had become a prominent figure in the industry. His brand, now devoid of blemishes or controversies, had flourished, attracting the attention of investment firms. Russo soon arrived with the contract. Su Qiang reviewed it and noticed an anomaly. Staring at him in surprise, "Russo, please don't be alarmed. I haven't erred in the figures. You hold 80 of the shares, while I retain 20. Without your assistance and insights, our brand would not have achieved such success. You have significantly enhanced its value. Moreover, your terms are exceedingly favorable, and I trust you will uphold your promises, hence my decision." Su Qiang blinked, deciding against expressing gratitude, instead sharing, "I have fully acquired Chanel. In the future, you are welcome to visit the Chanel workshop whenever you wish, as long as it's not confidential." Russo's eyes widened, convinced he had not chosen the wrong ally. Today, numerous investment firms had reached out to him, and had the brand not been secured, he would have been uncertain about managing the pressure to maintain independence. Just as Su Qiang signed the contract, a notification chimed. "Task completed. Acquisition of Russo's brand. Qiang Manor has been granted." Russo stored the contract and inquired, "Boss, shall we visit my studio now?" Su Qiang, noticing an unfamiliar call, smiled and declined. "Not now. I'm busy. Perhaps tomorrow." Russo curiously asked, "Where are you off to?" "I plan to tour the studio before dining with you." After receiving a call from the agency, she replied, "I purchased a manor and am going to see it now." Russo was fine with this, but Mo Hang was taken aback. This young lady has only been in the romantic country for a few days and has already bought a manor? "I've been here for years and have only managed to acquire an apartment." Russo sighed. "All right then, we'll meet tomorrow. I have many tasks to attend to and want to join you." The trio parted ways, agreeing to reconvene the next day. Su Qiang settled into the passenger seat. fastening her seatbelt, and said, "Take me to Kusong Manor. Do you know where it is?" Mo Hang's hand trembled slightly on the steering wheel as he replied. "I do." He set off without needing navigation. Su Chang, curious, searched for the manor online and quickly found information about it. Chapter 132. Returning home to accompany my mother for a beauty treatment. Kusong Manor's history dates back to the 16th century and was once designated as a historical monument. The castle spans over 300 square meters, featuring more than 20 rooms and an additional 800 square meters of outbuildings. The estate also includes a garden of over 40 hectares and a lake, offering a serene connection to nature. The manager from the agency was already waiting. "Miss Su, allow me to show you around the castle." As time has progressed, the interior of the castle has been renovated to suit contemporary living while retaining its original charm. Soft carpets, exquisite European furniture, and vintage fireplaces exude a luxurious retro ambience. From the upstairs, gazing out at the garden, the manager elaborated. The garden boasts a diverse array of flora: roses, magnolias, peonies, century-old oaks, beech maple trees, redwoods, and the elegant Atlantic weeping cedar. Afterward, he added, "Miss Su, if you do not intend to reside here long-term, you can entrust our company to manage it." Su Chang nodded, then returned to the living room to sign and requested the manager to arrange for a few temporary staff. It was uncertain how long the arrangements would take, but she planned to stay here before returning home. Mo Hang and Uncle Wen went back to the hotel to retrieve their luggage while Su Chang explored, sending photos to her family. The following day, she visited Chanel's headquarters, where the newly appointed global CEO had made no significant changes, and then checked on Russo's studio, which also required no modifications. 3 days later, all procedures were finally completed, and Su Chang genuinely appreciated the arduousness of the process. With matters settled, the group returned home. At the airport, Lu Huaxuan had been waiting eagerly. Upon seeing Su Chang, he gave her a thumbs up. "Sister Chang, you're amazing. You actually secured the voiture noire." Su Chang smiled, handing him the keys to the Bugatti and instructing him to register it. Without lingering in the bustling city, they drove straight back to their county. The villa in Shejiang Biwen was fully renovated, and her parents had just moved in after finishing their entrance exams. As the door swung open, Lu Qingwan, engrossed in a television program, immediately rushed over. "Chang, you're back." After more than 2 months of beauty treatments, combined with Su Chang's occasional use of beauty cards for her, Lu Qingwan now appeared a decade younger. While changing her shoes, Su Chang cheerfully remarked, "Mom, you're looking more youthful by the day." Glancing into the living room, she saw her father, who was typically stern and serious, now smiling as he looked at her, holding some documents. "Dad, what are you reading?" Su Chang had also shared some beauty cards with him, and he too appeared significantly rejuvenated. Thankfully, her mother had become quite taken with beauty treatments and would even apply face masks and use beauty devices on her father, coupled with their improved diet and lifestyle, leading to both of them looking considerably younger without giving it much thought. The financial report for the rural tourism project from last month. "We are now in the later stages of construction," Su Hongji stated as he set the documents on the table. "I was just discussing with your mother at lunch about how we will be spending less time in town now that we've moved to the county. We should invite the old neighbors for a celebratory banquet." Su Chang nodded in agreement. "That's the least we can do." Suddenly, a mischievous smile crossed her face. "How about we wait a couple more days? The college entrance exam results are being released tomorrow." Lu Qingwan and Su Hongji exchanged glances, realizing their child was confident. Su Hongji considered Su Chang's preliminary exam scores and decided it was prudent to wait until she filled out her application and received her admission notice before discussing it further. They still had some time to go. In their small town, celebratory banquets for university admissions were typically held only after the notices arrived. Just before the start of the academic year, Su Chang blinked, recalling the immense effort she had poured into the college entrance examination. Boldly contemplating the possibility of achieving a perfect score, she mused that even if that were not the case, institutions like Qiang University and Kyoto University were well within her reach. There seemed to be no need for such conservatism, nor to wait for the admission letters to celebrate. Thus, she decided to take a step back and proposed, "Let us wait until tomorrow when the exam results are released to determine when to celebrate." Lu Qingwan and Su Hongji smiled in agreement. At that moment, the bodyguard brought Su Chang's luggage inside. She began to unpack, revealing an assortment of local specialties and trinkets. After all, luxury brand items are the same no matter where they are purchased. Dinner was a delightful affair, prepared by her father, and Su Chang savored every bite. After the meal, she took some gifts and accompanied her parents to Aunt Yu's house for a visit. Aunt Yu had also moved into her newly decorated villa, which was conveniently nearby. Upon their arrival, Aunt Yu expressed her gratitude, attributing her newfound prosperity to Su Chang's suggestion for Deng Yaitong to buy a lottery ticket, which had brought them wealth. Su Chang merely smiled in silence. and during the conversation, learned that Deng Yaitong had entrusted most of the money to her family for safekeeping, retaining only a modest allowance. As they were about to leave, Lu Qingwan remarked, "Our family is heading to Ningxing tomorrow. We'll return soon to host a banquet, and I'll also finalize my resignation. Our family will likely visit the county town infrequently from now on, so please look after our villa there." They had not employed a maid for the villa, opting instead for hourly workers when needed. While hiring someone to keep an eye on the property was an option, having family assist was far preferable. Anki readily agreed, saying, "Sure, just leave me a key. There's no trouble at all. When you return to stay, I'll arrange for someone to clean in advance. I'll merely open the door." Early the next morning, Zhao arranged several cars to transport their belongings, as they had quite a bit to take, including items their parents were accustomed to. Upon arriving in Ningcheng, Lu Qingwan suggested, "Chong, shall we visit a beauty salon?" Su Chong eagerly nodded, having not accompanied her mother in a long while. Su Hongji furrowed his brow, noting that the exam results would be available by noon. Lu Qingwan shot him a playful glance, assuring him, "We'll check it. We can just call you when we do. Why don't you join us at the salon?" Su Hongji quickly waved his hands, declining. No, you go ahead. Staying home for a beauty treatment is my limit." He instructed Zhao Wu to take them to the salon and then to send his father to Yunding City. Upon entering the beauty salon, the receptionist greeted them warmly. Miss Su, welcome. What services would you like today?" Su Chong nudged her mother's arm, advising, "Just stick to the regular treatments, Mom. Sometimes less is more. With a beauty card, why bother with high-tech treatments? Some of them can be quite painful." Lu Qingwan, eager to return home, nodded in agreement, saying, "Then just skincare will suffice." Chapter 133. The comparatively inclined Mrs. Guo the receptionist inquired, "Miss Su, would you like anything?" Su Chong shook her head. "All right. There are no single rooms available, so we'll arrange a double room for you." The mother and daughter expressed their thanks and followed the attendant inside. A double room was no issue as they were regular patrons at this salon, and the receptionist would certainly not pair them with unfamiliar clients. While Su Chong occupied herself with a casual game, she chatted with her mother occasionally. Before long, there was a knock at the door. Su Chong looked up in surprise to see a glamorous woman who appeared younger than her mother. However, despite having undergone advanced cosmetic procedures, she did not possess her mother's allure. The beautician attending to Lu Qingwan greeted her first. "Hello, Madam Boss." Su Chong raised an eyebrow, realizing this was the salon's owner, whom both she and her mother were meeting for the first time. Previously, they had only heard about her from Mrs. Fong and Mrs. Fong, who mentioned that the owner, Mrs. Guo, had relocated to the Magic City. "Ah, don't mind me. Please take good care of Mrs. Su," Mrs. Guo said, finally smiling. "Hello, Mrs. Su. I returned from the Magic City to visit family and fortuitously learned that you were here. So I arranged for us to share a room." Without waiting for Lu Qingwan to respond, Mrs. Guo turned to Su Chong. "You must be Miss Su. I must say, I didn't expect you to be so young. Where are you attending university?" Su Chong frowned slightly, sensing that Mrs. Guo was not adept at making conversation. Who leads with such a direct question about one's school? Surely, she must have other motives for engaging in dialogue. Su Chong countered, "Where does Mrs. Guo's child attend school?" With a tone full of cheerfulness and a hint of pride, Mrs. Guo replied, "My son is in his 4th year at Magic City University and has secured a spot for graduate school. My daughter is even more accomplished. She is currently a freshman at Kyoto University." At that moment, Su Chong began to understand Mrs. Guo's demeanor. Clearly, she was a person of vanity, eager to flaunt her connections and accomplishments. Given the Su family's growing prominence in Ningxing, it was evident that Mrs. Guo's inclination to compare herself with them was a mere attempt to find solace in her own achievements, seeking any opportunity to boast should she find a point of superiority over the Su family. Internally, Su Chong felt a mix of amusement and weariness. How coincidental. My brother also graduated from Magic City University and now runs a gaming company there, doing quite well. As for me, I just completed my college entrance exams. Mrs. Guo promptly interjected, "If Miss Su could also attend Kyoto University, that would indeed be quite a coincidence." Su Chong merely smirked. "My ambition lies in attending university in the Magic City." Ningcheng was her stronghold, conveniently located near the Magic City. If she could acquire more assets there through her endeavors, it would be far more advantageous than in Kyoto. Moreover, most luxury brand headquarters and multinational corporations were situated in the Magic City, which would serve her interests better. She could always consider attending graduate school in Kyoto later on. Mrs. Guo remarked, "Kyoto, the seat of the emperor. In my opinion, attending university in Kyoto is preferable. Prestigious institutions like Kyoto University have high admission standards and are quite competitive." Lu Qingwan chimed in, "I would prefer my children to remain closer to me. I think Magic City University is quite good. The faculty in certain disciplines is hardly inferior to that of Kyoto University." Mrs. Guo replied, "Oh, for families like ours, Isn't the most important factor networking? Kyoto is certainly superior. Su Qiang internally scoffed at the notion of being fixated on Kyoto while still trying to establish herself in the Magic City. She recalled her previous inquiries about beauty salons in the Magic City and knew that Mrs. Guo's beauty salon, known as Xinlai, had once thrived there but had since closed down. Since Mrs. Guo was intent on subtly competing with her, Su Qiang decided to engage. Speaking of which, my family has also acquired some assets in the Magic City. I might be visiting there from time to time. By the way, what is the name of Mrs. Guo's beauty salon in the Magic City? Lu Qingwan, intrigued, added earnestly. Yes, I would love to have beauty treatments at Mrs. Guo's salon. I've heard the results are exceptional. Mrs. Guo stiffened slightly. My family operates different businesses in the Magic City. But my daughter has made some connections with a few second and third generation elites at Kyoto University and is considering partnering with them for business. Perhaps soon. My beauty salon will open in Kyoto. Task: trigger a random mission to humiliate Mrs. Guo. This person is truly looking for trouble. Everyone has their own fortunes and destinies. What is there to compare? Even attending a less prestigious university is inconsequential. Who can predict the course of life? Successful completion of the task rewards a beauty salon. Failure incurs no penalty. Su Qiang was taken aback, realizing that the beauty salon was indeed the one she had recommended to her brother and close friend. It was the largest beauty salon in the metropolis, boasting numerous chain stores and exclusive medical beauty brands. She pondered internally, is this the entirety of Yanli's beauty salons? Of course, the entire company, the entire brand. If you asked me to deliver to a specific branch, I wouldn't even know where to begin, came the reply in her mind. As she contemplated her task, a mischievous thought crossed her mind. What if she slapped Madame Gu directly? Would that count as completing her mission? Perhaps not. After all, she was a civilized individual. Just then, her phone rang, an unfamiliar number flashing on the screen. Su Qiang was slightly puzzled. Why was the call displaying as the admissions office of Kyoto University? Was this an automatic identification by her phone's information assistant? Madame Gu immediately exclaimed, "Fake. Do not answer." Chapter 134. Prestigious Schools Calling for Students. Madame Gu said with a touch of disdain, "There are so many scam calls these days. A number like this must be fraudulent. Our results will only be announced at noon, and it's not even that time yet. This scammer is truly unprofessional. Kyoto University? Such prestigious institutions rarely make calls. Last year, my daughter's results were exceptional, yet Kyoto University did not call us. How audacious of them to impersonate." Su Qiang hesitated for a moment, but the call was abruptly disconnected. Almost immediately, another unknown number was calling. Wait, this time it showed as Qiang University. She was somewhat perplexed. How odd. This private number was supposed to be confidential. Due to the backing of the Rose Group, the numbers printed on the Su family's business cards were all new. Ever since the establishment of the Rose Group, she hadn't received a single spam call. Madame Gu lightly scoffed, "Miss Su, if you don't believe me, why not answer it? Put it on speaker. It's certainly a scam, and I'll give them a piece of my mind." Su Qiang raised an eyebrow, answered the call, and activated the speaker function. "May I ask if this is Su Qiang speaking?" A warm and friendly female voice resonated through the phone. "Yes. May I ask who you are?" "Oh, you should be able to see this. I am a teacher from the admissions team at Qiang University." Madame Gu interjected, unable to contain herself. "Huh? You really dare to claim that? Just because you say so, does it make it true? How could scammers like you obtain our private number?" The voice on the other end hesitated for a moment and quickly responded, "I truly am a teacher from Qiang University's admissions team. To avoid being mistaken for a scammer, I even had this number verified by the carrier. I'm Teacher Hua, in charge of the Jiangnan region." "Su Qiang, your number was obtained from the principal of Ningxing No. 1 High School." At this moment, Lu Qingwan became somewhat excited, disregarding her previous demeanor, and directly wiped off the essential oil, stepping off the bed. "Hello, Teacher Hua. I am Su Qiang's mother." Did Su Qiang achieve a high score? They had friends whose children had ranked among the top 10 in the province during the college entrance examination and had received calls from prestigious schools, with some admissions officers even visiting them in person that very evening. "Hello, Mrs. Su, indeed. As for the exact score, you'll find out soon enough. The reason for my call is to inquire whether Su Qiang has any interest in attending our university. She can choose any popular major. Tuition will be fully waived." Regardless of its authenticity, Su Qiang had already made up her mind not to attend Kyoto University and politely declined, saying, "I'm sorry, but Qiang University is not my preferred school. Thank you, but that is all." As she hung up, a voice echoed from the phone. "We can negotiate the terms." Madame Gu no longer maintained her composure, frowning and saying, "How absurd. What kind of recruitment is this? Negotiating terms? Scams have truly become more elaborate these days." Lu Qingwan shot her a glance, cautioning that one cannot dismiss things they have not encountered or heard of. It does not mean such situations do not exist. I have a friend whose son scored well on the college entrance exam and received a call from the admissions team. Madame Gu scoffed. But they wouldn't call before the scores are even out, especially not Qiang University, and to say such ridiculous things. After hanging up, the previous number displaying Kyoto University called once more. Sitting beside her, Lu Qingguan, upon seeing the caller ID, was so excited her hand trembled, and she ceased her verbal sparring with Madame Gu. Answer it. She hastily tapped the answer button herself, glancing at Madame Gu before switching to speaker mode. Hello, Su Chang. Please don't hang up just yet. I am not a scammer. I am Teacher Jing from the admissions team at Kyoto University. I obtained your number from your high school. A youthful voice greeted her. Unable to resist, Lu Qingguan asked, Hello, Teacher Jing. I am Su Chang's mother. What score did Su Chang achieve? Can you give us a hint? Hello, Mrs. Su. Unfortunately, regulations are strict, so I cannot disclose the score, but you will know soon. In any case, Su Chang's results are excellent. We at Kyoto University are particularly eager for Su Chang to choose our institution. She took a breath and continued. She can choose any major. Not only is tuition completely waived, but there are also substantial scholarships. If there are any difficulties at home, such as being from a low-income background or living in a dilapidated house, we will assist. Madame Gu burst into laughter. This scam call is getting more and more outrageous. Scholarships aside, if this were truly the admissions team, would they be involved in poverty alleviation? Let us hang up. Oh, Su Chang, please don't listen to this lady. I am genuinely from the admissions team, and we do help students with difficulties. Madame Gu could not help but exclaim loudly, What? You called me auntie? The woman sounded over 25, yet she appeared to be in her 30s. How dare she address her as auntie? Ah, I'm so sorry, big sister. I mistakenly used the wrong form of address in my haste. My apologies. Big sister. Madame Gu's nose flared in indignation. Su Chang bit her lip to stifle her laughter. Remembering Madame Gu's earlier comment that her daughter had not received such a call, she asked, by the way, her daughter also got into Kyoto University last year, yet she mentioned not receiving a call from the admissions team. Oh, I see. She probably wasn't on her shortlist. Perhaps she performed well, but just barely made the cut. Of course, any student who can attend Kyoto University is exceptional. Switching gears, she added, Su Chang, what major are you interested in? Some programs allow for combined Bachelor S and Master S degrees, or even Bachelor S, Master S, and doctoral degrees. We can discuss this in person. It's clearer that way. I wonder if you and your parents are free at noon? Lu Qingguan was about to agree. But recalling her daughter's desire to attend university in the metropolis, she ultimately remained silent. Su Chang was now convinced that this was not a scam call and politely responded, Thank you for your kind offer, but I do not intend to attend Kyoto University. So I must decline. After hanging up, Madame Gu felt somewhat uneasy, unable to muster a smile, yet she insisted, You are right to refuse. The scores aren't even out yet. If your score is good enough, what university can't you attend? It's truly unnecessary to waste time with a scam call. Su Chang nodded, smiling gently as she replied, Madame Gu is correct. I believe I performed well on the exam. And perhaps I might just meet the score threshold for Kyoto University. Madame Gu forced a smile, feeling the urge to retreat without uttering a word. Just then, the wall clock in the room chimed. Lu Qingguan glanced over, excitedly exclaiming, Oh dear, it's already noon. Chang, quickly check your score. Chapter 135, Perfect Score on the College Entrance Exam. Yanli Beauty Salon has released results. Su Chang picked up her phone, and the calls continued to pour in. Lu Qingguan promptly retrieved her mobile phone, exclaiming, Let me check right here. With fervor, she opened the website, and Su Chang provided her with the password. After a brief moment of anticipation, the results finally appeared on the screen. Ah, Lu Qingguan shrieked, her upper body swaying as she struggled to maintain her grip on the phone, which slipped from her grasp and fell to the ground. Her eyes glistened with tears, and she gasped for breath. Su Chang was startled, quickly rushing to support her mother, gently patting her back and urging, Mom, please calm down. Your health is of utmost importance. Even if you scored full marks, it's not worth such a frenzy. Madame Gu had already risen, preparing to take her leave, and upon witnessing this spectacle, she inwardly rolled her eyes. Full marks? How audacious of her to say that. She could not help but interject, Madame Su. Given our family background, what have we not seen? What could possibly warrant such astonishment? A slightly better score is hardly shocking. Having regained her composure, Lu Qingguan disregarded her comments and picked up the phone from the floor, turning towards Su Chang with excitement. Full marks. Chang, you truly achieved full marks. Su Chang glanced at the screen, smiled calmly, and replied, Yes, I did mention that I performed well this time, didn't I? With the support of the system. Her mind felt remarkably clear, allowing her to absorb knowledge swiftly. This time, having put forth her utmost effort, achieving full marks was entirely within expectation. Madame Gu also peered at the screen, her head spinning at the sight of the score, causing her to stumble back onto the sofa. It was absurd. A high score could be attributed to an easy exam, where anyone could score well, but full marks? That was truly preposterous. Lu Qingwan remained ecstatic, recalling the previous 2 phone calls, confirming they were indeed from the admissions teams of Qiang University and Kyoto University. They were vying for the provincial top scorer, let alone someone who achieved full marks. After expressing her dissatisfaction with Madame Gu's earlier comments, she remarked, "Truly, ignorance is not a fault. The real folly lies in pretending to understand what one does not." Madame Gu's face turned pale in response. Task completed. Yanli Beauty Salon has issued rewards. Please be attentive to receive them. At that moment, another call came through on Su Chang's phone from an unknown number that displayed no information. Lu Qingwan beamed, urging, Chang, answer it. I wonder which school this is." Without hesitation, she tapped to accept the call and switched it to speaker mode. A middle-aged man's voice came through, respectful and formal. "Hello, Miss Su Chang. I am Mr. Yan, the general manager of Yanli Beauty Salon. You have acquired our entire brand line, and we are nearing the completion of the paperwork. When might you be available to finalize the signing and inspect our company?" Lu Qingwan was taken aback. "Oh, is this not a call from an admissions office?" Madame Gu was equally stunned. "Yanli, wasn't that the most prestigious and largest beauty salon brand in the metropolis?" This salon had been established long ago, gradually expanding and adapting to the evolving market, opening numerous chain stores at various price points, including medical aesthetics. With excellent technology, equipment, service, and reputation, it had dominated the beauty salon market, leaving little room for new entrants. She recalled how her own salon in the metropolis had suffered losses and eventually shut down, only to be acquired by Yanli. Su Chang considered the recent results. Securing a place in a prestigious university was a certainty, which meant that the housewarming banquet would likely occur soon. Thus, she decided to postpone her visit to the metropolis. "Let us wait a couple of days. I'm quite busy at the moment," she replied. Mr. Yin seemed somewhat hesitant, explaining, "The company urgently needs your decision. Recently, we acquired Xinyi Beauty Salon, which has great potential but has only been in operation for a few years with new equipment. Our proposal is to transform this salon into a high-end establishment, which requires a significant investment. I would like to request that you visit soon to assess whether we should elevate the newly acquired salon to our high-end brand." Su Chang found amusement in this. Xinyi Beauty Salon was indeed the salon she currently occupied, presumably belonging to Madame Gu. She responded, "No need for an assessment. Let us proceed with transforming it into a high-end salon. Please prepare a detailed proposal and budget, and I will review it when I visit the metropolis." "Very well. We look forward to your visit." Upon seeing Su Chang hang up, Lu Qingwan inquired, "Xinyi Beauty Salon? Could it be Madame Gu's brand?" Madame Gu mentally cursed. Su Chang had mentioned that her family had acquired some assets in the metropolis, but acquiring an entire brand of beauty salons, worth several hundred million, could hardly be considered a mere asset. Madame Gu had originally thought that the Su family's sudden wealth might not translate quickly to education, prompting her to come and compare. Previously, she believed that comparing their families was harmless, as her family's main business was not based in Ningxing. However, she had underestimated the Su family's expansion into the metropolis, and Madame Gu dared not take this lightly anymore. With a forced smile, she remarked, "Indeed. But I lack the business acumen, and my beauty salon did not thrive in the metropolis, hence I sold it. You, Madame Su, are truly impressive, excelling both in business and in raising such a talented daughter." Too kind, Lu Qingwan modestly replied, then added, Chang, shall we head home? We must share this wonderful news with your father." Just as Su Chang was about to agree, her phone rang again, this time displaying a call from the prestigious Metropolis University. "Answer." Lu Qingwan steadied herself, accepting the call and switching to speaker mode. "Is this Su Chang? I am a representative from the admissions team at Metropolis University, and I would like to congratulate you on your exceptional full marks. We at Metropolis University are very eager for a scholar of your caliber to join our institution. Please do not hastily decline. Allow us to present our sincere intentions. It would be best if your parents could listen in as well." Her voice was warm and inviting, instantly engendering goodwill. Understanding that their institution was not as competitive compared to Kyoto and Qiang, they had invited the parents to listen, knowing that many would be swayed by attractive conditions. Lu Qingwan's smile widened. "Yes, I am Su Chang's mother, and I am listening. Hello, Madame Su. Please trust that Metropolis University is genuinely sincere. First and foremost, tuition will be fully waived, and our scholarships are exceptionally generous. You may choose any major, and all programs are available for combined bachelor's, master's, and doctoral studies. If there are any financial difficulties, we will assist you entirely. Furthermore, if you have any special requests, we will consider them." It was evident that Metropolis University was making considerable efforts to secure this full-mark student. Su Chang pondered, Testing the waters, scholarships and combined degrees are of no concern. I may need to take frequent leaves. In truth, she was contemplating pursuing her graduate studies in Kyoto. That is not an issue. Our university offers great flexibility. As long as you perform well in your final exams, you need not attend classes regularly. It is permissible to skip an entire semester. The response was refreshingly accommodating. They had received the results earlier, having anticipated that a scholar might present certain requirements or challenges, and had thus prepared accordingly, which explained the delay in their call. Thus, Su Qiang provided a firm reply. As she hung up the phone, she was met with the astonished gaze of Madame Gua. Miss Su, are you truly going to study at a university in the Magic City? A perfect score, and yet you choose not to go to Kyoto? Not that I'm one to say, even if there are beauty salons in the Magic City, and even if your group wishes to expand there. Su Qiang smiled. Interrupting her, there is no need for you to worry about that, Madame Gua. She had no intention of revealing her true thoughts, not even to her parents. The mother and daughter bid farewell and departed. Madame Gua, watching their retreating figures, felt a wave of humiliation wash over her as she slumped onto the sofa. It truly baffled her. What kind of place is Kyoto? Su Qiang, with her perfect score, choosing the Magic City rather than networking in Kyoto. What a curious decision. In the car, Lu Qingwan remained enveloped in the joy of her daughter's exemplary examination results. Su Qiang remarked, Mom, please refrain from coming here for beauty treatments in the future. I'll find a location and have Manager Yan come down. We should establish a high-end beauty salon in Ningqing. Lu Qingwan's smile dimmed slightly, yet she nodded. That sounds good. With the support of Madame Fong and others, it should be a success. She sighed gently, noting how many in the Magic City tend to hold themselves in high regard, particularly the older families. Su Qiang assumed her mother was reflecting on the encounter with Madame Gua and curiously inquired, Mom, do you know what background Madame Gua comes from? To be honest, the Rose Group is quite formidable now. In Jiangnan province, it stands just a step behind those families with a legacy of embroidery that has persisted through dynasties. It puzzled her why Madame Gua would dare to engage in a comparison, especially since Madame Gua hailed from Ningqing, not being a native of the Magic City. Had her exam results been subpar, families like the Fong and Sun clans would never have dared to treat her with such veiled disdain. Lu Qingwan pondered for a moment. I've heard from Madame Fong and others that Madame Gua's family has significant connections in the Magic City. They are involved in real estate. She smiled again, recognizing that while they might be moderately well off in the grand scheme of the Magic City, in Ningqing, they are quite impressive. But let us not dwell on that. Let us think about your father's expression when he hears of your perfect score. The mother and daughter chuckled, envisioning his astonishment followed by hearty laughter. Unable to maintain his usual stern demeanor. However, upon returning home, Su Hongji's face radiated joy, completely dispelling any semblance of his usual sternness or old-school demeanor. Dad, did you hear I scored a perfect score? Su Hongji's voice was brimming with uncontainable delight. Indeed. The principal called to share the good news. The school has even hung up banners. Su Qiang then shared her decision to attend a university in the Magic City, and her father's attitude remained unchanged. He respected her choice. After all, our family lacks for nothing now, and there is no need to fight for a future. Do as you wish. As long as you don't neglect your studies. Su Qiang's phone buzzed incessantly, prompting her to message the principal about her decision to attend the Magic City University. Almost immediately, the principal called back. Dad, could you answer? Su Qiang tossed the phone to her father, anxious that the principal might persuade her to choose a university in Kyoto. She was determined to ensure the group thrived in the south before gradually expanding. Su Hongji answered the call and promptly stated, the principal wishes to inquire if television stations and media would like to interview you as the top scorer. Would you be willing to participate? Without a moment's hesitation, Su Qiang shook her head. Can I decline? Of course. Su Hongji replied, then engaged in polite conversation with the principal. Once the call concluded, Lu Qingwan asked, Chang, have you decided on your major yet? Would you like your father and me to help you consider options? Su Qiang shook her head, uncertain. The realm of business studies was no longer a consideration. She felt well-versed in that area. Initially, she had intended to pursue law, but with the assurance of receiving rewards from a law firm, it seemed unnecessary. Why not explore something different? She mused. Finance management? I have no desire to manage a company. Law? The group already has a legal department. And I don't wish to become a lawyer. Literature? I don't seem to have much interest in that. Lu Qingwan, recalling her afternoon visit to the company, suddenly had a brilliant idea. I think that young man, Bing Chuan, has some excellent insights. Why not ask him? Su Qiang's eyes lit up. No need to ask. I shall study artificial intelligence. Su Hongji continued to scroll through his phone, smiling as he remarked, that's a splendid choice. The program at Magic City University ranks among the best in the nation, and thus, the decision was made with delight. During lunch, the three of them remained glued to their phones, for news had spread. Su Qiang was inundated with congratulatory messages from Sun Hai, Lu Shui, and Lu Huaxuan, all eager to celebrate her achievement. Meanwhile, her parents occasionally took calls from colleagues and neighbors expressing their congratulations, inquiring when they would host a celebration. Their faces beaming with joy, though they repeatedly insisted on keeping things low-key. They finally set out in the afternoon. In the lobby of the Rose Building, Bing Chuan, having received the news, awaited with several executives of the group. Mr. Su, Mrs. Su, he greeted them before turning to Su Qiang with a slight smile. Congratulations, Miss Su, on achieving a perfect score in your examinations. This year, the top scorer from Ningxing No. 1 High School had garnered much attention, with locals eager to discover the identity of this academic prodigy. However, the school had only disclosed her name, withholding any further details. The executives had spent a restless afternoon speculating whether this scholar shared a name with the group's distinguished heiress, and now their curiosity was finally assuaged. After exchanging pleasantries, the executives offered their congratulations. Lao Huang, observing the right moment, introduced the executives with a broad smile. He had an astute sense of timing. The group no longer lacked manpower, and he had been promoted to assistant president, effectively becoming Bing Chuan's spokesperson. As they ascended, companies like Jining Credit and Ningxing No. 1 Construction had relocated their operations, with dedicated personnel from Lianqing's companies present, ready to report to the group's higher-ups. However, the Rose Building was vast, and many floors remained unoccupied. Lao Huang continued his introductions, pointing out busy employees as they passed. At Ningxing No. 1 Construction, Su Qiang spotted Yang Nanja, who had been shielding her from the hot pot. Noticing her gaze, Lao Huang eagerly remarked, Yang Nanja has performed exceptionally well in her 2 months with the company. Her capabilities are impressive, and her promotion is likely imminent. In the legal department, Su Qiang encountered her diligent roommate, Zhou Lin. Lao Huang added, I thought Zhou Lin, studying law, would be better suited for this role than others, so I arranged for her placement here. Su Qiang nodded, realizing why Bing Chuan favored Lao Huang. Upon reaching the level of the charitable foundation, the person in charge promptly approached to provide a brief report. Mrs. Su, as per your directions, we have begun implementing plans to assist impoverished students in Ningxing and are ready to embark on another initiative. The executives from various departments perked up their ears. Lu Qingwan nodded, articulating the family's agreed-upon plan. Next, we will focus on creating more suitable job opportunities for individuals with disabilities, followed by a plan to assist farmers. The executives trailing behind began to contemplate the positions available within their respective departments and companies. Upon arriving at the office level, the senior executives, adept at reading the atmosphere, promptly took their leave, as no meeting had been scheduled for the day. Bing Chuan personally introduced, Miss Su, this is your office, gesturing toward the adjacent room. And here is your office. Mississippi Su Qiang glanced at the sign that read Chairman's office and felt that this office had long been unoccupied. Even if she had business to attend to, it would likely be in her father's office or Bing Chuan's executive office. As they entered her father's office, Bing Chuan remarked, Miss Su, your previous assistant will be transferring back to headquarters within the next couple of days. Turning to Mrs. Su, he continued, your assistant is waiting for you to select personally. The Charity Foundation is a key department in our group, and the staff are all meticulously chosen. He had arranged the company meeting for 2 days later, clearly outlining everything. Mr. and Mrs. Su expressed their gratitude, acknowledging his efforts. At that moment, Lao Huang and several assistants entered, burdened with a plethora of documents. Chairman Su, Mrs. Su, Miss. Here is the current status of the group. Seizing the opportunity while her parents reviewed the documents, Su Qiang tugged at Bing Chuan's sleeve. Let us sit in your office for a bit. Upon reaching Bing Chuan's office, she blinked and declared, I've made up my mind. I want to major in artificial intelligence in college. Bing Chuan was momentarily taken aback. Because of me? Su Qiang marveled at how expressive Bing Chuan had become. As she circled around him with her hands clasped behind her back, she added, yes, I'm quite curious about you, and I find artificial intelligence fascinating. Bing Chuan pondered. Given the current technological level of Blue Star, it would take centuries to develop a bionic individual like himself. Perhaps it was best not to dampen her curiosity. Well, miss, if you have any questions, feel free to ask me. After saying this, he pulled out a chair, thoughtfully adjusting its direction. Su Qiang settled into the executive chair, which gently swayed beneath her. Gazing out at the sprawling view of half of Ningxing through the expansive floor-to-ceiling window filled her with ambition. She mused, my parents are quite restless. I will need to rely on you more at the company. She had contemplated whether to invite her parents to Shanghai, as it was reasonable to assume there were numerous assets awaiting her management there. However, she felt it might be more prudent for them to oversee the already established ventures in Ningxing, given that the executives at the group headquarters were all meticulously selected and highly professional. Yet, with Su Hao in Shanghai, having her parents there would allow the family to be together daily. To her surprise, when she inquired, her parents responded that she was grown and had her own life. Thus, there was no need to live together constantly. Furthermore, they expressed their contentment with their social circles in Ningxing and their reluctance to relocate at their age. Bingchuan, leaning against the chair's backrest, interrupted her thoughts. Miss, do you not think your parents are quite adept? Therefore, there is no need for you to rely on me for anything. Su Chang looked up at him. Really? Are my parents truly that impressive? Bingchuan nodded slightly. Chairman Su has been involved in the rural tourism project for so long, without a single misstep, demonstrating significant initiative with excellent proposals. Su Chang raised an eyebrow. Isn't that to be expected? My father's previous work was closely related to this field, so it's natural for him to have some understanding, especially now that he is overseeing the entire group. She paused, then added, besides, aren't middle-aged men often like this? They talk confidently about major matters as if they know everything. Bingchuan fell silent, wanting to say, didn't Chairman Su handle the entire group with poise today? Moreover, the Rose Charity Foundation was thriving and had been featured in several mainstream media outlets. Since Mrs. Su had been busy with work, most of the ideas and overall direction were steered by Chairman Su, and they were far from the oblivious middle-aged men. At that moment, a knock sounded at the office door, followed by its opening. Su Hongji announced, Chong, we're heading home now. I'll take these documents with me to review. Then he turned to Bingchuan. Mr. Bing, would you care to join us? Lao Huang's eyes sparkled with excitement. Eager to make a good impression in front of the Su family, Bingchuan gently shook his head. Thank you for your kind offer, Chairman Su. But I have some work to attend to, so I won't be joining. Mr. and Mrs. Su internally marveled at the industriousness of the president. According to Lao Huang, even after finishing his shifts, Bingchuan was still hard at work. Thus, they insisted he need not see them off, urging him to complete his tasks promptly and leave early. The group descended the stairs. It was now clocking out time when Zhou Lin hurried over. Su Chang, long time no see. Su Chang paused and smiled at her. Zhou Lin gave a thumbs up. You're amazing. I was astounded when I saw the news. After expressing her gratitude, Su Chang sought to gauge employee sentiment towards the company, asking, how have you been? Are you happy working at Rose? Zhou Lin launched into effusive praise, but then added, though, the snacks in the break room are insufficient for us. The benefits at Rose are genuinely commendable. The snacks are delightful. If we had enough, we could even save on lunch expenses. Su Chang immediately instructed Lao Huang nearby, ensure the break room is well stocked. Chapter 138, Employees Enjoy Overtime. Previously, Su Chang had occasionally visited and observed that all Rose employees were quite diligent, often working overtime, yet they received overtime pay. After all, money was not an issue, and benefits must keep up. Lao Huang promptly agreed, thinking that the original snack allocation was already substantial. It was merely that the employees found the snacks so delectable that they consumed them as meals. At that moment, Yang Nanja approached to greet her, and Su Chang posed the same question. After pondering for a moment, he sighed. Lao Huang's heart sank. Yang Nanja remarked, everything about Rose is excellent, except for one aspect. We can only work overtime until 8. My colleagues and I feel this restriction is quite unfavorable. Even without overtime pay, we would willingly work until 11. He genuinely sought to contribute to Rose and repay Su Chang's kindness. However, his colleagues also wished to give their all, as Rose provided excellent benefits and performance bonuses, making it worthwhile even without overtime pay. Su Chang felt a wave of frustration. Lao Huang sighed in relief and quickly added, Miss, I would also like to work overtime. But Mr. Bing won't allow me to stay past 9. Su Chang thought to herself that Bingchuan likely wished to keep Lao Huang from discovering that he needed no sleep. Mr. and Mrs. Su were at a loss for words, having never encountered such an enthusiastic attitude towards overtime. Yang Nanja lamented, I still prefer the time when I first joined the company. Su Chang quickly gestured for him to stop speaking. When he first joined the group, there were few employees, and typically one person would handle duties meant for 2, working overtime every day. However, now that more personnel had been hired, her group would not treat its employees like beasts of burden. She then turned to Lao Huang. Ensure employees maintain a balance between work and rest. Investigate where everyone enjoys going and arrange more team-building activities. We need not worry about the budget. Lao Huang eagerly agreed. Yang Nanja promptly sealed his lips, fearing that if he spoke further, he might lose even the privilege of working overtime. At that moment, the driver pulled up the car, and the family boarded. Inside the vehicle, Su Hongji flipped through documents and remarked, Chang, your mother and I have discussed it and plan to enhance our efforts in charity work, particularly in poverty alleviation. Lu Qingwan sighed, reflecting on their family's newfound wealth, attributing it to sheer luck. She felt that taking such actions would provide a sense of security in her heart. Su Chang also agreed, nodding in affirmation, of course. It's all thanks to good fortune. Do Mom and Dad have any other thoughts? They decided to address matters one step at a time, without rushing. In the countryside, there were various fruit trees, but the poor roads made it difficult to sell the produce. Fruits were passed from one boss to another, resulting in a drastically reduced price by the time it reached the farmers. They needed to devise a solution. Qiang promptly suggested, let's repair the roads. Let us do it boldly. Dad, when you go to the company meeting in a couple of days, make sure to give the order. The family continued discussing the issue until they sat down for dinner. Shortly after finishing their meal, Qiang received a phone call from Sun Hei. Sister Qiang, I've booked a private room at the Nightshade Bar to celebrate your success as the top student. Qiang paused, surprised. Are you serious? Sun Hei laughed heartily. Of course. Everyone you know will be there, including Lu Shui and her friends. They were all eager to strengthen their connection with her. And today was a perfect opportunity to do so. After considering it, Qiang decided to accept their invitation, recognizing that they were decent people who had previously assisted her. Feeling elated at the prospect of drinking, she specifically asked Zhao Wu to drive her. Upon hearing that she wouldn't be driving herself, Lu Qingwan immediately guessed, Chang. Are you planning to drink? Qiang blinked. Yes, a group of promising second-generation wealthy individuals, the diligent sort, will be at our own bar. I intend to inquire about their family businesses to see if we can expedite our charity efforts. Lu Qingwan shot her a gentle glance. Just enjoy yourself. There's no restriction on drinking. I merely want you to be safe. I know, Mom. I'm heading out now, Qiang replied, beaming as she prepared to leave. Wait, you're going out in that? With so many people gathering, shouldn't you wear a nice dress and some heels? Qiang glanced down at her outfit, which was a formal chiffon blouse, and then returned to her room to change into a dress before finally stepping out. At the entrance of the Nightshade Bar, Manager Hu and Sun Hei were already waiting, and they greeted her warmly. Boss, Sister Qiang, you're here. Most people have arrived. Let us go inside. Upon entering the private room, which was filled with around 20 people, Qiang recognized them all, including a few wealthy young individuals who had come to watch the car race with Sun Hei. Waitstaff streamed in, serving Australian lobsters, king crabs, an array of wines and spirits. They sang, feasted, and enjoyed each other's banter, with no one behaving inappropriately. Midway through the evening, Sun Hei noticed how much fun Qiang was having and decided to take a chance. He moved beside her and tentatively asked, Sister Qiang, as the top student, aren't you planning to host a banquet? My parents are eager to bask in the glory of the literary star. Qiang raised an eyebrow at him. Sun Hei chuckled awkwardly. It's just that Mr. Su and Mrs. Su are quite mysterious. Our two companies have collaborated so well, and my parents want to express their gratitude in person. Plus, they'd love to share a drink with a genius family, hoping that it'll inspire a spark in my own mind. Currently, his father had only met Mr. Bing, who didn't share the Su surname. The Rose Group belonged to the Su family, and maintaining a good relationship with them was essential for solidifying their collaboration. Qiang pondered Sun Hai's proposal and found it quite reasonable. She had no intention of keeping her parents hidden, so far. Only a few acquaintances had met her mother. Given that her parents would eventually be at the helm of the Rose Group, it was only natural for them to engage with other families in Ningxing. This presented an excellent opportunity to host a banquet. However, since her parents had just arrived at the Rose Group, it might be better to wait until they were more familiar with the company before organizing such an event. Having made her decision, Qiang gave Sun Hei an appreciative look and raised her glass. I see your mind is quite sharp tonight. Following suit, everyone began to conduct serious business, shedding their initial airs of the spoiled rich. Curiously, Qiang inquired about the history between Lu Huaxuan and Sun Hei, discovering that their animosity stemmed from a childish scuffle in kindergarten over a girl, leading to a long-standing rivalry that persisted even across cities. With a newfound confidence, Sun Hei felt elated. Sister Qiang is toasting me. Feel free, he said, downing his drink in one go. Qiang nodded, adding, let us await the invitations. Sun Hei beamed, thrilled at the prospect of impressing his parents and gaining favor with Qiang. In the midst of the festivities, Qiang received a call from Lu Huaxuan and stepped outside the private room to take it. She heard his slightly envious voice. Sister Qiang, are you with Sun Hei and the others? Qiang smiled, realizing he must have seen the photo Sun Hei posted online, a picture of the private room with a caption exclaiming, the literary star has descended, gazing upon the genius. Yes. What is up? Lu Huaxuan's tone grew even more envious. You're having fun without inviting us. We wanted to celebrate with you. Qiang was at a loss. Aren't you busy with Ling Tianqian? The shipping trade company is just starting, and you have a lot to handle with him. Indeed, he had been preoccupied with work, which was why they hadn't been included. Celebrating your achievement is a significant event. We could take a break from work for it. After all, Shanghai is so close to Ningxing. Qiang sighed. All right, stop complaining. In a few days, we'll be hosting a banquet for the people of Ningxing. And that's when you can come. For now, focus on your work. Oh, that sounds great. Then it's settled. Lu Huaxuan hung up, delighted that even if he wasn't with Sun Hei tonight, he'd have the chance to visit Su Chang's parents directly. As Su Chang placed her phone away and prepared to return to the private room, she noticed the door of the adjacent room swing open. A tall girl in a kipao appeared, flustered, exclaiming, "I'll tell the manager." A plump hand reached out from behind her, grabbing her waist. What good would telling the manager do? What can he do to me? You're here to earn money, not to uphold some lofty principles. I can just give you more money. The man then covered her mouth to silence her. Su Chang paused, meeting the girl's pleading gaze, and waved her hand. Her bodyguards, stationed at the door, quickly moved in. One held the door while the other twisted the man's wrist, pulling the girl to safety. The girl stumbled over, tears streaming down her lovely face. "Thank you for saving me. I came to work at the bar to earn more money. But my job is just to sing and help with song requests. I don't even have to drink. I heard Nightshade Bar had strict rules, but I didn't expect this to happen. Can I borrow your phone? Mine was broken by them, and I can't call the manager." Su Chang nodded. "I'll call the manager for you." She immediately contacted manager Hu at the bar. Meanwhile, the portly middle-aged man continued to shout with two bodyguards, spewing derogatory remarks about moral principles. From his accent, he seemed to be from another region. Yet it was surprising that someone who frequented the most luxurious bar in Ningxiang was unaware of proper conduct. As Su Chang contemplated this, a thinner, balding middle-aged man emerged from the private room. "What is going on? I was just in the restroom for a bit longer." The corpulent man pointed at the girl in the cheongsam and said, "Working in a place like this, isn't it just selling yourself? I'm not refusing to pay. You claim this is the most luxurious bar in Ningxiang, yet you can't even provide a bit of amusement? What a pathetic establishment." The balding man's complexion paled. Indeed, this was the most opulent bar in Ningxiang, which is why it adhered to strict protocols. To secure this business, he had invested heavily in bringing clients to the Nightshade Bar. He had even arranged for companions to drink with the guests and had offered counsel. But who could have anticipated that trouble would arise during his brief absence to the restroom? This was disastrous. On one side was the bar owned by Ningxiang's wealthiest, and on the other, an out-of-town client. In a moment of reflection, he slapped the client across the face, exclaiming, "You've ruined me." The corpulent man was taken aback. "You want to let me enjoy myself, and yet you dare to strike me? Do you believe I want to change suppliers?" The balding man spat. "Change if you wish. Losing this client would merely result in a financial loss. He could always seek new clients. However, should he incur the bar owner's wrath, his small company might find it impossible to survive in Ningxiang." Manager Hu soon arrived, and upon seeing Su Chang, he was instantly bewildered. To be frank, few dared to cause a scene at the Nightshade Bar. What a coincidence that the owner would encounter such a disturbance this time. Su Chang stepped back, allowing him to take charge. Manager Hu immediately understood and inquired, "What is going on here?" The girl in the cheongsam began to sob and recounted her plight. After listening, Manager Hu promptly apologized. "We will ensure that this owner compensates you for your phone and for your emotional distress." The corpulent man was incredulous. "Is this how you conduct business? Offending me for the sake of a woman?" The balding man quickly interjected, "Manager Hu, I'll take responsibility. After all, it was my guest." Manager Hu sought a swift resolution and instructed the bodyguards he had brought to escort the corpulent man out. Stealing a glance at Su Chang's face, which bore no displeasure, he sighed in relief. Su Chang cast a minor misfortune card at the corpulent man, feeling a sense of tranquility, then turned to the girl and remarked, "I believe you could easily become a model." The girl sniffled, "I am a model, posing for clothing. But my family is in debt. I wish to help them repay it as quickly as possible, so I work at the bar whenever I have free time." Having encountered this girl who had nearly faced disaster in her own bar, Su Chang felt inclined to assist her. However, her explanation reminded her of various anecdotes she had encountered online. Thus, she employed a truth card and asked, "What difficulties is your family facing? Perhaps I can help. We are from a rural area, and my parents diligently cultivate fruit trees. However, last year, we were deceived by a boss who wanted me to be his girlfriend, which my family naturally rejected. Consequently, the fruit rotted in our hands, unsold, and with my grandmother's poor health requiring treatment. Our financial situation has been dire for the past year. I am the only child, and I simply wish to earn more money to improve our economic circumstances." Ding. Random task triggered to assist this dutiful girl. "Oh dear, this girl is quite filial. It would be wonderful to lend her a hand." Task success rewards Shark Live Streaming Company. Task failure incurs no penalties. Su Chang was momentarily astonished. Was this not the shark she had previously tipped? The girl, still sobbing, looked at Su Chang and asked, "Can you truly help me?" This girl, appearing even younger than herself, seemed to possess the demeanor and aura of a wealthy heiress. Could there truly be such a kind-hearted rich girl? The balding man chimed in, "Oh, I merely collect fruit. What do you grow? Perhaps I can purchase from you." Su Chang glanced at Manager Hu had concealed his identity as the owner to avoid being overcharged. However, Since the girl's account was consistent and truthful, she deemed her character commendable. Moreover, with the system task at hand, she was determined to assist her. Chapter 140, New Project. Manager who instantly grasped the situation and pointed out, "This young lady is the owner of our bar. She will certainly be able to assist you." The girl was taken aback. Indeed, she was a wealthy heiress. The balding man, however, was left utterly astounded. The bar's owner was undoubtedly a member of the illustrious Su family of Ningxing. He felt fortunate that he had displayed some decency tonight. Perhaps he could make a good impression and possibly foster future collaboration. Thus, he eagerly handed over his business card, proclaiming, "My company specializes in this line of work. We collect a vast amount of fruit annually from the rural areas of Ningxing." Su Qiang inspected the business card. The balding man continued, "Our company primarily collects fruit, grades it, packages it, and sells it to other cities. That particular boss is from another province. He manages numerous chain supermarkets, and I aim to supply his stores." Su Qiang recalled her father's words about the meager profits that trickled down to the farmers. So she inquired further. The balding man immediately pounded his chest and assured her, "I run an ethical company, offering fair prices to farmers. However, our Jiangnan region boasts fertile land, leading to a plethora of fruit farmers. Many out-of-town buyers come to purchase, often colluding to drive prices down. Local companies like ours cannot absorb such a large quantity, which leaves many farmers selling their fruits to external buyers at less favorable prices." Su Qiang pondered the possibilities for the Kingwei Group. They could support local companies that directly purchase and sell fruit, as well as facilitate the production of processed food items, such as dried fruits and canned goods. Ningxiang had processing factories, and it seemed the Lu family was involved in such ventures. These companies could certainly benefit from support. However, all of this would require time. For the farmers, it would mean they would not have to worry about selling their crops at a fair price. Yet, the system task was to assist the girl, and an alternative solution was needed. At this moment, she also received the balding man's business card and felt a sense of satisfaction. Su Qiang quickly devised a brilliant idea and said to her, "I believe you could start a live stream at home, selling your products directly." The girl raked her fingers through her hair. "I have relatives who have tried agricultural product live streaming, but it didn't take off. I've streamed before, singing and such, but I lacked an audience and made no money. I didn't even earn back the cost of the equipment. It's far better to work at the bar." Su Qiang chuckled, "I often watch live streams on Shark. You should register an account there and do agricultural product live streaming. I'll come and tip you." "Really?" The girl's eyes widened in astonishment. The balding man felt a twinge of envy. Could the heiress' words possibly be false? Surely, she would be generous. Su Qiang took out her phone and said, "Let us exchange WeChat. Once you have a phone, you can accept my request." "Okay, my WeChat ID is Xiaowan." Su Qiang sent a friend request and added, "Now, hurry home to start your live stream. By the way, who is the boss that wronged your family? I can have a lawyer assist you." The girl revealed the company name and the boss's name. The balding man was taken aback. It was him. He had quite the notorious reputation. Su Qiang pondered for a moment, then inquired, "Do you wish to expand your company?" Inside the private room, Lu Shui was scrolling through her social media and recalled how Sun Hai had shared laughter with Su Qiang earlier. She clenched her fist in frustration. How detestable. He has been played. Lu Xiao, seated beside her, glanced at her phone screen. The star of literature descends, gazing upon the scholar. He gasped in surprise and murmured, "Hey, did you add Changjia's WeChat? You should post something on your social media too." Lu Shui shot him a disdainful look. "Do you even know how to do that? All you need to do now is like and comment. Otherwise, it appears too contrived. Sun Hai might not appreciate it." After saying this, she liked Sun Hai's post and commented, "The star of literature descends," gazing upon the scholar. Lu Xiao raised his thumb, exclaiming, "Ah, little sister, you are indeed clever. Alas, you have assisted Sister Qiang in executing splendid deeds, so why hasn't she approached our family's company for collaboration? If that were the case, your handbag would be secured, and my luxurious supercar would be within reach as well." Lu Shui pondered to herself, recalling that both she and her brother had, in minor ways, offended others, particularly herself, who had once been rather short-sighted. However, before her foolish elder brother, she could not belittle herself, and thus replied defiantly, "It is undoubtedly because the Kingwei Group has yet to expand its business into our area. Or perhaps they simply look down upon the processing of food as a trivial venture." As they noticed Su Qiang returning to the private room, the siblings promptly fell silent, fully aware of the unspoken rules. Speaking behind someone's back was permissible, but openly voicing grievances was utterly unacceptable. To their surprise, they saw Su Qiang approaching them. Lu Shui instinctively shoved Lu Xiao aside and sat up straighter, a radiant smile adorning her face as she greeted, "Sister Qiang, please take a seat." Su Qiang nodded and settled down, inquiring, "Your family engages in food processing, correct?" The joy was unmistakable on Lu Shui's face as she hastened to respond. enumerating the details of their factory and production lines with eloquence. She elaborated on their upgraded equipment, semi-automation, production capacity, and distribution channels, showcasing her thorough preparation with an array of technical jargon. Contemplating the development trajectory of the Qiang Group, Lu Shui added, "In fact, our family is also eager to expand the production scale of fruit-based subsidiary foods. The challenges lie in funding and market connections." Su Qiang listened intently, acknowledging that the primary hurdle was indeed the lack of connections, which hindered market access. The Qiang Group could certainly pave the way with financial resources, reducing prices to ensure sales, yet it would be preferable for the locals of Ningqiang to benefit rather than outsiders. Hence, she summoned Sun Hai. Sun Hai had already been subtly observing the situation and quickly made his way over, squeezing past Lu Xiao to take a seat beside Lu Shui. "Sister Qiang, how may I assist you?" he inquired eagerly. "You have solid connections in the food sector in Jiangnan province. Would you be interested in pursuing further business opportunities?" Sun Hai was nearly overwhelmed with excitement, quickly managing his demeanor to respond in a hushed tone. "Absolutely. My company has been closely following the Qiang Group's lead." The Lu siblings were taken aback by his exuberance. Su Qiang interjected, "I am tentatively considering a collaborative project within Jiangnan province, aiming to elevate the acquisition price of the fruits. As long as the project breaks even, it will serve its purpose of responding to the call for action." At this moment, a girl sitting beside Su Qiang shut her web browser and whispered, "Sister Qiang, my company specializes in biodegradable materials, promoting environmental protection and green sustainability, aligning with the call for sustainable development." Lu Shui and Sun Hai exchanged incredulous glances. "Are you composing an essay here?" Su Qiang turned to glance at her. Recognizing Lu Shui's friend, who had previously assisted her in dealing with the situation, Tang Xin, if she recalled correctly, she nodded slightly, remarking, "We can discuss this further at my home in a few days." Chapter 141. This fruit is quite large. Su Qiang intended to mention this matter to her parents upon returning home, proposing it as part of the group's development plan. By hosting a banquet and inviting the families of Ningqiang, she could negotiate with the Tang family regarding this matter, ensuring her parents would not be bored that day. However, the group currently had numerous projects that were just starting. It was imperative to stabilize them before embarking on new ventures. Tang Xin was utterly thrilled, having received clear confirmation. Moreover, she would be invited to Sister Qiang's home. Was it not remarkable that Sister Qiang personally extended the invitation? Her previous boldness was truly commendable. Lu Shui and Sun Hai felt a pang of jealousy, considering that the Tang family had only established a biodegradable plastic company. Yet it was being portrayed as something grand. Furthermore, their development had begun later, and their company was smaller in scale. It seemed they were on the verge of a meteoric rise. Sun Hai, wary of eavesdroppers harboring ulterior motives, promptly lifted his glass. "Sister Qiang, I toast to you. Feel free." Those involved in this circle were no longer the chatterboxes they once were. They kept their connections with Sister Qiang under wraps, even pondering carefully before posting on social media. Everyone was apprehensive that if their company failed to secure a partnership with the Qiang Group, others might seize the opportunity first. Lu Shui, snapping back to reality, also raised her glass, affirming, "Indeed, let us indulge in merriment today. These matters can be discussed at any time." After all, it was their family's turn. They could not allow others to snatch away their chance. Having enjoyed themselves sufficiently, Su Qiang prepared to leave, instructing both families to devise a plan so they could discuss it at her banquet. Upon returning home, she informed her parents about the 2 new projects she had reserved and mentioned the agricultural assistance initiative that was also on the agenda, as well as the banquet details. Both parents expressed no objections, deciding that the event would take place at their villa, with Su Qiang primarily overseeing the arrangements, as they would be occupied with group matters. Not entirely versed in the nuances of planning, Su Qiang recalled that Uncle Wen had previous experience as a butler in this regard. Thus, she called him to come to Ningqiang, also notifying Su how to return early. After some contemplation, she called Kylan, requesting her to expedite the preparation of 2 not-so-complicated high-fashion outfits for the event. On that day, she planned to don a Chanel haute couture gown to make a statement, while also arranging suits for her father and Su Hao. The next day, as Uncle Wen arrived, Su Qiang began discussing how to arrange the garden lawn and the living room. She then summoned Old Huang to draft the guest list and determine the design of the invitations. Since this event was being held in light of her academic achievements, guests would likely bring gifts, necessitating the preparation of appropriate return gifts. It wasn't until the evening that she received a call from Boss Qian, the balding businessman. Amidst her flurry of activities, she finally found a moment to step out. The boss responsible for causing trouble for Xiao Wan's family was named Wang. It was only after receiving Boss Qian's call that she learned he had been thoroughly investigating Wang, discovering that not only had he exploited Xiao Wan's family, but he had also deceived various other fruit farmers. The Qiang Group could certainly offer a legitimate sum to acquire Wang's company for a small enterprise. It would be an effortless endeavor. However, Su Qiang was unwilling to enrich such a scoundrel. Thus, she instructed Boss Qian to arrange a meeting with Wang to discuss the acquisition terms. As for her role, she planned to confront Wang directly using her bad luck card, working in conjunction with a lawyer for a swift and effective resolution. Upon arriving at the Western restaurant, Su Qiang adjusted her duckbill cap and oversized sunglasses, quickly spotting Boss Qian and his associates. She feigned passing by, discreetly utilizing her bad luck card. Wang was accompanied by a woman of captivating charm, who spoke up. "Boss Qian, we are offering a sincere price. Madam Wang, please don't jest. If that is the case, there is no need for us to continue negotiations." Wang pushed her gently, a knowing smile on his face. "Dear, go inform Boss Qian that we are indeed very sincere." The woman rose and sat down on the opposite sofa, leaning closely to Boss Qian, resting her chin on her hand, and teasingly suggested, "Boss Qian, how about we discuss our sincerity in private tonight?" Su Qiang, peering from around the corner of the staircase, was nearly petrified. Boss Qian, caught in the eye of the storm, felt his face flush crimson, trying to retreat, but feeling trapped without a phone call to excuse himself. He had specifically chosen the restaurant's main hall for their discussion to avoid any semblance of impropriety, not anticipating Wang's audacious approach. Su Qiang promptly ascended the stairs, calling Boss Qian to inform him that there was no need for further discussion. Boss Qian had only just exited the main door when he took the external elevator to the second floor of the restaurant. Upon reaching the private room, he still wore a dazed expression. Su Qiang could not contain her curiosity and inquired, "Was that just now the true wife of Boss Wang?" Qian Boss nodded, confirming that although Boss Wang was in his second marriage, that woman was indeed his legitimate spouse. Su Qiang took a sip of coffee to calm her nerves and pushed the menu towards Qian Boss. He waved his hand dismissively, stating, "No need for that. I will finish discussing matters with you and then be on my way." Boss Wang's offer was inflated by 30, and his demeanor was rather obstinate. Su Qiang nodded in agreement, deciding to disregard him. She thought it best to let him indulge in his fantasies. "I have already contacted the lawyer. They have gone to the village today to speak with the fruit farmers." After listening to him, Su Qiang nodded and then produced the contract. "Take a look at this." Qian Boss's demeanor shifted as he extended his trembling hand to grasp the acquisition contract. Upon examination, it matched the commitments made to this young lady. Although the company had merged into the Rose Group, he remained the general manager of his enterprise. After he signed, Su Qiang instructed, "Prepare to relocate the company to the Rose Building. If you have any uncertainties, consult Assistant Huang." She handed him a business card for Lao Huang and then departed with the documents, intending to deliver them directly to her father at home. As she descended the stairs, she happened upon Boss Wang and his wife rising from their meal, both wearing unpleased expressions. She noted that Madame Wang was clutching her abdomen. Upon exiting the cafe, they entered a Range Rover. The vehicle was rather tall, and as Madame Wang attempted to step in, she stumbled, resulting in her abdomen striking the edge, followed by a trickle of blood. Boss Wang hurriedly circled back, witnessing the agony on his wife's face and the blood. He struck her with a harsh slap. Su Qiang gasped in shock. What kind of development was this? Did Boss Wang care for his wife to such an extent? She intentionally quickened her pace to eavesdrop, catching his low, furious outburst. "I was abroad for such a long time last month. Are you blaming me? Is it not because of you? What do you mean? Did I not tell you to take precautions? I even instructed you to go last month. Did you or did you not? You did. You specifically prevented me from accompanying you on that trip. Are you standing here just to make a fool of yourself? Hurry and take me to the hospital." "To hell with the hospital. This is just as well. Let us go home." As the Range Rover sped away, Su Qiang was left astounded. This was quite the scandal. The next day, Su Qiang returned to the county with her parents, as they were hosting a banquet at Qinzhen Hotel. With no relatives present, only her parents' old colleagues, neighbors, and her father's new co-workers, along with a table of her former high school teachers. One hall sufficed. Su Hao was absent, engrossed in the pre-launch phase of his game, too busy to spare time for meals or accommodation, and would only attend the more significant banquet later. The initial pretext was a housewarming. But Su Qiang had excelled in her studies, and everyone praised her as a prodigy. Her parents beamed with pride, and Su Qiang, smiling radiantly, had finally become the exemplary child that her teachers often spoke of. As her parents exited this social circle, she had significantly elevated their esteem, having resolved a major matter. The family returned to Ning City that same day. Su Qiang also received a call from Qian Boss, informing her that Boss Wang had been sued in court by several lawyers, burdened with numerous civil cases requiring substantial compensation. Early that morning, Boss Wang had gone to divorce his wife, who had claimed a considerable portion of his assets. Qian Boss speculated that Madame Wang possessed leverage over Boss Wang, compelling him to surrender a significant amount of his wealth. With Madame Wang acquiring substantial assets, Boss Wang found himself financially strained, unable to cover the civil compensations. He was now not only selling his car and house, but also begging for loans within his circle, desperately attempting to save his company. Yet, the other business owners were well aware of his tarnished reputation. They were hesitant to assist him, preferring to see him falter, ideally ending up incarcerated. In a bid to avoid such a fate, Boss Wang announced his intention to sell the company, hoping to secure a favorable price to cover his debts and retain some funds for a comfortable future. However, the few prominent figures he approached, recognizing his urgent need for cash, offered him significantly lower prices. Boss Wang subsequently sought Qian Boss again, proposing to sell the company at the price he had quoted the previous day. Su Qiang had no intention of purchasing the company at yesterday's price. She wished to strike while the iron was hot. Thus, she inquired over the phone, "What is the approximate amount of debt Boss Wang is carrying?" Qian Boss provided a figure, and Su Qiang instructed him to extend that exact offer to Boss Wang, insisting there could be no further negotiation. After concluding her call with Qian Boss, she contacted Lao Huang and Sun Hai, requesting them to subtly spread the word that Boss Wang had crossed the Rose Group. The following day, Su Qiang received another call from Qian Boss, who informed her that Boss Wang had agreed to sell the company at a reduced price. As rumors had circulated within the business community regarding his conflict with the Rose Group, prompting others to refrain from making offers. This outcome was expected. Should Boss Wang file for bankruptcy or have his company auctioned, it might not even fetch that price. After hanging up, Su Qiang felt elated. Just after finishing lunch, she received a WeChat message from Xiao Wan, announcing her readiness to begin a live broadcast. With her parents busy at the company, Su Qiang reclined on the living room sofa, opened Shark Live, searched for Xiao Wan's stream, and entered. The live room had only a few viewers. In the frame, Xiao Wan was in the orchard, dressed in a short-sleeved shirt and long pants, sporting arm sleeves, and wearing a natural makeup look. Not much different from the night she had seen her at the bar, cheerfully introducing her surroundings. "This orchard cultivates Chui Guan pears, and next month, we will have a bountiful harvest. During the picking season, I will broadcast the process live. If you're interested, you can place orders directly in my live stream." "Oh, this pear seems ripe. Let me give it a taste." Xiao Wan retrieved a pair of scissors from off-screen, rose on her toes, and expertly snipped a pear. She wiped it clean, took a bite, and slightly squinted, noting that it was still quite tart, but in about 10 days, it would be perfectly sweet. At that moment, a comment appeared. "Host, I prefer my pears a bit sour. I want to buy some now. Why isn't there a link in your live stream?" A woman's voice chimed in. "Xiao Wan." Someone commented that they wished to buy pears. Xiao Wan approached, wondering if perhaps a wealthy heiress was interested in her pears. Upon seeing the username, she realized it was not so. She had done her research on Shark Live and was aware of a wealthy patron known as Wild Rose, who was now in her live stream, while the affluent heiress was named Su Qiang, clearly indicating that this prominent figure was her. However, she pondered. Why wasn't the patron speaking? Did she want to evaluate the content of her stream first? With this thought, she hurriedly explained, "Since the pears are not yet ripe, I haven't prepared a link for them. Today, I will be showcasing something else." As she spoke, she quickened her pace. "And here we have my family's free-range chickens. They are natural, grass-fed, and do not consume commercial feed." Thinking that Xiao Wan merely intended to sell the chickens today, Su Qiang prepared to show her support. She activated the cashback card, the one providing double returns. Ding! The double cashback card for live donations has been successfully utilized. Upon hearing the announcement, Su Qiang opened the gift options and sent 1,000 super rockets in one generous motion. The dazzling special effects erupted before her eyes. Amidst a sea of roses, a lady emerged from an exquisite carriage, the petals swirling around her as the wind danced. An all-platform banner read, "Wild Rose has gifted Xiao Wan 1,000 super rockets." The live stream was suddenly inundated with a multitude of viewers. "Ah, it's Sister Qiang. Long time no see, Sister Qiang. We miss you," exclaimed the fans, eagerly expressing their affection. "Finally, I managed to catch Sister Qiang live. Sending kisses your way." They clamored to discover which fortunate individual had captured Sister Qiang's attention this time. "Wow, it's a charming young lady," they noted. "Sister Qiang, where have you been? I've been waiting for you for so long." Upon noticing the numerous inquiries regarding her absence from live streaming for over 2 months, Su Qiang typed a response. "I was preparing for an examination, focusing intently on my studies." The bold, luminescent text immediately drew everyone's attention. Wow, even a prodigious figure like Sister Qiang is putting in the effort to study for exams. The local aspiring scholars felt an instant connection with her. That's implausible. Someone as affluent as Sister Qiang surely wouldn't be taking civil service exams. Perhaps she's preparing for graduate school? Or maybe TOEFL or IELTS? They speculated. Could it be possible that she's studying for the college entrance examination? A humorous gesture followed. The audience scoffed at this notion. If she were taking the college entrance exam, she would only be around 18 years old, likely still a minor. It's hard to imagine a teenager with such wealth could afford to shower millions in live-stream gifts. They couldn't fathom how an underage individual could possess such a generous allowance. Sister Qiang must be one of those accomplished young heirs managing legal affairs. So she can't possibly be just 18. As the excitement bubbled over, Xiaonuan thought to herself, this brother has hit the nail on the head. Of course, she wasn't foolish enough to reveal any details about Sister Qiang. As the special effects flared up once more, Xiaonuan hastily bowed, thanking Sister Qiang for yet another 1,000 super rockets. I'm immensely grateful. 1,000 super rockets equated to 2 million RMB. She could pocket 1 million. Instantly, her family's debts could be cleared, with some left over. When Su Qiang had first offered her a tip, Xiaonuan had thought that a few thousand would be the pinnacle of generosity. She never imagined she would be so fortunate to encounter such a lavish benefactor. Not only was she assisting with her family's legal battles, but she was also bestowing such generous gifts. Just as she straightened up, another 1,000 super rockets appeared, and the special effects unfolded again. Xiaonuan quickly bent at the waist, her voice trembling. Thank you, Sister Qiang. Thank you. That's already 3,000 super rockets. How much is that? She was so exhilarated she could hardly calculate. As she straightened up to check the screen, she immediately bent down again. Wild Rose has gifted Xiaonuan 4,000 super rockets. Wild Rose has gifted Xiaonuan 10,000 super rockets. The comments section was a frenzy. No wonder Sister Qiang is so generous. She just returned to the platform and is already this lavish. 10,000 super rockets. At 2,000 each, that's 20 million. 20 million RMB. This streamer has no agency, so she gets to keep 10 million. Who's feeling envious? I am. My aunt grows persimmons. Can I still make it to the orchard to stream? I'm envious too, but I can't measure up to this lady's beauty. Ding. The host has received a tip of 20 million. Double cashback of 40 million has been issued. A notification of incoming funds flashed on Su Qiang's phone, which she casually dismissed. Now that she possessed substantial wealth, she no longer felt the same thrill as when she had first received cashback from her tips. Looking back at the live stream, the special effects had faded. Su Qiang typed, you continue streaming. I won't be tipping anymore. Alright, Sister Qiang. I'll send you pears and free-range chickens later. Xiaonuan wiped away her excited tears and added, you must leave a delivery address for me. Xiaonuan commended her own cleverness, as she hadn't lied. Although she knew Sister Qiang, she truly didn't know where to send the items. Gathering her composure, she smiled at the camera. Now let me introduce myself. My name is Xiaonuan, and the pear orchard behind me is my family's. Though the pears aren't fully ripe yet. Stop talking, I'll buy? Is it alright if I buy? I want to eat the same pears as Sister Qiang. What about the free-range chicken? I didn't see it. I want to eat the same free-range chicken as Sister Qiang. Post the link. Is there a link for the free-range chicken? I just saw some chickens running around earlier. Although the pears weren't ripe, I can still place an order. Xiaonuan was taken aback by the overwhelming influence of celebrity, never anticipating such a bustling business. Quickly getting to the point, she declared, actually, I'm not selling pears or free-range chickens. I'm selling free-range eggs. I've prepared the link for the eggs. Let us take a look at them. They are definitely laid by these free-range chickens. We haven't collected today's eggs yet. Everyone, look. She approached a coop where a few eggs lay nestled, explaining the characteristics and nutritional value of the free-range eggs. Su Qiang paused in surprise, realizing she was selling eggs today. She glanced at the comments, where most viewers expressed their eagerness to buy eggs, clamoring for the link to be shared. Suddenly, several comments began to flood in. I know best. This is so fake. The streamer Xiaonuan must be a plant hired by Wild Rose, right? She's too pretty to be a real farmer, and I've never heard of her before. She's a complete unknown, and she just happens to hit the jackpot with Wild Rose returning? It's too coincidental to receive such a large tip. With so many farmers streaming, how did Wild Rose just happen to tip her? Scam alert. This is definitely a scam. The goal is for Wild Rose to take over the orchard and run this business, hiring a streamer to promote it. And the streamer's millions go right back to Wild Rose, with the platform taking away millions as advertising fees. Once this orchard can't keep up with supply, they'll surely substitute inferior products or send rotten fruit, scamming everyone's money. This is a total profit scheme. The audience, engrossed in the live stream, quickly took notice of these remarks and began to retaliate. Are you out of your mind? Is it so wrong for Sister Qiang to tip this beautiful young lady just because she thinks she is pretty? Can't farmers be attractive too? My parents farm, and I'm the prettiest girl in my village. Sister Qiang doesn't only tip farmers. She has been famous on this platform for a long time. If she wanted to run a business, she would have done so long ago. Even if it were Sister Qiang's business, does that mean I can't buy? I want to support her even more. I just want to buy pears. If they're bad, I'll return them. I don't care about anything else. With 1 or 2 million in advertising, Why not just go on TV? Do you think a lot of people watch live streams? Everyone, ignore this fool. Just look at the name and you'll know they're one of those greasy know-it-alls. At that moment, a woman's voice rang out, Xiao Wan. It seems everyone is arguing. Xiao Wan was in the midst of collecting eggs when she heard this, immediately putting down her work, removing her gloves, and grabbing her phone. Enraged, she exclaimed, "My family is indeed farmers." She turned the camera to face her parents. "Look, this is my dad, and this is my mom. Can you tell I'm their biological child?" The middle-aged man and woman on screen looked like they had toiled hard, dressed plainly. Yet their weathered faces hinted at a noble bone structure, making it no surprise that they had a daughter as beautiful as Xiao Wan. Seeing the comments flood in with agreement, Xiao Wan turned the camera again. "From here to there, all of this is my family's orchard. We have documentation. Once I return home, I'll find it to show everyone. Also, I previously worked as a singing streamer on another platform, but I couldn't earn money, so I worked elsewhere. Once I'm home, I can also find videos as proof of my streaming history. It's perfectly reasonable for me to be live streaming about the orchard now." As I glance around, I see only my parents, empty-handed, accompanying me with just a few baskets prepared for gathering eggs. If Sister Qiang had conspired with me to sell fruit, there would surely be numerous staff ready to pick it, but alas, that is not the case. Initially, I intended to sell only my family's fruit next month, confident in its quality. However, I did not anticipate Sister Qiang's generous tips, which have sparked everyone's desire to purchase. I estimate that once I sell all my own fruit, I will proceed to my neighbor's orchard to live stream and assist in selling theirs, without charging any fees. Buyers are welcome to choose freely. The evidence is irrefutable, and even the once boisterous master of understanding has retreated. Chapter 144. Taking over Shark Live Streaming. Su Qiang had no intention of revealing her impending role as the owner of Shark Live Streaming. Doing so could complicate future tasks related to tips. Thus, she decided to solidify her persona. She typed a line, "Sister doesn't lack money. If you enjoy watching, feel free to tip. Sister Qiang, you're amazing. What game will Sister Qiang play next? I want to see you in action. I also wish to hear Sister Qiang's voice." Ding. Task completed. Shark Live Streaming Company has disbursed funds. Su Qiang mused that she was far too busy to indulge in gaming, so she exited the live stream and answered the phone. "Hello, Miss Su. I am the general manager of Shark Live Streaming, Mr. Xia. We are nearing completion of the necessary procedures. When might you be available to visit us?" After pondering, she decided on this afternoon. The headquarters of Shark Live Streaming is located in the bustling metropolis of Modu, where she would also manage her beauty salon. Driving herself to Modu, she made a stop at the headquarters of Yanli Beauty Salon first. Manager Yin was already awaiting her arrival and ushered her into the office. He presented a stack of documents and extracted a particular proposal regarding the revitalization of the newly acquired beauty salon. Su Qiang glanced through it and noted it concerned the salon that had recently closed down in Modu. After reviewing the documents, she promptly made her decisions, signing and stamping the necessary papers before examining the company's financial reports. Everything appeared satisfactory, and she stated, "I plan to establish a high-end beauty salon in Ningxing. Please send someone to inspect and provide guidance." The family had already deliberated on the Ningxing salon, entrusting its management to her mother, with an assistant specifically chosen for this responsibility. Manager Yin was slightly taken aback and respectfully inquired, "Miss Su, are you considering expanding the Yanli brand into Jiangnan?" Su Qiang paused. She had not initially entertained this notion, but it was indeed an excellent suggestion. Yanli Beauty Salon is renowned in Modu, excelling in technology, equipment, and management strategies. Furthermore, Ningxing is her stronghold, with solid connections to facilitate partnerships throughout Jiangnan, ensuring the salon's success. However, the Rose Group has numerous ventures underway. She tapped her fingers thoughtfully, deciding to commence with Ningxing. "You may investigate the possibility of expanding the Yanli brand throughout Jiangnan. Delegate this matter to you." Manager Yin beamed with joy. "Certainly, Miss Su. I believe it's feasible. Some of our loyal clients are affluent merchants in Jiangnan, who have expressed interest in collaborating, previously hindered by financial constraints." Su Qiang made her determination clear. "Engage them in discussions. We will provide both funding and expertise." This approach would secure a substantial share, ensuring that Yanli remained under the auspices of the Rose Group, even outside Modu. Having settled matters on this front, Su Qiang drove over to Shark Live Streaming. Upon reaching the office and signing the necessary documents, Manager Xia presented the financial reports, standing a bit taller as he spoke. "Miss Su, our company's finances over the past 2 months are remarkably impressive, thanks to a wealthy patron who has graced our platform. We've created exclusive effects for her, successfully retaining her patronage. Today, she has tipped an astonishing 20 million. Our financial report for this month will be exceptionally favorable." He finished in one breath, only to notice that Miss Su remained unfazed, her demeanor calm. He inwardly chastised himself for being overly impressed. The presence of Wild Rose has brought Shark into the limelight of the live streaming industry, propelling its growth. The fact that this young lady's family could acquire the company at such a moment speaks volumes of their financial prowess. Even if she does not engage with the live streams, she is undoubtedly a significant patron. To represent her group at such a young age and sign documents is a feat that even Wild Rose cannot rival. Thinking quickly, Manager Shaw added, "Of course. The online patrons cannot compare to you, Miss Sue. We hope you won't hold it against us." He marveled at the Rose Group's acumen, reflecting on how fortunate they were to finalize the procedures today. Otherwise, the former owner might have raised the price upon seeing Shark retain the wealthy patron, who generously tipped them. Ah, wait. The Rose Group, Wild Rose. Another streaming platform has confirmed that Wild Rose is from Ningxing, and the headquarters of the Rose Group is also located there. Under the curious gaze of Su Qiang, Manager Shaw blurted out, "Miss Su, are you Wild Rose?" Relaxing in her chair, Su Qiang nodded, "Do not disclose this to others." Manager Shaw immediately acquiesced, his mind racing. "Miss, please feel free to tip on our platform. As the presence of Wild Rose has significantly increased both our streamers and user base over the past 2 months. Fearing he might seem narrow-minded, he quickly redirected the conversation. "Miss, do you have any suggestions for our live streaming platform?" Su Qiang nodded. "Yes, we should establish a section dedicated to supporting farmers." Manager Shaw was taken aback. The tips from earlier were evidently premeditated. Truly, she is the daughter of a powerful group, her every action imbued with purpose. "Very well, Mississippi. I will instruct our team to expedite this plan," he replied, his respect for her growing. Su Qiang then recalled another matter. When she first linked the system to Shark for tipping, she had encountered a streamer named Jiao Jiao, with rumors suggesting she had good rapport with the higher-ups at Shark. Thus, she inquired, "Does our company have any upper management closely associated with streamers?" Manager Shaw broke into a sweat, clarifying, "Not exactly upper management. It's just the manager of the workers' union. The union provides benefits, which leads to additional recommendations and support for their streamers." He wiped his brow, "Of course. Our company's regulations prohibit such practices. This manager happens to be a relative of the former owner." Su Qiang replied coolly, "Terminate their employment. Our company must uphold fairness in all aspects. I do not wish to hear of such matters again." Manager Shaw hastily complied, "Absolutely. I will ensure stricter oversight." Seeing no further issues to address, Su Qiang took her leave. Noticing the night had fallen, she contemplated whether to invite Lu Huaxuan and the others for dinner before returning to Ningxing. However, at this moment, she yearned to see Long Tianluo even more. Since he had saved her, they had exchanged WeChat contacts, yet he had not uttered a single word. Disliking the feeling of being indebted, especially for such a significant favor, Su Qiang sent a message to Long Tianluo, inquiring if he was available to dine with her. He promptly replied, suggesting they meet at a Chinese restaurant. Chapter 145. Collaborating with Long Tianluo, Su Qiang drove over, primarily to repay the favor, uncertain of how best to navigate her position, and thus sought to clarify the relationship between Long Tianluo and Long Tianxin. Lu Huaxuan spent the entire day in the company of Long Tianxin. After some contemplation, Su Qiang decided to call Mo Hang, who was known for his rationality and should be able to extract some information. "How go? Are you busy?" "Yes, I am occupied. But I have a moment to chat. Then I shall get straight to the point. What is the situation between Long Tianxin and Long Tianluo? Are they at odds over family inheritance? I owe Long Tianluo a significant favor. You need not concern yourself with their affairs. Do as you please. It's just Tianxin throwing a tantrum." From Mo Hang, Su Qiang learned that the formidable Lung patriarch had numerous children, many of whom were illegitimate. Lung Tianxin was born of the legal wife, who had passed away prematurely. The Lung patriarch later married the mother of Long Tianluo, bringing him into the family and officially recording him in the family registry. However, that was not the crux of the matter. Although Long Tianluo appeared to be the second son of the Lung family, there were indeed older, illegitimate sons. When Tianxin was young, he was rebellious and easily influenced by the provocations of the illegitimate son, who claimed that Tianqin's mother was harmed by Tianluo's mother. This was, of course, far from the truth. Tianqin's mother had always been in poor health and had faced considerable difficulty in giving birth to him. Moreover, it was inconceivable that someone as powerful as the Lung patriarch could be so easily deceived. There was even an incident where Tianxin caused a scene in public, prompting the Lung patriarch to express his anger and vocally support Tianluo and his mother, explicitly stating that he had chosen Tianluo's mother himself. Tianxin, being stubborn and lacking in the ability to garner sympathy, was not as adept at appeasing their father as Tianluo was. One would think that given his ill health and the absence of his mother, as well as being the son of the legal wife, he would receive abundant affection from his father. Thus, the two brothers had been at odds since childhood. Mo Hang summarized. Tianqian actually believes the provocations, but refuses to acknowledge it out of frustration. Moreover, the current Mrs. Lung treats Tianqian quite well, and he has even mentioned in a drunken state that he has come to terms with things. Yet, he has grown accustomed to competing with Tian Luo, who is quite skilled at charming others. At this point, it seems Tianqian merely dislikes Tian Luo for the sake of it. The struggle over inheritance is not as exaggerated as you might think. The Lung patriarch is a man of decisive action, and others' opinions hardly influence his decisions. It is widely speculated that he has already allocated the family wealth. It is only Tianqian's insistence on competing with Tian Luo that keeps the notion of inheritance disputes alive. Do as you wish. There is no need to worry about Tianqian. He is not unreasonable. Otherwise, I and Lu Xiao would not be able to associate with him. Upon entering the private room, Su Qiang was greeted by a radiant smile from Lung Tian Luo. Sister Qiang, it's been ages. With his cherubic face and small tiger teeth, he appeared utterly adorable. Su Qiang mused that Mo Hang was indeed correct. Lung Tian Luo was quite adept at charming others. Taking a seat opposite him, Su Qiang playfully asked, "Is it possible that I'm actually younger than you?" Lung Tian Luo's warm smile faltered briefly. "Oh really? You're friends with my elder brother?" Su Qiang revealed her date of birth. Lung Tian Luo nearly split with laughter. "Ah, I'm just a few days older than you." How infuriating. He had intended to address her as Sister Su, which would have made him feel more distinguished. To his surprise, they were both preparing for the university entrance examination this year, and he was merely days older than her. The facade of superiority crumbled. Reluctantly, he changed his address to Sister Qiang. "What would you like to eat?" Su Qiang found this much more pleasant. After placing their orders, she instructed the waiter to expedite the service. "Sister Qiang, are you very hungry?" "Not particularly. I need to return to Ningxing after we eat." Having explained herself, she shifted the conversation to the main topic. "Thank you for saving me last time. What reward do you wish for?" Lung Tian Luo tilted his head. "I never thought of asking for a reward for saving you. But if you insist, just let me know which university you plan to attend." Lung Tianqian had undoubtedly cast a negative light on him, and Su Qiang likely viewed him unfavorably. It was improbable that he could engage in business with her like Lu Gu and the others. So, what reward did he desire? As long as he could become good friends with Su Qiang, partnering with the Qiang Group for business in the future would be a breeze. Realizing his cunning, Su Qiang replied, "I'm aiming for Moda University." "What major?" "Artificial intelligence." Lung Tian Luo's expression turned regretful. "What a pity, I'm pursuing finance." After a moment's thought, Su Qiang said, "Since you don't want a reward, how about I offer you one myself? What type of business do you wish to engage in?" "Shipping?" Given the powerful connections of the Lung family, it would be a waste not to utilize them. Furthermore, the He family's assets would soon be auctioned off, making it a perfect opportunity. Lung Tian Luo's excitement was palpable. "Sister Qiang, you want to do business with me? Did Tianqian say anything bad about me?" He then calmed himself slightly. "Did you hear about my situation from someone?" It couldn't have been Lu Gu. Perhaps it was Hao Ge? Su Qiang paused for a moment. "Tianqian didn't he say anything negative about you?" Upon hearing this, Lung Tian Luo instantly understood. It was indeed what Mo Hang had said. How infuriating. This was something he should have conveyed himself. If it had come from his own lips, from his perspective, it would have painted him in a more pitiable light, inciting Su Qiang's sympathy. With sympathy and gratitude combined, even if they couldn't become close friends, they could at least engage in business together. Oh well. Lung Tian Luo sighed, resting his chin on his hand. "I'm not particularly interested in shipping trade." In the past, he would have eagerly agreed and competed with Tianqian on the same playing field. But the fact that Tianqian had not spoken ill of him changed his perspective. Su Qiang nodded. "If you're not interested in that, we can simply acquire the He family's cargo ships and other assets and merge them with Lu Huaxuan's and Lung Tianqian's companies. There are also beauty salons and agricultural assistance projects." With his round eyes blinking, Lung Tian Luo exclaimed, "I want to engage in the agricultural assistance project." As they savored their steaks, Su Qiang elaborated on the current agricultural assistance plans of the Qiang Group. Lung Tian Luo confidently declared, "Leave the marketing aspect to me. I will certainly open up the market. We can handle any amount of fruit. I'll conduct some research in the next few days." This project was primarily overseen by his father, so Su Qiang handed him her father's business card. Upon seeing the card, Lung Tian Luo nearly burst into laughter and quickly covered his mouth. As far as he knew, Lung Tianqian's company had only interacted with the president of the Qiang Group. Yet, Sister Qiang had directly given him her father's name. After finishing dinner, Su Qiang left, instructing Lung Tian Luo to prepare for a visit to the Qiang Group in Ningxing. She needed to return to school that night to submit her application and retrieve her documents. Not long after she drove away, she received a phone call from Lung Tianqian. His tone laced with jealousy. "Sister Qiang, did you have dinner with Lung Tian Luo?" Hearing the usually arrogant Lung Tianqian speak in such a tone surprised Su Qiang. "How did you know?" "He called me to brag." Lung Tianxin's jealousy was palpable. You didn't even come looking for us. Su Qiang cleared her throat. I came up to handle some matters and remembered I owed him a favor, so I stopped by. I don't have time to look for you. I'm already on my way back to Ningxing. Wait, did he ask for something outrageous? Su Qiang pondered for a moment. Not at all. I'm just planning to collaborate with him on an agricultural assistance project. She briefly explained the project, and Lung Tianxin's voice softened. That's good. It's a way to utilize his resources. He has recently made acquaintances with many business owners, including those smaller northern business owners I know. Su Qiang chuckled, wondering if it was truly a matter of resource utilization. After a few more casual exchanges, they ended the call. The following day, Su Qiang arrived punctually at Yizhong to finalize her university application and retrieve her documents. She parked her car outside the school and walked in. Outside, it was said that Yizhong was experiencing a stroke of luck this year, as a transfer student had achieved a perfect score. Su Qiang happened to catch an interview featuring the principal and her homeroom teacher on the local television channel. Banners celebrating her achievements adorned every corner of the school, even draping from the streetlights. As she heard the exaggerated gasps of awe from her peers, Su Qiang lowered the brim of her baseball cap and made her way to the academic building. How could someone who had never attended a single class score full marks? It was incomprehensible. Moreover, I learned that she had dropped out of university just 2 or 3 months ago. Such a brief period for revision seemed utterly implausible. It was preposterous that someone who had previously attended such a lackluster school could now attain full marks. If it weren't for the strict prohibition imposed by our homeroom teacher and the school against discussing it, I would have been tempted to vent my frustrations on Weibo. Xian, do you think we should anonymously post something on there? If that person weren't around, you wouldn't have been so upset. And perhaps you wouldn't have faltered this time. Tang Xin, the English representative, had previously taken pleasure in Su Qiang's beauty, but now she felt burdened by it. Holding her own report card, she was engulfed in bitterness. If Su Qiang had merely scored slightly higher than her, she might have begrudgingly acknowledged good fortune. Yet, achieving full marks? There was little room for luck in such a score. This academic prodigy was someone she could only admire from afar. Tang Xin remained silent. But the passing chubby student couldn't hold back and retorted. The fact that Su Qiang can score full marks indicates she was never mediocre. She simply faced a setback last year. What right do you all have to speak ill of her when your consistent performances only allow you to attend second or third tier universities? And by the way, how did you fare this time? Certainly not better than her mock exam scores, right? The chubby student waved their report card, revealing a few lost points. Just barely scraping the minimum scores for Kyoto University and Qiang University. Yet, this time, Tang Xin had fared even worse. The group of girls felt their faces flush with embarrassment. Spotting Su Qiang approaching, Tang Xin clenched her fists and mustered the courage to ask, Su Qiang, do you think I should repeat a year and strive for Kyoto University or Qiang University? Su Qiang shot her a surprised glance and replied, your life is yours to decide. No one else can make that choice for you. Tang Xin pressed further. Which university are you planning to attend? Modi University. Su Qiang stated, leaving the eavesdropping classmates astounded. Is she really turning down Kyoto University and Qiang University? Has she lost her mind? Is she perhaps financially struggling? Hence the generous scholarship from Modi University? But I've seen her being driven around in a car, so she can't be poor, right? It must be a lapse in judgment. Scoring full marks doesn't make her any better than us. Tang Xin observed the clamorous group of girls and couldn't help but mutter, let us keep our distance from each other in the future. With that, she turned away. Her expression darkened. She regretted getting caught up in the gossip. If only she had dedicated that energy to solving problems. She wouldn't now be agonizing over whether to repeat a year. Meanwhile, Lu Wenjing's eyes were red-rimmed as she expressed her gratitude to Su Qiang. Thank you. Su Qiang, my score should be enough for Ningxing University. Although it pales in comparison to most of your class, I am genuinely content. Su Qiang patted her shoulder encouragingly. You've done remarkably well. What major are you considering? Lu Wenjing promptly revealed her intended field of study. She had already tidied up her apartment and handed it over to Sister Zhao, moving out of Shuxiang Mansion. She hadn't returned home and was now working at a restaurant that provided her meals and accommodation. Su Qiang had initially intended for her to stay until school started, even planning to arrange a summer job for her at the company. However, Lu Wenjing was adamant, insisting that she didn't need to study anymore and that it was time to experience hardship. She also declined financial assistance for university, stating she could manage with student loans. With a smile, Lu Wenjing added, I want to continue studying law. The more I learn about it, the clearer my mind becomes. And please, don't mention supporting me again. Just helping me transition from a junior college to a prestigious university is enough for me. Su Qiang shook her head. Your achievements are solely due to your own efforts. I haven't done much to assist you. She decided to wait until Lu Wenjing graduated to arrange a good job for her. Not only was Lu Wenjing diligent and outstanding, but Su Qiang also admired her resilient spirit. After wrapping up matters at school, Su Qiang drove home to continue preparations for the banquet. The day before the event, Kylan arrived from a romantic country with 2 designer gowns. Su Qiang's dress was a deep blue, shimmering long gown, exuding an air of nobility with its exotic hue. The pleats of the skirt and silver floral embroidery crafted a romantic ambience, making the gown appear both ethereal and graceful, reminiscent of a dreamy mermaid. Her mother's gown was red, featuring a fishtail silhouette that was both structured and enchanting, with a cinched waist and floral embroidery that radiated elegance and luxury. The vibrant color made her mother appear considerably youthful. Kylan complimented, "I truly picked the right dresses. Miss Su's beauty is beyond praise, and Mrs. Su, your grace is simply exquisite." Lu Qingwan humbly responded in English. Looking at herself in the red gown, she wore a satisfied smile, though her eyes betrayed a hint of resignation. In her view, the star of the event should be Su Qiang, and such a striking color should rightfully belong to her daughter. Mother and daughter shared a deep connection, and Su Qiang perceived her mother's sentiments. Grinning, she linked arms with her. "Mom, this gown suits you perfectly. I feel like we're sisters right now." This was a deliberate arrangement by Su Qiang, aiming for her mother to outshine her. To Su Qiang, her parents were the true stars of the banquet. This would be their first appearance in Ningxin's elite society. Lu Qingwan shook her head in resignation. Just then, her phone rang, and her assistant handed it to her, saying, "Madam, it's an unfamiliar number." Su Qiang glanced over and noticed the call was from Modu. Chapter 147. Organizing the banquet and carefully selected academic texts. Lu Qingwan paused. "You all chat for a moment. I need to take this call." With that, she exited the room. Su Qiang's eyes darted, and she quietly moved to the door, pressing her ear against it. However, the soundproofing was too effective. She could only vaguely hear her mother mentioning not wanting to be older in a raised voice, likely due to her agitation. Hearing the doorknob turn, Su Qiang quickly turned away, feigning nonchalance as she passed by the others, winking at them. The gown fit perfectly, requiring no alterations. And Kylan took her leave, heading off to catch her flight. Su Qiang retrieved her makeup tools and finalized the makeup looks for her and her mother before trying on the Cartier high-end jewelry she had purchased previously. Settling on the final ensemble, Lu Qingwan praised Su Qiang's skills profusely. Su Qiang smiled and said, "Mom, if you have time, please confirm the process with Uncle Wen. I'll try out looks for Dad and my brother." Changing back into comfortable loungewear, she took her styling tools to find her father. Even at home, Su Hongji was in his study reviewing documents. Upon seeing Su Qiang with an array of tools, he frowned. "I only need to style my hair. There's no need for makeup." Su Qiang scrutinized him seriously, then brought out an eyebrow razor to tidy up his brows. Unable to resist, Su Hongji reluctantly closed his eyes, allowing his daughter to work her magic. While styling his hair, Su Qiang glanced at the documents on the table and asked, "Dad, Mom just took a call from Modu. Why is she talking to someone outside without telling me? She wouldn't be hiding something from you, would she?" Her tone was peculiar, causing Su Hongji to jump to conclusions immediately. How could that be? It's probably just as he spoke, Su Hongji's words abruptly ceased. He was nearly deceived by his daughter. What could it be? Was it a call from my mother's family? Are you hiding something from me and my brother? Su Hongji marveled at his daughter's cleverness and vaguely remarked, "At our age, your mother and I no longer yearn for the blessings of family as we once did. Even if it were a call from her relatives, you children need not concern yourselves with it." Seeing that she could not extract any further information, Su Qiang refrained from questioning him further. She tidied up her father's hair and then proceeded to Su Hao's room. Su Hao had just returned home today and was busy writing code in his room. Upon seeing the array of tools Su Qiang was carrying, he wore an expression reminiscent of an elderly man peering at a smartphone. Without hesitation, she began her work, starting with eyebrow grooming. "Brother, isn't your game supposed to launch today? Why are you still so busy?" With his eyes closed, Su Hao continued to type away on the keyboard, working on the updates for the game scheduled for next week. "What about the third and fourth brothers? Aren't you inviting them over to visit?" These were Su Hao's 2 partners. Given that the game had launched today, the company had finally granted a 2-day break, and Su Hao had invited them to Ningxing for a visit and to join the banquet the following day. They had always ranked each other this way during their university days, and for the sake of convenience, Su Qiang had adopted this manner of address. "They've been invited, but they mentioned they were busy today and would come to formally visit tomorrow." Su Qiang resumed fussing with his hair. "Brother, did Mom and Dad mention anything about her family? Just now, someone from Modu called Mom, and it might be her relatives." Su Hao glanced at the mirror that Su Qiang had deliberately placed on the table, catching sight of his younger sister's curious eyes through it. After a moment's thought, he said, "I suspect that Mom and Dad might know some wealthy relatives." Su Qiang's eyes widened in surprise. "What is going on? It's related to that time when I wanted to buy a house outright, he explained. At that time, they were actually prepared with 2 to 3 million. But it's obvious that their savings are not substantial. Even if they borrowed from Aunt Yu's family, they are not significantly wealthier than us. Su Hao continued. I calculated our finances and discovered an excess of around 1 million. When I asked our parents, they said it was borrowed from a friend. However, we grew up in a small town, and our social circle is quite limited. How could someone lend us 1 million? Su Qiang shared her perspective. I just feel something is off. Mom and Dad never mentioned their family to us. Just now, Mom specifically avoided taking a call from me. Now that our family is so well off, living such a good life, it proves that Mom and Dad's marriage is indeed happy, right? Su Hao pondered for a moment. Could it be that our relatives are too poor, and Mom and Dad are afraid they might cling to us for support? Su Qiang shot him a look. But you just said we have wealthy relatives? The siblings exchanged incredulous glances before ultimately deciding to respect their parents' wishes. At their age, they would not be seeking the affection of their grandparents or great-grandparents at this moment. The next day dawned bright and clear. Su Qiang and her mother rose early to finalize arrangements with the 2 butlers. They had previously contacted the Marriott Hotel, which was not hosting any banquets that day and had sent staff over to assist. At that moment, the manager was overseeing the specific tasks of the waitstaff. The lawn had been decorated, long tables and high stools were set up, and various flowers and colorful lights had been arranged. The first floor of the villa was also ready, with some furniture rearranged to accommodate more guests. Fresh ingredients airlifted from afar had arrived, and chefs from Sanjiao Tower were collaborating with those from the Marriott to prepare for the banquet. After a light lunch, Su Qiang began to prepare her family. Her father and brother's looks were swiftly done, followed by her mother's makeup and hairstyling. Finally, it was her turn. She applied a glamorous look, styled her hair into curls, and fashioned a simple updo with braids. After changing into her formal dress and donning understated accessories and jewelry, she received a call from Su Hao, informing her that his friends had arrived. As she tidied herself up, she descended the stairs. In the living room, her 3rd and 4th brothers, dressed in suits and wearing glasses, awkwardly presented gifts. Uncle and Aunt, this is a small token for both of you, just some supplements. We hope you won't be offended. Lu Qingwan, adorned in high fashion and fine jewelry, resembled an ordinary parent at that moment, smiling as she accepted the gift box. You are too kind. Why go to the trouble of such an expensive gift? The Su family was well aware of their situation. They had invested all their savings into the game, and as shareholders, they were yet to see dividends since the game had just launched, leaving them with little money at hand. Su Hongji added, next time you come over, you mustn't bring gifts. The entire family was grateful to them, as it was these 2 who had handed Su Hao the opportunity to start his own business. The 3rd and 4th brothers relaxed a bit, no longer as reserved as before. Upon seeing Su Qiang, the 3rd brother complimented, little sister, you look stunning today. The 4th brother handed her the exquisite paper bag he had been holding. I heard from brother how that you plan to study artificial intelligence. These are some professional books we carefully selected for you. We hope they will be useful. Su Qiang's smile faltered for a moment. She had just completed her college entrance examination. One could only say that this was a quintessential gift from a straight man. Haha. It's evident that this gift is heartfelt. Of course, a book is the best gift for a scholar. Ding. Random task triggered. Express your gratitude to them. Task completed. Reward. Hair growth serum formula. Failure. No penalty. Su Qiang was momentarily taken aback. Saying a few words of thanks could yield a reward. Wasn't he that akin to receiving something for nothing? Did they think her hair was too sparse and wished to help them grow it? Su Hao looked at his 3rd and 4th brothers, and his smile faltered as well. What kind of gift for a young girl is a book? A hairpin or a backpack would have sufficed. Moreover, having just completed her exams, it was time for relaxation. Not for books. That was simply cruel. He contemplated mentioning this to them later. Otherwise, it would be difficult for them to find partners in the future. Just as he was about to intervene and encourage his sister to accept the gift, Su's dad chimed in. The books chosen by such talented programmers must be particularly specialized. You'll find them useful once you start university. Su Qiang snapped back to reality, smiling as she accepted the paper bag. Thank you, 3rd brother and 4th brother. May I open it now? Of course. Su Qiang pulled out a few books to inspect them. They were not the typical academic textbooks, but rather introductory and interest-based reading materials. There were no obscure technical terms, just an introduction to the field of artificial intelligence, complete with numerous colorful illustrations. Dad, you guessed wrong. These might not be used for class when school starts. These books are meant for now. After saying this, she turned to the 2 brothers. I really like this gift. I was quite unfamiliar with the field of artificial intelligence, but now I can explore it during the summer vacation. Thank you, 3rd brother and 4th brother. Ding. Task completed. Hair growth serum formula has been dispatched. Instantly, a wealth of knowledge flooded Su Qiang's mind, a knowledge she felt would remain with her. To address the issue of thinning hair transplants are generally quite effective. However, they involve concerns regarding survival rates and tissue rejection, necessitating the use of one's own hair follicles. For someone like Su Hao, whose hairline was merely receding, a hair transplant could resolve the issue. But for those who were balding or had sparse hair, it was impossible to undergo a transplant if they lacked sufficient hair follicles. A reputable system inevitably produces exceptional products. Currently, the hair growth solutions available in the market exhibit minimal efficacy, and there exists a plethora of inferior products. If she were to introduce this hair growth solution to the market, it would undoubtedly yield substantial profits. Furthermore, with her affiliation to Mingde Hospital, she could establish a research laboratory under the hospital's auspices, which would elevate Mingde Hospital's prominence nationwide. Contemplating this, Su Qiang felt a surge of excitement and inwardly inquired, Tong, will this hair growth solution be marketable once it is produced, or is it solely for the use of the third and fourth sons? What I give you is yours to use as you wish. My responsibility only lies with the formula, not the commotion it may cause upon its release. Su Qiang's fervent enthusiasm gradually subsided. To embark on this hair growth venture, meticulous planning and consideration were imperative. The Fong and Feng families, closely allied with the Su family, had arrived early, with her parents attending to them while entrusting the third and fourth sons to Su Hao. Just as Su Qiang finished arranging her books, she received a call from Sister Zhao, informing her that Miss Sun Shailu and her companions had arrived. Descending the stairs, she spotted them greeting her parents. Upon seeing her, they waved and called out, Sister Qiang. Sun Hai presented an exquisite, large gift box, exclaiming, Sister Qiang, this is a gift we prepared for you together. These were well-to-do second-generation heirs from Ningxing, who had come as a group. Su Qiang nodded at them with a smile. Expressing her gratitude, Lu Shui cheerfully urged, Sister Qiang, do open it, and let us know if you like it. Su Qiang raised her eyebrows and opened the box to reveal a complete set of pearl jewelry from Pass Bailey, Australia's premier pearl brand. Their pearls are universally acknowledged for their high quality and value, assessed based on size, shape, rarity, and luster. Alongside the jewelry set, numerous pearls adorned the surroundings. All renowned Australian white pearls, each one large, perfectly round, and of top-grade luster, valued at no less than 30 to 40,000 each. The centerpiece of the necklace, the largest pearl, is worth at least several hundred thousand. Sun Hai complimented, Sister Qiang, with your fair complexion, pearls will look splendid on you. Su Qiang's smile broadened as she thanked them. I truly appreciate this. She handed the gift box to Sister Zhao and then led the group outside the villa to enjoy some leisure time. As dusk approached, more guests arrived. And as the banquet was about to commence, Su Qiang returned to her parents' side at the main table. Glancing at her phone, she noted that Lu Huaxuan and his companions were still en route due to traffic and would arrive later. The long main table was filled with Ningxing's elite families, including the Fong, Feng, and Zheng families, with the Sun family just managing to qualify. A live band played, filling the air with melodious tunes, and the atmosphere was joyous. After satisfying her appetite, Su Qiang grew weary of the adults' formalities and gravitated toward the younger crowd. As she approached, she noticed Lu Shui embroiled in a dispute. The opposing party, adorned in an elegant high-slit cheongsam of a deep green hue, exuded grace, yet wore an expression of subtle disdain and arrogance. Did I say anything incorrect? Isn't the Su family merely a nouveau riche? She scoffed. They throw grand banquets at the slightest hint of success, without any real heritage. The surrounding individuals murmured in hushed tones, while others might not have the standing to voice such opinions. This was the eldest daughter of the Shun family, Shun Fiao, an authentic scion of aristocracy. The Shun family had a long-standing legacy in Su embroidery, with generations serving in the imperial palace as court embroiderers. At their peak, their embroidery was exclusively favored by the royal family. Such a family, steeped in tradition for generations, was indeed beyond the reach of many. Su Qiang quickly discerned her identity. Shun Fiao, the eldest daughter of the Shin family, a rival from the neighboring city of Guqin. Lu Shui retorted with fervor, do you know that tonight's Chinese cuisine is prepared by the chefs from Sanjiao Tower, a subsidiary of the Su Group? The chefs there also have ancestral ties to royal cooks. Shin Fiao remained dismissively aloof. What of it? My family's embroidery techniques have been passed down through generations. Just because your ancestors were royal cooks doesn't guarantee this meal was prepared by them. Lu Shui crossed her arms with a cold laugh. Are you daft? Of course. This meal wasn't prepared by royal cooks. And does your family's current embroidery come from palace embroiderers? Shin Fiao's expression faltered slightly. We possess a wealth of ancient embroidery. Our techniques are an intangible cultural heritage. Lu Shui scoffed. You seem rather uninformed. The culinary techniques of Sanjiao Tower are also part of that heritage. Tang Zener interjected loudly. Your family may be impressive, But if you look down on us from Ningqiang, then why bother coming here to enjoy the festivities? Why attend Sister Chang's banquet? Shun Feiyo rolled her eyes. My aunt insisted on bringing me. Do you think I wanted to come? Chapter 149. Is Mrs. Su the sister of Director Liu from the Greenwater Group? A glint of cunning flashed in Tang Xener's eyes as she murmured, we're in a new era now. Clinging to your family's past glory won't do. Many of the affluent families in the Magic City didn't rise to prominence in ancient times. Should you look down on them too? Like young Master Liu or young Master Long? Shun Feiyo stiffened. She wouldn't dare. Liu Huaxuan's aunt had married into a royal family in a European nation, and the Liu family's multinational business flourished. She couldn't compete with that. Su Chang approached, coolly stating, Miss Shun, it seems you've graced us with your presence. But my family cannot accommodate your lofty stature. Please, feel free to leave. Shun Feiyo turned her gaze toward the evening's guest of honor, her eyes flashing with jealousy. From a distance, she had admired Su Chang's beauty, initially assuming it was merely an atmospheric charm. Now, up close, she realized just how stunning she truly was. Sun Hai, hesitant to interject in the girls' quarrel, saw Su Chang approaching and quickly suggested, Sister Chang, shall we go play in another area? Lu Shui eagerly added, I even learned a dance for today. I intend to put on a splendid performance. The surrounding second-generation heirs eagerly agreed, while a few, who had contemplated befriending Shun Feiyo, quickly reconsidered their priorities. They were in Ningqiang, after all, and their foremost objective was to build rapport with the heiress of the city's wealthiest family. Shun Feiyo was suddenly met with icy indifference, and her indignation flared. As the eldest daughter of the Shin family, she was accustomed to being the center of attention even in the Magic City, yet here in Ningqiang, she found herself overlooked. Just as she was about to retort, she heard distant voices calling, Sister Chang. Many adults recognized them, and there was a stir of excitement. Su Chang turned to see Lu Huaxuan, Lung Tianqin, and Mo Hang arriving, all dressed impeccably in formal attire, exuding charm and elegance. As they approached, Lung Tianqin couldn't help but grumble. Why is the traffic so congested today? Had I known, I wouldn't have waited for Hang Gu and would have come on my own. Mo Hang, beaming with a radiant smile, held a gift box and said, Huaxuan, quickly open the gift for Sister Chang to see. We still need to greet Uncle Su and Aunt Su later. Lu Huaxuan opened the lid of the box and presented it like a prized treasure. Sister Chang, do you like the gift we prepared for you? Inside the black velvet box lay a delicate crown adorned with diamonds and pearls, shimmering brilliantly in the light. The onlookers gasped in awe, with some girls letting out soft squeals of excitement. It was a crown from the prestigious Garrett brand. The founder was appointed as the royal jeweler by the Queen of England in the 19th century. One of the queens even wore a crown crafted by Garrett. Although the brand now serves the public and has designed numerous pieces of jewelry, they rarely create crowns anymore. Enchanted girls whispered about their knowledge of this distinguished brand. Beside them, Shun Feiyo clenched her fists, her jealousy intensifying. The Garrett crown was notoriously difficult to acquire, yet Lu Huaxuan had connections. What capabilities did this Su Chang possess? Was she merely a pretty face? How could she possibly be on such good terms with the most affluent young men from the Magic City? Such a precious crown. And it is to be gifted to her. Lu Shui observed Shun Feiyo's expression and recalled the rumors she had heard about the eldest daughter of the Shun family being fond of the wealthy Lu Xiao from Modu. She suggested, Sister Chang, your hair accessory today is rather simple. Why not let Lu Xiao adorn you with this crown? Su Chang's gaze remained fixated on the crown, and she nodded with a smile, for she was quite enamored with beauty. Lu Huaxuan cast a glance at Lu Shui, pondering. Isn't she the one who has a slight grudge against Sister Chang? Yet here she was, getting along so well with her. Nevertheless, her keen perception made it unsurprising that she would befriend Sister Chang. Lu Huaxuan placed the box in Lung Tianqin's hands and then retrieved the crown, while Mo Hang thoughtfully brought over a chair for Su Chang to sit. Lung Tianqin felt a pang of jealousy. He too wished to crown Sister Chang. However, this crown was procured through Lu Huaxuan's connections, while he and Mo Hang had merely contributed some funds. With the guidance of the surrounding girls, Lu Huaxuan carefully positioned the crown atop Su Chang's head, as Lu Shui produced a small mirror from her bag. Sister Chang, look, it's absolutely stunning. Su Chang nodded in agreement, about to speak when a voice rang out from a distance. Sister Chang. She stood up to see Lung Tianluo approaching. Though she had not invited him, Lung Tianluo hurried over and heard Lung Tianqin ask, what brings you here? He blinked innocently and replied, I came to discuss a collaboration, and it just so happens that Su uncle sent me. Upon learning that the Su family was hosting a banquet, he had worked late into the night to finalize the proposal, subsequently calling Su Dong to secure an invitation. Lung Tianqin fell silent, choosing not to disrupt the occasion, and merely nodded at Lung Tianluo. The latter presented a gift box, saying, Sister Chang, this is a present I prepared for you. Wishing you success in your studies and happiness every day. Su Qiang opened it to find a beautifully crafted notebook adorned with diamonds. Lung Tianluo's cherubic face beamed with a sweet smile as he added, "Each page contains my blessings for you. Whenever you feel down, you can take a look at it. Of course, I hope Sister Qiang will always be happy and never need to use it." Lu Huaxuan and Lung Tianxian were taken aback, impressed by the boy's charm. Su Qiang once again felt the weight of Lung Tianluo's endearing tactics and thanked them with a smile. Noticing the gifts still in their hands, she realized they were meant for her parents and prepared to lead them over. Shen Fiyao clenched her fists in anger. Why were the elite young men of Modu treating Su Qiang so well? How could the two estranged brothers of the Lung family appear here together without conflict? Why would the person she admired personally crown Su Qiang? Was it merely because of Su Qiang's beauty? Was she not just a nouveau riche? As Shen Feiao recalled the gossip she had heard from her aunt's friends, she could no longer contain herself and exclaimed, "I was right all along. Your Su family lacks depth. Not long ago, your parents looked weary and impoverished, relying on beauty treatments to appear youthful. Even if they have become wealthy now, they are still fundamentally poor. Qualities such as grace and poise cannot be compensated with money." Her harsh words instantly chilled the joyous atmosphere, causing Su's parents, who had just arrived, to halt in their tracks. "Who is barking here?" Lu Huaxuan frowned and looked over. "Shen Fiyao? What are you doing here?" Shen Fiao's face turned pale. Was her presence truly so insignificant? At that moment, a commotion arose from afar, and some businessmen exclaimed, "Isn't that Director Lu from the Greenwater Group?" The Su matriarch, Mrs. Su, was surnamed Lu. Could she possibly be related to Director Lu? The crowd parted to make way as the man strode forward, pausing when he heard the question. "Lu Qingwan, she is my sister." The revelation that Mrs. Su was the sister of Director Lu sent shockwaves through the crowd, leaving everyone to process this explosive news. Chapter 150. Discussing Su Qiang's marriage? The mere fact that the eldest daughter of the Su family had a close relationship with the creme de la creme of Modu's wealthy elite was already astonishing enough. If you knew that the crown was not easily obtainable even with money, you would be even more astonished. And if you were aware of the underlying connections and saw the Lung brothers interacting so amicably, you would find it utterly incredible. What is there to be surprised about? Since Mrs. Su hails from a prestigious family in Modu, it is only natural for Miss Su to associate closely with the affluent young men of Modu. However, this news is quite sudden. I had previously heard rumors that Su Dong and Mrs. Su lived in a town. Are you a fool? Do you seriously believe every rumor you hear? Su Dong had been developing rural tourism, which is why they were living in the village. That is entirely normal. I have also heard those rumors. They are utterly unfounded. Just look at the Su family's demeanor. Can an ordinary family cultivate such elegance? As more people from Modu arrived, the gathering of businessmen and socialites lost interest in discussing collaborations and instead turned their attention to gossip. Those near Su Qiang caught snippets of the conversation, and the previously subdued atmosphere ignited with excitement. "Sister Qiang, your family has quite the impressive background. The Lu family of the Greenwater Group, a top-tier wealthy family. Sister Qiang, your only flaw is being too low profile." Is someone's face swollen with indignation? Our Sister Qiang is nothing like her, constantly boasting about her family's status. Why does she have such a big ego, thinking she is the only noble lady in the world? Does she believe she will always remain the most distinguished? Shen Fiyao's complexion turned ashen. How could Su Qiang, who clearly came from a nouveau riche family, transform into the granddaughter of a top Modu family? This must be a fabrication. Otherwise, how could she have heard not a whisper of such news? The mocking voices felt like slaps against her face. And Shen Fiyao could no longer bear it, hastily departing. "Sister Qiang, you really kept this under wraps." Lu Huaxuan's mouth hung agape in astonishment. Su Qiang was equally bewildered, replying, "I genuinely had no idea." She had followed the Greenwater Group and knew that it was backed by three major shareholders, the Mo family, the Qi family, and the Lu family. These three families wielded immense wealth, forming the foremost enterprise in Modu. When she discovered that her mother shared the Lu surname, she was merely surprised and did not think much beyond that. Her family had previously lived a rather ordinary life, residing in a town without affluence, unable to purchase even a single house in the city without borrowing money. The thought of her mother being from the Lu family in Modu had never crossed her mind. Su Qiang searched for her parents in the crowd and noticed them both wearing serious expressions, their brows furrowed, entirely unlike the demeanor of those who had just encountered family. At that moment, Lung Tianxian nudged Mo Hang. "You should know, right?" Su Qiang turned to him. While she did not comprehend the share distribution among the three families of the Greenwater Group, or who held the most power, she presumed the Mo family would have insight into the Lu family's affairs. Mo Hang paused, meeting Su Qiang's eager and curious gaze, and nodded. Lowering his voice, he said, "I heard my parents mention that once, the second daughter of the Liu family was unhappy with her parents' arranged marriage and insisted on marrying her beloved, thus severing ties with the Liu family. He hesitated before continuing in an even lower tone. It was the Liu family that proposed the severance. Su Qiang leaned in closer, whispering, "So, there is more than one daughter in the Liu family." Mo Hang nodded. The Liu family has 3 siblings. Director Liu, who is the eldest, and the second daughter's severed ties, though I don't know her name. The youngest daughter, Liu Qingqian, also pursued a love match, but her partner is a wealthy man from Guangdong. Although the Liu family expressed dissatisfaction, they did not oppose it. On a chilly day, Long Tinlu leaned in conspiratorially and whispered, "Brother Hang, you seem to know quite a bit. This story must have more layers, doesn't it?" Mo Hang continued. The second daughter of the Liu family was originally intended to be wed to the eldest son of the Qi family, who is now the esteemed Director Qi. He has harbored unrequited love for her, remaining unmarried for many years. This intricate saga of intertwined families is precisely what my parents recounted to me. Following the severance of ties, the Liu family has ceased any mention of their second daughter, as if she had vanished entirely. Over time, this tale has faded from the collective memory. Upon finishing, Mo Hang felt a twinge of awkwardness. As a youth, he had found the story utterly captivating, never realizing that the daring and passionate second daughter of the Liu family was, in fact, the mother of his close friend. Su Qiang, upon hearing this, quickly identified 3 key points. First, her parents had severed all relations. Second, since the rupture, the Liu family had not mentioned her mother even once, erasing her from their narrative entirely, to the extent that Mo Hang had never even heard her name. Third, Liu Qingqian, her aunt, was not opposed to her romantic involvement with a wealthy suitor. She felt a flicker of confusion. Given that the Rose Group was now under the Su family's banner and they were no longer impoverished, the Liu family should have little ground for disapproval. So why did her mother still refuse to acknowledge her? Was it embarrassment, or perhaps something else? Su Qiang's musings were soon interrupted when Lung Tianqian cleared his throat softly, prompting an immediate hush in the vicinity. She looked up to see her parents, her elder brother, and Director Liu approaching. Her mother waved her over, and Su Qiang complied. Lung Tianluo quietly suggested, "Do you think Director Liu might bully Sister Qiang? Should we go over and greet Uncle Su and Aunt Su?" Although they were somewhat oblivious to the intricacies of the Liu family's affairs, they understood enough about the notorious practices of their arranged marriages. The purpose was transparent: to solidify status, expand commercial interests, and enhance influence. The 3 shareholders of the Greenwater Group were currently in a competitive tussle, particularly the Liu family, which had long sought dominance over the dialogue surrounding Greenwater. Mo Hang's incessant busyness was a clear sign that the Liu family was likely up to some mischief. In unison, they agreed to Lung Tianluo's proposal and made their way over, leaving Sun Hai and the others to watch from a distance. Su Qiang stepped forward with a radiant smile. "Greeting, Director Liu. Your presence truly elevates our humble Su family." Liu Qian momentarily choked, rendered speechless. They were indeed correct. Su Qiang possessed considerable talent, which explained her significant influence within the group. At that moment, Liu Huaxuan, Lung Tianqian, and Lung Tianluo approached, calling out to Director Liu. While Mo Hang addressed him as Uncle Liu, they presented their gifts, saying, "Uncle Su, Aunt Su, and Brother Su, we apologize for intruding today. Mr. and Mrs. Su finally managed faint smiles, exchanging pleasantries as they accepted the offerings. Liu Qian then chuckled knowingly. "Mo Hang, you're here too. What a coincidence. I intended to discuss the prospective union between my niece Su Qiang and you today, not realizing your relationship was so amicable." Chapter 151. Can games not earn money? Liu Qian was genuinely taken aback. Time was of the essence, and he had only managed to gather information regarding the Rose Group's situation. He was astonished to discover that the Su family had suddenly prospered. The businesses they had severed ties with in Ning City were all acquired by the Rose Group. When he had heard from his subordinates that the representative in the transaction was none other than Su Qiang, he had thought little of it, as the surname felt distant and forgotten. Yet, as the Rose Group's activities intensified, extending even to the bustling metropolis of Magic City, including acquisitions of the Central Building, Yanli Beauty Salon, and Shark Live, he could no longer ignore the developments and began to inquire further. To his astonishment, this Su Qiang turned out to be his niece. Furthermore, the Rose Group had rapidly expanded over the past 2 months, its scale growing increasingly formidable. The Su family had seemingly emerged as the wealthiest in Ning City, even hinting at a potential claim to being the foremost family in Jiangnan. This familial alliance must be pursued. The Liu family, currently on the decline, needed external support. The families that had previously engaged in arranged marriages with the Liu family were primarily from distant regions, far less advantageous than those within Magic City. Mo Hang's return had been marked by decisive action and undeniable capability, His handsomeness only added to his appeal as a prime candidate for such an alliance. However, the Lu family lacked eligible daughters, and distant relatives held little weight. Su Qiang was the most suitable option at this juncture. He never anticipated that Mo Hang would also appear alongside several affluent youths from Magic City, nor that Su Qiang would share such a close bond with them. What a delightful surprise. You seem quite close. It appears you are a match made in heaven. I propose we arrange an engagement. His declaration left everyone agape. Thunderstruck by the audacity of his suggestion, Su Qiang regarded him as though he were mad. Director Lu, are you all right? Should I arrange a bed for you at Ming Hospital? She had suspected that her parents' reluctance to acknowledge their kinship was not without reason. Such relatives were better left unacknowledged. Lu Qian considered his suggestion to be nothing short of brilliant. Su Qiang had known Mo Hang for quite some time, and their relationship was evidently strong. This union seemed a natural progression, built on genuine affection rather than obligation. He was taken aback by the backlash. The atmosphere chilled as he snapped, Su Qiang, I am your uncle. Have your parents not taught you to show respect when speaking to your elders? Yet, everyone rallied behind Su Qiang, even contemplating applause for her. Lu Qingwan could no longer maintain her composure, erupting in anger. Get lost. I have no brother like you. Su Hongji's countenance darkened. Our family will never meddle in the marriages of our children. Observing Director Lu's stance, Su Hao quickly deduced the nature of this wealthy relative and retorted coldly, we have no relatives. My sister and I certainly do not have an uncle. At this moment, Mo Hang felt his ears redden, glancing at Su Qiang with a complicated expression. Lu Huaxuan, growing agitated, spoke bluntly, Director Lu, do not play matchmaker indiscriminately. I am here. It is simply impossible for Mo Hang to be in the running. Just the thought of it enraged him. He had been the first to know Su Qiang. With such a fine family, wealthy and influential, his family dynamics were far more stable than the Lung family's. He felt he was unworthy of Su Qiang, let alone Mo Hang. Had he known, he would never have introduced her to Mo Hang. Lung Tianxin was equally infuriated, insisting that no one else should be considered except for him. He had spent the most time with Su Qiang, playing games and chatting for 2 months straight. Mo Hang had only known her for a matter of days, certainly not even half a month. Had he known, he would have refrained from making the introductions. Lung Tianluo, with a glint in his eye, chimed in, brother is right. My brother and Lu Gu are far superior to Hang Gu. After all, a respectable family with a legitimate son would never consider an illegitimate son from a second wife. He suggested, perhaps we should ingratiate ourselves with Uncle Su and Aunt Su. We might earn their sympathy. Lung Tianxin shot a surprised glance at Lung Tianluo, finding the younger sibling somewhat agreeable for once. The three of them then turned their ire towards Mo Hang, secretly pinching his sides. Mo Hang inhaled sharply, regaining his composure, and spoke, Uncle Lu, please do not jest. I currently have no plans for marriage, and I regard Su Qiang as a sister. He was indeed sincere in his lack of matrimonial intentions. His focus was on his career. Without establishing a solid foundation, how could one think of starting a family? Su Qiang is indeed exceptional. He harbors feelings for Su Qiang. And should he genuinely fall for her in the future, he would naturally pursue her through fair competition, without resorting to underhanded tactics. Lu Qian did not anticipate the surge of dissenting voices. Just look at the heirs from the Lu and Lung families. Astonishingly, they all seemed to favor Su Qiang. However, despite their similar ages, none of them appeared to possess the maturity and reliability of Mo Hang, who has already begun managing his family's business while they still seem to be playing around. That being said, Lung heir Xiao does have a point. Lung De Xiao and Lu Xiao are not inferior to Mo Hang, and their family influence and status may even surpass that of the Mo family. In truth, no matter which of them Su Qiang marries, it would benefit the Lu family. It would be improbable for Su Qiang to overlook such outstanding suitors in favor of a penniless youth without status or family background, right? Of course, this presupposes that the relationship with the Su family is mended. Then, the Lu family would not only have the current support of the Su family, but also the future backing of Su Qiang's illustrious husband. However, it would be best if the Su family's conglomerate were divided equally between the siblings for security, rather than overtly naming it the Qiang Wei Group, which could lead to Su Hao, the son capable of carrying on the family line, venturing into entrepreneurship himself, and potentially losing the group to his wife's family after Su Qiang's marriage. With this thought, Lu Qian smiled slightly, deciding to lighten the mood with a jest, urging everyone not to take it too seriously. Then, turning to Lu Qingguan, he continued, Sister, we will always be a family. One cannot be so heartless. In fact, our parents often speak of you. He added, you and your brother-in-law are being rather extreme. Our parents are merely a bit stubborn in their old ways. But that does not equate to a lack of love for their daughter. I understand you wish to pamper Su Qiang like a little princess. Hence the group's name being tilted in her favor. However, This approach is rather disheartening for Su Hao. You cannot favor one over the other. Su Hao is no longer a child, for such a vast conglomerate not to be entrusted to him, but instead to have him pursue a gaming venture in a market that is already saturated and unlikely to yield substantial profits, is quite misguided. At this rate, Su Hao might wish to retaliate, declaring his intent to start his own business. What do you know about it? At this moment, the third and fourth brothers rushed over, laptop in hand, excitedly approaching Su Hao. Brother Hao, the data is in and we've compiled it. Our game's first day sales exceeded 2 million. Chapter 152, General Ma from Yu Province visits. The third and fourth brothers were so wrapped up in sharing their excitement with Su Hao that they only realized something was amiss when they got closer. The third brother timidly remarked, excuse us, did we interrupt something? Su Qiang, Su Hao, and their parents replied in unison, no, you arrived just in time. Su Hao eagerly inquired, 2 million in first day sales? Before the two could respond, Lu Qian scoffed lightly, isn't 2 million rather ordinary? It merely indicates that a wealthy patron happened to spend money on it. Such luck may not persist. The youth today can be quite extravagant with their gaming expenditures, and some even take out loans to indulge in their virtual escapades. Moreover, one cannot discount the possibility that the funds came from Su Qiang herself. With such authority in the conglomerate and being pampered by her parents, she must have ample pocket money. Su Qiang shot him an exasperated look, thinking, how could he be so oblivious? He knows nothing of the situation, yet speaks so freely. Mr. Lu, my brother and the others are developing a single-player game that costs 68 yuan to purchase. There is no microtransaction model in this type of game. The third brother nodded vigorously, affirming, yes, we sold over 30,000 copies on the first day, and that was without significant promotion. The fourth brother, trembling with excitement, exclaimed, we broke the record for first-day sales of domestic games on Platform S. We've already climbed the rankings, and the reviews are overwhelmingly positive. Su Hao's parents, not well-versed in gaming, merely sensed that the game was performing admirably. Lung Tianqian, however, gasped in astonishment. To achieve over 30,000 sales on the first day without any promotion, that translates to sales exceeding 2 million. If the marketing picks up, daily sales will likely not fall below this figure for at least a month. That amounts to at least 60 million in a month. This is the pride of domestic gaming. The third and fourth brothers exchanged appreciative glances with Lung Tianqian, who recognized the significance of their achievement. Many gaming bloggers were already heralding their game as the pride of domestic games. Su Hao humbly stated, our company is producing a cultivation sandbox game, which can only be sold domestically. Foreign players won't grasp the various cultivation realms. Lung Tianqian was at a loss for words, thinking, Brother Su, you and Sister Qiang are both excessively modest. Merely holding the title of the pride of domestic gaming is a feat many major gaming companies cannot claim. Lu Qian shook his head slightly. You young folks become so prideful after accomplishing a little. The gaming market is finite, and the target audience is limited. Wait a month, or even a year, and once everyone has played this game, sales will likely dwindle. He continued, thus, in the grand scheme of things, gaming is hardly significant. Su Hao, as your uncle, I kindly advise you to manage the Qiang Wei group instead. You share the Su surname, and your rightful place in the Qiang Wei group is undeniable. Everyone was taken aback, realizing he was attempting to sow discord between the Su siblings. They were well aware of their own affairs and knew how to manage their group. They did not require outside interference. He arrived here addressing them as sister and brother-in-law, yet had contributed nothing to their family. Moreover, the Su family had not indicated any desire to acknowledge him as their uncle. The four members of the Su family furrowed their brows, ready to express their indignation. Just then, Zhao Wen hurried over, catching her breath. Mr. Su, madam. General Ma from Yu Province has come to visit. Uncle Wen has gone to welcome him. What? Su Hao and the third and fourth brothers were stunned. Is it General Ma from Tenghua Group? The Ma who is known by everyone in the gaming industry? Lu Qian was also unsettled, urgently asking. The richest man in Yu Province? General Ma? Zhao Wen nodded. Yes, I have confirmed it. Lu Qian turned to Lu Qingguan, sister and brother-in-law. You actually know General Ma? The Su family is truly impressive. The richest man in Yu Province is visiting personally? That is a region overflowing with entrepreneurs. How is it that the Su family has such a good relationship with the richest man in Yu Province? What further surprises does the Su family have in store for us? Su Hao's parents looked at Su Qiang, who directly turned to Su Hao. She did not know anyone from Yu Province, let alone the richest man there. However, given that General Ma was involved in gaming, the only connection could be through her brother. She smiled and said, Mr. Lu may have misunderstood. Our family's business has not yet expanded that far. As for General Ma, he is likely here for my brother's gaming company. Lu Qian's expression shifted between shades of green and white. He had just remarked that the game might struggle to sell in the future, and now General Ma was coming to visit? If the company could stand firm without being acquired by General Ma's group, and if the game truly proved exceptional, they could potentially negotiate a collaboration. This was a chance to partner with General Ma. Lung Tianchen burst into laughter, realizing that Lu Qian, perhaps due to his age, was out of touch with how much prestige the title of the pride of domestic gaming could bestow upon a company and how many fans it could attract. Mo Hang chuckled, acknowledging that even if this game's sales dwindled in the future, they had already amassed a considerable profit. Moreover, since Brother Su's team had demonstrated such exceptional capabilities in game development, their next endeavor would undoubtedly be equally impressive. With a solid fanbase already in place, the subsequent game was sure to achieve even greater commercial success. Lung Tianlu blinked in curiosity and asked, Brother Su, how much did you invest in the development of this game? This was precisely the source of excitement for the third and fourth brothers, who eagerly chimed in. Around 5 million. As shareholders in the company, they were on the verge of transforming into wealthy individuals in just a couple of days. Lu Huaxuan let out a laugh, remarking, only 5 million? The game just launched yesterday. It might have already recouped its costs. Su Chong raised a thumb in admiration, exclaiming, Bro, third brother, fourth brother. You truly are remarkable. An investment of 5 million could yield billions. Billions in cash, no less. Some shareholders from certain conglomerates may not even possess that much liquid capital. Lu Qian's face turned ashen, feeling cornered by the younger generation, particularly those with familial connections. He found it difficult to retort. He pondered whether Mo Hang had lost his senses, revealing to Su Chong even the fact that he lacked money. After all, they were supposed to be allies as residents of Magic City. Watching the spirited Su Chong only fueled his irritation. He scoffed inwardly, noting that Lu Qingwan had been away from the affluent circles and the business world for so long that she had lost her touch in commerce. Su Hao was merely adept at game development, and Su Chong's remarkable performance must have been guided by someone more experienced behind the scenes. When Mr. Ma arrived, they would discuss collaboration, and without anyone to advise them on site. If the Su family stumbled into a pitfall, they could hardly blame him for not warning them. It was time to temper the Su family's rising momentum. Chapter 153, Collaboration with Tinghua Group. At this moment, several understated business vehicles approached the winding mountain road. In the middle vehicle, an assistant questioned, Mr. Ma, couldn't this be handled by subordinates? Mr. Ma, holding a document containing data and analysis about the game, shook his head with a smile. Since I'm already in Magic City for business, and Ningxing ISNT far, I fear that if I don't come personally, we might not reach an agreement. The Tinghua Group not only boasted several self-developed games, but had also amassed considerable wealth by acquiring many popular titles. For a domestic gem like this single-player game, it was a necessity to bring it under their umbrella. However, after consulting with a few industry acquaintances, he discovered that the game's owner was no ordinary individual. He was the heir of a prominent conglomerate. The Rose Group was thriving and had garnered positive media coverage multiple times. Even he had heard of it. Although acquiring the game might be out of reach, he certainly could not leave empty-handed. Upon entering the estate, he was greeted by a flurry of discussions. Good heavens, am I seeing things? Was that Mr. Ma just passed by? What do you mean, look like? That is Mr. Ma, the renowned billionaire frequently featured in reports. My word. The Su family knows such a big shot, and Mr. Ma personally came to pay a visit. The Su family is impressive. Not only connected to the Lu family of Magic City, but also on such friendly terms with Mr. Ma, but something seemed amiss. Lu Qian observed that the Su family was not introducing him, and he grew anxious. He extended his hand. Mr. Ma, hello. I am Lu Qian from the Greenwater Group in Magic City. Oh, so it's this fool, he thought. Being from Guangdong province, he was somewhat superstitious and had no desire to shake hands with someone he deemed unlucky. Mr. Ma's smile dimmed slightly as he pretended not to notice Lu Qian's outstretched hand, merely nodding before turning to Su Hao. Mr. Su, let me be straightforward. The game you've developed cannot possibly be sold, correct? Su Hao nodded. Mr. Ma continued, then I won't waste time. First, I wish to have this game listed on our W platform, where it will receive appropriate support. Su Hao exchanged glances with the third and fourth brothers and nodded in agreement. Second, I want to acquire the mobile game development rights for this game, where we could collaborate on its development together. Additionally, since your team is so talented and has successfully created this popular game, I believe our two companies can also collaborate on developing other games together. Even if we can't participate in this game, the title of domestic gaming gem won't vanish. The next game will undoubtedly reap large profits. In reality, the main developers of this game were his two friends. Su Hao glanced at the third and fourth brothers. They indeed had ideas for the next game and were merely waiting for this game to generate funds before investing in the next project. The two brothers, feeling the weight of everyone's gaze, began to panic. Boss, you suggest, we have no objections. They were just introverted gamers, knowing little beyond tapping on keyboards. Su Hao pondered briefly, They could also develop mobile games since money was not an issue at present. If they needed more personnel, that could easily be arranged. Furthermore, collaborating with the Rose Group would be beneficial. Why not let family earn the money? Even if they earned slightly less without Tianhua's support, it would still fill their own pockets. Most importantly, he wished to maintain the independence of his company. Now that the game had proven itself, merging with the Rose Group was not a concern, but he feared losing control to Tianhua. He glanced at Su Qiang, preparing to refuse. Meanwhile, Lu Qian, who had been disregarded, noticed Su Hao's indifference and grew anxious. Su Hao is indeed a fool, completely oblivious to business acumen, letting such a golden opportunity for networking slip away. Before he could voice his thoughts, Su Qiang discerned her brother's intentions and interjected, "Brother, you should collaborate with Tianhua Group. Whether it's profitable or not is irrelevant. She certainly isn't in need of money. What the Su family currently requires is connections. We cannot afford to miss this excellent opportunity. I'll ensure that you don't suffer any losses." At this point, Lu Qian regained his composure. Finally, they were discussing collaboration. The Su family was so indulgent towards Su Qiang that they would undoubtedly agree. He wouldn't remind them. Soon, Su Hao's game company would be under Mr. Ma's name, and he would relish watching the Su family lament their situation. Only by letting them stumble would they realize the caliber of business talent nurtured by the foundations of affluent families. Without waiting for Su Hao's response, Su Qiang turned to her parents, Mom and Dad. You mentioned that once my brother's game achieved success, you'd establish a game department within the group for me to manage. Su Qiang mentally applauded her own cleverness. Her brother's company was merely a small gaming entity. Placed under Tianhua Group's banner, it would resemble a mere studio. Thus, even if they collaborated, it would not be an equal partnership with such a colossal group. Hence, any collaboration would need to be between the Rose Group and Tianhua Group to have the leverage to negotiate terms. Su Dad and Su Mom exchanged knowing glances, feigning exasperation. How could we forget what we promised you? We've already instructed Mr. Bing. He's handling it as we speak, and he couldn't make it to today's banquet. Mr. Ma stood momentarily stunned, his eyes flickering with intrigue. Was it truly that fortuitous? While he did not expect to negotiate terms highly advantageous to his own interests, he was aware that the Rose Group lacked a gaming division and that Su Hao's company was independent. Tentatively inquiring, "Is Miss Su also well-versed in gaming?" Su Qiang responded with a playful smile. "In truth, I am a devoted fan of Yu Jianghu, a game under the Tianhua Group. Given our collaboration, might Mr. Ma grant me the opportunity to experience the thrill of being a spokesperson?" Lung Tianxian stifled a laugh, unable to contain himself, before clearing his throat. "I too would like to be a promotional player in this game. I've been a loyal player for 5 years. Mr. Ma, could you extend an opportunity to me as well?" Lu Huaxuan shot him a glance, aware that he was merely setting the stage, yet he felt a pang of envy, regretting his initial decision to forego Zhang. Mr. Ma, observing the youthful banter, chuckled. "Of course, altering the data is out of the question, but if you have time, do visit the game studio and provide some feedback. That would be appreciated." This was a friendly overture. Lu Qian, witnessing the amicable exchange between the two parties, was bewildered. Was it truly that simple? Su Qiang had uttered just 2 or 3 sentences, and 2 major corporations had reached a preliminary collaboration agreement. Chapter 154. Ice Chuan, he is from my family. The two sides engaged in harmonious flattery for a while, when suddenly, the atmosphere shifted. It was widely known that the executive president of the Rose Group was a remarkably young talent, and upon seeing him today, the rumors were confirmed. Young individuals should not be underestimated. It was said he hadn't taken a day off for months. One could only wonder where the Rose Group found such talent. For President Bing was formidable and adept, managing the group with exceptional precision. Does anyone know President Bing well enough to make an introduction? I can't reach Director Su, but surely President Bing could. With so many new projects being launched by the Rose Group, does President Bing have time for you? The frosty demeanor of President Bing was truly befitting of his surname. I wouldn't dare approach him for conversation. As Ice Chuan made his way over, executives from companies that had previously collaborated with the Rose Group greeted him warmly. He merely nodded politely, briskly approaching Su Qiang and her companions. After exchanging pleasantries, he stood beside Su Qiang and extended his hand to Mr. Ma. "Mr. Ma, it is an honor to finally meet you. I am Ice Chuan, the executive president of the Rose Group and Ms. Su's assistant, and I will be overseeing the gaming department." As Mr. Ma shook his hand, he discreetly assessed Ice Chuan. This young man was strikingly handsome, exuding an impressive and composed presence that made it easy to overlook his relatively youthful appearance. Prior to his arrival at the Su family, he had gathered information indicating that Ice Chuan was exceptionally capable, a shrewd businessman whose influence was undoubtedly tied to the rapid ascent of the Rose Group. It seemed that this collaboration might not favor him. Mr. and Mrs. Su exchanged surprised glances at their daughter. Weren't they told that Ice Chuan was too busy to attend? Su Qiang stifled a laugh. She had inquired about Ice Chuan's intentions beforehand, and he had indeed expressed a reluctance to engage socially. Yet, when she had mentioned that he would be in charge of the gaming department, she had discreetly messaged him with a simple command: "Come quickly." Ice Chuan's response was swift, likely arriving by helicopter. Observing the pleasant exchange between Ice Chuan and Mr. Ma, Lu Qian felt a surge of panic. He had hoped to leverage the collaboration between the Su family and Mr. Ma to ensnare them in a trap that would allow him to demonstrate his worth and gain their gratitude. Little did he know that Su Qiang was so astute. And with Ice Chuan's rapid arrival, the Su family was unlikely to suffer any disadvantages. Yet, he was now preoccupied with another concern. This Ice Chuan, claiming to be Su Qiang's assistant, was exceedingly handsome and stood quite close to her. Surely they couldn't share a romantic relationship? The more he pondered, the more plausible it seemed. Young women often favored charm over connections, much like Lu Qingwan had with the handsome Su Hongji, disregarding others. However, that was unacceptable. Looks could not surpass the value of connections. Su Qiang must not overlook several affluent young men from Shanghai in favor of this suddenly emerging Ice Chuan. Surely, he lacked a prestigious background. Otherwise, with such abilities, why not start his own venture instead of working for the Rose Group? Lu Qian, uncertain, seized the opportunity to probe. President Bing is truly a remarkable talent. May I inquire about your origins, sir? Ice Chuan paused for a second or two, a flicker of realization passing through his eyes, about to reveal his connection to the Su family. But Su Qiang interjected: "He is from my family." She recalled Lu Qian's initial remark upon his arrival, hinting at a potential match. After the playful banter from Lu Xiao and Lung Xiao, Lu Qian had refrained from pursuing the matter, but now, with Ice Chuan's arrival, he posed such questions again. Could it be that he aspired to be a playboy, viewing Lu Xiao and Lung Xiao as mere fish in his sea? And now, with the unassuming Ice Chuan's presence, Lu Qian was anxious? Upon realizing the implications, Su Qiang felt a chill. Hearing this response, Lu Qian hurriedly probed: "It appears you and President Bing share a wonderful rapport?" Lu Xiao, Lung Xiao, and Mo Xiao all gazed intently at her. Su Qiang, sensing their scrutiny and recalling their previous remarks, glanced at Ice Chuan and replied: "Indeed, when selecting friends, I do not consider wealth or family background. All that matters is attractiveness." In truth, she wished to express that she had no intention of seeking a boyfriend or marrying, but Lu Qian, in his foolishness, would surely not believe her, leading to a deluge of senseless chatter. The four felt a wave of despair wash over them. If attractiveness was Su Qiang's criterion for friendship, could it also be her standard for a romantic partner? Clearly, Ice Chuan's looks were impeccable, eclipsing theirs entirely. They harbored no doubts, as they had long witnessed Su Qiang's affluence and understood how dearly she was cherished by the Su family, who would undoubtedly refrain from interfering in her marital choices. The four exchanged glances, as if they could hear each other's hearts shattering. Lu Qian, hearing the veiled yet suggestive response, felt a mix of urgency and anger, preparing to speak. Yet, Lu Qingwan interjected: "President Bing, perhaps you, Mr. Ma, and Su Hao should retreat to the study for discussions. This setting is rather noisy for business matters." Lu Qian promptly sealed his lips, realizing the presence of outsiders. The matters he wished to discuss should remain confidential to avoid humiliation. Once the group had departed, he turned to Lu Xiao and the others, stating: "Gentlemen, we must discuss family matters now. It would be best for you to excuse yourselves." The four, relieved to see that Su Qiang had not been mistreated, prepared to leave. Lu Qingwan remarked: "What is there to avoid? We are not relatives. There is no family matter to discuss." Lu Qian frowned. "Sister, can familial bonds be so easily severed?" Lu Qingwan scoffed bitterly. "Have you forgotten? You were the one who first proposed severing ties with me." She held a trace of familial affection, but it was directed solely towards her sister, not this brother. This individual, destined to inherit the Lu family, sought to cut ties with his sister for her choice to pursue love freely rather than accept an arranged marriage, believing it would tarnish his reputation. Su Qiang's eyes widened in disbelief at Lu Qian's cruelty. Lu Xiao and the others stood with wide eyes, mouths shut tight, striving to minimize their presence, silently praying they wouldn't be ejected from this first-hand spectacle. Lu Qingwan, witnessing Lu Qian's speechlessness, felt an exhilarating sense of satisfaction. She had waited over 20 years for this moment. If he intended to sever their relationship, he should have anticipated this day. He had once claimed her future, whether prosperous or not, would be of no concern to the Lu family. For years, they had treated her with indifference, denying her entry to the Lu family estate, and prohibiting her children from entering as well. Since they had hardened their hearts against her and her parents, today, she would not be blamed for her coldness. As for his scheming ambitions, he should keep them to himself. "My surname is Lu, and my child bears the surname Su. You have no right to meddle in their affairs. I may be your sister, but you are certainly not their uncle. Chapter 155. The Intentions of Lu Qian. Lu Qian's face was a portrait of fury, yet he found himself in a position of need, forcing him to restrain his anger. He could only utter dryly, "If you wish to blame me, do so in private. There are others present here." The 4 members of the Lu family tensed at his words. Lu Qingwan, however, merely scoffed. "Since you are capable of such actions, why fear exposure? We are all residents of Magic City. Who does not know what kind of person you are? What pretense is necessary? Just leave. Today is a joyous occasion for the Su family, and we wish not to have our spirits dampened. We prefer to avoid any unpleasantness." Lu Qian hastily replied, "If you harbor resentment and grievances within, let us set that aside for the moment. Is it customary to chase away guests in such a manner?" Lu Qingwan retorted, "I am hosting this banquet. Did I extend an invitation to you? Did I not call you yesterday? I declined your presence, therefore. You are not a guest. Now, take your leave." Contemplating what he needed to say next, Lu Qian decided to play the familial card. He sighed. "You truly have inherited our parents' stubbornness. Do you not realize they have long regretted their actions and yearn to see you? They are aging now and understand the mistakes they made in the past." Lu Qingwan's aggressive demeanor faltered for a moment. Observing her reaction, Lu Qian continued, "They raised you for over 20 years, providing you with the finest education and opportunities. Aside from your marriage, they have never wronged you. How can you be so ungrateful and not fear chilling their hearts? Can you truly live with your conscience?" Biting her lip, Lu Qingwan found herself at a loss for a rebuttal. Perhaps the kindness they had shown her was merely a means to cultivate a tool for alliance. Nonetheless, she genuinely benefited from those good times in her youth. Lu Qian, sensing his opportunity, spoke again. "Now, the Lu family faces some difficulties. Your Rose group has flourished and you are acquainted with many influential figures. A little assistance would go a long way." The others were taken aback by this unexpected twist. Lu Qingwan shivered, jolted from her reverie. "Leave. I do not wish to hear your voice." Lu Qian, disregarding his pride, insisted, "Then come back with me. Our parents wish to see you." He felt cornered. It was no longer just a matter of money, but he had to seek help from the Su family. The Rose Group, having only recently been established, had already received multiple accolades and developed rapidly. There must be substantial connections behind its success. The Lu family was in dire need of such relationships. Lu Qingwan, returning to reality, clearly did not believe him. "I remember quite well. When Su Hao was young, I wanted to take him back to the Lu family to meet our parents, but they said I had no right to enter the Lu household. They soon regretted that decision. When Su Tsang was born, I called to share the news. And they said, 'A daughter married is like water poured away.' Those were mere words of anger." Lu Qian spoke quickly. "The Lu family is facing significant challenges. Can you bear to see our parents live in glory all their lives only to suffer in their old age? They are no longer capable of enduring hardship." Lu Qingwan pondered for a moment. "It matters not. The Lu family has fallen, and you are bankrupt. My sister and I will take care of our parents. You need not worry about that." Lu Qian, now perspiring with urgency, exclaimed, "You are also a member of the Lu family. How can you bear to see it decline? Even if the Rose Group cannot provide financial support, simply facilitating connections with those in power would alleviate the Lu family's plight. It is merely a matter of a few words. Are you truly unwilling to assist?" Lu Qingwan laughed. "Isn't the Lu family stuck in outdated ways of thinking? By those ancient standards, I am no longer a member of the Lu family. I should be called Su Lu. I belong to the Su family now." Pausing, she added, "Furthermore, the Rose Group was established and is being developed by my daughter. She is the chairperson and the actual power holder. You should be aware that she is the legal person of the company. Therefore, your pleas are futile. The Rose Group is under her command." Lu Qian wore an expression of disbelief. "Sister, must you be so heartless? If you do not wish to aid the Lu family, must you fabricate such absurd excuses? I understand that the Su family dotes on their daughter, but come on. We know the Lu family has been overshadowed." He was well aware that the Rose Group was nominally under Su Tsang's name, and that she wielded significant power within the organization. Hence, he saw his sister's stubbornness as excessive, indulging their daughter to the extent of making a mere child the chairperson. His thoughts shifted, and he no longer wished to pursue that line of reasoning. Regardless of how the Rose Group had risen or who held the greatest authority, the Su family was undeniably wealthy and well-connected. If the two elders were persuaded, it would not matter if the decision-maker was indeed Su Tsang. The matter could still be resolved, unless Su Tsang chose to be unfilial and defy her parents' wishes. Having come to this realization, Lu Qian turned to Su Hongji, adopting a posture of humility. "Brother-in-law, my elder brother was wrong in the past, and he has suffered the consequences. He recognizes his mistakes now. Could you possibly forgive him? Could you lend him a hand?" Su Hongji's expression was stern and unyielding. Deep down, he did not wish to assist, but primarily, it depended on his wife's feelings. Since his wife had already spoken on the matter, he decided to voice his thoughts. I believe Mr. Lu is mistaken. This group truly belongs to my daughter. Lu Qian discerned that the couple was unwilling to help him and had been merely humoring him. He contemplated his next move. Lu Qingwan could no longer restrain herself and pointed towards the door. Think whatever you want. The Su family will not assist you. Leave, or I will call security. Su Tsang, exasperated with Lu Qian, decided to intervene since her father was unable to expel him. She pulled out her phone, pretending to dial. Mr. Lu, you are a well-known figure. I doubt you would want to be seen being thrown out. Hearing Su Tsang's sarcastic and impatient tone, Lu Qian's mind raced with thoughts. Convinced she was aware of the troubles befalling the Lu family, he decided it was best to let this matter go for now, as the fewer people who knew, the better. He had no desire to have his misdeeds publicly exposed. Truly, a tiger has fallen to the ground and is being bullied by dogs. Well, he would return and devise a new plan. He did not wish to be thrown out. Thus, Lu Qian departed in a huff. The onlookers had been closely monitoring the situation and noted the altercation between the Su family and Mr. Lu. Observing the rising tension, they withdrew their gazes, realizing that perhaps it was best to avoid provoking the Su family, as they hoped to cultivate a good relationship with them in the future. Finally, Su Tsang found peace. Curious about the Lu family's predicament. What has happened with the Lu family? Can anyone enlighten me? Chapter 156, The Lu Family's Downfall. Su's parents were equally intrigued and turned their attention to the conversation. Lung Tianchen appeared to have some knowledge of the situation. It seems the Lu family has incurred the wrath of the authorities. Mo Heng nodded and whispered, we are a nation focused on infrastructure. Currently, we are engaged in aid construction. The Lu family has made a grave mistake, attempting to compete with official enterprises for projects overseas. His expression reflected the weight of the situation. The Green Water Group's infrastructure has historically been under the Lu family's management, a decision made by Mr. Lu himself. Previously, Mr. Lu was the chairman of the Green Water Group, but he has since been ousted by the Qi family, and the Mo family is gradually taking over that division. Since the Lu family's blunder, numerous construction companies under the Green Water Group have encountered significant issues, failing to meet many key standards, prompting us to scale back operations in that area. Mo Heng subtly hinted, continuing, let me be candid with you. If things don't go well, we may have to divest all construction companies under the group. Su Chang's spirits were lifted. Did this imply that the system would still offer rewards from the Green Water Group in the future? Mo Heng glanced at Su Ma, who should be aware that previously, the three families held roughly equal shares in the group, each with over 30%. However, due to issues with the Lu family, they now had to cover the deficit, leaving the Lu family shares reduced to a mere 20%. Su Chang discerned his significant tone. If the Lu family continued to falter, their shares might dwindle further. Should the Lu family persist in bullying her mother and entangling the Su family, she contemplated employing a misfortune card to bestow bad luck upon Lu Dong. Would this further exacerbate the Lu family's decline? It was no wonder Lu Dong appeared so frazzled, desperately seeking connections to remedy his mistakes. Otherwise, the Lu family's influence within the group would diminish. Mo Heng noted Su Chang's disdain for Lu Dong, and, recalling Lu Dong's previous attempts to elicit sympathy, added, nevertheless, regardless of the situation, the Lu family has been in operation for many years and is unlikely to be in dire straits. After all, their shares remain intact. And besides the construction sector, they possess other assets. Even if their dividends decrease, it should suffice for the family to live comfortably for several generations. He concluded, please don't disclose that I was the one who said this. Not many are aware yet. Su Chang nodded in agreement, while her parents expressed their gratitude. Lu Huaxuan and the Lung brothers also assured they would keep this information confidential. At that moment, Lu Qingwan interjected, Chang, your father and I will attend to the guests. Please subtly inform those wealthy heirs that our Su family has conflicts with the Lu family and does not maintain close ties. Knowing that the executives would not dare to inquire directly, Su Chang agreed. After the adults departed, Lu Huaxuan allowed himself to display his lingering curiosity about the gossip. I must say, Lu Dong is both foolish and malevolent. Lung Tianchen shook his head. I had no idea he possessed such a thick skin. If he were my uncle, I would have punched him long ago for being so overbearing. Su Chang remained intrigued about her mother's past. Henggu, do you know anything more? How did the Lu family mistreat my mother back then? You mentioned that Qi Dong was deeply devoted to her. Mo Heng scratched his head. I only heard this from my parents, and I'm unclear on the details. As for Qi Dong, he is of similar age to your parents and married quite late. My parents said he succumbed to pressure before marrying. In any case, Qi Dong's daughter is slightly younger than you. Su Chang pressed further. Qi Dong is now the chairman of the Green Water Group, so he must be quite capable, right? Is he handsome? Mo Heng hesitated, glancing at her. Well, not particularly handsome, certainly not as dashing as my father or yours. Su Qiang refrained from explaining. Her inquiries had a purpose. Since her mother, a wealthy heiress, chose her father, he must possess admirable qualities as well. Could there be issues regarding family background? However, since her father was more attractive than Dong, perhaps her mother was drawn to her father's looks and his family-oriented nature? Henggu. Are there any more rumors about the Liu family, or any issues I should be cautious of? Lung Tianlu raised his hand, grinning. I know this one. Dong's wife is from the Liu family. It seems she was adopted by the Liu matriarch from a distant relative. Mo Heng nodded. Indeed. What we know is that the Liu matriarch felt lonely without a daughter and thus adopted a beautiful goddaughter, who later married Dong. Lung Tianchen scoffed. How could it be merely due to loneliness? It seems the Liu family was eager to find a suitable match to strengthen their family ties. Upon hearing this, Su Qiang's opinion of the Liu family further soured. She pondered, isn't a marriage alliance supposed to consider social standing? How could a goddaughter marry Dong? Mo Heng cryptically replied. At that time, the Liu family held the position of chairman at Greenwater, wielding the greatest influence within the group. Su Qiang gasped. So? Dong married the Liu family's goddaughter, and now that the Liu family is in trouble, they've been ousted from the chairman's position? Noticing her peculiar expression, Mo Heng added. Dong is now the chairman of the group, and is also seeking ways to rectify the Liu family's mistakes. Our Mo family is also working on it. I've been quite busy recently, managing the various construction subsidiaries with my father. Su Qiang inquired further about the Liu family's affairs before they joined the wealthy heirs from Ning City. Sun Hai, pushed forward by the crowd, awkwardly chuckled and asked, Sister Qiang, what is your family's relationship with the Liu family? Su Qiang pondered before responding. It is a severed relationship. We haven't interacted in a long time and won't in the future. I am not acquainted with anyone from the Liu family. The others were not foolish. Having previously heard Liu Dong claim that Su Ma was his sister, coupled with Su Qiang's statement, they quickly grasped the situation. Their curiosity satiated. They shifted the conversation to other topics. Sun Hai then queried, Sister Qiang, what about President Ma, President Bing, and Brother Hao? Seizing the opportunity, Su Qiang remarked, My brother's company has developed an excellent game. You should give it a try. Upon hearing the game's name, excitement surged among the crowd. They inquired whether substantial in-game purchases could lead to perks from the Su family. Su Qiang, amused by their eager faces, clarified, it's a single-player game. You can download it from Platform S for just 68. The revelation that the game couldn't be monetized deflated their enthusiasm. As the group engaged in lighthearted banter, they eventually returned home with their respective parents. Su Qiang turned to the four from the Magic City, asking, Are you heading back to the Magic City now? Mo Heng nodded. I have work commitments and cannot stay overnight. I specifically brought a driver. Liu Huaxuan and Lung Tianchen echoed their plans to return as well. We have to handle some matters for now, but once the company stabilizes, we won't be so busy. By then, Sister Qiang, you can come to the Magic City for school, and we can have fun together. Chapter 157. Su Dad is a poor boy. Lung Tianlu wore a beaming smile. I don't need to go back. I have a meeting with President Su tomorrow regarding collaboration. The three exchanged glances at his youthful face, finding him endearing yet annoying. After arranging for him to stay at the Marriott Hotel, Su Qiang returned to the villa with her parents. President Ma had already left, and at that moment, Bing Chuan was in the study with Su Hao. Bing Chuan reported, I've finalized the mobile game development with President Ma. We'll need to discuss further details later. Once he finished, Su Qiang said, Thank you for your hard work. Please continue to oversee this moving forward. Bing Chuan's lips curled into a small smile as he replied earnestly, I don't find it burdensome at all. Rising, he added, I won't disturb you any longer. Su Xiao, please come by the group tomorrow. Su Hao agreed. After Bing Chuan departed, the third and fourth siblings also left, leaving only the four of them in the study. The siblings turned their gazes towards Liu Qingwan. Su Qiang sighed dramatically. Mom, you told me you grew up in a rural area in the suburbs. Liu Qingwan retorted confidently. I did not deceive you. The Liu family's old residence is indeed in the suburbs, and I grew up there. Su Hao chimed in fact, the villa we are currently in would have been considered suburban before development. Su Hongji shook his head. All right, you two siblings, stop teasing your mother. You both saw the Liu family's attitude today. With a playful smile, Su Qiang asked, Dad, when this rich heiress chose you, you weren't also raised in luxury, were you? The couple exchanged a glance, and Liu Qingwan elegantly rolled her eyes. Chong, you're overthinking it. Your father was just a poor boy, and I was attracted to his good looks and kindness. Su Hongji added, if I were the child of a wealthy family, the Liu family wouldn't have opposed our union. Su Hao inquired, why haven't I ever heard Dad mention anything about Grandpa and Grandma? Su Hongji, maintaining an air of composure, replied, when you were younger and asked. It was difficult for me to explain clearly due to your tender age, so I merely told you that your mother and I were not blessed in our marriage. Su Qiang raised her hand. What about when I asked? By then, I was already older and more understanding. A flicker of sorrow crossed Su Hongji's face as he continued. At that time, your grandparents had already passed away unexpectedly. Children do not grasp the concept of death well, and since there were no significant relatives on my side, we chose not to share that information with you. Communication was also cumbersome back then. Traveling to the north took quite a while, and your mother had to care for both of you, so it was only I who returned for a brief visit. His demeanor seemed sincere, and both siblings accepted his words without doubt. Su Qiang shifted the topic. Mom and Dad, what if Director Lu comes seeking assistance again? Lu Qingwan shook her head. Of course, we must refuse. Not only do I have no intention of returning to the Lu family, but you, too. Inheritance is not a matter of great consequence. Even if we wish to help, we simply cannot. Despite what Mo Hang may casually suggest, the entire Greenwater Group is in turmoil. I suspect the Lu family has encountered more issues than just those. Should the higher-ups decide to conduct a thorough investigation, who could possibly assist? Su Hongji nodded. Having just discovered that the market value of the Greenwater Group had significantly diminished, with no signs of improvement in quite some time. The Lu family must have sought help from others previously, thus rendering this troublesome situation beyond our reach. Lu Qingwan concluded, regardless, my stance remains unchanged. I do not recognize them as family. The elders are not at a stage where I must provide for them, so you need not worry. Even if we encounter Director Lu, we can simply avoid him. Su Hao then asked, Mom, were you the one who borrowed $1 million before? Yes. I borrowed it from my sister, who married into Guangdong. We have met once or twice since, and we occasionally keep in touch. The siblings posed a few more questions before being shooed off to bed. The following day, the family returned to their busy routines. Su Qiang had no pressing matters at hand and indulged in a leisurely slumber. While having breakfast, she contemplated the fact that Tinghua Group had not engaged with Su Hao's fantasy game. Perhaps her brother was reluctant to invest heavily in promotion, leading her to ponder whether she should lend a hand in advertising it. Considering she had over 160 million virtual currency and a tenfold cashback reward card saved, an idea sparked within her. She decided to tip those playing the game on Shark Live, effectively achieving multiple objectives, promoting the game, supporting the Shark Live platform, and earning cashback for herself. Upon opening the app and searching for the game's name, she found several streamers currently engaged in gameplay. As she scrolled through the screen in search of a pleasing personality to tip, she suddenly burst into laughter. This time, it would become a fourfold gain, as her close friend Deng Yaitong was remarkably among the streamers. Deng Yaitong had visited Su Hao's company and had previously mentioned enjoying the game. To her surprise, she was now live streaming, albeit with a pitifully small audience. Upon entering the stream, she was met with a flurry of excitement. Wow, wow, wow. This girl finally accepted my love confession. I've been strategizing for so long. Next, let me see which girl has the most appealing character design to pursue. Why is this guy attacking me? Let me check their character relationships. Oh, P.S. the childhood friend of my first wife, always sending gifts. And I've stolen his love. This feels too real. I can't bring myself to defeat him, as I've already imagined an entire love story. Everyone, quickly download this game. It's such an enjoyable experience. Once modding is available, I feel I could integrate fantasy and cultivation novels into it. It's truly delightful. With finals approaching, while my roommates are all at the library studying, I'm utterly immersed in this game. After watching for a while, Su Qiang discerned that her friend had potential as a game streamer, having already captivated several viewers. Without further hesitation, she finished her breakfast, assumed a position for tipping, and utilized her tenfold cashback card. Ding! Tenfold cashback card for live tipping successfully activated. As soon as the lilting voice announced it, Su Qiang began tapping the screen. Wild Rose Gifts Tong Tong, a super rocket worth 1,000. Wild Rose Gifts Tong Tong, a super rocket worth 2,000. The exclusive effects repeated at the beginning, and viewers began clicking into the live stream following the tipping banner. Ah, it's Sister Qiang. I've spotted Sister Qiang again. She is so commanding. Does Sister Qiang now enjoy tipping girls? This game just launched, and it's incredibly fun. Does Sister Qiang play too? This little streamer is so fortunate. She seems to be a university student, about to become a little wealthy. The streamer is quite pretty, and her commentary is engaging. No wonder she could attract Sister Qiang. Sister Qiang has tipped over 10 million already. Should the streamer not express her gratitude promptly? Chapter 158, Tipping Cashback of 1.6 billion. Deng Yaitong, feeling somewhat fatigued from playing, decided to take a break. She picked up a nearby cup of water, took a sip, and then remembered she was still live. Switching back to the stream, she was taken aback. What? Is this my live stream? The screen is filled with extravagant effects, and the comments are scrolling by at lightning speed. Startled, she choked on her drink, spluttering water all over her laptop screen, coughing uncontrollably. Oh my goodness. Has the streamer finally noticed? Take it easy. You are now a wealthy lady. Don't choke yourself to death. That would be quite the comedy. If I were the streamer and suddenly became rich, I'd probably faint on the spot. Streamer, quickly wipe the screen. If your computer crashes and you disconnect. That would be entertaining. Sister Qiang is so bold today. Rough calculations suggest she has already tipped 50 million. Streamer, you must express your gratitude. Say something nice, who knows? There may be more. Through the water-stained screen, Deng Yaitong vaguely discerned that someone was tipping her frantically. Based on the current number of viewers, it was undoubtedly a substantial tip. She immediately stood up, thanking the viewers while bowing and wiping the screen, a flurry of activity. Grateful she had upgraded her laptop, as her old one would have likely crashed by now. In her excitement, an entire pack of tissues was accidentally pulled out and fell to the floor, fluttering around her. With a face of despair, she exclaimed, "My tissues." The audience was in stitches. You're a multimillionaire now. Do you really care about a pack of tissues worth a few bucks? Once she composed herself, she carefully scrutinized the screen. Wild Rose gifts Tong Tong a super rocket worth 39,000. Wild Rose gifts Tong Tong a super rocket worth 40,000. She promptly bowed and sincerely expressed her gratitude. Thank you, Wild Rose, for the generous tip. A Wild Rose. Rose. She typically didn't watch live streams and had chosen Shark Live because she had heard a classmate mention a wealthy benefactor on the platform. Having upgraded to a high-spec laptop, live streaming was effortless, and the game was so entertaining that she thought to help How Go promote it. Since Shark Live had recently gained popularity and traffic, she decided to join, never expecting to receive tips. Yet, that name felt oddly familiar. Casting a glance at the comments section, she noticed, "I'm in shock. 40,000 super rockets. That's already 80 million in tips. The streamer has become a 40 million heiress. Wild Rose hasn't stopped yet. How much more will they tip? Why can't I keep up with Sister Qiang's pace? I just returned to my rural hometown to set up a fruit orchard live stream. And yet the benefactor has already started tipping for games. I'm crying. I want to go to Ningxing and chance upon the wealthy benefactor. Longing to visit Ningxing. I beseech Sister Qiang to let slip a few tokens through her fingers, and thus I could retire in blissful repose. Ningxing. Sister Qiang? At this moment, Deng Yaitong, with utmost certainty, recognizes that this is indeed her dear friend. The situation leaves her both amused and heartbroken, as if her heart were bleeding. Alas, the platform takes a hefty cut of these donations. Thank you, Sister Qiang. Please cease. I no longer wish for any. Sister Qiang, your generosity frightens me. Kindly halt. Otherwise, I fear I might become excessively wealthy overnight and contemplate dropping out of school. Oh, my heart is so elated. Su Qiang heard her words, but chose to ignore them. After all, there is an abundance of virtual currency, and having used a cashback card, she deemed it more fitting to reward her close friend rather than others. It was only when she had spent nearly all her virtual coins that she finally stopped. Ding. The host has donated 160 million, 10 times cashback, 1.6 billion. Funds have been dispersed. A bank notification soon followed, causing Su Qiang to feel a rush of excitement, prompting her to type in the live stream, "I'm exhausted. I shall refrain from further donations." The comment section fell silent for a moment before erupting into a frenzy. Sister Qiang, you are my sole deity. 80,000 super rockets. A single donation of 160 million. Unprecedented. Tears of envy streamed down my cheeks. The streamer has struck it rich. 80 million. Why did I not discover this game sooner? Why am I not more attractive? Why am I not a woman? Deng Yaitong shed tears of heartache. Thank you. Thank you, Sister Qiang. I am utterly overjoyed. Wiping her face, she implored everyone to wait a moment as she excused herself to wash her face before returning to the stream to play games. Deng Yaitong maneuvered her mouse and then grabbed her phone, darting out of the frame. Almost simultaneously, Su Qiang received a call from her, and as she answered, she held the phone at a distance. Qiang, you are squandering money. You must have deliberately gifted me this. Su Qiang chuckled in response. I truly did not. I had no idea you were live streaming. I merely wished to promote my brother's game, and it appears we had the same thought. Oh, it is indeed you. Once I withdraw the money, I will return it to you. The 80 million from Shark Live shall serve as a promotional fee, but this is far too much. Shark must be making a fortune. Su Qiang cleared her throat, not yet having had the chance to inform her that Shark is now part of the Qiang Group. Yes, it was recently acquired, so I did not incur any losses. You need not return the money to me, as my donations to others are also donations. Not only did she not lose, but she also profited handsomely. Deng Yaitong remained uneasy. Yet you have indeed donated excessively. Su Qiang replied nonchalantly, Dear sister, I am not lacking in funds. If you feel uncomfortable, then during this summer break, focus on your streaming and help promote my brother's game, provided, of course, that you diligently complete your exams. She had successfully elevated Deng Yaitong's streaming popularity, and with her excellent commentary, there was a chance of receiving further small donations. I shall certainly take my exams seriously. I have already prepared and refrained from going to the library with my roommates. Su Qiang conversed with her a bit longer, assuring her that there was no need to repay the money, and then ended the call, contemplating her next steps. She phoned the director of Mingde Hospital and learned he was available, so she made her way directly there. In the director's office, after exchanging pleasantries, Su Qiang broached the matter at hand. Director, our hospital has a medical research institute, correct? Indeed, the director began to elaborate. The Mingde Medical Research Institute, a novel research entity established in collaboration with Jiangnan Province and Ningxing, is dedicated to advancing innovations in systems biology and other disciplines, striving to translate laboratory findings into clinical applications and pharmaceutical industry advancements. The director briefly outlined the current research projects before inquiring, Miss Su, what is it you wish to study? Su Qiang nodded, presenting her premeditated excuse. A friend of mine from the internet is traveling in a distant locale, and the villagers there, even the elders, exhibit splendid hair. He acquired a formula for hair growth and wagered that it must be effective, insisting he was not deceived. While I hold a contrary view. Chapter 159, Rousseau delivers the dress. The director was taken aback. So, Miss Su, you wish to investigate this formula? Su Qiang nodded. Yes. He also claimed that mass production of this hair growth liquid would surely be profitable, but I am skeptical. The director appeared somewhat at a loss for words. Has he tried that formula? It seems likely to be a fallacy. While some individuals from remote villages may indeed have longer lifespans or healthier hair, this is generally correlated with regional and dietary habits. Many businesses target these villages, conducting research and producing health products, each more extravagant than the last. Yet the efficacy remains a matter of personal belief. Su Qiang nodded. I am merely testing it. However, one cannot expect immediate results. Regardless, I am committed to this project. The director pondered for a moment, explaining that some hair growth liquids already in development do exhibit certain effects, promoting follicle growth and enhancing blood circulation, though results vary by individual, leading him to deem it somewhat unreliable. Observing his conflicted expression, Su Qiang reassured him, Director, do not overthink it. Simply introduce me to the talent. The remuneration for researchers will be substantial, as this project is entirely funded by the Qiang Group. The director had little counsel left to offer. After all, the young lady was affluent and could afford to be capricious. Fearing that revealing the true formula outright might be too far-fetched, Su Qiang opted to modify her approach, deciding she would personally oversee this project. Should research stagnate, she would feign ignorance and gently guide the process. Su Qiang spent the day navigating through procedures and secured a laboratory. Researchers specializing in this field would arrive the following day. The ensuing week was a blur of back and forth between home and the laboratory. The professionalism of the research team proved commendable, requiring little input from Su Qiang, as they diligently adjusted the formula daily. One day, Su Qiang received a call from Rousseau. Dear boss, I have arrived at the airport in the Magic City, and someone is here to greet me. Very well, see you shortly. Su Qiang tidied herself up and drove to the Magic City. Tomorrow marks the high-end jewelry exhibition for the HW brand. Her mother, preoccupied with work, chose not to attend, leaving her to go alone. Rousseau had prepared the dress, which he was now delivering. Over the course of a month, Rousseau gained considerable acclaim in the realm of haute couture in the Romantic nation. Nearly every piece showcased during that innovative show had sparked inquiries from potential clients. Rousseau had strategically utilized the destroyed haute couture pieces for marketing, thus producing only a limited number. Simultaneously, he was preparing for a ready-to-wear show while reconstructing the burned haute couture, rendering his days quite hectic. Upon arriving at the villa in the Magic City, Su Qiang found Rousseau seated in the living room, engrossed in his laptop. Upon noticing her entrance, Rousseau promptly rose, joyfully extending his arms, only to retract them in disappointment as he remembered Su Qiang's discomfort with such gestures. Boss, where shall we try on the dress? If all is well, I must catch a flight shortly. Su Qiang led him upstairs, inquiring, will you not stay a couple of days longer? Is this your first visit to the Magic City? It is indeed my first visit, but alas, I am far too busy at the moment. Perhaps I shall return to enjoy it properly another time. Upon reaching the dressing room, Rousseau retrieved the gown. Su Qiang expressed her gratitude and excused herself to the adjacent bedroom to change into the dress. The black velvet evening gown was elegantly simple, featuring a sculptural cut that flattered her figure. The design of the high neckline beautifully showcased her graceful swan-like neck, perfectly complementing the necklace. The micro-shoulder pad long-sleeve design exudes elegance and sophistication, accentuating the aura. The slit skirt design flawlessly showcases the contours of the legs. Rousseau's eyes gleamed with admiration. Boss, you look stunning in such a gown. No, one must say that your figure makes any dress look beautiful. He gestured toward the box that Su Qiang had brought. Is that the set of pink diamond jewelry inside? Would you like to try it on? Su Qiang nodded and opened the box, retrieving the necklace. Russo gasped, realizing that only in person could one grasp its exquisite beauty, particularly the heart-shaped pink diamond on the necklace. It was simply perfect and breathtaking. Su Qiang smiled and handed it to him. Would you help me put it on? Russo assisted her from behind, marveling. This necklace is the piece de resistance of the entire ensemble. Su Qiang nodded, thoroughly pleased with the effect. Russo clasped his hands beneath his chin. Are you satisfied, boss? Su Qiang shot him a glance. Isn't it obvious? She winked playfully, adding, just one tiny dissatisfaction. It's only suitable for air-conditioned places. Russo pouted, come on. The HW jewelry exhibition will definitely have air conditioning. He chuckled, I'm just teasing you. Su Qiang smiled. Shall I invite Mo Hang out for dinner? Russo glanced at his watch, ultimately succumbing to the temptation of dining with a good friend. Su Qiang changed back into her original attire, instructed the driver to take them out, and after a dinner with Mo Hang, they accompanied him to the airport. After bidding Russo farewell, Mo Hang seized the opportunity to ask, Su Qiang, has Chairman Lu sought you out recently? Su Qiang shook her head. I've been busy lately, not quite sure. Even if he has reached out, my mother would likely have turned him away. Why do you ask? Mo Hang cautioned, if you attend the jewelry exhibition tomorrow, you might run into Chairman Lu's wife and daughter. Su Qiang arched an eyebrow at him. Let them go. What does it have to do with me? Mo Hang awkwardly touched his nose. They already know your identity and might make things difficult for you. Should I accompany you? Or perhaps invite young Master Lu or young Master Lung? Su Qiang found it somewhat absurd. Is my combat ability that lacking? However, recognizing Mo Hang's good intentions, she refrained from critiquing him, responding, no need. You all have your own commitments. Besides, I'm quite well connected. I know William. Even without mentioning her acquaintance with William, she planned to spend billions tomorrow, intending to purchase the entire Rosie series of high-end jewelry. As a valued client of HW, who would she need to fear? Mo Hang chuckled. I apologize for underestimating Miss Rosie. Shall we head back? Maybe we can arrange a dinner with them another day? Su Qiang waved her hand. Sure. We can discuss it later. Mo Hang didn't forget to remind her. If you encounter any problems, remember to call us. Su Qiang nodded and waved as she got into the car. The following morning began with the customary check-in. All signed in. Su Qiang thought to herself, only to feel a twinge of regret. Today she would be spending a considerable sum on jewelry, and the daily check-in rewards would surely upgrade. She should have upgraded before checking in. Ding. Check-in successful. Congratulations. The host has received a daily check-in reward of 10 million cash and 3 system points. Congratulations. The host has received a random item, a 10x cashback shopping card, limited time, 10 minutes. Chapter 160, HW High-End Jewelry Exhibition, The Foolish Lu Tiantian. Thank you all. Su Qiang immediately felt no regret. The shopping cashback card was rare, and today was the perfect opportunity to utilize it. After preparing herself in the afternoon, she set out in a diamond-studded Rolls-Royce. Upon arriving at the exhibition venue, she found numerous luxury cars already parked. Yet her dazzling Rolls-Royce still captured the attention of many. As soon as the car came to a halt, a steward approached to assist her with the door, and Su Qiang presented her invitation. The steward instantly became more respectful. Miss Su, please enter. Mr. William has instructed us to treat you exceptionally well, and he will come to find you once he is free. Su Qiang nodded, and upon entering the grand hall, a female sales representative approached her. Noticing the necklace around her neck, the representative's demeanor became even more respectful. Miss Su, I am your dedicated sales representative. Would you like to view the Rosie series first? Su Qiang replied, no need, just proceed in order. Very well, this jewelry exhibition features 4 series, with the Rosie series located at the innermost area. The sales representative began to introduce the collections as she guided Su Qiang deeper into the venue. The theme of this high-end jewelry exhibition by HW was miracles of all things, aiming to pay tribute to HW's eternal muse, nature. Through unique and infinitely imaginative exquisite jewelry designs that pay homage to the enchanting wonders of the natural world. The exhibition hall was expansive, divided into numerous sections. Yet everywhere one looked, there were elegantly dressed socialites accompanied by sales representatives. This ring is set with a teardrop-shaped parabolic tourmaline, intricately inlaid with sapphires, and adorned with diamonds using the pave technique on its wings. As the sales representative was presenting, a voice interrupted from the side. Su Qiang? Su Qiang turned to see a girl clad in an extravagant pink Lolita dress, a petite and slightly plump 16 or 17-year-old. With her exaggerated attire and saccharine voice, Su Qiang instantly recognized her as Lu family's young lady, Lu Tiantian, the daughter of Lu Qian. Raising an eyebrow, Su Qiang inquired, is there something you need? Lu Tiantian raised her chin haughtily, a flicker of disdain in her eyes, her sweet voice dripping with sarcasm. I warn you, stay away from brother Tianqin. Su Qiang stroked her chin, pondering, Lu Tiantian likes Lung Tianqin. Why didn't Mo Hang mention this? Perhaps it was because Lung Tianxin was present at the time, making it awkward for Mo Hang to say anything. However, it seemed reasonable that a girl like Lu Tiantian would be attracted to someone like Lung Tianxin, who appeared to have stepped out of a comic book. Yet, Lu Tiantian's attitude was quite off. Her father, Lu Qian, had even sought out the Su family, and Lu Tiantian still dared to speak to her this way. Su Chang's eyes gleamed with mischief as she teased, I intend to get closer to him. In fact, I'll invite him out to have fun tonight. Lu Tiantian stomped her foot, her chunky heels thudding heavily against the marble floor, startling the two sales representatives. You are nothing but the daughter of someone we expelled from our family. What gives you the right to oppose me? Su Chang pondered for a moment. What gives me the right? Perhaps my status as a shareholder of the Rosie Group? That should be enough to remind this foolish girl. Lu Tianxian's expression turned even more disdainful. So what if you took over the group we sold off? It's merely a newly established company. What is there to be proud of? What can a person born in a small place like you compare to a true heiress like me from the magic capital? If I were you, I'd be ashamed and keep my distance. Su Chang was at a loss for words. Can foolishness really be inherited? Does your father know you speak to me this way? Lu Tiantian lifted her chin, proudly declaring, it's not just you who is spoiled by your parents. I have the love of my parents and my grandparents. What is wrong with me speaking to you like this? Do you think they would help you and not me? Su Chang nodded. I'm quite certain you are indeed well loved. The Lu family probably hasn't regarded you as a pawn for marriage. Or else they wouldn't have neglected to teach you any manners, raising you into such a naive little girl. So, Lu Tianxian's innocence was precisely why the Lu family had kept her in the dark about their family's crisis. Upon hearing this, Lu Tianxian's expression shifted to one of smugness. Su Chang shook her head, realizing this girl was truly dim-wit, unable to even comprehend a subtle mockery. Shifting her tone, she added, however, I'm not envious of you at all. I never imagined you would attend such a high-end jewelry exhibition. Today, I doubt you'll purchase a single piece of jewelry. A flicker of panic crossed Lu Tianxian's face as she placed her hand adorned with a large diamond ring in front of her. What nonsense are you spouting? Do you really think I, the daughter of a prestigious family in the Magic City, cannot afford high-end jewelry? Her thoughts were laid bare on her face. And Su Chang couldn't help but laugh. No need for me to think. The truth speaks for itself. Otherwise, why didn't your mother accompany you? It was evident that she couldn't afford luxury jewelry and didn't want to come here to face embarrassment. Lu Tiantian felt the subtle glances from those around her. Simmering with anger. Your mother didn't come either, did she? It's because she was driven out of the Magic City by my family, isn't it? What do you have to be smug about? If I were you, I would be too embarrassed to show my face here. What an inflated ego you have. Su Chang shook her head. Let me correct you. My mother didn't come because she's busy with work, unlike your parents who currently have nothing to occupy their time. A sneer tugged at the corners of Su Chang's mouth. Since you cannot afford jewelry, it would be wise for you to leave promptly. Otherwise, people might assume you're here to mooch off the banquet. You fancy yourself a daughter of a prestigious family in the Magic City. Don't you wish to avoid becoming a subject of ridicule? Lu Tiantian was seething. If she left now, she would indeed be the one ridiculed. Her father had mentioned that their finances were just a bit tight at the moment, and they couldn't afford to squander money. Once the situation improved, she would undoubtedly purchase high-end jewelry worth tens of millions. Just as she was at a loss for what to do, her eyes suddenly brightened upon seeing someone. Qi, come here. Lu Tianxian's tone was haughty, as if summoning a servant. Qi was the daughter of the matriarch's goddaughter, who had married Director Qi. Su Chang glanced over. Qi was adorned in a pink tulle gown, exuding a sweet demeanor and graceful poise, although her face seemed a bit stiff, likely due to cosmetic procedures. With a sweet smile, Qi approached. Tiantian, what's the matter? Lu Tiantian tilted her chin. Aren't you still indebted to me for several million? Buy me a piece of jewelry today to settle the debt. Upon hearing this, Qi's already rigid expression became even more strained. The audacity of this young lady to demand several million with such nonchalance. She quickly regained her composure and replied with a smile. All right. Lu Tiantian nodded, a satisfied smile gracing her face, then provocatively glanced at Su Chang. Did you see that? This is the difference between you and me. Even if the Lu family cannot rival the Qi family now, and even though the Qi family currently leads the Greenwater Group, their young lady is still at my beck and call. Qi scrutinized Su Chang from head to toe. Tiantian, is this your cousin? Lu Tianxian's expression immediately turned icy. I have no cousin by the surname Su. Su Chang disdainfully remarked. I don't have a cousin either, Lu Tiantian. Aren't you the daughter of a prestigious family in the Magic City? Why must you rely on others to purchase jewelry? Surely you can't only afford the cheapest options? Lu Tiantian retorted. I have someone to foot the bill. Isn't that better than paying for it myself? Qi, having confirmed Su Chang's identity, wore a complex expression. It was thanks to Su Chang's rebellious mother that she enjoyed such a good life and noble status now. Yet, It was also because of them that she and her mother had always lived in their shadows. She regained her composure and said, Tian is indeed a bona fide young lady of the Lu family. In the Magic City, there are very few young ladies of such high status. Su Qiang, you did not grow up in the Magic City and may not be aware of this. Lu Tian huffed through her nose. Of course. I think Su Qiang pales in comparison to you, my dear cousin. She emphasized the word cousin with a heavy dose of sarcasm. Qi, despite her lower status due to her mother's background, still held a position that could rival that of the Lu family. However, even if the goddaughter of the Lu family married well, she ultimately hailed from humble beginnings. In terms of status, she was even inferior to a foster daughter, as Qi's mother had only been taken to live in the Magic City in her teens. Qi's smile faltered, her lips twitching involuntarily. She took a deep breath to steady her emotions. She glanced at the necklace around Su Qiang's neck and said, Tian, have you checked out the adjacent exhibition hall? The jewelry there features a rose theme, which would suit you perfectly. How about I accompany you there? Lu Tian nodded in satisfaction, her tone haughty. Yes. I trust your taste. The rose-themed jewelry was personally designed by the young master of the HW family, and the prices would surely not be lower than these. Qi, her expression devoid of emotion, cast a glance at Su Qiang before linking arms with Lu Tian and departing. Su Qiang stroked her chin, observing Qi's retreating figure. Sensing something odd about her treatment of Lu Tian. Can I negotiate something with you, system? I no longer wish to receive rewards from the Greenwater Group. Is that permissible? With her newly acquired acumen in business, she recognized that the price for the subsidiaries of the Greenwater Group she had previously taken over was rather inflated. It was clear the system was quite generous and financially unconstrained. Yet, judging by the Lu family's attitude and Lu Tian's arrogance, claiming that the Rose Group was sustained by acquiring the Greenwater subsidiary, it was evident that Lu Tian, in her naivete, had no understanding of how the Rose Group had evolved. She likely had family members whispering in her ear, expressing disdain for the Rose Group, which shaped her attitude. Thus, rather than allowing the system to spend excessively on the Greenwater Group as subsidiaries, it would be more prudent to pursue other options. Of course, even if she could buy them at a lower price later, she still wouldn't want them. Surely there were companies teetering on the brink of bankruptcy or awaiting restructuring. Absolutely. The Lu family members are truly foolish. I will terminate negotiations with the Greenwater Group and let them lament. Thank you, system. You are truly wonderful. After expressing her gratitude internally, she pondered, had negotiations with the Greenwater Group already commenced? Did this mean there was a team akin to an iceberg working behind the system, acquiring assets, and once everything was sufficiently collected, or perhaps at the system's discretion, would she receive these assets in the form of straightforward tasks? At that moment, a melodious voice broke through her thoughts. Is that Su Qiang? Su Qiang snapped back to reality and looked over. The girl was slightly taller than her, clad in a leather skirt, possessing an elegant and striking figure. Tentatively, she inquired, Mo Xiley. Mo Hang had a younger sister who was a sophomore and said she would be attending today. Mo Xiley, familiar and friendly, threw her arm over Su Qiang's shoulder. It's definitely you. My brother said the most beautiful girl here today is you, and I knew I recognized you. Su Qiang smiled. I recognized you too, Xiley. Mo Xiley waved her hand at the salespeople, signaling them to keep their distance, then said, Come on, let us explore together. She linked her arm through Su Qiang's. I think I just spotted Lu Tian's figure. She hasn't caused any trouble, has she? Su Qiang shook her head. Just feeling a bit unwell, unable to distinguish formalities. Mo Xiley nodded in agreement. You're not mistaken. She's just been spoiled by her family and flattered by Qi. Her ambitions far exceed her capabilities. Su Qiang raised an eyebrow. Qi was just here. After I provoked Lu Tian a bit, she claimed Qi owed her money and demanded Qi buy her jewelry. Mo Xiley smirked. Everyone in this circle knows their story. Qi and her mother come from a lowly background, and the matriarch of the Qi family looks down on them. They have little standing within the Qi family, so they try to curry favor with the Lu family for support, while the matriarch might back them. Given that Qi is her goddaughter, she can never rival Lu Tian. After all, Lu Tian is the legitimate granddaughter, while Qi is merely the granddaughter by adoption. Thus, Lu Tian has bullied Qi since childhood. Su Qiang, intrigued, asked, now that the Qi family has risen, does Lu Tian still dare to boss Qi around? Mo Xiley shrugged. Lu Tian is rather foolish. Perhaps it's just a matter of habit, and Qi is more than willing to indulge her. She lowered her voice. Qi is quite cunning. Lu Tian's transformation is largely due to her influence. Do you know why Lu Tian dresses like that every day? It's because Qi told her that Lung Tianxian resembles a manga boy, thus she must dress like a manga girl to match him. And do you know why Lu Tian is so infatuated with the ill-tempered Lung Tianxian? It's because Qi constantly praises Lung Tianqin's handsomeness and pretends to be smitten with him herself, leading Lu Tiantian to develop feelings for him as well. Honestly, among the wealthy youths in Shanghai, why choose someone with such a terrible temperament as Lung Tianqin? Lu Tiantian has endured quite a bit of hardship because of him. Su Qiang blinked. Sister Xili, how do you know so much? Hee, it's because I'm on good terms with Qi cousin. Why does Qi understand everything while Lu Tiantian remains oblivious? Hee, it's because Lu Tianation's brother is not in the same social circle as mine, so she misses out on all the news. As for Qi, she's quite adept at socializing, which is why she has the inside scoop and can toy with Lu Tiantian. Mo Xili lowered her voice again. Have you ever wondered? Since Qi and her mother are not well regarded in the Qi family, how did her mother manage to enter the household in the first place? Actually, it was not only due to the Lu family's former prominence, but also because Qi's mother climbed into the bed of the Qi patriarch. At that time, the Qi patriarch was in a state of despair, and the old lady of the Qi family had little hope for her second son. The Lu family was the dominant force back then, and a union with them had its advantages, which allowed Qi's mother to gain entry into the Qi household. As Mo Xili recounted this, her expression turned peculiar. Qi's mother truly mastered the art of being a substitute. First, she became a substitute for the Lu family's daughter, and then she climbed into the bed of the Qi patriarch, aiming to become his beloved. She seized upon every opportunity to replace someone, but alas, her attempts were rather unsuccessful. Mo Xili lowered her voice once more. I heard that, based on the timeline, Qi's mother probably succeeded on her first attempt. The Qi patriarch had no choice but to accept it, yet he showed little affection for the mother and daughter in the household. As for how Qi fared at the Lu family, we can only speculate, but it's certain that Qi cannot compare to Lu Tiantian. Su Qiang gasped. If this story didn't involve the mother, it would truly be riveting. Having shared the gossip, the friendship between the two girls swiftly deepened. At that moment, many socialites made their way to the adjacent exhibition hall, and a salesperson approached, saying, Miss Su, Miss Mo, President William has arrived at the Rose Series exhibition hall. Mo Xili linked her arm with Su Qiang. Let us go take a look. I've heard William is exceptionally handsome. Su Qiang smiled. He is indeed very handsome, with particularly beautiful blue eyes. Mo Xili paused. How do you know? Su Qiang pointed to the necklace around her neck. He gave it to me. Mo Xili was astonished. You even know him? William rarely makes public appearances in Shanghai, and many socialites have tried to associate with him without success. Upon entering the exhibition hall, they overheard various discussions. I just arrived. Why is the jewelry display in the center empty? It shouldn't be available for purchase yet. Mr. William said it's a surprise that will be unveiled shortly. William is so handsome. He looks just like the prince from my dreams. I must buy a piece from this series. Not only is the design exquisite, but I also want to purchase something because of William. I wonder if there are any more affordable pieces available for us. So many socialites want to buy jewelry to befriend William. Unfortunately, he is surrounded by those top-tier socialites. I wonder if we will have a chance to speak with him later. Seeing the fervor of the crowd, Su Qiang suddenly realized that William did not require her as a model to don the necklace to gain notoriety. From a distance, she spotted William standing beside an empty display case, conversing with a group of socialites. My crowning piece is a necklace called Rose Heart. I believe it looks far more exquisite when worn by a beautiful lady than when confined to a cold display case. Qi's smile was laced with calculation as she whispered, Tiantian, William wouldn't be considering gifting the Rose Heart necklace to someone here, would he? His family is a colossal entity in M country. Using a necklace as a gift would be quite plausible. Lu Tiantian was captivated by her words, her imagination soaring as she scanned the surroundings, realizing that those present were of the highest status. Qi continued in a hushed tone. Not only do you hold the highest status here, but your attire also exudes a foreign flair, allowing you to stand out effortlessly. I believe William may find your style quite endearing. Lu Tiantian felt a surge of delight, her face breaking into a smile. Mr. William, I wonder where that necklace is right now. When can we feast our eyes upon it? Her already sweet and syrupy voice took on an even more flirtatious tone. William shivered for no apparent reason, yet maintained his gentlemanly smile. Thank you all for your affection. You will soon see it. A girl inquired. Every piece of high-end jewelry carries a beautiful story. Mr. William, could you share the inspiration behind your crowning jewel? William sighed with relief, turning to her, his smile growing more genuine. Miss Su, I recognize you. You are studying jewelry design and have yet to complete your professional courses. Yet you are already an exceptional jewelry designer. Many socialites around Su Zhu cast envious glances her way. The Su family is in the jewelry business. But there are more than just the Su family present who are involved in jewelry. Yet it was William who remembered her. Su Zhu's cheeks flushed slightly as she humbly shook her head. Mr. William, you flatter me. I am not yet an outstanding jewelry designer. William smiled and addressed the previous question. The theme of this jewelry series is flowers. Before I arrived in China, I had not yet finalized the design for the crowning necklace. It was merely a concept. It was only after my arrival in China that I encountered a beautiful and kind girl, whose name is also lovely and inspired me greatly. She is my muse. As William spoke, the hearts of the girls present filled with pink bubbles. What a beautiful story. What a handsome protagonist. If only the female lead were one of them. They could boast about it for an entire year. Except for Lu Tiantian. Lu Tiantian had just been stirred by fantasies of wearing the crowning necklace and standing out. Yet now, William mentioned a muse, suggesting that the necklace was currently adorning someone else. As Lu Tianation's expression darkened, Qi Si grew anxious, internally lamenting, where is Su Qiang? Why is she taking so long? What if Lu Tiantian regains her composure before she arrives? Qi Si couldn't help but glance back repeatedly, finally exhaling in relief. So, I invited my muse to come today. I believe the necklace will only reveal its true beauty when worn by her. William paused, a smile flickering in his azure eyes. She has arrived. With that, he extended his hand toward a certain direction. The crowd turned to look. Su Qiang and Mo Xili walked over, linked arm in arm. The necklace around Su Qiang's neck sparkled brilliantly under the lights as she moved. William's muse is actually Sister Mo? It was evident that it was not. As Mo Xili's necklace was relatively simple today, it is the person beside her, adorned with a heart-shaped diamond nestled amidst roses. Undoubtedly, it is the heart of the rose. My astigmatism prevents me from clearly discerning the necklace's design. It dazzles too brilliantly. Who is she? Is she a model? I have never seen her before. The necklace is exquisite. The heart-shaped pink diamond at its center is so large and radiant. It has struck a chord in my youthful heart. She is stunning. More beautiful than Mo Xili. They appear to be quite close, and even if she is a model, we should have heard of her by now. As I approached, Mo Xili released Su Tsong's hand and gently nudged her. William, it has been a while, Su Tsong greeted, lightly taking the hand William offered before standing beside him. In Chapter 163, A Dress of Inconspicuous Brand, Su Tsong's arms slightly bent and crossed in front of her as she showcased the ring, donning a smile and dutifully embodying a jewelry model. William caressed his fingers and complimented, Su Tsong, you look truly beautiful today. Just as he was about to elaborate on the necklace's craftsmanship, a sudden, jarring inquiry interrupted the atmosphere. Miss Su, you are wearing an expensive piece of high-end jewelry. The centerpiece of this event, yet you chose to wear a mere dress? Is that not a tad disrespectful? Lu Tianation's face was stern, her eyes harboring envy and resentment. Her voice tinged with barely concealed indignation. Several individuals sharing her sentiments or enviously eyeing Su Tsong's fortune chimed in. Miss Lu is correct. How could one wear such a luxurious piece of jewelry with a generic dress? Even if one cannot afford haute couture, one ought to at least don a prestigious gown for such an occasion, don't you think? Only because William extended the invitation, otherwise, they would hardly have been let in. This is sheer disrespect, not only towards the exquisite jewelry, but also towards Mr. William. A few, unable to overlook the jealousy, feigned righteous indignation and voiced their dissent. Though Miss Su's dress may not appear extravagant, it fits her perfectly. How can that be deemed casual? With such beauty, wouldn't a heavily embellished gown overshadow the jewelry's allure? A few discerning minds recognized the underlying truth. Miss Su's gown is likely custom-made for this jewelry. It not only complements it, but is also tailored to perfection. Anyone versed in fashion would discern that no small brand could achieve such craftsmanship. Mo Xili surveyed the crowd, feeling a sense of clarity amidst the intoxication surrounding her, secretly amused. Her brother had been closely following Su Tsong in the romantic country, sharing many insights, and she was well aware of Su Tsong's prowess in fashion. She chose not to disclose this, reveling in the spectacle of these individuals being proven wrong. Mo Xili then glanced at William, who appeared perplexed and was consulting a translator. She shook her head, realizing that he had no clue. She had thought that Lu Xiao and his circle would face a formidable rival, but William's inability to speak Chinese rendered him utterly lost. Even if William harbored feelings for Su Tsong, he could hardly compete with a local. Su Tsong turned her gaze towards the pale-faced Lu Tiantian, her smile morphing into one of sarcasm. Miss Lu, as a scion of a prominent family in this fashionable metropolis, your discernment should not be so lacking, should it? Lu Tiantian, caught off guard, scrambled through her mental catalog of this year's and last year's fashion releases, failing to find a style that matched the gown. Her confidence waning. Are you suggesting your dress is from a prestigious brand? It couldn't be a few years old, could it? Or perhaps crafted by a small workshop? Su Tsong shook her head with a smile. It seems Miss Lu's taste and sense of fashion are rather antiquated. Have you not heard of the recently popular Russo brand? Lu Tiantian laughed. Who hasn't heard of Russo? Are you claiming your gown is from Russo? You must be unaware that Russo's haute couture is only accessible to a select few globally, and their ready-to-wear line has yet to be released. How dare you assert that your dress is from Russo, as if to suggest it was personally tailored by him. The crowd turned their attention to Suitsong. Some with darker inclinations perceived Suitsong's claims as mere bravado, while those with broader perspectives noticed her unwavering confidence and speculated on her connections with William and Russo. Intrigued by her stature, Suitsong merely nodded. Oh, have you regained your sight? Are you now aware that this gown was handcrafted by Russo? Lu Tiantian erupted in laughter. Suitsong, do you think we lack acquaintances in the romantic country? How audacious to make such claims. Do you believe that without leaving this venue, you will not become a laughingstock in the upper echelons of Modu? I believe, Suitsong replied lightly, the one who will become the laughingstock is you. Lu Tiantian laughed until tears streamed down her face. How could there be such a foolish person? She laughed so hard she struggled to speak. Suitsong mused in her heart, wondering how Lu Tiantian could be so naive, especially as the heiress of the Lu family. No wonder Qixi enjoyed toying with Lu Tiantian. Qixi certainly had her motives, while Suitsong found merely toying with Lu Tiantian amusing. As she observed Lu Tiantian retrieving her phone, seemingly intent on broadcasting this farce, Suitsong leisurely remarked, have you never considered the possibility that I might have acquired the Russo brand? Lu Tiantian froze, laughter abruptly ceasing as she looked at Suitsong with a comical expression. She certainly had not contemplated that possibility. Suitsong was only a few years her senior, having just completed her college entrance examinations. Some families indeed had exceptional heirs managing their assets while still in university. However, Suitsong had grown up in a rural town. Even if her mother imparted business acumen and Suitsong was favored, she would at best serve as a mascot for the conglomerate. How could she claim to have acquired a company, especially one overseas, navigating the myriad procedures and networks? The Rose Group had only recently flourished, and her grandmother had mentioned it owed its growth to taking over a subsidiary of their family. How could the Rose Group possibly have connections abroad? Mo Xili chuckled, observing Lu Tiantian and quipping, you aren't aware that my brother is a good friend of Russo himself? Thus, Suitsong and Russo are also good friends. Her acquisition of the Russo brand should not surprise anyone. I heard from friends in the romantic country that after Russo gained fame, many large corporations sought to acquire the brand, yet Russo claimed it had already been bought. It's unclear which group acquired it, as they remain low-key without any announcements. If it were a group from a different country that made the acquisition, the process would only have recently begun. Thus, it is entirely reasonable that no statement has been released yet. Therefore, it stands to reason that the Russo brand was acquired by Miss Su's family's conglomerate, the Rose Group of Ningxing. Lu Tiantian, upon hearing the surrounding murmurs, trembled, her phone tumbling to the ground. In Chapter 164, The Heart of the Rose is Mine, Lu Tiantian felt as though she were on the verge of tears, overwhelmed by the turn of events. How had this situation escalated beyond her comprehension? Listening to the murmurs around her, and feeling the barely perceptible disdainful gazes, Lu Tiantian found herself engulfed in darkness. Was she truly destined to become the laughingstock of Shanghai's elite society? With the Lu family's waning influence, another round of ridicule would render her utterly incapable of navigating her social sphere. Qixi picked up her phone and whispered in her ear, Tiantian, let us leave. Since Su Qiang is so chummy with the young master of HW, we need not contribute to HW's sales figures any longer. Her heart swelled with delight. How splendid. Not only had Lu Tiantian lost face, but she also wouldn't have to buy her jewelry. Upon hearing this, an epiphany struck Lu Tiantian, and she exclaimed in English, Mr. William, may I inquire the price of the rose heart necklace? I shall take it. Her pride swelled. Su Qiang had meticulously crafted this gown to accentuate the jewelry, rendering her nothing more than a model displaying it today. Since Su Qiang served as William's muse, she had the opportunity to wear this exquisite piece. If she could procure the rose heart, she would not become a laughingstock. Instead, everyone would envy her, praising her wealth and believing the Lu family had not fallen from grace. Qixi was utterly bewildered, convinced Lu Tiantian was losing her mind. She had no means to purchase such a necklace. She had barely saved a few $100,000, while this piece clearly cost billions. Even her mother couldn't afford it. And as for Lu Tiantian, she, too, lacked such funds. Given the Lu family's current predicament, her mother might not have the means. And her father surely wouldn't foot the bill. Wasn't this sheer insanity? If she couldn't afford it, her humiliation would only deepen. Qixi quickly tugged at Lu Tiantian, stating, I don't have that kind of money. Lu Tiantian shot her a glare, mind your own business. She was acutely aware that this neglected daughter of the Qi family was hardly wealthy. She had already devised a plan to call her father for funds. If she framed it as a means to humiliate Su Qiang, her father, who harbored a strong dislike for the Su family, would surely find a way to provide her with the money, even if his resources were tight. Qi, unbothered by the disdain, smiled serenely as she anticipated the unfolding drama. With the help of a translator, William finally grasped the situation, and he felt no affinity towards Lu Tiantian. When she expressed her desire to purchase the rose heart necklace, he could hardly contain his laughter. "My dear Miss Lu, I regret to inform you that the rose heart has already been gifted to my muse, Miss Su Qiang." The atmosphere erupted. How extravagant of Mr. William. The necklace must be worth over $1 billion, especially with that enormous heart-shaped pink diamond alone valued in the hundreds of millions. Not to mention the smaller diamonds and the brand's added prestige. If this necklace were sold normally, would it not fetch 10 billion or more? I envy Miss Su Qiang. Initially, I thought she was merely a model. Who knew she was also a lady of great fortune? What a pity. I was eager to witness Lu Tiantian's embarrassment. So was I. After all, she used to be so arrogant, unlike top heiresses like Mo Xiaoli, who never acted as she did. As Lu Tiantian absorbed the surrounding discussions, she felt a twinge of jealousy, yet also a sense of relief. Perhaps she had acted impulsively, mistakenly believing the necklace was worth only a couple of $100 million, whereas it now seemed it might be worth several billion. Su Qiang, observing Lu Tiantian's expressive face, turned to William and asked, "For this jewelry exhibition, you must have designed more than just the rose heart, correct?" She winked at him. She, too, wanted to see Lu Tiantian humiliated, but was reluctant to wager her beloved rose heart necklace. If there were another grand piece akin to the rose heart, Lu Tiantian would have no escape. Even if there wasn't tea, William could always create something on the spot. William quickly grasped Su Qiang's implication and pointed to another piece of jewelry nearby. "Of course, this is my first formal jewelry exhibition, so there is more than one centerpiece. There is also this one. This necklace is an early work of mine, taking a year to complete. Crafted through HW's meticulous techniques, it harmoniously merges diverse elements, capturing the energy of nature and blooming like a flower." William narrated with natural ease, embellishing with a story that rendered the necklace both rare and exquisite. For a moment, Su Qiang could not discern whether he was speaking truthfully or improvising. Finally, William smiled at Lu Tiantian. "Miss Lu, if you wish to purchase a centerpiece, I believe this flower sprite suits you perfectly. It resonates with your essence, embodying elegance and sweetness." With his persuasive words, Lu Tiantian felt herself uplifted. She surveyed the crowd, who watched her with rapt attention, many casting envious glances. She recognized those looks. They were reminiscent of when she had snagged expensive luxury items, eliciting similar gazes from those of lesser status. Su Qiang playfully asked, "Lu Tiantian, will you buy it? If not, I shall." Lu Tiantian, no longer hesitating, flashed a sweet smile and pulled out her phone, inquiring, "William, how much is this necklace? I am preparing the funds." "Perfect." Snatching it from Su Qiang would bolster her image. Moreover, the central stone was not as large or rare as the pink diamond of the rose heart. It should be less expensive. William smiled. "This flower sprite is priced at 500 million. Lu Tiantian shuddered. "What? 500 million? The main stone isn't even that large. How could it be 500 million? She thought it should barely reach 2 or 300 million. Many socialites around her gasped in disbelief. 500 million? For many of them, their entire families wouldn't possess that liquidity. Su Zhu, unable to bear Lu Tiantian's incredulous expression, explained, "While the main stone is not large, one could argue that every stone is a main stone. Emerald, Parabah tourmaline, yellow diamond." After listing all the gemstones, she added, "Each gemstone is exquisite. I believe only the young master of HW could amass such perfect gems and lavishly set them into a single necklace. Just one of these stones could serve as the centerpiece of high-end jewelry." William cast her an appreciative glance, nodding, "Miss Su is correct. This flower sprite is a piece from my youth. What I hadn't mentioned is that the gemstones were collected over many years." He then turned to Lu Tiantian. "This jewelry piece reflects my youthful style. If this jewelry exhibition weren't my first and of such significance, I would not have showcased it." Chapter 165. Buying out the entire exhibition hall's jewelry. My heavens, this flower sprite is truly a testament to William's sincerity. Hearing Su Zhu's words, the 500 million price tag seemed reasonable. High-end jewelry cannot truly be deemed expensive. It's merely that we lack the funds to purchase it. If one were to acquire this necklace, they could engage in conversation with William about his youth, thereby establishing a connection with him. Only the top families could afford such luxury. We certainly do not possess that financial capability. I wonder if Lu Tiantian can still afford it? The Lu family's situation isn't exactly rosy, is it? Even if she could afford it, her parents would never allow such extravagant spending. It would be utterly humiliating. Indeed, she always sought the limelight, aspiring to be Shanghai's top heiress, and now she has encountered a significant setback. The majority of the elite ladies present found great amusement in the impending embarrassment that awaited Lu Tiantian, casting her mocking glances. Lu Tiantian felt as though needles were pricking at her feet. She could hardly maintain her balance. No, she could not falter here. She could not allow Su Qiang, a person she held in disdain, to revel in her humiliation. Lu Tiantian clenched her phone tightly and forced a smile, saying, "Mr. William, please hold on a moment. Such a substantial sum requires some financial arrangements on my part." William, ever the epitome of grace, gestured for her to proceed. He had never harbored any hopes of selling the jewelry. In fact, he hoped it would remain unsold, for it held great significance for him, serving merely as a prop in the event. Just as Lu Tiantian was about to turn away, Su Qiang chimed in with a laugh. "Lu Tiantian, you aren't planning to just hang up the phone and walk away if you can't gather the funds, are you? That wouldn't do at all. I'm still waiting to purchase the flower fairy. Whatever your decision, it's only fair to give me a clear answer." Mo Xili, upon hearing this, couldn't help but burst into laughter. She was acutely aware of the Lu family's precarious situation. Lu Qian had even borrowed money from her family to keep his enterprises afloat. In an effort to prevent the Mo and Qi families from seizing too many shares, he had been borrowing extensively to maintain liquidity. Thus, it would be utterly foolish for Lu Qian to lend his daughter 500 million for this piece of jewelry. Lu Tiantian huffed indignantly. "Rest assured, I will definitely make the purchase." Her father was exceedingly concerned with Face. As long as she conveyed the situation truthfully, without exaggeration, he would surely provide the funds. The exhibition hall was overwhelmingly crowded, so Lu Tiantian stepped into the adjacent gallery to make her call. "Dad, are you free right now?" "I'm free, Tiantian. What is the matter?" Lu Tiantian detected a hint of discontent in Lu Qian's tone and refrained from immediately addressing her request. Instead, she asked, "Dad, have you encountered any troubles? I'm here to help you with your worries." Lu Qian sighed, finding solace in her words. "It's just the company matters, alas. The Su family is truly ungrateful, and your second aunt is no better. They won't even lend a hand when we're in need. Lu Qingwan is utterly heartless. Even when her own mother is ill, she refuses to return." Lu Tianatian's anger flared instantly. "Dad, I just ran into Su Qiang at the jewelry exhibition. She has been mocking me and looking down on me." Upon hearing Lu Tianatian's grievances, Lu Qian grew even more incensed. "She truly overestimates herself and underestimates our Lu family. Our family is a colossal entity, deeply rooted in Shanghai, with countless enterprises. There's no way a naive girl like Su Qiang could comprehend it." Lu Tiantian, feeling emboldened, sweetly inquired, "Then, Dad, what about the 500 million necklace?" Lu Qian gritted his teeth. "Buy it. Just agree to it for now. I'll arrange the funds for you immediately." Reassuring himself that high-end jewelry would never depreciate, he thought that if the Lu family faced financial strain later, they could always sell the luxury jewel abroad. After ending the call, Lu Qian instructed his subordinates, "Sell those companies. Choose the ones with the highest offers and expedite the process. Have them pay a 500 million deposit up front." As he spoke, he felt as though he had aged a decade. Several companies would be lost. The Lu family was about to shed more subsidiaries. However, he had no choice. He needed the funds to cover other financial gaps and maintain his connections. "Understood, Director Lu. I'll make the contact right away." "Wait, what's wrong?" Lu Qian asked urgently. "Did the bidders lower their offers?" Not exactly." Lu Qian sighed in relief. The issue was that those companies had responded immediately, indicating they had no purchasing interest. "Can you not speak without taking a breath?" Lu Qian exclaimed in frustration, his hand trembling as he dropped the phone. Numerous groups were vying to acquire the Lu family's subsidiaries, without even mentioning the distant ones. The nearby Mo and Qi families, those cunning old foxes, were eager to make a purchase, driving the prices down. Knowing the Lu family was in dire need of funds and attempting to squeeze them out of the upper echelon of Shanghai society, naturally, he could not acquiesce to such terms. Thus, the low offers from domestic bidders were promptly declined, leaving only a few foreign private equity funds, with whom he was still negotiating for a higher price. One of the funds, which had previously transacted with them, had purchased the green water business in Ningxing. But their current offer was too low, and he had swiftly rejected it. Trembling, Lu Qian picked up his phone, intending to contact Lu Qingwan. Although the fund's bid was comparatively low, it still surpassed most others significantly, and the Su family, being financially buoyant, could transfer funds immediately. However, he hesitated. Recalling how Su Qiang was bullying his daughter and how Lu Qingwan had shown such cold-heartedness, refusing to return even for her ailing mother. Would the Su family still be interested in acquiring the Lu family's company? If he called them now, he would likely end up selling at an egregiously low price. Upon returning to the exhibition hall, Lu Tiantian resolutely declared, "William, I will buy that necklace. I am currently arranging the funds." The gathering of socialites looked on in astonishment. Incredulous at Lu Tianatian's announcement, people in Shanghai were aware that the Lu family's fortunes had dwindled. How could they possibly afford to purchase a 500 million piece of jewelry? Su Qiang, though skeptical, had no other intentions. Regardless, she had no need to provoke Lu Tiantian. She simply could not afford to acquire all the jewelry in this gallery. With that thought in mind, Su Qiang asked, William, aside from the piece that Miss Lu intends to purchase, have any other pieces in this gallery been reserved? William slightly shook his head, explaining that while some items in other galleries had been reserved, none from this gallery had been claimed. Su Qiang pondered this, realizing that perhaps everyone knew William would be present and wanted to secure a piece in his presence to make a favorable impression and forge a friendship with him. With that, Su Qiang no longer hesitated and stated, in addition to the flower fairy, I would like to purchase all the jewelry in this gallery. Is that acceptable? Chapter 166. Lu Tiantian burst into tears. The entire room was stunned. Goodness, there must be 40 or 50 pieces in this gallery. My heavens. Is Miss Su truly that wealthy? Purchasing an entire collection of jewelry at once? This must cost a fortune. Surely, it requires billions. While the value of the jewelry might not be excessive, each piece was undoubtedly worth tens of millions. Even if the jewelry held value, was it wise to invest so heavily all at once? What if the prices dropped? Drop? This is the first exhibition of HW's Heir's jewelry. Who wouldn't he want to acquire it all at once? The real question is, does an average person possess such wealth? All eyes in the room were drawn to Su Qiang, leaving only a few glances for Lu Tiantian. One piece of jewelry versus an entire gallery's worth. 500 million versus tens of billions. Naturally, everyone would focus on the latter. Lu Tiantian was on the verge of fury. She had just declared her intent to purchase a 500 million piece of jewelry, and Su Qiang immediately announced her plan to buy the entire collection. The spotlight she had hoped to claim was now entirely usurped by Su Qiang. Was this not a direct affront? Lu Tianatian's face displayed unmasked anger. Huh, Su Qiang. Is this your idea of amusement? You see me poised to purchase the grand piece and then rush to acquire the entire gallery? You must be quite the attention seeker. Su Qiang, bewildered, retorted, what I choose to buy is of no concern to you. Even if you hadn't made a purchase, it wouldn't impede my acquisition of the entire collection. Besides, have you actually paid for that grand piece yet to claim it as yours? This question drew the crowd's attention back to Lu Tiantian. Indeed, while the fact that Miss Su intends to acquire the entire range of jewelry is quite astonishing, it is equally surprising that Lu Tiantian is looking to purchase jewelry worth 500 million. Both women appear to possess considerable confidence, making it difficult to discern who is merely seeking to draw attention. Perhaps both are capable of such acquisitions? William, listening intently to the real-time translation, displayed a growing ire and finally interjected, Miss Lu, Su Qiang is my friend and a valued client of the HW brand. While you two are a client of HW, I must insist that you maintain a sense of decorum. Lu Tiantian frowned. Mr. William, I am merely raising a reasonable inquiry. Do you not think it rather extravagant for her to wish to purchase the entire exhibition's worth of jewelry? Su Qiang shook her head in disbelief. I can simply make the purchase with my card, can you? After addressing Lu Tiantian, she turned her gaze back to William. In fact, I am interested not only in this entire collection, but also in acquiring pieces from other collections as well. After all, with the cashback card in hand, I might as well exhaust the funds available. The audience was left utterly speechless, astonished by the sheer audacity of the situation. Was it not madness to desire additional jewelry when the entire collection was already valued in the tens of billions? What next? Would she aim for 100 billion in jewelry? If it were not for Miss Su's close ties with William and her connections to Mo Ziley, the socialite of the unknown consortium, they would surely have voiced their disdain. William, equally taken aback, managed to articulate, aside from the Flower Fairy collection, all other pieces from the Rose series can be sold to you. Moreover, any other collections that have not yet been reserved are also available. Several socialites opened their mouths as if to speak, but ultimately fell silent. It seemed futile, given William's close relationship with Miss Su and the fact that she had initiated the conversation. Even if they were to express their interest, it was unlikely they would secure any pieces from this collection. At that moment, Mo Ziley expressed her regret. What a pity that Lu Tiantian snatched that piece ahead of time. Otherwise, the acquisition of an entire collection would have made for quite a tale. Haha, Lu Tiantian laughed, just as her phone rang, drawing the attention of everyone in the room. Su Qiang smiled and remarked, Lu Tiantian, have you secured the funds yet? If not, I shall take the Flower Fairy collection, as the brand cannot be expected to wait indefinitely. Lu Tiantian glanced at the caller ID, her face illuminating with confidence. Do not worry, the funds are arriving now. She answered the call, deliberately raising her voice. Father, is the 500 million ready? What? Lu Tiantian gasped, her body swaying as the phone slipped from her grip. How could her father declare that the purchase was off? Had he not already promised her? This was unacceptable. She had even announced her intent to buy. If she could not proceed, she would not only face Su Qiang's derision but become the subject of ridicule among all present. A laughingstock in the upper echelons of the Magic City. The phone, having fallen to the ground, inadvertently switched to speaker mode. Tian, we truly cannot proceed with the purchase today. Next time, I promise to take you abroad to buy. The sound of her tears hitting the floor echoed through the room. Perhaps due to the lack of response, her father's tone grew sharper. Tian, do not be willful. Our family is in a critical moment. Funds must be allocated wisely. Overwhelmed by the invasive gazes from all directions, Lu Tian could no longer contain her sobs and dashed out, her exquisite Lolita dress billowing behind her, abandoning her phone in the process. Tian. The voice of Lu Qian continued to emanate from the phone. Half of the onlookers focused on the fleeing Lu Tian, while the other half stared at the abandoned phone. Qi, glancing at the device at her feet, felt a chill run down her spine. She experienced a mix of relief and embarrassment, and despite her trepidation, she bent to retrieve the phone, ended the call, and, with a sheepish smile, hurried after Lu Tian. This dramatic turn of events finally came to a close, prompting the attendees to resume their discussions. Goodness, what an eye-opening experience today has been, in every conceivable way. Indeed, Lu Tian's demeanor is rather lacking. For someone of her age, to weep so openly in such an important setting is quite unbecoming. One wonders how the Lu family, such a prominent lineage, has raised her. She seems far too fragile for such a world. Her actions have certainly tarnished the reputation that the Lu family has worked to uphold. Alas, this only highlights how cherished she is, overly protected by her family. Otherwise, how could she be so naive? In a family as distinguished as the Lius, she stands out as a true oddity. I once envied her, but now I feel no envy at all. It is one thing to be ignorant, but to be so reckless and lacking in perception is another. Today's misfortune is of her own making. Exactly. Ignorance is one thing, but to feign knowledge and speak out of turn, only to be so brutally rebuffed by Miss Su. Well, she has brought this upon herself. Yet, is Miss Su truly purchasing so much jewelry? Chapter 167. Check-in upgrade. Cashback of 125 billion. Understanding the crowd's curiosity, Su Qiang turned to William. I am ready to make the payment now. William blinked cautiously, asking, would you like to try on the jewelry? Su Qiang shook her head. No need. Trying on each piece would take an eternity. I would rather appreciate them at home. William continued to blink. I have a request. After you purchase these pieces, could you allow me to deliver them once the exhibition concludes? Otherwise, the entire Rose exhibition hall will be emptied, and I shall have nothing left to showcase. Su Qiang nodded. Of course, that is perfectly acceptable. All the jewelry can be delivered. William gestured. Shall we discuss this further in the back? Su Qiang nodded and looked towards Mo Xyli, who immediately waved her hand. No, I cannot go. When my brother accompanied Su Qiang in the romantic country, he was thoroughly frightened. He took days to recover after returning home. Su Qiang followed William to the reception room, where several sales representatives were busily preparing contracts and jewelry appraisals. William, holding a tablet, smiled. Here are all the pieces from today's jewelry exhibition. Those that have been reserved are marked, and you may choose from the rest. Su Qiang settled beside him. Do you have any particular recommendations? She currently had over 12.5 billion available. William's slender fingers glided across the tablet screen. There are no specific recommendations. All the pieces presented at this exhibition are exquisite. I believe each piece will enhance your beauty. He briefly introduced each item and quoted their prices. Once he completed his presentation, the sales team had prepared all the contracts for the Rose series. Su Qiang handed over her black card, signing each document while mentally calculating the total. She then specified the additional collections she wished to purchase. The sales team swiftly prepared the appraisals and contracts for those pieces as well. After signing, she set down the pen, ready to swipe her card. Calling all systems. Utilize the cashback card. Ding. The 10x cashback card has been successfully activated. Valid for 10 minutes. Cashback will occur after this period. Su Qiang felt a surge of excitement. Though 10 times may not seem like much, the amount she was spending was substantial. William personally handled the transaction, swiftly processing the card. Ding. The host has spent 12 for 99 billion. The daily check-in reward has been upgraded. Starting tomorrow, check-ins will yield 20 million in cash. For system points, and a props card. William returned the card with both hands and said, Su Qiang, I must express my gratitude. Thank you for your exquisite appearance at my jewelry exhibition today. On behalf of the HW brand, I also wish to extend my appreciation. The sales staff in the reception area, witnessing the successful card transaction, were so overwhelmed with excitement that their hands trembled, and they all bowed in unison at that moment. Su Qiang forced herself to ignore their childlike voices, nodded at them, and then gestured for William to pause, indicating her rose pendant around her neck. The one who should be expressing thanks is me. William shook his head with a smile, glanced at the others, and subtly remarked, as I mentioned before. The one who ought to be grateful is indeed me. He paused before continuing. So, Miss Su Qiang, may I have the honor of dining with you tonight? If you find the gathering too crowded, we could dine out instead. Su Qiang contemplated that as the person in charge of the jewelry exhibition. It would be inappropriate for William to be absent from the banquet. Just as she was about to agree, her phone rang. Upon checking, she saw it was Zhao Wu calling. She was somewhat surprised, as Zhao Wu should be in Ningxing at this time. After casting an apologetic glance at William, Su Qiang stepped aside to answer the call. Zhao Wu wasted no time, stating, Miss, I'm currently in the Magic City, outside the Liu family's gate. Madam urgently asked me to fetch her. I sensed her unease during the journey, considering your connection with the Liu family, so I thought I should inform you. Well done. I'll send you a bonus when I return. Please send me your location at once. After hanging up, Su Qiang turned to William with an apologetic expression. I'm sorry, but I must decline once more. Something urgent has come up that requires my immediate attention. William rose, shaking his head. It's perfectly fine. Aren't you about to attend university in the Magic City? We can always arrange another meeting later. Allow me to escort you. No need for that. Just help me deliver these jewelry appraisal certificates and contracts to the Mahler Villa when the time comes. Despite Su Qiang's refusal, William still escorted her to the entrance. Su Qiang felt relieved to have developed the habit of taking a bodyguard along when going out. After stepping into the diamond-studded Rolls-Royce, a Mercedes swiftly followed behind. Ding. Cashback card time is over. Host spent 124.99 billion within 10 minutes, receiving a tenfold cashback of 12.5 billion, which has been issued. Simultaneously receiving a bank notification of the deposit, Su Qiang's anxious mood transformed into exhilaration. 12.5 billion. Moreover, the daily sign-in amount would now be 20 million. In just 1 month, she could sign for 600 million. After glancing at the system panel, she realized that after accumulating system points for so long, along with the 4 system points for tomorrow's sign-in, she would finally have 100 points, allowing her to spin the prize wheel. Half an hour later, the car halted in front of a quaint suburban manor. Su Qiang alighted and, through the elegantly carved iron gate, glimpsed the vintage Western-style mansion within. At that moment, her mother had just been welcomed inside by a servant. So, her mother returning to her ancestral home meant she couldn't immediately enter, but had to wait outside for over half an hour. Just then, the ornate iron gate swung open, and a portly middle-aged man hurried over, sizing up Su Qiang and the car behind her, respectfully asking, May I inquire who you are? Su Qiang slightly raised her chin, coldly responding, I am Liu Qingwan's daughter, here to see my mother. The middle-aged man pondered for a moment before extending his hand. Please. Miss, come in. Su Qiang stepped forward, followed closely by her 2 bodyguards. The middle-aged man raised a hand to halt her momentarily. Miss, since you are returning to your maternal home, you need not bring bodyguards, correct? Huh. Su Qiang chuckled lightly. I have no grandparents. Do not obstruct me, or I shall force my way in. Sensing the situation was amiss, the 2 drivers and Zhao Wu also exited the vehicle. The middle-aged man dared not stop her again, and Su Qiang led her 2 bodyguards inside. Upon ascending the steps to the Western-style mansion, Su Qiang spotted her mother standing in the living room as 2 elderly individuals with graying hair slowly emerged from within. The old man, clad in a maroon tang suit and leaning on a cane, wore a stern expression, exuding an air of authority. The elderly lady, dressed in a black kipao, had her hair meticulously styled, her furrowed brows deepening the wrinkles on her face. Chapter 168, No Grandparents. The old man struck the floor with his cane. Liu Qingwan, you still remember to come back? Liu Qingwan paused, exclaiming, Mother, are you unwell? The elderly lady, having just settled on a carved wooden chair, immediately raised her brows. What? Do you wish me ill? Hoping for my sickness? Liu Qingwan lowered her gaze. No, Liu Qian mentioned you were ill and urged me to come see you. She quickly realized she had been deceived. She had thought her mother was bedridden and had simply dressed up to meet her after such a long absence. However, seeing her mother so spirited, it was clearly not nap time. As dinner was approaching, she was deliberately left waiting. Although confused about Liu Qian's motives in tricking her back while remaining absent himself, it didn't matter. It was likely just a request for assistance. She had no intention to help, nor could she. Since her mother was fine, her visit here had lost its purpose, and she could prepare to leave. The elderly lady, displeased, remarked, You can't even call me elder brother? Have you forgotten the manners I taught you since childhood, leaving them behind in the countryside? Su Qiang instructed her bodyguards to remain outside the hall and stepped inside to take her mother's hand. Instantly, the attention of both elderly individuals shifted to her. Lu Qingwan cast her daughter a surprised glance, but said nothing, instead introducing, "Mother and father, this is my daughter, Su Qiang." Su Qiang locked eyes with the two elderly figures, neither party speaking, creating an atmosphere of tension in the living room. Considering that Lu Qian had deceived her mother into coming back, and with the two elders remaining silent, Su Qiang finally spoke. "Mother, if there's nothing wrong, shall we return home?" Lu Qingwan nodded, but before she could say anything, the old man barked. "Did your mother not teach you to greet your elders first upon arrival?" Su Qiang pressed her brows. "My mother did teach me that, but guests are to be treated as such. There's no reason to leave them waiting for over half an hour before allowing them to enter. Once inside, they aren't offered a seat or tea. Since you lack courtesy from the outset, why should I extend it?" The old man leaned on his cane. "What guests? Returning to your maternal home. Is that not your home?" Su Qiang smiled wryly. "Didn't you drive my mother out of the Lu family? This is no longer my mother's home. How can it not be considered as such?" Lu Qingwan, observing the displeasure on the faces of the two elderly individuals, tugged at Su Qiang. "Chang. Call them grandfather and grandmother, and we can leave." Su Qiang pouted. "I have no grandparents. I want to call them. Mother, let us go." Just as she was about to step away, the elderly lady could no longer contain her anger. "You wretched girl. We are still sitting here nicely. Are you cursing us to death?" Su Qiang was at a loss for words. "You think too much. I meant it literally. I have never known my grandparents nor felt their love, so being suddenly informed that I have grandparents, especially when they treat my mother so poorly, I cannot accept it. I cannot repay evil with kindness." "Ha, sharp-tongued." The elderly lady's face contorted with derision. "Yet you claim you wish to acknowledge kinship. Now that the opportunity is presented, you refuse it. If you don't recognize it, so be it. The mere Su family is hardly worth the Lu family's consideration." Su Qiang nodded. "That's best. I shall not return henceforth." Then she exchanged a glance with her mother, asking, "Mother, do you wish to acknowledge kinship? Did Lu Qian ask you to return for that purpose?" Lu Qingwan was equally bewildered. "No, I didn't agree to help. You deceived me." Claiming that the old lady was bedridden and unable to rise, urging me to come and take a look. In truth, she had refused at that moment, but ultimately could not harden her heart completely, so she returned. Su Qiang immediately chuckled. "Old lady, it's not me or my mother wishing you ill. It's your beloved son." The expressions on the faces of the two elders reflected a mix of anger and confusion. Unable to tolerate the sarcasm, the old lady slammed her palm on the table, exclaiming, "What a sharp tongue! You wretched girl, leave at once. Never set foot in my Lu family's door again. Do you think that having a small group at home makes you someone of consequence?" Su Qiang was perplexed. A small group? Lu Qian still sought assistance from her family, yet the old lady looked down upon them so. To prevent the old lady from speaking against her, Su Qiang pressed on. "Really? You truly mean we need never return to the Lu family again? Since you hold no regard for my mother as your daughter, she needn't return either, correct?" At this, the old man slammed his hand on the table. "Leave. Everyone, just go." Lu Qingwan nodded. "Fine. Since my parents want to be relying on me for their old age, I shall not intrude upon your sight anymore." She took Su Qiang by the hand and was about to depart. However, Su Qiang interjected. "Mom, wait." Lu Qingwan looked at her in confusion. Su Qiang removed a bracelet and a ring, along with a brooch, saying, "Mom, I just returned from the HW jewelry exhibition. These 3 pieces are worth 300 million. Give them to the old lady. Since we want to be coming back, consider it in advance on your support for raising me. Don't let others say that you, an outsider, have prospered yet refused to provide for your parents." Fortunately, during the contract signing, the HW receptionist, fearing she might be bored, had allowed her to try on those pieces from other collections displayed in the reception area. She had left in haste, forgetting to remove them. Lu Qingwan hesitated for a moment before accepting them and placing them on the table. "Mom and Dad, the Su family has unexpectedly prospered. If in the past I had no support to offer you, now I do. 300 million for your old age is quite substantial. I am busy with work now, and there want to be many opportunities to return. Since you do not welcome us, we shall not intrude upon your sight anymore. Please take care of your health." The two elders gazed at the 3 glittering pieces on the table, and simultaneously, they retrieved their reading glasses from the boxes. Upon examination, their eyes widened in astonishment. Goodness! They were diamonds. They had assumed the numerous sparkling items on Su Qiang were merely crystals. These were genuinely worth 300 million. Just as the mother and daughter turned to leave, the old lady called out urgently, "Wait." Su Qiang turned around, her voice dripping with sarcasm. "Old man and old lady, did you not just declare that we should leave? What, now that you see 300 million worth of jewelry, you wish to renegotiate?" The old man shot a glare at the old lady. "What are you shouting for? 300 million is nothing. Let them take it." It can only be said that women possess a keen perception of jewelry. The old lady gazed at the enormous heart-shaped pink diamond adorning Su Qiang's neck, reflecting, "If that were genuine, then Su Chang's entire ensemble must be worth over $1 billion. Could a mere daughter of a small group afford such luxurious adornments so casually? As Su Qiang and her mother prepared to leave, Lu Qian rushed in, breathless and drenched in sweat. Chapter 169, Lu Qian's Lies Exposed. Upon seeing the oppressive atmosphere in the living room, Lu Qian's heart sank. Oh no, I've returned too late. Lu Qingwan had insisted she wouldn't come back. He hadn't had the chance to prepare his alibi, and now everything was about to unravel. Lu Qingwan, unable to contain her frustration, confronted him. Didn't you say Mom was ill? Lu Qian quickly forced a smile. In truth, Mom's health has indeed declined over the years. Su Qiang thought to herself. Isn't that obvious? At such an advanced age, can one not expect some minor ailments? Yet the old lady appeared quite energetic at present. Both the old man and old lady sensed something was amiss. The old man inquired sternly, Lu Qian, what is going on? Lu Qian stubbornly maintained his position. I only wished for my second sister to return after so many years of absence. Lu Qingwan couldn't help but scoff. You've never expressed such sentiments before. Why now? Lu Qian chuckled awkwardly. It's just that Su Qiang has achieved the national top score. Su Qiang wore a look of disdain. I am Su, not Lu. My accomplishments bear no relation to your family. The old lady glared at Su Qiang. You uncouth wretch, leave at once. Lu Qingwan's expression darkened. This was the third time the old lady had insulted her daughter. Yet she could not voice her anger. She immediately took Su Qiang's hand, intending to leave. Lu Qian hastily blocked their path, forcing his tone. Second sister, since you are here, why not stay for a few days? At the very least, share a meal with us before you depart. Lu Qingwan chuckled. My daughter has a villa in Shanghai. Why would I stay at your house when I have my own? Lu Qian frowned. Second sister, what kind of talk is that? This is the Lu family ancestral home, not just my residence. Lu Qingwan, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, countered. Must you force me to sever ties? Do you think I am oblivious to your intentions? You fear that my return will threaten your inheritance. Hence your disparagement of the Su family before our parents. Do you truly forget that it was you who proposed I sever ties with the Lu family over 20 years ago? How could you forget how you treated us sisters? When our youngest sister married far away, it was you who insisted she sign away her inheritance rights. I shall say this once more, I will not assist the Lu family. What becomes of the Lu family henceforth is of no concern to me. The 300 million for your old age suffices for my parents' nurturing. You have exploited the Lu family's connections and enjoyed the glory it brought you. The current state of the Lu family is a result of your own actions. What face do you have to ask for help from me or the Su family? Lu Qian's face turned an ashen hue, his chest heaving with suppressed rage, yet he restrained his fury. No, he could not afford to turn against them just yet. Numerous foreign funds had severed ties with him. The Lu family was destined to continue selling off assets to fill the gaps. They were in dire need of money and connections. Though things were spiraling out of control, Lu Qingwan was still present, and it wasn't beyond salvaging. Lu Qian forced a pained expression. Yes, I have wronged you. But second sister, can you truly bear to see our parents left without support? He then turned to the two elders, speaking with heartfelt emotion. Father, mother, when I previously mentioned the Su family situation, I did so without thorough investigation. I have been too busy and have not returned to the old home, hence I had no chance to update you. In reality, the Su family has become quite formidable. They are now the wealthiest in Ningqiang, and I believe it won't be long before they dominate Jiangnan as well. Thus, I simply wished for my second sister to return and discuss how we might assist the Lu family. Facing Lu Qian's hopeful gaze, the two elders exchanged incredulous looks. Qingwan, is this true? Su Qiang spoke candidly, affirming, indeed. My family's Rose Group has not only acquired your Jiangnan construction, but has also taken over Mingde Hospital and all shares of Shark Live and Chanel. She elaborated on the more prominent subsidiaries of the Rose Group. The two elderly individuals widened their eyes in disbelief as they listened. Lu Qian was equally astonished upon hearing. Chanel? All shares? Wasn't this company entirely controlled by a family from the romantic country? Su Qiang nodded. That's correct. Whether you believe it or not is inconsequential. I do not expect your faith. What I wish to convey is that even with the Su family's fortune in the billions, not even a fraction of 1 billion will be allocated to you, nor will we assist you in any capacity. The elderly lady immediately slammed the table, exclaiming, Qingwan, is this the daughter you have raised? Lu Qingwan straightened her posture, brimming with confidence. Indeed, the entire Rose Group was established under her guidance. The rise of the Su family is solely due to her inheritance of a foreign estate. I shan't divulge further details. Thus, the decision-maker of the Rose Group is my daughter. Your pleas are futile. Perhaps they might hold some weight, for her children are dutiful and will heed her words. However, with a brother like this, assistance is out of the question. Lu Qian, observing Lu Qingwan's demeanor, began to believe that Su Qiang was no mere mascot. The elderly lady gazed at Su Qiang, her expression oscillating between anger and contemplation, pondering whether to swallow her pride and plead for her son. She realized the importance of the Su family's connections for her son. Otherwise, he would not have gone to such lengths to summon his second daughter home. It was truly unexpected that the once impoverished youth had achieved such success. At that moment, Lu Qian had a sudden insight. Su Qiang must have inherited a foreign estate, which explained the previous dealings with the Green Water Group and the abrupt cancellation of the foreign fund transaction. As he pondered this, he posed the question. And before Su Qiang could articulate her thoughts, her proud, youthful voice chimed in. Hee, indeed, all those funds belong to our family. Su Qiang laughed. Exactly. Those funds are indeed tied to the Rose Group. Your daughter was the one who provoked me at the jewelry exhibition today, which is why I have no desire to acquire your company. Henceforth, do not claim that the Rose Group owes its existence to your Jiangnan construction. Lu Qingwan was taken aback, realizing Lu Qian had belittled the Rose Group, yet she could not have anticipated such an absurdity. Not to mention, the local companies tied to Mingde Hospital had long been transferred, and this information was readily accessible. Chapter 170, Severing Ties with the Lu Family Again. Lu Qingwan sighed. Mother and father, do you genuinely believe your son? That the Rose Group was established by taking over Jiangnan construction? Such outlandish claims. Su Qiang nodded in agreement. When I first heard Lu Tian say that, I was equally astonished. Do they not know to check online? The two elderly individuals wore grim expressions. Having aged, and with Lu Qian previously performing admirably, they had retired to rest, placing all authority in Lu Qian's hands. Following Lu Qian's assurance to resolve the Lu family's predicament, they had refrained from inquiring further. Lu Qian, filled with embarrassment and rage, shouted, Lu Qingwan, is your family truly this heartless? Not willing to help in any capacity? The elderly lady shot a disapproving glance at her ineffectual son and retorted, Lu Qingwan, have you forgotten your surname? Is this how you repay your parents? Ultimately, sons are expected to carry on the family name and provide for their parents in old age. Since they had already distanced themselves from their daughter, they felt compelled to assist their son, regardless of his unreliability. Lu Qingwan's bittersweet smile revealed her true disillusionment. Have I not made myself clear? If you still harbor any hope, I must declare that I intend to sever ties with you once more. This time, it was she who sought to distance herself from the Lu family. The three members of the Lu family were visibly incensed, their anger palpable. Lu Qingwan spoke calmly. I fail to comprehend what you are angry about. If the Su family were currently impoverished, you likely would not even remember me. Your daughter who has always resided in the countryside. So, let us pretend that the Su family has not prospered and that I remain in the countryside. The elderly lady thundered, how can a daughter sever ties with her parents? Lu Qingwan, you are now the wife of a significant corporation. Do you not care for your reputation? Are you not concerned that the Su family will bear the stigma of filial piety, tarnishing the image of the group? Su Qiang waved her phone. You need not threaten my mother. Everything that has transpired since entering your home has been recorded. Should you dare to speak out of turn, I will release the footage to reveal whether it is my Su family that is shameful or your Lu family that is disgraceful in exploiting their daughter. The three glared at Su Qiang with fury. They assumed she was merely one of the current generation perpetually glued to her phone, unaware that she had been recording all along. Such cunning. Lu Qingwan added, while I wish to sever ties with the Lu family, my parents will always remain my parents. Even after a century, I will remember you. The 300 million in retirement funds has been provided. Whether for your care or for Lu Qian, it matters not, for I shall not offer any more. This is all my daughter's money. I stand unrepentant, for I have not acted unfilially. It is you who have forced my hand. With that, she turned to leave. At that moment, she noticed a woman ascending the stairs. The woman bore a gentle and endearing demeanor, possessing remarkable beauty and figure. Though in her 40s, she appeared to be in her 30s, impeccably maintained. At first glance, one might think she was even more attractive than Lu Qingwan. However, upon closer inspection, a hint of timidity and sorrow marred her countenance, her aura falling short of Lu Qingwan's grace. Su Qiang, recognizing the face reminiscent of Qi Si, immediately smiled. Mother, you are overthinking it. The old master and madam have a daughter to honor them. There is no need for you to feel obliged to fulfill that role. I believe your lack of filial piety is quite understandable. The woman paused momentarily, offering a slight nod to them before entering the living room, her soft voice resonating. Father, mother, brother, I have returned home today to share a meal with you. As the mother and daughter turned, they noticed the expressions of the Lu family beginning to soften, with the elder couple even breaking into smiles. Lu Qingwan's eyes welled with tears as she grasped Su Qiang's hand and stepped out. Behind them, Lu Qian instinctively called out, second sister. The woman's gentle, surprised voice responded, ah, was that Qingwan just now? The elderly lady interjected, "Do not call her sister." Lu Qian lamented, "Indeed, I had called her back to discuss how to assist the Lu family. Who would have thought she would be so unyielding? Brother, Young has a plan that requires my return." It was only when the sounds from the living room faded that Lu Qian allowed her tears to fall. A middle-aged man lingered by the intricately carved entrance, feeling a pang of sadness as he called out, "Second Mississippi." Lu Qian wiped her tears, merely shaking her head in refusal to elaborate, and then exited the grand doors. The driver had already parked the car at the entrance. Su Qiang ushered her mother into a diamond-encrusted Rolls-Royce, instructing the driver to return to the Maleb villa, then handed her mother a tissue. Lu Qingwan, choked with emotion, remarked, "He is the son of the old steward, my childhood playmate." Su Qiang gently patted her mother's back. "Do not cry, mother. Later, my brother and I will accompany you shopping. I purchased numerous jewels at the exhibition today, and they will be delivered tonight. I will gift them all to you." Lu Qingwan laughed through her tears. "I am not sorrowful, merely a bit melancholic." Then, she chuckled at the absurdity of it all. "At my age, what do I need with so many jewels? Tonight, we must return to Ning City. I have work tomorrow." Su Qiang refrained from further objections, deciding to simply make arrangements later. She waved her phone, contemplating whether to promote it within the circles of the Magic City. Lu Qingwan glanced at the screen, which displayed a video, and after a moment's thought remarked, "Just mention it briefly. You'll be attending school in the Magic City, so you'll inevitably interact with its residents. As long as they are aware, there's no need for them to feel obliged to assist the Lu family out of respect for you." Thus, Su Qiang conveyed her grievances in a casual tone to Mo Xiaoli, urging her brother to hurry home for dinner and to avoid working late that evening. Last time, Su Hao had spent a few days in Ningcheng, finalizing a contract with the Rose Group before returning to the Magic City. The previous fantasy game had been a tremendous success, and they were now preparing to develop a new one. After dinner, the siblings accompanied Lu Qingwan on a shopping spree. And in the evening, they adorned themselves with jewelry, transforming into a boastful ensemble. With devoted and dutiful children by her side, Lu Qingwan's spirits had finally lifted. Chapter 171, The Luxury Residences of the Magic City, Heitai North Bund. After a night in the villa of the Magic City, Su Qiang awoke and proceeded to check in as usual. Ding. Check-in successful. Congratulations, host, for receiving a daily check-in reward of 20 million cash and 4 system points. Congratulations, host, for receiving a random item, emotion card Joy, 1 piece. Indeed, as the check-in rewards upgraded, new cards emerged. Su Qiang scrutinized the item description. It was for individual use and could ensure the recipient maintained a cheerful disposition throughout the day, with no adverse effects. Host system points have accumulated to 100. Would you like to draw a lottery? Draw the pointer spun rapidly before gradually coming to a halt. Ding. Congratulations, host, for winning the Heitai North Bund in the lottery. The reward has been issued. Almost simultaneously, Su Qiang's phone rang. "Hello, is this Miss Su from the Rose Group? I am the project manager for Heitai North Bund. The paperwork is ready. When can you come by to sign for it?" "In an hour or two," Su Qiang replied, hanging up and eagerly searching the internet. Heitai North Bund, the only high-rise residence in the Magic City equipped with a rooftop helipad. Designed and constructed by a renowned architectural firm, its unique pyramid style features an ultra-high suspended design on the ground floor, creating a scenic lobby with water features. The complex consists of 3 buildings, one soaring to 160 meters and 2 to 170 meters, each with 39 stories, including one with a helipad. It boasts a 360-degree panoramic view and private aircraft access. It has surpassed the previous 150-meter building to become the tallest residential structure in Puxi. Located mere hundreds of meters from the Bund, it is surrounded by 5-star hotels and shopping plazas, making it a prime location. Heitai North Bund is undoubtedly a luxury residence in the Magic City, rivaling the prestigious Tang Chun E Pin as the finest property in Puxi. From the information found online, it appeared that the project had been completed but was not yet on the market. Su Qiang made an immediate decision to acquire the top floor of the building with the helipad for Bingchuan. This way, he could effortlessly fly from Ningxing to the Magic City for work. After freshening up, Su Qiang presented her mother with the newly acquired emotion card. "Mom, how do you feel today?" Lu Qingwan smiled. "Today my mood has greatly improved, all thanks to you too. Thinking about last night as shopping and the jewelry I saw fills me with joy. As long as I have you too and your father. Who cares about the Lu family? The system's products were indeed formidable. Your brother has already gone to the office. Come, sit down for breakfast. These crystal shrimp dumplings are especially delicious. You must try them." Lu Qingwan offered a dumpling, only for it to accidentally fall onto her clothes. "Oh dear. My new outfit is stained with soup. Never mind. I have so many new clothes thanks to you." Su Qiang gave her a thumbs up, Mom. That's the kind of open-minded attitude we need. I have more than enough money now, with so many clothes that you could change twice a day. Otherwise, the new styles would become outdated before you even wear them. Lu Qingwan stood up with a smile. You eat first. I'll change into another outfit and take care of this one. I'll dry clean it and donate it along with the old clothes. Su Qiang blinked. Her mother's temperament remained unchanged, merely her mood had shifted. After breakfast, Su Qiang asked Zhao Wu to take her mother home while she went to accept the property. She then visited Lushui Construction, instructing them to take over the renovations for Heitai North Bond. Ultimately, finding the name unsightly, she directed the general manager to rename it to Rose Construction. By the time she finished her tasks, it was already afternoon, so she arranged to have dinner with William before returning to Ningxing. Su Qiang continued to be occupied with the hair growth serum project. A week later, the admission notice from the Magic City University arrived, along with the rewards from the Zongjin law firm. Lawyer Jean, whom she had met previously, brought the contract to Ningxing. After signing, Su Qiang had her father follow up. By the end of August, after conducting extensive experiments and gathering substantial data, the hair growth serum was finally ready for results. Su Qiang named the serum Minged Hair Growth Serum, sent it for testing and review, and sought a local company in Ningxing for production collaboration. Having nearly completed the entire process, Su Qiang felt a sense of accomplishment. Leaving the subsequent matters to her father as university was about to commence. After dinner, Su's parents observed their daughter, equipped with a small backpack and empty-handed, preparing to attend university in the Magic City, filled with sentiment. Chang, do you really not need your mother to send you off? Su Qiang shrugged. Mom, it's not my first time at university, you needn't worry. Uncle Wen has already prepared everything I need for school. Deng Yaitong assured her. Aunt Lu, rest assured. My school starts 2 days later, and I will personally escort Su Qiang to her dorm, help her make her bed, and then send you a video. Having received a generous sum from Su Qiang, Deng Yaitong had spent the entire summer diligently live-streaming games from Su Hao's company. It was only now, as Su Qiang was heading to the Magic City for university, that she finally ventured out of her home. Su's father interjected. Your mother and I will keep an eye on the group for you. Focus on your studies in the Magic City, don't overexert yourself. But also don't play every day. Remember to balance work and rest, and take care of your health. Lu Qingwan gently nudged him. Chang knows how to handle herself. There's no need for you to remind her. Su's father retorted. You were just nagging about this last night. Are you feeling emboldened now that we've severed ties with the Lu family and dare to undermine me? Dear, I am wronged. Deng Yaitong stifled a laugh. While Su Qiang buried her face in her hands, Mom and Dad, I know you're in love. No need to flaunt it. Su's father suddenly remembered something and shifted the conversation. My dear daughter, once you start university, you can date, but don't let it consume all your thoughts. Also, be sure to protect yourself. Su Qiang rolled her eyes. Don't worry, Mom and Dad. I absolutely will not date. All right, let's go. Goodbye, Mom and Dad. Su Qiang pulled Deng Yaitong and quickly hopped into the car. In the Magic City, she had a Bugatti and a diamond-encrusted Rolls-Royce, so she opted not to drive herself and had Zhao Wu take her. The following day, Su Qiang woke up early. System check-in. Ding. Check-in successful. Congratulations, host, for receiving a daily check-in reward of 20 million cash and 4 system points. Congratulations, host, for receiving a random item. 10x cashback live streaming reward card, valid for 10 minutes. Host system points have accumulated to 100 again. Would you like to draw a lottery? Oh no, I hope I don't draw another item card. Last time, it took me 25 days to accumulate 100 points, and I ended up with an electric shock card. The crux of the matter is that she has already signed in for this item twice daily. Without delving into the shares and other valuable assets from various companies, it would be far more advantageous to receive a direct cash reward. Chapter 172, Enrollment. Roommate wishes to change beds. I'm not sure it's random. The element of chance keeps the host brimming with anticipation. Su Qiang pressed the lottery button and watched as the wheel spun. Ding. Congratulations, the host has won a prize at the Tianyan Bar in Magic City. The reward has been dispatched. A strange phone call immediately followed. Hello, Miss Su. I am Manager Tian from Tianyan Bar. We have completed the necessary procedures. When would you be available to come by? Su Qiang pondered for a moment, recalling that she had to report to school today and classes would commence tomorrow. So she replied, I'm not certain, perhaps in the next couple of days. Please continue your operations as usual. After freshening up, Su Qiang thought about her visit to the school today, eager to meet her new roommate and classmates, and thus donned a simple sports outfit without any jewelry. Upon descending the stairs, she fortuitously encountered Uncle Wan. He discreetly assessed her and remarked, Miss, I was just about to wake you. I have already loaded your luggage for school into the car. After expressing her gratitude, Su Qiang heard her brother, Su Hao, calling from the dining room. Little sister, come have breakfast. Responding in kind, she entered the dining area and noticed her friend Deng Yaitong already eating. You're up early too, Tong Tong? Hee hee. Aunt Lu specifically instructed me to accompany you to school early so that you could bond with your roommate, Deng Yaitong replied, casting a subtle glance at Su Qiang. Su Qiang discerned that there was a concern that, once she had wealth, she might use it to dominate others and fail to relate well with people. One could only say that her parents were overthinking. It was she who had insisted on staying in the dormitory. After all, there would be no room checks. And living on campus would be more convenient if she had early classes. It wasn't as though she could not return home. Moreover, the school had waived her accommodation fees despite her previous assertion that her family was affluent. Little sister, are you sure you don't need me to drive you to school? I'm off to work now, Su Qiang's brother inquired. She waved him off. Uncle One, who had been waiting nearby, assured, young master, don't worry about work. I will arrange for someone to accompany the young lady. After finishing her breakfast, Su Qiang slung a pink backpack over her shoulder and dragged a matching pink suitcase, preparing to depart. An Audi was parked at the entrance. Uncle Wen opened the rear door, saying, Miss, Aunt Wang will accompany you to help with your bedding. Aunt Wang was the housekeeper. Deng Yaitong pointed to herself, saying, I can manage just fine, no need to trouble the aunt. It's not appropriate for a bodyguard to enter the girls' dormitory. So let Aunt Wang assist with carrying things upstairs, Uncle Wen insisted, and thus Su Qiang took one servant and an entourage of bodyguards with her. The bodyguards left as soon as they reached the school gate. After Su Qiang and Deng Yaitong reported to their counselor, they declined the offers of assistance from several boys and proceeded directly to the dormitory. Aunt Wang, carrying blankets and luggage, accompanied Su Qiang upstairs. The dormitory number was 501, and upon her arrival, she found two roommates already present. One was making her bed, while the other was being helped by her parents with unpacking. Hello, I'm in bed number 3, Su Qiang greeted, but was interrupted. Oh, you must be our Lingling's roommate. You're truly beautiful, the mother exclaimed. I have a request. Could you possibly switch beds with our Lingling? The dormitory was a quad, with bunk beds and desks below. Su Qiang's bed was the best, situated by the window, well ventilated, away from the restroom, and offered a view of the scenery below. In contrast, this Lingling's bed was against the wall by the door, with the light switch right beside it. Su Qiang exchanged glances with Deng Yaitong, both having just speculated whether they might encounter a difficult roommate, and here it was. Upon closer inspection, it was evident that this roommate came from a wealthy family. Her and her parents' attire reeked of luxury, adorned with Gucci and gold jewelry. Lingling's mother continued, We are from the north, and Lingling's room has a window. I've heard that the south can be humid, and I'm concerned Lingling might not adjust well to the weather here, so we hoped for a window-side bed. Mom, I've already said I don't want to change beds, Lingling exclaimed as she set down her cleaning cloth. Deng Yaitong promptly interjected, I'm sorry, Ma'am, but we cannot switch beds. While I understand the desire for a better spot, it is simply not feasible. I suspect the school intentionally assigned Su Qiang a superior bed. Oh, I know your bed is better, the mother conceded. How about this? We could offer you some extra money to facilitate the exchange. Lingling's face reddened. Mom, I've told you I don't want to. Her mother waved her hand dismissively. Oh, just ignore her. Then, turning to Aunt Wang, she smiled and said, You must be the guardian. How about I offer you 10,000 yuan to have your daughter switch beds with mine? Aunt Wang, smiling, replied, I'm sorry, but I'm merely a servant for Miss Su Qiang. I only take orders from her. The room fell silent in astonishment. They had not expected this seemingly ordinary student to have a servant. Just then, Lingling's father returned with a basin of water and remarked, You people from Magic City certainly appreciate the finer things and enjoy life. Families that drive autos have servants. This student, we could offer you 20,000 yuan to switch beds with our Lingling. He had seen her alight from an Audi in the hallway while fetching water, and with her sporting attire, he assumed her family was not as wealthy as his. Chapter 173, The Audi is merely the servant's car. Aunt Wang's smile faded. Sir, you jest. The Audi is merely the car provided for us servants by the family. She felt immense regret. The lady had instructed them to maintain a low profile and had asked her to drive the least expensive car to school today, so that the young lady could mingle easily with her peers. At that moment, she had thought the family was so approachable and down-to-earth, truly a top-tier wealthy household, destined for great success. Now, she realized that although the young lady was amiable, she was still underestimated. Had she known, she would have driven the young lady's diamond-encrusted Rolls-Royce, dazzling them with its brilliance. Lingling's parents were flabbergasted, incredulous that the Audi was merely a car for the servant. What kind of family was this? Is this true? On the first day of school, why wouldn't they bring their best car to give their daughter some pride and confidence? Lingling's face turned even redder, her round cheeks appearing more adorable. She immediately bowed at a 90-degree angle, apologizing profusely. I'm so sorry. My parents just love me too much. We were the ones being impolite. Noticing her mother about to interject, she added, Mom, this is Su Qiang, the national top scholar. You were hoping I could share a class, or even a dormitory with her, right? Your wish has come true. Lingling's parents were once again taken aback, as the housekeeper had indeed mentioned that the young lady's name was Su Qiang. Their demeanor shifted dramatically, their smiles turning even warmer. Oh, so you are the top scholar. How wonderful that our Lingling gets to share a dormitory with you. We sincerely apologize for our previous remarks. Upon seeing that you also chose to pursue a degree in artificial intelligence at Magic City University, we have been eagerly awaiting this. Su Qiang, would you be kind enough to mentor our Lingling in her studies? If only she could possess half your intelligence. Sharing a class and even a dormitory with you is such a stroke of luck. It's as if our family tomb has suddenly begun to emit smoke. Su Qiang twitched her lips, finding their flattery excessively extravagant. However, her roommate's parents were not excessively demanding. Although they indulged in monetary extravagance, they at least held a reverence for those who excel in academia and respected knowledge. She smiled and nodded, affirming that they would all strive for improvement together. At that moment, another person entered the dormitory. Miss, it's quite dusty inside. Please wait until we have tidied up before entering. The occupants of the dorm turned to see a girl clad in a Chanel dress, clutching a Dior handbag, who covered her mouth and nose, nodded slightly, stepped back, and exited the room, casting a glance at Su Qiang before turning away. Her two attendants entered with their belongings, greeting everyone before commencing their tasks. Their movements stirred up even more dust in the already cluttered space. Hei Lingling's mother surveyed the beds and the two aloof attendants, but ultimately refrained from speaking. At that juncture, Aunt Wang advised Su Qiang, Miss, please accompany Miss Deng to the corridor and close the door. Deng Yaitong promptly ushered Su Qiang outside, declaring, I want you need to stay. I'm just here to help with the cleaning. Lingling, you should step outside as well. Hei Lingling was similarly nudged out by her father. Another roommate followed suit, sighing, oh dear, we'll have to clean again shortly. Thankfully, I haven't yet laid out my bedding. Hei Lingling blinked curiously. I'm Hei Lingling. What is your name? The girl with delicate features and thick black-rimmed glasses brushed aside her bangs, responding, I'm Yishio. Hei Lingling gasped softly, wow? You're the science champion from Zhejiang province. Oh my gosh, our dorm has two academic prodigies. Woe is me, I'm just mediocre. Su Qiang, wishing to remain understated and not draw too much attention to herself, continued the introductions. As for me, I'm Su Qiang. Hei Lingling's face flushed again. I'm so sorry. My parents can be quite a nuisance. She lowered her voice. My family is nouveau riche. They've demolished several properties. And now that they have money, they've gotten a bit carried away. Please don't take it to heart. My parents truly admire you. They just spoil me too much. I sincerely apologize. I'll treat you all to lunch today. Su Qiang smiled and shook her head. It's all right. I certainly won't dwell on such trivial matters. It was indeed a minor issue, and since she had offered a sincere apology multiple times, there was no need to hold a grudge. Yishio remarked, I initially thought that the national champion chose Magic City University out of financial necessity. As the school offers considerable subsidies, it appears that isn't the case. Hei Lingling inquired, why do you think that, Xiao, the academic elite? Yishio shrugged nonchalantly. I chose this school precisely because of financial constraints. My parents intended for me to select Kyoto University, but the subsidies here are more generous. Su Qiang mused that this academic roommate was indeed a sincere and straightforward girl. She responded, my family is well off. I selected this institution because it is near my home, and I can skip class without needing to request leave. Oh, does that mean you won't be staying in the dormitory often? Hei Lingling lamented. That would make me sad. Su Qiang tilted her head. I'm not sure yet. It depends on the circumstances. Chapter 174. The washing machine exclusively for the young lady. Wow, why are you so beautiful, adorable, and kind? May I pinch your cheek? Hei Lingling's eyes sparkled with excitement, her fingers twitching with anticipation. Yishio directly reached over and touched Su Qiang's face, so smooth. Do you not wear foundation? How is your skin so fair? Hei Lingling leaned in closer. Goodness. Su Qiang, your skin is phenomenal. You could easily rely on your looks, yet you excel in your studies as well. Su Qiang covered her cheeks with both hands. We are all quite lovely. The camaraderie among the three blossomed rapidly amidst their playful banter, and after a few more exchanges, they noticed that the dorm had been cleaned, prompting their return inside. Hei Lingling helped her parents make the bed, while Yishio took care of her own bedding, leaving Su Qiang to observe. The wealthy roommate who had arrived with attendants truly exhibited affluence. Her bedding was made of genuine silk. Of course, Su Qiang's was no less impressive, as Uncle Wen had prepared only the finest for her. Hei Lingling's mother gazed enviously, lamenting, had I known, I would have prepared a silk set for our Lingling as well. The summers in Magic City are so hot. Sleeping on silk would surely be more comfortable. Hei Lingling replied with a smile. Mother, I'm not that delicate, and I'm accustomed to sleeping on pure cotton. At that moment, The roommate's attendants brought in a small washing machine, and one of the attendants, smiling, said, "This is our young lady's exclusive washing machine, designed with the consideration that she might need to do laundry during her stay at school." Su Qiang and her companions immediately voiced their stance. "No, thank you. We will not use it." Having already grown familiar with each other and understanding their personalities, they exchanged knowing glances, recognizing the implications. It seemed that this final roommate might be rather difficult to get along with. The two attendants exchanged satisfied smiles upon hearing this. Fortunately, the balcony was spacious, so adding another washing machine did not create a sense of overcrowding. Once the washing machine was installed, a delivery of larger items arrived at the entrance. Aunt Wang set down her cloth. "The washing machine has arrived. You four, come in and help install it." Two bodyguards carried in a drum washing machine, while another two brought in a matching dryer. The four men moved with steady, purposeful strides, their sunglasses lending them an air of authority, leaving the occupants of the dorm in awe. Hai Lingling whispered, "Could this be provided by the school? Is this the prestige of a national champion?" Su Qiang chuckled and explained to her, "And Yi Xiu, this washing machine and dryer are what I prepared. The drum washing machine is gentler on clothing, and the dryer will be quite useful. During the rainy season, we won't have to worry about our clothes not drying and developing an odor. We can all use it together." This was her request. Initially, Uncle Wen had suggested that dirty laundry be collected by the attendants, but she had declined. A university student should embody the essence of university life, and she had washed her own clothes before. These relatively inexpensive sports garments could easily be laundered in a washing machine. Everyone was taken aback, including the two attendants, astonished at the revelation that she had provided the machines, implying that these four robust bodyguards were also part of her household. The dormitory previously housed an old washing machine, but Su Qiang found it cumbersome and instructed the bodyguards to remove it. The roommate had her own washing machine, and Hai Lingling and Yi Xiu clearly prioritized cleanliness, so sharing a washing machine with them posed no issue. Hai Lingling's mother expressed her astonishment. "Lingling's father, why didn't we think of this? Oh dear, how embarrassing." Hai Lingling's father replied, "Oh, how could ordinary people conceive of such things? If it weren't for the national champion, the school might not even accommodate this." Their Lingling was fortunate to have access to the blessings of the champion, though it was indeed somewhat embarrassing. Hai Lingling and Yi Xiu nodded in agreement. It was indeed a touch awkward, but they genuinely desired to use that dryer. Hai Lingling's mother quickly devised a brilliant idea. "How about this? We will cover the dormitory's electricity costs from now on. Feel free to use the appliances without hesitation." Hai Lingling and her father wholeheartedly agreed. How fortunate it was to share a dormitory with two affluent individuals. However, Yi Xiu, who considered herself less fortunate, pondered for a moment and then exclaimed, "I'll take care of the cleaning for the dormitory from now on." Aunt Wang and Hai Lingling's parents were pleased with this arrangement. Being able to resolve minor matters with money for their daughters was indeed a blessing. The bodyguards soon completed their tasks and exited, leaving the dorm considerably cleaner. At that moment, the wealthy roommate entered, casually stating, "I am Song Qian." She exuded an air of refined elegance. Su Qiang and her two roommates also introduced themselves in a similarly subdued manner. Hai Lingling's parents, however, remained oblivious, continuing with their own activities. Aunt Wang cast a friendly glance and nodded in acknowledgement. At that moment, Gao Lingling's mother opened the package, revealing local delicacies from their hometown, expressing the honor of sharing these specialties with the two top scholars. "Come now, Su Qiang and Yi Xiu, do not turn up your noses at them." As she spoke, she retrieved 2 portions from the 3 specialties, making a slight rustling sound with the bag, ensuring everyone noticed that she still had 1 portion left. Gao Lingling had always been aware of her parents' wealth, yet still felt a twinge of jealousy. Though she had continuously tried to correct this sentiment, on this occasion, she found herself unwilling to do so. Who would want to gift the delicacies painstakingly brought over such a long distance to someone with a princess complex? Perhaps the recipient might not even appreciate them, fearing they were unsanitary or even toxic. Chapter 175. Who isn't a little princess at home? Su Qiang and Yi Xiu graciously accepted the offerings. Deng Yaitong swiftly made her bed and, with alacrity, climbed down from the upper bunk to open a bag before Aunt Wang could do so. She cast a furtive glance toward Song Qian's direction. At that moment, Song Qian wore a frown, her expression a complex mix as she observed the scene. Her 2 maids had nearly finished tidying up, having unpacked everything, and there were no visible specialties among the items. Thus, Deng Yaitong took out 2 of the 3 portions, stating, "These are the specialties from Ningqiang, selected after much deliberation with my best friend Chong Chong. Do give them a try?" Aunt Wang opened her mouth, feeling that even if she found the person unappealing, it was best not to confront them directly, lest they encounter some petty individuals. However, seeing that Su Qiang said nothing, she chose to remain silent. Gao Lingling and Yi Xiu accepted the gifts with delight, while Gao Lingling's parents expressed their gratitude with warm smiles. Just then, Yi Xiu opened her backpack and produced another bag, laying out several jars on the table. These are sweet potato chips that my family dried, along with a particularly fragrant chili sauce. My mother made a little extra for me to share with my roommates. If you don't mind, we could enjoy them together during our meal. The jars were clean plastic containers, repurposed from other foods. Su Qiang and Gao Lingling promptly assured her that they had no objections. Gao Lingling's mother sniffed the air, saying, I do have quite the penchant for spicy food. Yi Xiu, would you consider selling me a jar of your chili sauce? Gao Lingling facepalmed, suspecting her mother might soon announce a price. Yi Xiu smiled and immediately handed over a jar, saying, This chili sauce isn't expensive. Please enjoy it, auntie. Thank you. I'll have Lingling treat you to a meal later, her mother replied. At that moment, the two maids had efficiently finished setting up the beds, but their faces reflected disdain, tinged with a hint of contempt. TCH, if they don't want it, they don't have to. Our young lady wouldn't care less. They scoffed at the notion of the chili sauce potentially causing stomach issues, deeming the sweet potato chips to appear dirty and certainly unsanitary. Having finished their tasks, they turned to Song Qian and said, Miss, shall we head home now? Song Qian nodded and addressed Su Qiang and the others. I won't be staying in the dormitory much anymore. I've also taken leave from the upcoming military training. Yi Xiu nodded in agreement, reassuring her, Don't worry. We won't touch your things. Song Qian opened her mouth, intending to clarify that this wasn't her point. But upon seeing her three roommates engaged in lively conversation and glancing at Su Qiang, she ultimately chose silence and departed. Gao Lingling immediately rolled her eyes, exclaiming, I want to indulge her. Who isn't a little princess at home? Yi Xiu blinked, pondering why Song Qian always seemed to be looking at Su Qiang. Deng Yaitong, with a cheerful smile, chimed in, It's because our Chang Jie is so beautiful. Much more so than her. Yi Xiu nodded in agreement, acknowledging that while Song Qian was indeed stunning, Su Qiang seemed to surpass even the beauty of celebrities. Gao Lingling suggested, perhaps she is simply curious about Su Qiang, the academic prodigy. When we first arrived, we happened to mention Su Qiang's name. At that moment, Gao Lingling's father mysteriously returned from the balcony, stating, I just saw your roommate get into a Rolls Royce, and her servants were in an Audi. The word also carried a subtle weight, causing Gao Lingling to feel embarrassed as she covered her face. Her mother scolded her father to help out. Su Qiang, wishing to shift the conversation away from such trivial matters, proposed, rather than dwell on this unproductive chatter, why don't we consider what to have for lunch? Gao Lingling raised her hand, exclaiming, I'll treat. Where can we find delicious food in the Magic City? I know. I've been in the Magic City for a year. Deng Yaitong counted off restaurants before adding, the cafeteria at your school is also quite good, though I haven't eaten there. How about you treat me? No problem. My parents are returning home this afternoon, so I'll take them to try the cafeteria as well. Next time, I'll treat you all to something delicious outside. Gao Lingling added cheerfully, Sister Tong, since you know the Magic City well, why don't you take us out to have fun when you have time? Deng Yaitong glanced at the side and replied, Your Chang Jie is also familiar with the Magic City. She has many friends here. Oh right. Gao Lingling then inquired, Chang Jie, do you have a house in the Magic City as well? Su Qiang nodded in affirmation. At this juncture, Yi Xiu brought up the topic of their ages, asking, Shall we arrange ourselves in order? Ultimately, Su Qiang was determined to be the eldest, but she declined the title of Big Sister. Amidst the laughter and banter, the dormitory was entirely tidied up. Aunt Wang bid them farewell with a smile, and the group set off toward the cafeteria. After their meal, Gao Lingling's parents declined her offer to see them off, opting instead to take a car to the airport. Deng Yaitong observed that Su Qiang was getting along splendidly with her roommates and returned to school. Upon arriving back at the dormitory, the trio was surprised to find a small refrigerator covered with floral fabric. Their roommates exclaimed in delight, calling it impressive and a stroke of good fortune. Su Qiang cleared her throat and said, Let us just use it quietly. After all, there won't be any room inspections. It was undoubtedly a provision arranged by Uncle One, discreetly camouflaged. Gao Lingling pulled out a wad of cash her parents had given her before leaving, declaring, Let us take a short break, then head to the supermarket and fill the refrigerator. I'll treat. We can eat, drink, and chat before heading to the class meeting. Chapter 176. Who is the class flower? The three friends chatted in the dormitory until around 4 or 5 in the afternoon before heading to the teaching building together. Gao Lingling linked arms with each of them and proclaimed extravagantly, Tomorrow we start military training. I've heard it's quite difficult to take leave during that time. Let us have a feast after the class meeting. I'll treat. Otherwise, we'll be stuck eating in the cafeteria for half a month. Yi Xiu licked her lips, stating, I think the cafeteria food is quite tasty as well. Su Qiang shot her a look and replied, Since Lingling is treating, let us indulge ourselves. She had noticed that Yi Xiu was quite the foodie, possessing a hearty appetite, and even the simplest of meals seemed exquisite when shared with her. Yi Xiu nodded in agreement. Gao Lingling shivered in response, realizing that Su Qiang, the wealthy girl, intended to treat her. She quickly chuckled, saying, "I still have a few thousand left from what my mom gave me. Let us make sure this meal doesn't exceed that amount." Su Qiang teased, "No need to splurge. Save your money for more meals. Perhaps even treat us to a month's worth of late-night snacks." Gao Lingling felt relieved, as knowing she could afford many meals alleviated her concerns, and she boldly declared, "No problem." Just as they entered the classroom, they overheard the boys engaging in fervent conversation. "I'm telling you, the class flower is definitely Song Qian." "Really? More beautiful than that egg-faced girl in the last row?" "That is for certain." "What does the class flower look like, and where does she sit?" "All the girls haven't even arrived yet, and you're already jumping to conclusions?" "Oh, come on. Would I lie to you? The class flower has taken leave and won't be attending today as military training, but she is indeed the class flower." As Kaiga said, and I caught a glimpse of her, "She is incredibly beautiful and exudes charm." "Ah, then it must be true. Kai Gu is a wealthy heir. Undoubtedly the richest in our class. His insights must be profound, so if he says she is the class flower, then she must be." "Hush. Let me share a secret with you all. It seems that the class beauty, Song Qian, hails from an even wealthier family. I overheard some people from Kai Ji's dormitory casually mentioning it. Kai Gu has known the class beauty for quite some time and has been pursuing her. Oh, look at the newcomer. Our class boasts such a stunning girl. She is truly my goddess. Is the class beauty even more beautiful than her? What must the class beauty look like then? How beautiful can she be? I wonder." The speaker instantly fell silent, becoming utterly stunned. Ever since Su Qiang entered the classroom, the noise within seemed to diminish. Gao Lingling glanced around, her chest puffing up a bit. With a roommate like Su Qiang, possessing such ethereal beauty and academic prowess, she felt a sense of pride. Meanwhile, Yi Xiu felt uncomfortable under the many gazes, her eyes instinctively fixed on the floor. Su Qiang found it amusing. One roommate was socially confident, while the other was socially anxious. "Hey, is the class beauty really more beautiful than her?" "Well, I've seen both, and I find this girl before us more attractive." "Don't speak carelessly. Kaiga decides who the class beauty is, and that's that. I'm looking forward to mingling with him too." The speaker's excitement caused his voice to rise, catching Gao Lingling's attention. She immediately rolled her eyes, thinking, blind. Yi Xiu felt even more eyes on them, and quickly pulled Gao Lingling aside. "There are empty seats over here. Let us sit in the back." After sitting down, Gao Lingling still felt indignant, muttering, "They should really look at themselves before criticizing others. It's so rude. Anyone with eyes can see you're far more beautiful than Song Qian." Su Qiang tugged at her, reminding her, "The mouths of others are not yours to control." True enough, Gao Lingling shifted the topic. Unfortunately, the chatter from the girls at the back grew louder. What good is being pretty? Do they expect to charm others with their looks? How ridiculous. Exactly. Since we're in school, we should focus on academic performance. I saw Su Chang's name on our class list. She is the national top scorer. Our class is impressive. I also spotted Yi Xiu's name, the top scorer from Zhejiang. That is nothing. No matter how good-looking someone is, it doesn't matter. We're not in the arts. We need to rely on our grades. Right? Being attractive won't help in exams. Gao Lingling felt furious, turning around, ready to stand up and tell those snarky individuals that two top scorers were right before them. At that moment, a few boys stormed into the classroom, one of them shouting, "Quiet down, everyone. Kaiga has something to say." All eyes turned towards the front. One tall, well-dressed boy approached the podium, showing no signs of shyness as he introduced himself. "I'm Zhao Kai, and I'd like to discuss something with everyone." He scanned the room. Seeing he had captured everyone's attention, nodded in satisfaction, cleared his throat, and continued, "After class, I'll treat everyone to the Tianlai bar. Good food and drinks for all. Also, after military training, our class will soon elect a class leader and a group leader. I hope to earn your votes." He assured them, "I promise to serve you well and lead us effectively. Of course, if you don't vote for me, that is fine too. We're all in the same class." Which is fate. With military training starting tomorrow, let us enjoy ourselves today. Everyone must come. Chapter 177, Self-Introduction. The Tianlai Bar. It seems to be one of the upscale bars in the Magic City. I just checked. It's definitely true, with a high average expenditure. Since Kai Gu is treating us to such an experience, we absolutely must go. Kai Gu's generosity is boundless. He'll surely book a private room for our enjoyment. How exciting. We must attend. Is the class beauty coming? As soon as those words left his mouth, the boys' gazes all turned toward the girls in the back, specifically landing on Su Qiang. At that moment, Zhao Kai, still at the podium, immediately added, "The class beauty isn't coming. She is not participating in military training, which is why she isn't here." Some outsiders murmured, "Wait, isn't she the class beauty?" The classroom was large, and there was a bit of distance between the podium and the back row. Zhao Kai squinted, trying to see, and was momentarily stunned. How can there be such a divine beauty in our class? She is even more beautiful than Song Qian. However, she was merely dressed in sportswear, indicating a less affluent background. No matter how striking her appearance, it wouldn't matter. We are all adults in university, on the brink of entering society. In the future, it will be all about family background and status. Those with wealth and power are the true leaders. Beauty alone cannot secure that position. Thus, he chose Song Qian. Zhao Kai smiled, saying, "Actually, the class beauty is Song Qian. I've known her since childhood. She has always been the most beautiful girl around. That hasn't changed." Many caught the subtext, suggesting the extraordinarily beautiful girl in class might have undergone cosmetic enhancements, while the class beauty, Song Qian, was naturally stunning from childhood. The girls in the back, including Gao Lingling and Yi Xiao, were enraged. Su Chong hadn't worn any makeup. Not a trace of imperfection on her face. How could anyone think she was altered? Gao Lingling was about to argue with them when a young and attractive teacher, clearly more mature, entered the classroom. It was their advisor. Everyone obediently returned to their seats, and the classroom quieted significantly. The advisor began discussing some arrangements. And Gao Lingling whispered, "Sister Chong, Xiao, do you want to go to the bar?" Honestly, I was quite eager to see the world, but I'm not fond of Zhao Kai. Yi Xiao replied softly. I was also looking forward to it. After all, someone is treating, and there will definitely be plenty of delicious food. Upon hearing this, Su Chong suggested quietly, "Then let us go. If it's not fun, we can leave early. We have military training for half a month, so tonight is a perfect opportunity to enjoy Tinlei Bar." Gao Lingling clenched her fists. "Then let us go. I'll tell you all, my singing is superb. I've practiced specifically for this, and I'll surely outshine those sourpusses." Yi Xiao added, "Let us enjoy a meal and not vote for Zhao Kai." "Su Chong, do you want to run for class leader?" Gao Lingling also looked at Su Chong. Su Chong shook her head slightly. "I don't want any position. It seems too troublesome. How about we support Xiao for group leader?" Gao Lingling agreed. "Yes." Tong Jie mentioned that school is like a small society, especially in our prestigious school. Being a class officer will be very beneficial for the future. Yi Xiao hesitated. Can I really do it?" Gao Lingling encouraged her, "Of course. Xiao, your grades are excellent. Since Sister Chong isn't interested, it's only right for you to take on the role. Plus, if we have a class officer in our dormitory, we'll get all the notifications in advance." "That's great." This was also suggested by Deng Yaitong, and Yi Xiao didn't hesitate long before agreeing. "All right, I'll run." "Okay, that's our class arrangement. Next, please stand up and introduce yourselves to get to know each other. Perhaps there are classmates who don't yet know that this year's national top scorer and Zhejiang top scorer are in our class." Indeed, some were unaware, and the classroom buzzed with chatter as many students looked around, guessing who the mysterious national top scorer could be. See, it's true. Being good-looking doesn't compare to being academically successful. In school, it's all about the grades. Look, our advisor specifically mentioned the top scorers. They wouldn't comment on anyone's looks. Indeed, possessing beauty holds a certain significance. For instance, our Yu is exceptionally attractive. Not only does she have a lovely appearance, but she also excels academically, and her voice is melodious, truly a perfect combination. Indeed, her name, Yu, is quite pleasant as well, and she ranked among the top 10 in the province in the college entrance examination. I dare say even the names of the national top scorers cannot compete with the charm of Yu's name. A delicate voice modestly interjected, "Oh, please, everyone. Do not speak so highly of me. I am not as remarkable as you claim." Gao Lingling cast a sidelong glance behind her, her heart scoffing. She was far less attractive than Su Chong, her academic performance also lacking. Why not simply admit her envy instead of seeking to diminish others? Just wait and see how they will be left astonished. However, there was one point she felt compelled to address. "Pray tell, how is the name Su Chong unappealing?" The surname Su is melodious, and the character Chong is both beautiful and powerful, certainly not commonplace. The four students in the back row exchanged puzzled looks. Was she not part of the group with the most beautiful girl in front? Why was she defending the national top scorer? One girl half-heartedly replied, "Yes, indeed. You make a valid point. It is rather impressive." Su Chong pulled Gao Lingling aside, suggesting, "What is there to argue about? Let us listen to everyone's self-introductions." Gao Lingling turned her head, still unconvinced, muttering under her breath, "I truly do not understand what there is to be proud of. Her looks are not the pinnacle. Her grades are not at the top, and she cannot even aspire to be a broadcaster." Gao Lingling's thoughts were swiftly interrupted as Zhao Kai, seated at the front, stood first, turning to face everyone with a smile. "Allow me to begin the introductions," he said. "I am Zhao Kai, a native of the Magic City. Having grown up here, Should anyone wish to know about the best places to eat and have fun in the Magic City, feel free to ask me. My hobbies include singing and basketball. My family runs a small company in the realm of the internet, a field I have cherished since childhood. I have always been fascinated by artificial intelligence. I adore small animals, and my family's yard is home to many. I wonder if there are fellow students who share my love for cats and dogs. The entire class was captivated by him, eyes wide in astonishment. Gao Lingling muttered, "What an affluent background, and he is even more sociable than I am." Yi Xiu remarked, "He is quite the conversationalist. I envy him." Following Zhao Kai's introduction, the classroom erupted in enthusiastic applause. Such charisma was rare. Most students offered only a few brief words. When it was Su Chang's turn, the previously disinterested students turned their attention toward her. Standing in order, she nodded slightly before the multitude of curious gazes and stated, "I am Su Chang, from Ning City," before promptly taking her seat. Chapter 178. This young lady exhibits remarkable courage. Her succinct introduction left everyone momentarily speechless. Ah, she is indeed the national top scorer, Su Chang. Who would have thought she would be so breathtakingly beautiful? It is utterly astonishing. The national top scorer has chosen our school. I always imagined she would be a low-key scholar from a modest background, lacking in glamour. Yet, she is dressed rather plainly. Could it be that she is truly from a less fortunate background? If that is the case, her beauty must be purely natural. How enviable. It is infuriating to compare oneself to others. She could easily thrive on her looks, yet she works so diligently and excels academically. What chance do we ordinary folk have? If we must compare, let it be with the top scorer from Zhejiang or that girl with the oval face in the last row. At least they excel in their studies or beauty. We mere mortals are no match for such goddesses of beauty and intellect. Indeed, if I were in their shoes, I would be overwhelmed with despair. The spotlight has been decisively stolen. In the presence of such a formidable scholar and beauty, we can only look up in admiration. Though the discussions were hushed, the essence was still audible. In the last row, Yu Yu's expression darkened with jealousy. The oval-faced girl must be referring to her. From elementary school through high school, she had always been the most beautiful in her class. She was among the top in the school. Initially, she believed her beauty would allow her to stand out in her class, perhaps even in her department or the entire school. Who would have guessed that in reality, she could not even rank among the top in her class? Her presence was non-existent. And then there was Su Chang, not only stunningly beautiful, but also with the aura of a national top scorer. And what about the class beauty, Song Qian? Chosen from among the boys. Even Zhao Kai, a second-generation rich kid from the Magic City, was smitten by her, so Song Qian must be exceptionally beautiful as well. Gao Lingling immediately turned to the back row, her heart swelling with delight as she observed Yu Yu's sullen expression and the other three students gaping in disbelief. She gleefully remarked, "Did you think it was a surprise? Our Su Chang is not only a divine beauty, but also an academic prodigy. The concerns you harbored are entirely unfounded. Some individuals are simply born extraordinary. You cannot hope to compete and can only sulk behind their backs." The four from Yu Yu's group furrowed their brows in discontent. No wonder she was defending the national top scorer. This was indeed Su Chang. One person retorted, "Are you toying with us? Is it truly amusing?" Gao Lingling raised an eyebrow, smiling in triumph, nodding in agreement. Of course, it was amusing to provoke those envious souls by flaunting her superiority. The distance between the front and back rows made their veiled remarks deliberately audible to her. Had they whispered in their dormitory or elsewhere, she would have had no need to provoke them. As they contemplated how to retaliate, the instructor interjected. Having noticed the applause had momentarily waned, "With such outstanding classmates in our midst, shouldn't we offer a round of applause to welcome them?" After which, he led the applause. The classroom erupted in enthusiastic clapping, with a few boys whistling amidst the cheers. Su Chang tugged at Yi Xiu's sleeve, whispering, "It's your turn." Yi Xiu stood up immediately, having waited for the applause meant for Su Chang. As the applause gradually subsided, she blushed slightly, her voice soft. "Hello everyone. I am Yi Xiu, from Zhejiang province. I am delighted to be classmates with you all, and I hope you will look after me." With that, she promptly sat down. Heaven knows, she had struggled to muster a few dry words for the sake of future class elections. This time, applause erupted once again, accompanied by murmurs of discussion. Now, that is how a scholar should present themselves. My high school top scholar was also of the bespectacled type. How enviable that two top scholars share a dormitory. I wish to join the scholar dormitory. The study atmosphere must be exquisite. Ah, they must be able to collaborate on assignments with glee. At that moment, Gao Lingling stood up, and as applause began to fade, the voices of the girls in the back rang out. "We shall see how impressive you truly are. With two top scholars as your roommates, should you not feel a sense of shame?" Gao Lingling scoffed internally, lifting her chin proudly as she declared, "I am Gao Lingling, hailing from Hejiang province, and I have two scholar roommates. one of whom is also a divine beauty. Oh, and let me not forget that the absent Song Qian is also from our dormitory. She is a stunning beauty as well. I am immensely proud. I am certain that sharing a dorm with Yi Xiao and Su Chang will make my university life exceedingly wonderful. I believe that in such an outstanding environment, I too shall become increasingly exceptional. That is all I have to say. Thank you for your applause. After a brief pause, the classroom erupted into enthusiastic applause. The envy had become palpable. Gao Lingling was indeed fortunate. She exuded such charisma, and yet, she possessed an undeniable charm. With her height complemented by her round face, she embodied a delightful contrast. I noticed that all the girls in her dormitory were quite beautiful as well. At that moment, the counselor announced, "We have another classmate, Song Qian, who, due to health reasons, cannot participate in the military training. She will return to class after the training concludes. Now, let us invite the next students to introduce themselves." The 4 students in the back row felt somewhat disheartened by Gao Lingling's boldness. Such audacity was a rare sight. Upon hearing the counselor mention that Song Qian would not be attending military training, one girl lamented sincerely, her voice slightly raised. "Song Qian is so fortunate. By the time we VE-tanned from 2 weeks of training, she'll stand out like a pristine flower. Wealth and privilege truly have their advantages." Just as the counselor's words concluded, her complaint resonated throughout the classroom, catching the attention of most students, her roommate unable to contain her. Everyone had been focused on the back row, anticipating their introductions, yet suddenly, their gazes shifted awkwardly. While many girls might have harbored similar thoughts, to vocalize them so loudly, particularly about the admiration of the boys, was undeniably bold. I must say, this girl exhibited quite the audacity. Did Zhao Kai in the front row not look a bit perturbed? Yu Yu's demeanor soured even further. Her self-introduction stumbled. "I'm Yu Yu, I enjoy singing. I'm from," she hastily concluded and sat down, receiving only sparse applause, her face flushing with frustration. Was her appearance truly deserving of such meager applause? All thanks to those foolish roommates. The 2 girls beside her rushed through their introductions, and it was now the turn of the earlier outspoken girl. Chapter 179. Lest I Fear Song Qian Misunderstands. All eyes in the class turned curiously towards her, her spotlight eclipsing Yu Yu's. After all, with a goddess of beauty present, Yu Yu's less striking appearance paled in comparison. It was far more intriguing to observe this audacious speaker. Su Chang and her companions also turned their attention to the back row. "I am Wang Huowei. It's a pleasure to meet you all." Wang Huowei, her face flushed, quickly finished her introduction and sat down, prompting Gao Lingling to clap vigorously, her eyes sparkling with amusement. Su Chang stifled a laugh, clapping as well. She thought to herself how mischievous Gao Lingling was. Clearly, Yu Yu was fiercely competitive, yet the attention had shifted to her roommate Wang Huowei. Was Yu Yu not seething with jealousy? The classroom soon filled with an inexplicable wave of applause. Yu Yu's complexion turned ashen as she glanced at her roommate, struggling to maintain her smile. Gao Lingling, with a teasing tone, remarked, "Huowei, does that mean wisdom? Your name is rather unremarkable, not at all befitting of you." Wang Huowei lowered her head, avoiding the curious gazes, utterly unwilling to retort. Yi Xiao gave Gao Lingling a thumbs up. Gao Lingling truly had a way with words. After all, it was Wang Huowei who had previously criticized Su Chang's name. This was a perfect comeback. The remaining self-introductions proceeded without incident. And after the counselor summarized the session and offered a few concluding remarks, the meeting was adjourned. Once the counselor departed, Zhao Kai stepped back onto the stage. "I have reserved a private room at Tianlai Bar, and as it's dinner time now, feel free to head over if you have nothing else planned. Those with cars can drive, while those without can take a taxi. Just mention my name upon arrival." Zhao Kai's proclamation was bold, prompting a chorus of admiration from the boys, shouting, "Kai Gu, you're amazing." Some of the girls who had just learned of his affluent background during his introduction chimed in enthusiastically. Su Chang stood up. "Let us go." The 3 of them rose, drawing the attention of the boys with cars. To be seen driving such divine beauties to a bar was undeniably a point of pride. However, upon noticing Zhao Kai approaching them, the boys quickly fell silent. Just then, as Su Chang and her friends reached the classroom exit, Zhao Kai paused to inquire, "Su Chang, you and your roommates will be joining the gathering at the bar, right?" Su Chang also halted, nodding. "Yes, all of us from the dormitory will go." Zhao Kai flashed a friendly smile. "Then you are most welcome. Just be sure to take a taxi there, as I cannot offer you a ride. I fear Song Qian might misunderstand." With that, he nodded and returned to the classroom. Su Chang's eyes widened in confusion, her mind racing with questions. Gao Lingling and Yi Xiao were equally taken aback. Just then, the 4 girls from UU's dormitory passed by, catching the latter part of Zhao Kai's words. Wang Huowei scoffed dismissively. "What a big ego. Does he not even have taxi fare? Does he think his looks grant him a free ride in a rich kid's car? How laughable." Yu's eyes sparkled with amusement. I must admit, having a roommate who could voice such sentiments was quite advantageous. It was best for someone else to deliver remarks that could offend. Gao Lingling snapped back to reality, glaring at Wang Huowei. Are you out of your mind? Only catching half of what was said. However, the four girls ignored her and strolled towards the stairs. Gao Lingling turned back, fuming. And what of Zhao Kai? Why would he say such things to us? Who would want his ride? What an overestimation of himself. Come on, let us confront him. Yishio restrained her, whispering. Is that really a wise course of action? His reputation in class is rather significant. Su Qiang also pulled her back. Let us go. Weren't you just saying you were hungry? What else with the backtracking? It seemed pointless to argue now, as it would only reflect poorly on them. With time, the classmates would come to realize that she and Gao Lingling were not exactly lacking in funds. Yishio nodded vigorously, right? Let us order a feast when we get to the private room and enjoy ourselves. Gao Lingling rubbed her flat stomach, her mood instantly brightening. Then let us go and experience the nightlife of Magic City. The three of them rode a shared bicycle to the school gate, where Gao Lingling ordered a taxi via her phone. Su Qiang did not object, as she too lacked a vehicle during her school days. She had only a convoy of bodyguards stationed nearby. What followed was a fortnight of military training, and she had no intention of seeking any special treatment, planning to remain on campus for the entire duration. Who could have predicted a gathering tonight? She informed her bodyguards to accompany her to Tianlai Bar, intending to have some fun before heading to her own Tianyan Bar, having noted that the two establishments were merely a street apart. As they awaited their ride, fellow classmates occasionally arrived at the same spot. After a while, a bright yellow Lamborghini convertible emerged from the campus, trailed by several ordinary sedans. The sports car instantly captivated everyone's attention at the school entrance. Gao Lingling exclaimed in excitement. Look, that sports car is so cool. How much do you think it costs? Su Qiang glanced at it. A low-end model likely costs 2 to 3 million. A second-hand one would be even cheaper. Save up some pocket money and get your parents to chip in, and you could buy a used one. Yishio adjusted her glasses. The driver looks like Zhao Kai. Gao Lingling marveled. Wow, such a flashy car certainly matches his personality. By the way, my parents want me to get my driver's license soon. They said they'd buy me a vehicle for commuting. Are you two interested in getting your licenses together? Su Qiang shook her head. I've already obtained mine. Yishio replied. I'll wait until I need it. I don't have the funds for a car right now anyway. Gao Lingling's face was instantly clouded with regret. But she quickly brightened up and said, Xiaoxiu, I will cover the registration fee for you. Will you accompany me to take the driving test? I feel quite uncertain about it. Yishio, with a serious expression, replied, No, I cannot take advantage of you. Su Qiang glanced at the financially secure Gao Lingling and sensed Yishio's intrigue, thus proposed, You excel in your studies. So why not offer Lingling tutoring in exchange for the debt? Or consider a weekend tutoring job. You will earn the money back swiftly. I can help you find opportunities. Gao Lingling immediately grasped Yishio's hand, exclaiming, Xiaoxiu, I am in dire need of your assistance with my studies. What if I cover half the fee as a tutoring fee, and you can repay me the other half during your university years? With Yishio's kind nature, she would undoubtedly offer her help without charge, yet she felt somewhat embarrassed to accept such generosity from her girlfriend. After a moment of contemplation, Yishio decided to forego her reservations and agreed with a smile. Just as they were conversing, a car arrived, and the three of them got in. Upon arriving at Tianlai Bar, they noticed many classmates had arrived around the same time, so they entered the bar together. Chapter 180, Mastery of Music. Upon entering the private room, which was lavishly adorned, the three of them, Su Qiang, Gao Lingling, and Yishio, were not inclined to show off. So they chose a more secluded corner to settle down. The table was already laden with draft beer, fruit juice, fruit platters, and various delicacies. Under the expectant gaze of the room manager, Zhao Kai pointed at the menu and declared loudly, Let us order 5 bottles of Louis XIII. The manager's face instantly lit up with joy, responding, Certainly, young Master Kai. I will have that brought to you immediately. The surrounding male classmates were taken aback by the price. Wow, Kai Ji is quite impressive. Each bottle of Louis XIII costs over 30,000. So 5 bottles amount to over 160,000. Incredible, Kai Ji. Thank you. We are in for a treat tonight. I must post about this on social media. Just imagine, 5 bottles costing 160,000. One could pay a down payment for a house in our county with that. What? 160,000 could buy a small house in our county. With their comments, everyone in the room became aware of Zhao Kai's extravagant expenditure on alcohol. Most of the female classmates gazed at him with starry eyes, some even squealing about how handsome Zhao Kai was. Surrounded by envious, adoring, and admiring glances, Zhao Kai felt on top of the world. He smiled and handed over the menu, encouraging everyone, Don't hold back. Order whatever you like. After that, he began to prompt everyone to sing, specifically addressing Su Qiang and the others. You two top students, What song would you like to sing? With his invitation, many eager female classmates, itching to showcase their talents, had to hold back their enthusiasm. Su Qiang did not respond immediately. She had never learned to sing and merely sang without any technique. Although she could stay on pitch, her singing was neither particularly good nor bad, making it challenging to perform in front of strangers, especially as the opening song. How can a wealthy beauty not know how to sing? I shall provide the host with mastery of music for free. That annoying Yu loves to sing, doesn't she? The host must surpass her. Sing with all your might. In an instant, Su Qiang felt she had acquired extensive knowledge about music. Not only could she sing, but she felt capable of writing songs as well. At that moment, Yi Xiu had already responded, I cannot sing. You all go ahead. Gao Lingling assumed Su Qiang was also reluctant to sing and contemplated stepping up herself. However, Yu, seated closer to Zhao Kai, stood up and said, since the top students are too shy to sing, I shall take the lead. As she spoke, she stretched out her hand to take the microphone from Zhao Kai. She had long awaited this moment. With her voice and singing, she was confident she could captivate the entire audience and become the star of the class. Even Zhao Kai, the wealthy heir, might be drawn to her. After all, he had not pursued Song Qian successfully, so perhaps she, who was only slightly less attractive than Song Qian, still had a chance. Yu took the microphone and said, could someone help me request easily hurt women by the Queen of Fei Fei? Thank you. At this, Zhao Kai began to applaud, exclaiming, it's a Cantonese song. His applause prompted most of the room to join in. I remember Yu is from the neighboring province of Guizhou. She must know Cantonese, right? I absolutely adore authentic Cantonese songs. I can't wait. They expected her to sing beautifully, daring to be the first to perform and choose a song by the Queen. The applause continued. Although it's worth noting that Cantonese songs truly sound best when sung by those fluent in the language. Otherwise, they may come across as peculiar. Yu wore a modest smile, yet her eyes sparkled with confidence. Her hometown was indeed near Guangdong province. And although her accent differed slightly from that of native Cantonese speakers, it was likely that no one in the class would detect it. So there was no need to worry. Gao Lingling muttered under her breath. She just loves to steal the spotlight. I must hear how well she can sing. Yu quickly began her performance. It must be said that aside from a few high notes she missed, her singing was quite pleasant. To those who did not understand music well, her performance was considered superb, and combined with her naturally delicate tone, she managed to infuse the song with a hint of the Queen's essence. After finishing a segment, the room erupted into enthusiastic applause and cheers. The cultural committee member truly shines. I won't accept this evening without you. Yu, you are our class's singing goddess. Yu humbly replied, thank you all. Before continuing her performance, Gao Lingling, unable to bear Yu's pretense, remarked, she missed several notes and faltered a bit. She didn't hit the high notes at all. Su Qiang quietly added, her Cantonese sounds slightly off, carrying some local dialect. It's not very standard. If a native Cantonese speaker or someone from Hong Kong heard it, they might laugh. Gao Lingling and Yi Xiu immediately questioned, really? How do you know? Su Qiang thought to herself, with her mastery of languages. It was only natural she would know. She replied, I enjoyed watching Hong Kong dramas as a child. After watching them frequently, I picked up some Cantonese. Gao Lingling sighed. What a pity that there are no Cantonese speakers in our class. Otherwise, having one sing would lend credibility. Yi Xiu covered her mouth with her hand and whispered, there is actually a Cantonese speaker in our class. During introductions, he said 4 words, Chen Chong, Cantonese. It's understandable you overlooked it. Gao Lingling and Su Qiang exchanged dubious glances, wondering how it was that only Yi Xiu had not overlooked it. Yi Xiu discreetly pointed, look, that SM in the corner. Su Qiang and Gao Lingling turned their gaze in that direction, thinking it was no wonder they had missed him. There sat Chen Chong, dressed in a simple white t-shirt and knee-length floral shorts, paired with a pair of flip-flops, engrossed in his phone with the screen brightness dimmed, giving him a rather inconspicuous presence. With such an unremarkable appearance and a plain name, amidst so many classmates, it was no surprise they had not noticed him. Su Qiang, with her keen eyesight, could see that Chen Chong had a youthful appearance, though his face bore a few pimples and dark circles, making him rather ordinary-looking. Gao Lingling lamented, alas, he seems to be socially anxious. He probably won't sing and will refrain from exposing Yu's shortcomings. Just wait and see what I can do. At that moment, Yu had completed an entire song to thunderous applause. As the clapping gradually subsided, she turned her gaze towards Su Qiang and the others, eager to say something. However, Gao Lingling had already seized the microphone and stood up, declaring, let me go. I'll request a song myself. She finished speaking and hurried to the song selection platform, choosing a rendition of Diamonds. Then, she walked to the front of the large screen, facing everyone, and proclaimed, this English song is for all of you. Thank you for your applause. Chapter 181, The Ordinary Male Classmate. The room fell silent for a brief moment before erupting into enthusiastic applause. Many recalled her as the social butterfly of the academic dormitory. With her charming yet composed demeanor, she was utterly delightful and in no way irritating. An English song. Truly, the girls in our class are exceptionally talented. I've heard this before. It's a song by a pop diva. The energy is electrifying. Shine bright like a diamond, Gao Lingling sang, casting a glance at Su Qiang. Su Qiang smiled subtly. The lyric conveys the idea of shining brilliantly like a diamond. Gao Lingling, having evidently honed her skills, delivered the performance with powerful breath control, her voice resonant and melodious, blending technique with genuine emotion. Moreover, her English pronunciation was impeccable, a sheer auditory pleasure. Accompanied by graceful gestures, her stage presence offered a visual delight as well. As the song concluded, the applause that followed was even more fervent than when Yu had sung earlier. That was fantastic. She could easily participate in a talent show. The academic dormitory truly harbors exceptional talent. I felt that Gao Lingling's performance surpassed Yu's. You can't compare them like that. This is an upbeat song, which naturally gives it an edge over a serene Cantonese ballad. I sensed that Gao Lingling seemed far more at ease while performing. You know how challenging a diva's song can be, and besides, I prefer our nation's music. Yet, Gao Lingling's stage presence was remarkable. She resembled a major star. Yu only sings slow songs. She can only stand there and sing. You really don't understand. The room was filled with light-hearted discussions as Gao Lingling returned to her seat, her previously joyful expression morphing into one of irritation. How frustrating. I'm a professional, she muttered. Yu can barely manage her breathing. During the high notes, it's almost unbearable. Can't they hear the difference? Su Qiang and Yishio both gave her a thumbs up. We can tell. You are the best. Gao Lingling's mood improved slightly, and as she glanced over, she caught a glimpse of Yu's displeased expression, instantly brightening her spirits. It seems she knows she couldn't sing as well as I did. Yu was feeling rather down, while the debate about who sang better lingered. She recognized that Gao Lingling indeed outperformed her. She loved singing, and though she had never formally trained, she had studied it somewhat. Anyone with a modicum of understanding in singing would acknowledge that Gao Lingling was superior. Her advantage lay merely in her song choice. Just as she contemplated shifting the topic, she noticed her roommate, Wang Huowei, stretching her neck as if to speak. Yu quickly restrained her and called out, "Everyone, let us not argue anymore. Gao Lingling sings better than I do. The academic dormitory is indeed a treasure trove of talent. I wonder if our academic deity is also hiding her light under a bushel? Su Qiang, we would love to hear your voice." Humph. She doubted Su Qiang could sing better than her. Otherwise, Su Qiang wouldn't have remained silent and let Gao Lingling take the stage. By feigning modesty now, she could garner goodwill. Once Su Qiang's less-than-stellar singing voice emerged, it would overshadow the reality of Gao Lingling's superior performance, ensuring she would be remembered as the best singer in the class. Upon hearing Yu's words, the crowd recalled Su Qiang's reserved nature and began to cheer for her to sing. Zhao Kai even picked up the microphone from the table and approached Su Qiang, personally handing it to her. "Academic deity, please." After he spoke, he walked away, secretly hoping that if Su Qiang's singing was lackluster, it would diminish her favorable reputation, making the class flower, Song Qian, appear more authentic. Gao Lingling muttered angrily under her breath. Yu is so calculating. What a schemer. Yishio was also annoyed. Zhao Kai clearly intended to embarrass Su Qiang. As the host, his actions put Su Qiang in an awkward position, making it difficult for her to decline. "No worries. Just watch me take down Yu." Su Qiang whispered reassuringly before standing up and addressing the crowd with the microphone. "Could someone please play a song by Peng Ling, titled Vortex?" "Thank you." She then cast a sidelong glance at Qin Chang in the corner, who, at that moment, raised his head to look at her. The male student at the song selection platform promptly entered the request and turned back to ask loudly, "Is this a Cantonese song? Is it a duet?" Su Qiang nodded. The atmosphere in the room instantly shifted. Wow, the academic deity is actually going to sing a Cantonese song. Could it be that she has been modest all along? Impossible. Even if she had been distracted and someone else sang first, being from Ningqing, she surely couldn't sing Cantonese well. Could it be that the academic deity truly deserves her title, possibly mastering multiple languages? This song is by Peng Ling, and had she not retired years ago, she would undoubtedly be a renowned diva today. She could rival even the likes of the pop diva. I absolutely adore this song. Now I only regret why I can't sing in tune. If only I had taken the time to learn it properly, I could have performed a duet with the goddess. Isn't that laid back, cool guy from your dormitory from Guangdong? At this moment, someone had already handed the microphone to Qin Chang. "Hey, do you want to sing with her?" Qin Chang hesitated for a moment, then grasped the microphone and asked, "Su Qiang, may I sing along with you?" His Mandarin was clearly tinged with a Cantonese accent, his intonation flat, as if his tongue were immobile. However, his voice was quite pleasant, possessing a deep, rich tone. Su Qiang readily nodded. Of course, having him join her would be ideal. Being a genuine Cantonese speaker, it would more starkly highlight Yu Yu's shortcomings in singing. Most of the male classmates looked on with envy as Chun Qiang stood up, their eyes filled with jealousy. Although the class flower was Song Qian, it did not diminish Su Qiang's status as their goddess. This seemingly ordinary boy, Chun Qiang, was about to sing with the goddess. How could they not be envious? They couldn't fathom what luck had befallen him. If it were them, they would boast about it for a lifetime. As the classmates at the song selection platform saw that both were ready, they began the playback. The prelude began, and a sense of anticipation filled the air. Su Qiang glanced at Yu Yu, who clenched her fists, her eyes wide with evident tension. Chun Qiang began to sing. Following the curves you designed, spinning in place, I fall deeper. Few had heard this song, and when they realized it was Chun Qiang's voice singing the first line, a mix of anticipation and disappointment washed over them. However, once Chun Qiang completed that line, everyone was astounded. Chapter 182. The classmates were captivated. No way, is that really Chun Qiang's voice? It's incredible. His singing was infinitely better than his spoken Mandarin. Who would have thought that this seemingly unremarkable boy could sing so beautifully? Wow, Chun Qiang's rendition is so true to the original. This bass, this rich, sonorous voice. It seems God has been fair to him, bestowing an unremarkable appearance, but granting him an extraordinary voice. The boys whispered among themselves, and some of the girls let out quiet gasps. Oh my goodness, this is the voice of my dream guy. I want to listen with my eyes closed. I'm resolute. I must gaze upon Chun Qiang. Otherwise, listening to this voice will lead me to ruin. Wang Huowei exclaimed, her excitement palpable. She wished to discuss with her roommate, but fell silent upon noticing Yu Yu's displeased expression. At that moment, Yu Yu's complexion turned ashen. She had not anticipated that there would be someone from Guangdong province in their class. Moreover, his accent and enunciation were the epitome of authentic Cantonese, devoid of any regional inflections typical of more remote areas. His singing was exquisite, far surpassing her own attempts at Cantonese songs. Surely, he must realize that her rendition was less than perfect. She could only hope he would refrain from mentioning it. No, that was not quite right. Now that Chun Qiang was present as a comparison, everyone would surely notice her own shortcomings in singing. Yu Yu fixated her gaze on Su Qiang, silently praying that Su Qiang's singing would be lackluster or her Cantonese imperfect, allowing her to salvage some dignity. Soon, it was the female vocalist's turn to sing, and Su Qiang began, transcending reason and nature, concealing the truth. In that instant, Yu Yu's face went pale. The entire private room was left in stunned silence. The magnetic yet melodious voice, imbued with a tender, smoky timbre. Could there truly be someone so flawless? So multifaceted? Not only was she extraordinarily beautiful, fit to be a model or a star, but she also excelled academically, achieving top marks as a scholar. And now, her singing was captivating. She could easily debut as a singer. Oh, but wait, she also spoke Cantonese with such proficiency. Might she be a linguistic prodigy? Her Cantonese pronunciation could rival that of Chun Qiang, the native speaker, leaving no discernible difference. Su Qiang, I adore you. I love you, love you, love you. Gao Lingling transformed into a fervent fan, her palms red from applause. Yi Xiu was equally exhilarated, her cheeks flushed as she clapped vigorously. Just as Su Qiang concluded a verse, everyone joined in applause. How could there be such an impeccable and versatile girl? I declare Su Qiang to be my goddess. It's simply too beautiful, too beautiful. I feel like I'm going mad. Su Qiang is so stunning and charming. Su Qiang, glance my way. Do you fancy girls? Some girls were equally enchanted by Su Qiang, erupting in enthusiastic cheers. Zhao Kai clapped heartily, deeply moved, pondering that aside from her background, Su Qiang was indeed more perfect than Song Qian. As Su Qiang and Chun Qiang sang once more, their harmony deepened, fully embodying the essence of the song. As they listened, the audience realized that Su Qiang would sing a line, and Chun Qiang would immediately follow with another, finally regaining their composure. This was, after all, a love song. What did it mean to love someone to the point of shattering, and to embrace me, forming a whirlpool? What merit did Chun Qiang possess to warrant such a selection? Why did the goddess choose to sing a love duet? Were all Cantonese duets inherently romantic? Regardless, I love listening to such melodies. But why did Su Qiang opt for a duet when there were so many delightful solo Cantonese songs available? Indeed. Why did she select a Cantonese song, a duet, and specifically a piece by Peng Ling? As the crowd pondered, those who understood exchanged knowing glances directed at Yu Yu. By now, Yu Yu had composed herself, donning a poised smile. Oh, it's merely a matter of singing well. It's just a duet. Just an unremarkable boy with no wealth. Soon, I'll pull Zhao Kai into a duet, and I can reclaim some dignity. As the song drew to a close, the room erupted in enthusiastic applause. Due to the distance and the noise, Qiang held the microphone and asked, Su Chang, how is your Cantonese so impeccable? He spoke in Cantonese, leaving many bewildered yet impressed, realizing that Chang's voice was indeed melodious. It was just that his previous Mandarin sounded somewhat odd, which had detracted from its appeal. Su Chang replied, I watched a lot of Hong Kong dramas growing up and self-studied a bit. She repeated her response in both Mandarin and Cantonese. The audience recognized the nature of Chang's inquiry and secretly marveled. The academic prodigy truly lived up to her reputation, mastering Cantonese with such ease. In this moment, there was little more to discuss, and the two exchanged nods before taking their seats. Gao Lingling and Yi Xiu excitedly grasped Su Chang's hands, exclaiming, You've hidden your talents too well. What else is there that you cannot do? Su Chang smiled, offering no response. Perhaps there was little she could not accomplish. After all, whenever she encountered a situation beyond her grasp, the system almost invariably provided her with new skills. She felt incredibly fortunate. Yu murmured quietly. Their singing is truly delightful, and the song selection is impeccable. Wang Huai overheard and immediately shouted, Duets are wonderful. Is there anyone else willing to perform a duet? Yu, why don't you join me for one? With that, she thrust the microphone into Yu's hands. Yu, taken aback, reluctantly rose and asked, Is there any male classmate willing to sing with me? Upon hearing this, Gao Lingling's enthusiasm waned. She found her insincerity unbearable. I detest such pretentiousness. Yet Yi Xiu held a different perspective, believing that Yu was merely unfortunate. Given Su Chang's outstanding qualities, Yu's attempts to compete felt futile. Gao Lingling sighed. If only she could sing with Zhao Kai, she might salvage some respect. Zhao Kai's background is far superior to Chang's. Almost as soon as she spoke, Yu, not waiting for the eager male classmates to respond, cheekily addressed Zhao Kai. Kai Go, would you duet with me? Zhao Kai paused. You all sing. I'm not a good singer, and I don't know Cantonese. The other boys began to tease him, insisting he was being modest. Yu thought to herself that a rich second generation like Zhao Kai should enjoy such singing venues. How bad could his singing really be? Moreover, she was not after his vocal prowess, but rather his status. She pressed on, It's fine. Do you know because of love? It's in Mandarin. The boys cheered, asserting that it was a lovely song and that the male part was not difficult to sing. I can sing it, but... Chapter 183, The Singing Prodigy of the Class. Only Zhao Kai is lacking. Ah, Kai Go, it's just a song. Don't overthink it. Look, Su Chang and Chang sang a love song together. What's the issue? Even if Song Qian finds out, she won't think much of it. The boys assumed Zhao Kai was concerned about something, and they encouraged him. Zhao Kai opened his mouth. He understood it was merely a song. But his reason for declining was that his singing was genuinely poor, which would tarnish his image in the class. Seeing Zhao Kai hesitating to refuse, Yu added, ISNT are gathering meant to help everyone get to know each other. I think we should have everyone sing a song. It would be best if it's a duet. Those solos are also welcome. This way, we'll all understand each other better. Come on, Kai Go. Don't shy away. I remember you mentioned in your introduction that you enjoy singing. Zhao Kai was momentarily taken aback. He did indeed love singing. But it was also true that he was not good at it. However, Yu's suggestion was valid. The purpose of today's gathering was to strengthen bonds. And a duet would be perfect if everyone was singing. His poor performance would not stand out. It was unlikely he would be the only one singing poorly among so many classmates. Thus, Zhao Kai stopped resisting, took the microphone, and prepared to sing. Seated between him and Yu, their classmate, understanding the situation, wisely relocated to another spot, thereby allowing Zhao Kai and Yu to stand quite close, almost directly in front of the central sofa of the private room. Observing this, their peers enthusiastically applauded. Yu, feeling a surge of pride, wore a somewhat bashful smile. Choosing the song because of love, her motivations were secondary. Primarily, she was confident in her vocal range. Having practiced every song by the illustrious diva Fei Fei, this particular song was one she had rehearsed the most, and she was determined not to falter this time. As the classmates at the karaoke station queued up the track, the music erupted. Zhao Kai, here's a CD from the past. The moment he opened his mouth to sing, the entire room fell silent. Even those who had been clapping momentarily forgot their applause. Who would have anticipated such a turn of events? His rendition was utterly off-key. His assertion of being a poor singer was a gross understatement. It was not merely unpleasant. It was excruciatingly dreadful. How could someone sing so poorly? His speech was perfectly fine, yet the moment he began to sing, it was as though his throat had been sawed. Pooh! Gao Lingling quickly covered her mouth, her shoulders shaking with laughter. With Zhao Kai's dismal singing, Yu's hopes of salvaging her dignity were dashed. She truly did not intend for this to happen. She simply could not restrain herself. Quick-witted classmates resumed their clapping to mask the unexpected laughter, and the applause reverberated once more in the private room. At this moment, Yu Yu's bashful smile froze on her face. She was genuinely at a loss. Soon, it was her turn to sing, and she hurriedly adjusted her mindset, preparing to deliver her part without faltering. It must be said, Yu Yu indeed possessed remarkable talent, managing to remain on track despite the chaos. Zhao Kai, I can go crazy for you. Yu Yu, because of love. As she began to sing, her heart trembled, and at last, she too was thrown off course. Gao Lingling, puhaha. Su Qiang also erupted in laughter, unable to contain herself. Not just them, many female classmates burst into laughter, only to stifle it as it returned to Zhao Kai's turn to sing. Zhao Kai continued to sing poorly, which was not particularly amusing. But when it came time for Yu Yu to sing again, everyone lost their composure. The scene of such earnest effort to sing well, striving to bring the other person into tune, only to be thrown off herself, was irresistibly humorous. The final line of the duet veered dramatically off course. Amidst the uproarious laughter, applause erupted once more. Zhao Kai glanced at the crowd in the private room, saying nothing, merely turning to Yu Yu with a resigned expression. I really can't sing. Is that really what you call singing poorly? Yu Yu silently thought, quickly reorienting herself with a smile. It's all right, Brother Kai. As long as we sing for our own enjoyment, it doesn't matter. We're not auditioning for the showbiz, so let us sing however we please. Hearing this, Zhao Kai broke into a joyful grin, acknowledging her wisdom. They began to sing again, and upon finishing, the private room erupted in fervent applause. A male classmate raised his glass. Brother Kai, I toast to you. I never imagined your singing could rival mine. It seems I share some similarities with you. The expensive drinks were poured, and many male classmates raised their glasses, showering Zhao Kai with compliments. Zhao Kai, seeing this, beamed and invited everyone to toast together. Gao Lingling handed a glass to Su Qiang, who accepted it. Yishio waved her hand. I want to drink alcohol, just juice for me. Gao Lingling looked disapproving. Xiao, the food you've eaten costs more than this wine. Such expensive wine is hard to come by. Just take a sip to savor the flavor. You wouldn't want to miss out on this trip. Yishio pondered for a moment, then took a small sip, immediately grimacing. Gao Lingling clinked her glass with Su Qiang. Sister Qiang, let us sing a duet later. Su Qiang agreed. After the entire class raised their glasses, they began taking turns singing. Finally, the microphone reached Yishio, who genuinely could not drink. Merely taking a small sip, her face already flushed. As Su Qiang and Gao Lingling contemplated how to help her bow out, they saw Yishio stand up, clutching the microphone, and exclaim, I want to sing my dough and chicken. Su Qiang paused, surprised, isn't that a children's song, and in Cantonese? After speaking, Yishio bent down towards them, saying, this is my favorite animated film, and it happens to be in Cantonese. Our study group, 1T sing in Mandarin. Zhao Kai felt a rush of excitement, quickly urging, hurry, play the song. He felt a bit anxious. After all, everyone in the class was a singing sensation, while he was undoubtedly the least talented. Now this was his last hope. The classmate at the song selection quickly queued it up, and Yishio began to sing in her childlike voice, My name is my dodo. Her rendition was not unpleasant, although her Cantonese was not perfect. She remained completely in tune, and her youthful voice added an endearing quality. It seemed that Chen Chang's roommates particularly enjoyed teasing this understated, cool guy. Upon hearing the Cantonese song, they tossed the microphone to him. Chen Chang, unfazed by the fact that it was a children's song, joined in with a quiet harmony. His rich baritone made this children's tune even more delightful. As the song concluded, the private room erupted with applause, with most classmates generously praising Yishio for her unexpected cuteness. Zhao Kai felt despondent. Among a class of singing prodigies, he was left feeling utterly inadequate.